In his quiet room, Lu Changgong finishes a landscape painting and has to admit it came out beautifully. The catch is that in this world, a masterpiece like this is worthless next to real cultivation power, and that old frustration still weighs on him. He has been in this Xianxia world for 20 years, and when he first arrived, he fully expected to become one of those soaring immortal heroes. Instead, he learned the harsh rule of this world: without a spirit root, he can never cultivate, and is doomed to stay mortal. His system finally pops up again, rewarding him for painting, but the screen only reminds him how absurd his cheat ability turned out to be. Over the years he pushed painting, calligraphy, swordsmanship, and countless other arts to the highest realm, yet none of it gave him the immortal life he wanted. He grumbles that a system like this belongs in some low-level fame world, not in a cultivation world where one burst of spiritual fire beats all his mortal skill. Still, after 20 years, he has mostly made peace with it, and decides a quiet mortal life might be safer than dying nameless on the road to immortality. He tells himself he can live as a refined scholar instead, even if a little regret still lingers underneath. He mounts the new painting on the wall, checks the time, and gets ready to open his little shop for the day. This shop exists because he once came to Great Xia hoping to join the Grand Moon sect, got rejected, and chose to stay near the land of immortals anyway. He runs a plain grocery and craft shop for both mortals and cultivators, getting by on mountain goods and handmade trinkets. After opening the door, he starts sweeping the storefront in the morning quiet before customers arrive. When more and more cultivators streak across the sky overhead, he pauses and senses that something big may be brewing around Grand Moon Mountain. The reason soon becomes clear: Grand Moon sect is packed with visitors because nascent Soul Grandmaster Zhu Zhao is holding a 1,000-year birthday banquet. Into that lively market comes Yu Linglong, a cold elegant sect genius, walking beside her much chattier junior sister in yellow. The junior sister chatters excitedly over how lively everything is, and even Yu Linglong starts to soften after spending too long shut away in cultivation. The younger girl suddenly produces 2 candied hawthorn skewers and eagerly offers one to her senior sister. Yu Linglong almost recites the proper cultivator line about not indulging the tongue, but the sweet snack looks too tempting to ignore. She finally gives in, telling herself even her master says cultivation needs balance, and takes the skewer. One bite later, the sweet and sour taste loosens her up, and the two keep wandering through the market with fresh curiosity. As they drift farther along, a small storefront catches Yu Linglong's eye, especially the strangely captivating calligraphy on its signboard, Immortal's Destiny Shop. Intrigued by that subtle charm, Yu Linglong leads her junior sister inside to have a look. The junior sister is instantly won over by the handmade bamboo and clay toys, crouching down to poke through them with delight. Then a gentle voice sounds behind them as Lu Changgong welcomes the 2 women into his shabby little store. Yu Linglong turns and sees a handsome young man, but when she checks his cultivation, she only finds a mortal and quietly thinks what a waste that is. Lu Changgong, meanwhile, instantly clocks them as cultivators and brightens because female cultivators usually spend generously in mortal shops. His hunch looks right when the junior sister falls for one of his casual clay figurines and clearly wants to buy it. Yu Linglong gives in to her junior sister and starts pulling out payment from her storage bracelet. But before the exchange happens, Yu Linglong freezes and stares past Lu Changgong at the painting hanging on the wall behind him. Even before noticing the painting, Yu Linglong had already felt something odd in the shop, as if every object sat in perfect natural harmony. To her, the place feels less like a mortal store and more like a master's cave abode, so comfortable that her stagnant cultivation suddenly starts moving. At first she tries to blame the feeling on finally relaxing for once, but the surge in her spiritual power keeps getting stronger and smoother. While her junior sister keeps urging her to just buy the figurines, Yu Linglong's distracted eyes drift across the wall and land fully on the landscape painting. The moment she truly sees it, her whole mind plunges into the painting and the world around her seems to disappear. Inside that vision, she sees the familiar Taiying Mountain as something vast and terrifyingly ancient, wrapped in dark cloud and solemn stillness. That hidden mountain presence feels so cold and overwhelming that even her own power cannot chase the chill away. Then the painting shifts from extreme yin to extreme yang as a blazing red sun rises and tears the darkness apart. That single change crashes into Yu Linglong like a revelation, shaking her cultivation and even reshaping her Tao heart. When she finally snaps back, she is breathing hard, drenched in sweat, and can feel that something inside her has completely changed. Looking inward, she finds a golden false core forming in her dantian, and realizes she has just broken through on the spot. For a cultivator stuck at late foundation establishment, crossing this threshold should take years of bitter effort, so a breakthrough after one look at a painting feels unbelievable. As her excitement settles, the real shock hits her. That painting has no obvious spiritual fluctuations, yet it just changed her future. She turns from the painting to the shop owner, and the mortal-looking young man suddenly no longer feels ordinary at all. Her junior sister tugs at her in confusion, while Lu Changgong also frowns, unable to tell why this female cultivator suddenly reacted so strangely. Trying to steady herself, Yu Linglong asks a careful question about the signature on the painting and who this Lu Changgong is. Lu Changgong answers plainly that Lu Changgong is just himself, and this astonishing work was only today's casual doodle. That calm admission convinces Yu Linglong even more that this gentle shopkeeper must be a terrifying hidden expert, and she finally understands why the whole store felt full of indescribable charm. Yu Linglong stares at Lu Changong and convinces herself his mortal aura is only a disguise hiding absurdly deep cultivation. Certain she has stumbled into a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Yu Linglong bows and respectfully calls him senior. Lu Changong laughs it off and tells her she has misunderstood, because he thinks he is only an ordinary mortal. Yu Linglong nearly blurts out that his painting exposed him, but she panics and realizes exposing a hidden expert could ruin her, and even drag down her whole sect. So she quickly covers herself, claiming she simply loves painting and that his skill alone makes him worthy of being called senior. Lu Changong buys the explanation completely and feels a little smug that even a cultivator recognizes how good his art is. Her junior sister blurts out that Yu Linglong never cared about painting before, and Yu Linglong snaps in with a flimsy excuse while cutting her off before she says anything dangerous. Once the danger passes, Yu Linglong asks to buy the painting and makes it clear she is willing to pay any price. Instead of bargaining, Lu Changong casually says he can just give the painting to her. Yu Linglong is so stunned she can barely believe she heard him right, and his calm confirmation sends her into pure excitement. He takes the painting down and hands it over, saying their meeting is fate and a mere painting is nothing. Yu Linglong treats even that casual line like hidden wisdom, carefully stores the painting, pays for her junior sister's clay figurines, and dares to ask if she can come back for guidance. Lu Changong agrees without hesitation, and Yu Linglong leaves the shop glowing like she just secured a path to future teachings. After they leave, Lu Changong chuckles to himself, pleased that beautiful immortal women turned out to be fans of his art. Outside, Yu Linglong hurries back so fast that her junior sister struggles to keep up, desperate to study the painting as soon as possible. Yu Linglong suddenly stops, turns deadly serious, and warns her junior sister to guard those clay figurines with her life because they may shape her entire future in cultivation. The younger girl can only nod in confusion, while Yu Linglong launches into the sky on her magic treasure toward the intersect, too excited to wait any longer. Left behind alone, the junior sister mutters that her senior sister must have been badly shocked, because she still cannot understand what those figurines have to do with cultivation. Later in the market city, Lu Changong arrives at Yishan Tavern, and the satin-robed shopkeeper greets him warmly because he already knows his usual order. While the food is prepared, the shopkeeper mentions that business is booming because Grand Moon Sect's nascent Soul Grandmaster is holding a 1,000-year birthday celebration. Lu Changong finally understands why Mount Tyne has been so crowded, and the tavern sends him off with generous portions and unusual courtesy. That respect makes sense because Lu Changong wrote many of the market shop's signs, and his kindness to the local mortals has made him quietly beloved. On his way home, Lu Changong notices a crowd at a tailor shop and finds a hunter trying to sell a white fox trapped in an iron cage. The fox's snow-white fur and red crystal eyes hit him immediately, and her pitiful look is enough to make him want to save her. Lu Changong asks to buy the fox, and the hunter is so grateful for Lu's past help with his sick child that he tries to hand her over for free. Lu Changong refuses charity, pays proper silver anyway, takes the cage, and walks off before anyone can argue. Watching him go, the people on the streets sigh that Lu Changong feels more immortal than some cultivators, and it seems unfair that someone like him cannot cultivate. Back at Immortal's Destiny shop, the rescued fox finally relaxes and reveals in her thoughts that she is Suyu, the demon emperor's daughter, relieved to have escaped a deadly disaster. When Lu Changong gently lifts her from the cage and tells her not to run around again, Suyu is torn between gratitude for being saved and fury at being reduced to a mortal's pet. Still, Suyu cannot ignore that he is unusually handsome and carries a strange scent that makes her want to stay close. Then Lu Changong tears off a roast chicken drumstick and sets out a clean bowl for her, and the smell instantly wipes every grand thought out of Suyu's head. The starving little fox Suyu finally gives in and bites the chicken drumstick Lu Changong set in front of her. After days of running wounded and hungry, Suyu wolfs the food down until she is full. She lets out an embarrassed little burp, then tries to recover her pride by glaring at Lu Changong. Lu Changong just says that now it is his turn to eat, and starts calmly enjoying the meal and wine himself. Now that she is full, Suyu finally studies her new master and sees what should be a mortal scholar with a faint immortal aura. The more Suyu watches, the more absurdly impressive he seems, and she grudgingly admits that no young talent she has known can match his looks or bearing. But the room looks ordinary, which only reinforces her first conclusion that Lu Changong should be nothing more than a mortal scholar. That certainty breaks the moment Suyu truly focuses on one painting on the wall. As her mind sinks into the painting, the scene inside it stops feeling painted and becomes a living world of streets, houses, smoke, and distant mountains. For one overwhelming moment, Suyu feels as if her consciousness has risen above the world and looked down on all mortal life. When Suyu finally snaps out of it, she is panting in shock and can barely believe a single painting just shook her this hard. She realizes the painting did more than stun her, because her Dao heart has advanced and even her injuries feel 20 to 30% better. The benefits are too real to ignore, so Suyu turns to the other works on the wall. A simple moon painting opens a vast night sky before her eyes and deepens her shock again. Then a wild piece of cursive calligraphy turns into the pressure of a battlefield, with ambush and killing intent crowding in from every side. The next sharp, iron-like script is even worse, because every stroke becomes sword aura that hacks straight at her Dao heart. Just as that sword intent is about to break her, Lu Changong casually lifts her up and places her on his lap. With her mind still shaking, Suyu finally stops doubting it and decides this gentle shopkeeper must actually be a terrifying old hidden expert. She even judges him to be above her demon emperor father, because his casual artworks can improve realms, heal injuries, and contain truths close to the Tao itself. That thought only makes Suyu more afraid, and she starts wondering if even her injury and escape were all arranged to deliver her into his hands. The thought crushes her, and Suyu curls into a ball and quietly sobs like a fox who thinks she has become someone else's pawn. Lu Changong misreads the whole thing as homesickness and lets her cry without pressing her. After that, Suyu becomes openly afraid of Lu Changong and hides from him for days like a mouse dodging a cat. Lu Changong still thinks she is only unfamiliar with her new home, so he treats the fear as simple shyness. For Suyu, the next few days are strange and addictive, because following this terrifying boss around keeps improving her injuries, cultivation, and Dao heart. But every chance to learn from him also feels dangerous, because one wrong glance at his work can still damage her Dao heart. Meanwhile, Mount Taiyin grows busier every day as more flying lights streak in and more cultivators crowd the market city below. None of that excitement changes Lu Changong's little shop, where he keeps painting and practicing calligraphy in his own quiet rhythm. One day Lu Changong happily finishes a line about picking chrysanthemums and leisurely viewing Yin Mountain, pleased with how calm the mood feels. Suyu sees something very different in that final mountain character, because it hits her like a real towering range pressing down on her chest. She only recovers when Lu Changong puts the brush away, and the near miss leaves her thinking this supreme opportunity is as dangerous as it is irresistible. Then the quiet day breaks when Lu Changong looks up and sees Mount Taiyin blazing with countless purple and red lights as the mist parts to reveal the Grand Moon Sect. The clouds covering the summit part at last and reveal the palace-filled Grand Moon Sect high above the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, everyone in the market looks up as tens of thousands of golden lights pour from the sect and announce something enormous. The reason for the spectacle is soon clear. The Grand Moon Sect is opening its 1,000-year birthday banquet for nascent Soul Grandmaster Zhu Zhao. Inside the sect square, welcoming disciples loudly announce one guest after another as famous cultivators file into the main hall with lavish gifts. Only high-level figures can enter this hall, so even among the crowd the birthday gathering feels packed with real power. At the center sits Zhu Zhao in black, expressionless and dominant enough to steal every gaze in the room. Then the welcoming disciples suddenly raise their voices for a far more important arrival. Taoist Master Huangzi of the Mystic Water Sect and his disciple. That title alone stirs the hall, because only a nascent soul cultivator can call himself Taoist Master without inviting ridicule or death. Before anyone even sees him, Huangzi's hearty laughter rolls into the hall like an old rival arriving on purpose. Huangzi strides in with a handsome young disciple behind him and loudly calls Zhu Zhao an old friend of centuries, telling him to come welcome him properly. Zhu Zhao answers with the same cold edge as always and immediately asks whether Huangzi brought a gift. Huangzi says nothing and simply opens a box to reveal a longevity pill, instantly shocking the hall. Even Zhu Zhao cannot stay unmoved at that, and he admits with a cold snort that Huangzi really was willing to pay a heavy price. Huangzi lightly says that old friends should not have to watch Zhu Zhao ascend so soon, and the hall instantly goes dead quiet at the touchy remark. Instead of exploding, Zhu Zhao falls into a long silence and finally tells his disciples to seat Huangzi and his disciple. Huangzi sees that unusual reaction, loses some of his teasing mood, and sits down with a hard-to-read sigh. At Zhu Zhao's birthday banquet, Huangzi drinks with a heavy face because his old rival is acting far too calm. Huangzi's disciple finally asks the obvious question, why didn't Zhu Zhao snap back this time like he always does? Huangzi admits the truth in a low voice, Zhu Zhao really is nearing the end of his life. When his disciple cannot understand how a nascent soul elder is dying so early, Huangzi explains that Zhu Zhao burned away 500 years of lifespan to save Grand Moon Sect again and again. Huangzi realizes Zhu Zhao's unusual patience is its own farewell, because he wants Huangzi to look after the Mount Taiyin branch after he dies and reincarnates. As more guests arrive and disciples present gifts, the birthday hall keeps moving like normal even under that gloomy truth. Seeing Zhu Zhao's newer disciples step in, Huangzi suddenly turns the moment into a warning for his own disciple. Masters cannot shield them forever. At last the final disciple is called forward, and Yu Linglong walks into the hall with everyone's eyes snapping toward her. The guests immediately whisper that Yu Linglong is a heaven spirit root prodigy who has already reached false golden core before even turning 20. Even Huangzi has to admit Zhu Zhao found a true successor when he looks at Yu Linglong's talent and near-finished core. Zhu Zhao praises Yu Linglong for advancing so quickly in just a few days and says Grand Moon Sect may one day rest in her hands. Yu Linglong answers simply that she has nothing grand to repay her master with, so she offers him a painting as her token of gratitude. Because the painting gives off no spiritual energy at all, The guests quickly lose interest and turn back to their own chatter. Zhu Zhao opens the scroll anyway, treating it carefully because it came from the disciple he values most. The moment Zhu Zhao truly sees the painting, he goes completely still and forgets the entire hall around him. The hall turns uneasy as everyone wonders why an ordinary scroll has left a dying nascent soul elder this shaken. Instead of explaining the scroll, Zhu Zhao suddenly asks Yu Linglong if she knows why he chose her as his disciple in the first place. Yu Linglong only bows and says she knows one thing for certain: her master led her onto the path of cultivation, and she will remember that for life. Zhu Zhao finally confesses that he burdened her with sect matters because he expected to die soon and needed someone to carry Grand Moon Sect after him. Then his tone flips completely, and Zhu Zhao declares that today's painting has changed everything. Before anyone can process that claim, Zhu Zhao stands up and tosses Huang Zai's precious longevity pill box right back at him. Huang Zai scrambles to save the medicine and blurts out like a man being stabbed in the heart, because Zhu Zhao just threw away a treasure cultivators would kill for. Laughing at the whole hall, Zhu Zhao says he no longer needs longevity pills because he is breaking through to Dharma Idol right here at his own birthday banquet. The next instant, Zhu Zhao's aura explodes skyward and the whole banquet is swallowed by a breakthrough phenomenon no one expected to see. Huang Zai can only stare with his mouth hanging open, because his half-dead old rival just turned a funeral mood into a real ascension. Above Mount Taiyin, the sky splits open with descending light, thunderclouds, and Dao sounds, announcing that a Dharma Idol breakthrough is truly happening. Far away, Suyu instantly recognizes the omen because she has seen great demon subordinates break through before, and the sight leaves her quietly envious. When Suyu turns to gauge her master's reaction, Lu Changong just squints at the sky and worries like an ordinary man that the thunder means his laundry is about to get rained on. That casual reaction terrifies Suyu more than the phenomenon itself, because she starts suspecting her master is so far above Dharma Idol that he does not even bother to notice it. Back at Grand Moon Sect, Zhu Zhao's leap from nascent soul to Dharma Idol instantly changes the sect's future, because one such master can lift a sect into Holy Land status. The guests are openly shaken by the whiplash of it all. A man who seemed moments from death has just become one of the Southern Territory's suppressing powers. Many of them silently decide they will need to get much closer to Grand Moon Sect from now on, because Great Xia has no other Dharma Idol expert at all. Later in a secret chamber, Huang Zai sits across from the newly advanced Zhu Zhao with Yu Linglong beside her master, still trying to process what he saw. Huang Zai finally blurts out the question directly, demanding to know how Zhu Zhao broke through to Dharma Idol with no warning at all. Zhu Zhao answers with fake modesty, reminding Huang Zai that he was a genius in his youth and has been stuck at peak nascent soul for years, as if this should all be perfectly natural. That self-satisfied look makes Huang Zai grit his teeth, but he swallows the insult because he wants the truth more than he wants to win the argument. So Huang Zai changes tactics and points to the longevity pill he brought, trying to play the old friend card and pry the truth out of Zhu Zhao. Zhu Zhao waves it off with another smug brush of the hand, making it even more obvious that he intends to keep enjoying this. Huang Zai finally drops the polite act, points out that the breakthrough started right after the painting, and shamelessly threatens to stay here and eat Grand Moon Sect's resources if Zhu Zhao keeps hiding it. Zhu Zhao admits the painting really was the key, but he says the chance belongs to Yu Linglong too, so Huang Zai will have to pay if he wants to look. He names the price on the spot. Yu Linglong is close to golden core, so Huang Zai must give her black water mystic dew to cleanse her inner core. Huang Zai recoils as if robbed on the spot and tries to cut the price down from a whole bottle to 10 drops. Zhu Zhao refuses to budge and pushes the deal even harder, and Huang Zai finally grits his teeth and agrees because his curiosity has already beaten his pride. With the bargain settled, Yu Linglong takes the painting back out and slowly unfolds the scroll for Huang Zai to inspect. Huang Zai does not even keep the chance to himself, and pulls his own disciple over so he can share this hard-won glimpse of the Tao. After a long, silent look, Huang Zai finally tears his eyes away with pure jealousy on his face. He admits the scroll lays out the great Tao of Yin and Yang in full, and the painter behind it must be at least at the peak of Dharma Idol. Then the truth really twists the knife. Huang Zai admits this chance fits Grand Moon Sect's yin-yang path even better than his own inheritance, so Zhu Zhao and Yu Linglong have stumbled into absurd luck. Zhu Zhao calmly tells Huang Zai that the painting fits the Grand Moon Sect's dark illumination candle scripture almost perfectly, so his sect can read far more from it. Then Zhu Zhao turns grave and says the painter is far beyond the Dharma Idol realm, in a terrifying level either of them can even measure. He admits that even after 1,000 years with the same scripture, he can only grasp 20 to 30% of the Tao inside this painting. That number hits Huang Zai hard, and he blurts out in shock, asking who on earth could have painted something like this. Zhu Zhao immediately turns to Yu Linglong, because she was the one who brought the painting back. Yu Linglong explains that a young shop owner at the foot of Mount Taiyin gave her the painting, and just seeing it helped her break through to false golden core. When she adds that the shopkeeper said he painted it himself and had many more like it, both elders instantly lose their calm. Zhu Zhao presses for every detail he can get, desperate to learn what kind of person this hidden master really is. Yu Linglong starts explaining that day in detail, beginning with how her junior sister stopped to buy clay figurines in the same little shop. Before she can go on, Zhu Zhao cuts in and demands to see those clay figurines at once. He quickly summons the junior sister and specifically orders her to bring every clay figurine she bought that day. When the figurines arrive, they look ordinary at first glance, just vivid little clay toys with no obvious spiritual pressure. But to Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe, those same figurines are packed with earth-type great Dao meaning. Huang Zhe sighs that an earth cultivator could break through from these alone, and both men feel even more painfully aware of how absurdly valuable that shop must be. Just imagining that tiny store now feels unreal to them, like a hidden immortal land stuffed with Dao at every corner. Then Zhu Zhao suddenly latches onto the painting's title, The Sun Rises and the Mountain Shadows, and decides it must be a deliberate clue aimed at his sect. He argues that the title matches their sect's location and the painting's mood matches their scripture, so a great senior with old ties to the Grand Moon sect must be guiding them from the shadows. Yu Linglong hesitantly agrees that the painting really does fit their cultivation method too perfectly to dismiss. That tiny bit of support makes Zhu Zhao even smugger, convinced his theory is now basically proven. Huang Zhe immediately mocks him for forcing the story to fit, saying the senior probably just liked Yu Linglong's talent and happened to be generous. Ignoring the sarcasm, Zhu Zhao returns the clay figurine to Yu Linglong's junior sister and tells her this is her own chance, not something the sect should seize. He even promises extra resources for her growth, making it clear she should not waste the favor a senior placed in her hands. Then Zhu Zhao awkwardly asks Yu Linglong for permission to turn the painting into a sect treasure that disciples can study in exchange for contribution points. After staring at the painting a long while, Zhu Zhao finally sets it down and says it can reopen the path to nascent soul for his sect. That relief quickly turns into action, and Zhu Zhao decides they must personally visit the senior living at the foot of Mount Taiying. He calls for gifts to be prepared and announces that he and Yu Linglong are going to pay respect to that hidden master. Soon after, Zhu Zhao and the others set out in proper dress with gifts, heading down the mountain toward Lu Chonggong's shop. On the way down, Zhu Zhao shoots Huang Zhe an annoyed look and complains that this visit is meant for a senior tied to the Grand Moon sect, not an outsider tagging along. Huang Zhe refuses to back off, determined to follow no matter what. Yu Linglong warns both elders that this senior lives like a mortal on purpose, so they had better keep a very low profile. Zhu Zhao backs Yu Linglong's warning with grave certainty, saying a senior who hides in the mortal world could crush them with a finger if exposed, and that finally makes Huang Zhe rein himself in. Meanwhile in the market shop, Lu Changong happily finishes a clay figurine shaped exactly like the little fox curled up beside him. Proud of his work, he brings the figurine to the little fox and cheerfully asks if it looks just like her. The little fox panics and twists her head away, too scared to look directly at another object packed with dangerous insight. Inside her own thoughts, she knows the figurine could show her a better path forward, but her cultivation is too low to survive messing with that kind of power. Lu Changong misunderstands completely and assumes she just does not like clay toys, so he promises to make her something else next time. At the market below Mount Taiying, Zhu Zhao's group has barely arrived before Huang Zhe spots a wine shop's signboard radiating dense sword Dao, proving the senior's touch is already all over the street. Huang Zhe keeps pointing out one sign after another in disbelief, realizing the whole street has been casually touched by that senior's handiwork. Huang Zhe's disciple Qiu Yun finally speaks up, staring at the same signboards in confusion because he cannot see any of the terrifying sword Dao his elders are reacting to. Huang Zhe answers with rare severity, warning Qiu Yun that true sword Dao cultivators would steal these signs on sight, and that one careless word before such a senior could get him torn apart by the senior's grateful followers. That lesson lands, and Qiu Yun quietly drops his earlier lightness and follows his master with much more care. At last they stop before the small shop and read the hanging sign, Immortal Destiny Shop. The sword Dao aura on the sign confirms it for them, so they line up at the door and let Yu Linglong call out first. Yu Linglong politely calls inside to ask whether senior is home. Inside, Lu Changong hears her voice, remembers the polite female cultivator from before, and gets up thinking more customers have arrived. He comes out warmly, greets Yu Linglong as Fairy Linglong, and casually invites her in to see what she wants to buy. Yu Linglong starts introducing the people with her, but Zhu Zhao quickly cuts in and strips his own title down to a plain name so he will not break the senior's mortal game. He introduces Huang Zhe the same way and even presents Qiu Yun as just Xiao Qiu, keeping everyone carefully low-key. Lu Changong, thinking they are simply Yu Linglong's friends and possible customers, cheerfully welcomes the whole group into the shop. At the shop door, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe hesitate like nervous disciples again, knowing one step inside might let them touch a higher immortal truth. Once they finally step in, the tiny store instantly feels like a hidden paradise, neat and natural but overflowing with spiritual energy and Dao rhythm. The pressure of the room alone shakes their cultivation, and both men feel like they could break through just by standing there. Then they look up at the wall paintings and realize every piece carries terrifying law and intent far beyond anything they expected. Zhu Zhao, who treasured his own rare painting before this, is left speechless when the chrysanthemum and sword piece make his eyes ache from just a glance. When they settle on the Turing the Mountains calligraphy, the mood changes completely, and the piece makes the whole world feel quiet and free. Huang Zhe is especially shaken because his stagnant cultivation finally stirs, but the insight flashes by before he can seize it. Zhu Zhao quietly says people like them can only envy the shopkeeper's carefree state, because cultivators with heavy burdens never dare to truly rest. Huang Zhe agrees and imagines that a supreme expert like this might have chosen to live as a mortal just to understand the world more deeply. Lu Changong can only smile bitterly, because while these cultivators envy his freedom, he is the one who envies people born with the chance to cultivate. When Lu Changong says they might not feel that way if they lived his life, the two visitors immediately refuse to compare themselves to him at all. They have already tested him with their senses and found no trace of cultivation at all, which only makes Lu Changong feel more horrifying in their eyes. Trying to play host in his cramped shop, Lu Changong apologizes for the lack of seats and offers to make them tea while they browse. Huang Zhe almost stops him out of embarrassment, but Zhu Zhao quietly warns that a senior's tea is probably no ordinary tea at all. That thought instantly calms Huang Zhe, and both men decide the senior may be giving them a rare blessing instead of mere hospitality. Left alone, Huang Zhe asks the one question bothering them most. Can even Zhu Zhao in the Dharma idol realm see through this shopkeeper? Zhu Zhao admits he sees exactly what Huang Zhe sees, just an ordinary mortal with no spiritual trace anywhere, and that answer chills them both. The two elders lock eyes and realize that if even a Dharma idol cultivator cannot read him, Lu Changong's true depth may be far beyond them. Before they can think further, a snow-white fox suddenly darts into the hall and freezes when she sees the cultivators waiting there. Little Fox is terrified that these powerful strangers might be enemies here to trouble her master, so she does not dare move. The old men stare back just as carefully, because this little fox does not look ordinary either. Once Little Fox realizes they are only watching her, she relaxes a little, though she still knows one wrong move could get her killed instantly. Studying her closely, Zhu Zhao suspects the little animal is not a common spirit beast at all but a heavenly fox. Huang Zhe immediately links that guess to Qinqiu Mountain, because heavenly foxes are supposed to belong to the demon emperor's territory. Zhu Zhao remembers the recent chaos near Qinqiu, where the furious demon emperor smashed or drove out nearby human sects after one of his daughters vanished. With that, both men bitterly conclude the truth. This little fox must be the demon emperor's missing daughter. That conclusion only raises Lu Changong even higher in their minds, because they believe only a heaven-defying senior could take the demon emperor's daughter without anyone noticing. Huang Zhe starts to wonder if they should do something about it, but Zhu Zhao sharply stops him from meddling in a matter they do not understand. Humbled, Huang Zhe backs down and convinces himself the senior may simply be teaching the demon race a lesson before sending her home later. Zhu Zhao adds that staying here might actually benefit the fox, because in this shop's Dao-rich atmosphere her future could surpass even her father. He also turns to the juniors behind them and warns everyone to keep today's discovery secret if they value their lives. Little Fox understands enough to get angry, because from her side it is humans who butcher demon beasts for treasure and now dare to slander demons as cruel. Realizing these visitors are just more people trying to flatter her master, Little Fox decides she has nothing to fear as the pet closest to him. So instead of hiding, she bares her teeth right at the two old cultivators. Huang Zhe only laughs at the cute threat, amused that the little fox seems to understand every word they said. After a while, Lu Changong finally comes back carrying mountain spring water and explains that properly warming wine takes not just fire but genuinely good water too. The cultivators are stunned that he really walked miles to the spring like an ordinary man, and they take it as proof that his mortal life is part of his profound cultivation. The more they think about it, the more they feel they have drifted too far from the mortal world that this senior still treats as a natural teacher. Without making a show of it, Lu Changong begins setting out his homemade red clay stove and wine tools to warm the drink properly. He lights the charcoal and tends the heat with easy, practiced movements, shaping the wine's flavor in the most important step. To the lower realm onlookers, the whole process is simply smooth and beautiful, like watching a perfect little performance. But in Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe's eyes, every motion lands with perfect natural timing, as if Lu Changong is performing immortal law in front of them. At Lu Changong's stove, the turbid wine finally reaches the right boil, and he calmly starts the last careful steps of brewing. He takes out an old plain-looking flagon and mixes the wine with precise timing, treating every movement like it matters. Satisfied that nothing went wrong, Lu Changong lets the wine rest at the right temperature, then starts pouring it into the cups. When he says please drink, Huang Zhe and the others stop holding back and grab their cups at once. Zhu Zhao alone slows down, studying the wine's color and fragrance instead of drinking immediately. Inside Zhu Zhao's cup, the swirling grains seem to carry traces of Dao, and he realizes Lu Changong hid an even deeper chance in the wine itself. He stares deeper and deeper into the cup until he slips into near epiphany, completely absorbed by the hidden insights. Meanwhile the others finish their wine and feel a warm cleansing power wash through body and soul, leaving their Dao hearts lighter. For Huang Zhe, the effect is so strong that even his peak nascent soul cultivation seems to rise another step. He reaches for more, only to find the pot already empty, and then notices Zhu Zhao still hasn't taken a single sip. Huang Zhe calls out in confusion, and the shout yanks Zhu Zhao out of his almost finished insight. Annoyed, Zhu Zhao snaps that Huang Zhe gulped down a treasure without understanding it, and just ruined his chance to see through the wine's hidden world. Once the feeling is gone, Zhu Zhao can only drink, and the moment confirms the wine also purifies the soul and strengthens the Dao heart. He bitterly explains that the real prize was the great Dao insight hidden in the wine, and Huang Zhe's face turns awkward when he realizes he spoiled it. The juniors quickly step in to ease the tension, saying even one cup already changed their future cultivation for the better. They turn together toward Lu Changong and thank him as juniors paying respects to a true senior. Little Fox is just as delighted, because the wine has nearly healed the injury on her soul. For the first time, she rubs affectionately against Lu Changong's leg, and he happily picks her up and pets her. Lu Changong casually says it was only an ordinary cup of wine, which hits the guests even harder because they hear pure generosity in it. Curiosity takes over, and the visitors ask what water or trick could turn such ordinary-looking wine into something this absurdly powerful. Lu Changong points them to the old flagon and casually says that is the real thing making the difference. At first the flask looks completely ordinary, but Zhu Zhao tests it and finds his spiritual energy disappears into it without the slightest response. That impossible result tells Zhu Zhao this thing is beyond even a profound artifact, and the thought leaves him shaken enough to stop moving. Then Huang Zhe spots hidden writing on the vessel, and the two of them lean in to read the ancient characters. The name Heaven-Raising Flagon hits Zhu Zhao like lightning, because he remembers a legendary immortal treasure from old cultivation history. In his mind, he recalls the old story of a low-talent cultivator who used this treasure's spirit liquid to repair himself, raise his aptitude, and climb all the way toward immortality. That legend ended with the cultivator reaching terrifying heights and disappearing after a great conflict, with people believing he ascended carrying the flagon with him. So when Zhu Zhao looks back at Lu Changong's plain wine vessel, he and Huang Zhe are almost certain it is that same immortal artifact. Instead of doubting it, both men realize they have already seen too much around Lu Changong to be shocked anymore. When Zhu Zhao notices the simple cup beside it, he is jolted again and suspects even the wine cups must also be immortal-grade items. That thought blows open their view of Lu Changong, because a man using immortal artifacts for peasant wine can no longer be measured by normal cultivation ranks. Zhu Zhao's guesses race upward from Mahayana to Tribulation Transcension, until he wonders if Lu Changong might simply be an immortal from the upper realm living here for leisure. He even starts doubting whether Lu Changong has anything to do with the Grand Moon sect at all, and wonders if his disciple Yu Linglong was simply lucky enough to catch this senior's favor. On the other side, Lu Changong sees the old man studying his things so seriously and starts panicking that the system's rewards might actually be priceless treasures here. He regrets pointing out the flask at all and remembers that the system handed him objects like this whenever he mastered one of its skills. His worry turns dark for a moment, and he wonders whether these cultivators might kill him and take the treasure by force. But after remembering he is only immortal before top cultivators, Lu Changong gives up resisting in advance and oddly relaxes instead. In reality, Huang Zhe and Zhu Zhao become even more careful, gently setting the treasures down because they see him as an unfathomable senior, not prey. Seeing them handle everything like sacred relics, Lu Changong secretly finds it a little funny, while Huang Zhe and Zhu Zhao only grow more certain that a great senior would never worry about ants stealing his treasures. With greed fully gone, Zhu Zhao turns back to Lu Changong and sincerely thanks him for the huge gains from this visit. He goes further and explains that the painting Lu Changong gave Yu Linglong has helped not only his disciple but even their side as a whole. Lu Changong finally understands why they came and answers with the same easy indifference, saying it was just a casual painting and he is glad it proved useful. Zhu Zhao suddenly offers Lu Changong a jade green sword token, saying Grand Moon sect has little to repay him with, but this can at least solve small problems for senior. The moment the token appears, Huang Zhe is so shocked he nearly blurts out a protest, then swallows it down and only grits out one word in anger: shameless. Lu Changong studies the little sword in silence, mostly wondering what it is and thinking it at least looks valuable. Seeing his hesitation, Zhu Zhao quickly explains that if Lu Changong hangs the token on his door, ordinary troublemakers will not dare bother him. Huang Zhe fumes inside because he sees right through it. Zhu Zhao is not just being helpful, he is openly trying to tie Grand Moon sect to this mysterious senior first. Lu Changong finally realizes it is just a sect token, and after sizing the two old cultivators up, he casually assumes their status probably is not that high anyway. Thinking tokens like this must be common to them but useful to him in a mixed marketplace, Lu Changong accepts it with an easy thanks. Zhu Zhao is thrilled because Senior accepted a token that represents the Grand Elder of Grand Moon Sect, which feels like his sect has finally climbed onto a towering backer. Huang Zhe feels the opposite. He is sick with regret that he hesitated and let Zhu Zhao shamelessly grab the chance first. Feeling the visit has already brought huge gains, Zhu Zhao and the others politely say their goodbyes instead of disturbing Lu Changong further. Once they leave, Lu Changong simply goes back to tidying his little shop like nothing unusual happened. Outside the door, the departing cultivators turn back and grow even more impressed, convinced Senior has reached a saint-like realm where he can move through the mortal world without a trace of strain. Zhu Zhao immediately makes a practical move and orders Yu Linglong to buy the shops on both sides, so no rotten people or bad business can disturb Lu Changgong's quiet cultivation. Yu Linglong agrees at once, because staying this close to Senior could also let them hear his guidance from time to time. With open smugness, Zhu Zhao needles Huang Zhe for missing his chance because he did not think of solving Senior's problems first. Huang Zhe blurts out that he can still go back and offer his own token, but Zhu Zhao cuts him off and warns that bothering Senior now would only make things worse. That warning snaps Huang Zhe back to his senses, and he immediately backs down, admitting he should not act so ignorantly. After Zhu Zhao leaves, Chiao Yun quietly asks his own master if Senior Lu really is that powerful, because all he personally noticed was that the wine tasted great. Huang Zhe answers grimly that Senior is probably even deeper than they imagined, and says the whole little shop is overflowing with Dao charm like a heavenly palace. He adds that even one cup of Lu Changgong's wine pushed the Dao heart of a nascent soul cultivator like him forward by a whole step, which should be impossible. Because Senior is powerful, kind-tempered, and willing to guide juniors, Huang Zhe tells Chiao Yun he must learn from him whenever possible. Once Chiao Yun understands, Huang Zhe starts worrying about what gift could possibly be worthy of Lu Changgong, since another Grand Elder token now feels far too cheap. In the end, he decides not to rush it, telling himself they need to think carefully if they want to hold on to Senior's thigh properly. Back at the shop later, Lu Changgong notices the day is nearly over with no more customers, touches the token in his sleeve, and decides to reward himself with a good dinner. He tells Little Fox to stay behind and watch the shop while he goes out to buy food. Little Fox immediately runs over and rubs against him instead, clearly planning to follow him out. Even after he steps out, Little Fox is still glued to his feet, so Lu Changgong stops and tells her again to guard the place. When plain orders do not work, he finally bribes her with the promise of half a roast chicken from Manager Wang. That offer works instantly, and Little Fox surrenders to the deal and trots back inside to watch the shop. Shaking his head at how hard she is to manage without food as a reward, Lu Changgong heads into the market alone to buy dinner. After some time passes, two unfamiliar women arrive outside Immortal's Destiny, one tall in black and one shorter in white. The black-robed woman says their last clue points here, and nearby witnesses even reported seeing a white fox that could be their missing princess in her original form. When the white-robed woman gives no answer, the black-robed one notices she is staring blankly at the signboard instead of staying alert in human territory. A rough shake finally snaps the white-robed woman awake, and she gasps that just looking at the sign felt like being cut apart by overflowing sword chi from a demon-slaying sword cultivator. The black-robed woman cannot see that vision herself, but she says she has already smelled Qingqiu demon scent inside and believes their princess is still in the shop. Refusing to retreat over a strange signboard, she drags her nervous companion forward because their job is to find the princess and bring her home. The instant they step inside, both women brighten and say they can feel the princess nearby. They hurry deeper into the modest little shop, where only simple crafts and a few paintings hang on the walls. But one glance at a wall painting turns into a shock, because the figures inside seem to come alive and walk toward them. They wrench their eyes off the living painting, only to crash straight into a calligraphy scroll radiating such savage killing intent that both little demons nearly collapse. The poem's murderous force feels like a battlefield of gods and demons crashing over them, and the two young fox spirits nearly collapse under it. Just before they become complete wrecks, a familiar voice from behind jolts them back to themselves. The two Qingqiu women finally snap out of it and can only stand there panting, while Little Fox faces them nervously and demands to know how they found her hiding place. After calming down, the two demon attendants anxiously ask Little Fox what happened and whether she was hunted too. Little Fox proudly tells them she is fine now because her master already healed her, and her cultivation even rose. The white-robed woman is relieved, but the black-robed woman freezes on one word and panics that the princess may have been forced into a contract. Little Fox quickly explains that no contract exists at all, and that the shop owner simply rescued her from the hunter. That answer turns the black-robed woman's tears into relief, because at least they do not have to face the demon emperor over a stolen contract. Little Fox tells them the full story. She was wounded, reverted to her original form, got caught by a hunter, and would have become a fur coat if the shop owner had not intervened. The two attendants seize on the good news and urge her to leave at once, because the demon emperor is frantic and human territory is too dangerous. Little Fox hesitates for a long moment, then firmly refuses and says she is staying here while they return to report to her father. The black-robed woman blurts out that the demon emperor has been massacring and interrogating everyone around Green Hill Mountain over her disappearance, but Little Fox still insists she is safe here. Seeing that words are not working, the two attendants exchange a look and decide to drag the princess out by force. They suddenly hoist Little Fox up and carry her toward the door, while she flails and shouts that she is absolutely not going back. As they move, the white-robed woman spots the paintings on the wall and suddenly gets a greedy idea. One silent signal is enough, and the black-robed woman instantly understands that they want to take the paintings too. The black-robed woman hesitates because the Tao rhythm in those paintings already terrified her once, but greed wins when she remembers how much insight they gave them. Convinced they can avoid the danger if they just do not look too closely, both attendants drift toward the wall with dazed, greedy smiles and free hands reaching out. The instant their hands touch the painting, hidden Tao power slams into them and their demonic aura bursts out uncontrollably into the sky. Lost in the rush of sudden enlightenment, the two attendants hover before the paintings and fail to notice their disguises starting to break under the leaking demonic aura. Nearby, Zhu Zhao is still worrying over what gift would let him visit Lu Changgong without offending such a senior. Then he senses demonic aura rising from Immortal Destiny's shop and immediately assumes some blind demon has come to cause trouble. That danger feels like perfect timing to him, because now he has a clean excuse to visit the senior and help. In the next breath, he puts on a righteous Grandmaster act, declares he will subdue the demons, and vanishes from the room. Zhu Zhao appears at the entrance of Immortal Destiny's shop but hesitates outside instead of barging in, because a senior like Lu Changgong should never be taken lightly. When he sees Lu Changgong is not inside, Zhu Zhao concludes some demons dared stir up trouble only because the owner was away. A closer look makes him furious, because the two demons are not just causing trouble, they are trying to steal the paintings that changed his own cultivation fate. After inventing a righteous excuse for himself, Zhu Zhao finally charges into the shop to stop them. He points his sword at the two attendants and starts a grand warning, but the room changes before he can even finish his line. The demon's aura swells harder, and every calligraphy and painting on the walls begins to glow in answer. Then the Tao in Lu Changgong's works manifest outright as a crushing vision of stars, mountains, sword chi, and countless other terrifying phenomena. In one sweep, that power wipes out the demonic aura and suppresses every living creature in the room instead. The two attendants snap out of their epiphany and instantly realize their greed may have gotten them all killed. Zhu Zhao is baffled too, because he expected the paintings to target the thieves, not crush him along with them. He hurriedly yells his identity and insists he is the old man who brought the jade sword, here to protect the paintings instead of steal them. Convinced he must have offended the senior somehow, Zhu Zhao braces both hands upward and pours out his full strength to resist the crushing Tao. For a moment it seems to slow, and then the light turns even fiercer, making Zhu Zhao realize he may really die here. His dignity disappears fast, and he starts screaming apologies while the pressure drives him flat onto the floor. He scrambles to correct himself again, admitting he should never have presumed to act on Lu Changgong's behalf. The two attendants fare even worse, because the suppression strips away their disguises and forces their true forms out on the spot. A black cat and a snow-white rabbit are left struggling on the floor, each spitting out a demon core just to survive the crushing force. As the suppression keeps worsening, Zhu Zhao falls into full despair and bitterly regrets ever feeling greedy toward a great senior's belongings. He even starts thinking like a dying sect elder, lamenting that Grand Moon sect may lose him just days after losing its first patriarch. Then a completely ordinary voice drifts in from outside as Lu Changgong returns, casually pleased that he remembered to buy half a roast chicken for Little Fox. Pinned under the shop's terrifying Tao phenomena, Zhu Zhao suddenly lights up with desperate joy when he hears Lu Changgong outside, because the senior's return means he might still live. The moment Lu Changgong's voice reaches the shop, the terrifying visions vanish and leave Zhu Zhao collapsed on the floor, drained from resisting them for too long. Lu Changgong cheerfully recognizes Zhu Zhao and steps forward to help, completely unaware of how frightened the old man already is. Before Lu Changgong can touch him, Zhu Zhao somehow forces himself upright, too terrified to let this senior help him personally. Lu Changgong is left wondering why this old man was lying on the floor in the middle of winter like it was normal training. Then Lu Changgong notices two extra animals sprawled inside the shop and casually asks if Zhu Zhao brought them, adding that he cannot keep more pets. Zhu Zhao instantly takes that as a warning and hurriedly denies any connection, afraid this is his one and only chance to leave alive. Seeing Zhu Zhao act so respectful, Lu Changgong just assumes Yulinglong's people are overly devoted to art and etiquette. Lu Changgong grabs the black cat and rabbit by the scruff like ordinary strays and drops them onto the table, making Zhu Zhao's eyelids twitch. He lightly scolds the two little intruders for wandering into his shop, but his unfinished threat sounds terrifying to everyone else in the room. The black cat and rabbit are so scared of offending him that they whimper in their animal forms and beg for mercy on the spot. Even Zhu Zhao starts wondering if that unfinished sentence meant Lu Changgong would silence anyone who crossed him. Still petting the docile animals, Lu Changgong casually asks Zhu Zhao if he came to buy a painting. Zhu Zhao hears another hidden warning, praises the priceless paintings, and decides he absolutely cannot stay any longer. He flees so fast that Lu Changgong barely has time to react before the old man is already gone. Watching him disappear, Lu Changgong only feels regret that Zhu Zhao never even asked the price and might be poorer than Yulinglong. With the visitor gone, Lu Changgong closes the door and starts laying out the roast chicken and stewed beef for dinner. When he notices there are now 3 little animals in the house, he sighs and takes out extra bowls for everyone. He splits Little Fox's roast chicken to share with the black cat and gives the rabbit a bowl of vegetables prepared for noodles. Lu Changgong sets the bowls down, tells them to eat, and calmly starts his own meal. The black cat tries to keep her pride and angrily shoves the roast chicken away, insisting she would rather starve than touch it. Little Fox happily munches on the fragrant chicken, and even the rabbit immediately gives in and enjoys the vegetables. The black cat scolds them for having no backbone after being forced back into animal forms, but she is still making this speech with dinner right in front of her. Fed up with the noise, Little Fox stuffs a chicken wing into the black cat's mouth and instantly breaks her resistance. One bite later, the black cat shamelessly switches sides and admits roast chicken is delicious. Watching the three little animals finally eat together, Lu Changong smiles at the unexpectedly peaceful dinner. Elsewhere that same night, a luxurious golden flying shuttle races toward the Grand Moon sect and draws awe from cultivators below. Inside the shuttle, Li Xianmen gathers his nerve to approach the woman who has him completely captivated, the famed beauty Wang Yuyan. He politely invites her to a banquet, but Wang Yuyan answers in a clear, cold voice that she is not in the mood. Li Xianmen is still enchanted, but when Wang Yuyan finally turns around, her beauty hits him so hard he forgets what he wanted to say. Her patience runs out, and she bluntly warns that she only boarded to escape annoying suitors, so if Prince Li is the same, she will leave too. Li Xianmen hurriedly swears he means no disrespect and retreats before he can make things worse. Seeing him back off, Wang Yuyan decides not to push too far inside Great Xia and calls him back with a better hook. She asks if he wants to know why she came to Great Xia, and the prince instantly lights up because this gives him a reason to stay near her. Wang Yuyan brings up the Xiaoyao Grand Sage, and Li Xianmen awkwardly admits he has never even heard the name. She explains that Xiaoyao Grand Sage was the ancient southern territory cultivator Xiaoyao Zi, a chess master who comprehended yin-yang through chess and ascended within 1,000 years. Li Xianmen is stunned that such an immortal once came from their region, especially after 10,000 years without anyone transcending tribulation. Wang Yuyan goes further and says the Grand Sage's important cave abode is likely near the current Grand Moon sect, which is why the whole southern mountain range is in a frenzy. Li Xianmen finally understands why so many unfamiliar cultivators have been moving through the area. Wang Yuyan proposes that when they reach the Grand Moon sect, they should reveal this clue to Zhu Zhao and cooperate with him so they have one more Dharma idol powerhouse on their side. Li Xianmen immediately agrees and boasts that with Great Xia backing the visit and a congratulatory gift in hand, the alliance should be easy. To keep him cooperative, Wang Yuyan softens just enough to thank him, and that tiny smile nearly melts the prince on the spot. Once he finally leaves, Wang Yuyan pulls out a jade slip and reveals her real edge. She has brought the last chess book her sect collected to prepare for the cave abode's likely chess-based traps. She quietly counts her advantages: chess knowledge for the mechanisms, Li Xianmen and Zhu Zhao for brute force traps, and their backing if she has to fight for treasure. Confident she can seize the upper hand, Wang Yuyan sinks her mind into the jade slip and starts studying in earnest. Back at home, Lu Changong is already cooking again, and the moment he sprinkles his special spices into a black iron pot of simmering meat, a rich aroma fills the room. While Lu Changong cooks, the little white fox and the black cat sit nearby gulping at the smell and clearly counting the seconds until they can eat. His reminder only makes them nod harder, and the black cat's impatient stare shows she is still hooked on mortal food after that earlier roast chicken. Elsewhere, Zhu Zhao still feels awkward about the loss he suffered in the shop before, so Huang Zhe comes to calm him down and says a true expert would not hold that grudge. Huang Zhe pushes a little further by bringing a jar of good wine and proposing that they visit Senior Lu together, giving Zhu Zhao the excuse he needs to finally return. Once Zhu Zhao accepts that Senior Lu could have crushed him already if he truly cared, the two old cultivators straighten their clothes, gather gifts, and head for Immortal's Destiny shop. The moment they step inside, the rich smell of braised pork hits them, and both men feel they have arrived at exactly the right time. When Lu Changong notices his old customers, he greets them warmly at once, already tagging them in his head as very rich men worth keeping happy. Zhu Zhao immediately bows and apologizes for leaving in a rush last time without money, even presenting the wine as an apology gift. Lu Changong is baffled that a customer is apologizing this hard over not buying anything, so he quickly helps Zhu Zhao up and tells him business can wait any time. That casual forgiveness hits Zhu Zhao like a reprieve, and the old cultivator finally breathes easier. Lu Changong politely invites them to stay for a meal, assuming wealthy men like this will probably decline his simple home cooking. Instead, Huang Zhe accepts instantly and eagerly offers up the wine, making it obvious the two cultivators came hoping for this chance. Lu Changong can only accept his own failed politeness and decides that sharing a few extra chopsticks is fair enough if they brought good wine. He sends Zhu Zhao to the kitchen for more bowls and chopsticks while he feeds the little animals first, and Zhu Zhao obeys at once like he has been handed a real command. Watching an old cultivator run errands for him gives Lu Changong a private burst of pride, and he quietly credits his talents for earning that kind of respect. Zhu Zhao soon returns with the tableware, and Huang Zhe joins in too, helping arrange chairs and set the meal like an attentive guest. Once everyone sits, Zhu Zhao pulls a wine jar out of his storage bracelet, and Lu Changong barely reacts because he already knows these men are cultivators. Zhu Zhao humbly downplays the wine, and Huang Zhe immediately plays along, loudly praising it as Rarian Mountain Brew to make the gift sound worthy before Senior Lu. The two old friends keep bickering in sync over who deserves such good wine, and Lu Changong finds their chemistry unexpectedly amusing. Zhu Zhao pours the golden wine for every seat at the table, even setting bowls out for the white fox, black cat, and white rabbit like honored little diners. Lu Changong takes a proper drink and decides the cultivator's wine is fine but still nowhere near as good as the mysterious liquor from his own flagon. After several cups, he only feels a pleasant warmth, and that makes him quietly laugh at how weak cultivators' drinking tolerance seems to be. Across the table, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe are already red-faced after barely drinking, and to them the real shock is that Senior Lu shows no reaction at all. The spiritual wine drops the little animals even faster, and Lu Changong laughs when he spots the fox, cat, and rabbit drunk on the floor with silly little smiles. With the little beasts out cold, Lu Changong jokes that the roast meat will have to be enjoyed by the three of them instead. The first bite of Lu Changong's roast meat stops Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe in their tracks, because the fragrance and spiritual depth of the dish are even more shocking than the wine. Then the chili hits, and the two cultivators are nearly burned out of their seats by a flavor they have never experienced before. Even while gasping from the heat, they keep reaching for more, completely unable to stop eating. Lu Changong almost warns them not to overdo the spicy food, but he lets it go once he remembers they are cultivators, a choice that will punish them later. As the table is nearly cleared, Huang Zhe grows visibly distracted, because sitting in front of Senior Lu feels too valuable to waste. He keeps thinking about how one casual drawing helped push Zhu Zhao into the Dharma idol realm, and that memory makes him want a painting of his own even more. Huang Zhe even has a gift ready in his storage bracelet, but he still cannot figure out how to ask without risking offense. Zhu Zhao reads his old friend's struggle at a glance, remembers the help Huang Zhe once gave him, and decides to force the issue himself. So Zhu Zhao steels himself and tells Lu Changong outright that his friend has something to ask of him. Lu Changong answers casually and tells them to speak plainly, treating the whole thing as far less serious than they do. Taking that chance, Zhu Zhao explains that Huang Zhe saw the painting Lu Changong gave Yu Linglong, loved it deeply, and hopes to ask for a painting too. The moment the request is out, both men bow their heads and brace for rejection, still haunted by what happened the last time Senior Lu's power leaked out. A few silent beats stretch so long for them that each second feels punishing, and both cultivators start sweating harder under the pressure. Lu Changong is only briefly stunned because, to him, this huge build-up was just about asking for a painting. When he lightly shakes his head, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe immediately think they have pushed too far and are about to be turned away. Then Lu Changong clears the air at once and says a painting is no big deal at all, telling Huang Zhe he can have whatever subject he likes. The two cultivators are hit by such a sharp swing from despair to relief that they almost trip over their own gratitude. Lu Changong stays modest and simply asks Huang Zhe what kind of painting he wants, listing landscapes and flowers as if this were ordinary work. They quickly explain that Huang Zhe loves water above all else, because his path and preferences both lean toward the Tao of water. That answer clicks with Lu Changong at once, and he repeats the phrase goodness is like water as inspiration begins to gather in his mind. Huang Zhe freezes on the spot after hearing Lu Changong say goodness is like water, as if 4 simple words just cracked open a deeper truth. Lu Changong decides to turn that phrase into a painting for the old man who likes it so much. As Lu Changong prepares to paint, Zhu Zhao notices treasure light on the brush and realizes even this tool is another terrifying immortal treasure. Zhu Zhao tries to pull Huang Zhe back to his senses, but seeing him lost in enlightenment, he gives up and focuses on watching Lu Changong's brush. The moment Lu Changong starts painting, a heavy Tao rhythm pours into the strokes and Zhu Zhao falls into awed fascination. Even though the theme is goodness is like water, Lu Changong paints water's dangerous side first, filling the page with storm-dark menace. As the painted dark clouds spread across the paper, real dark clouds gather over the house outside almost in sync. Within a few breaths the whole sky is swallowed by storm, and Zhu Zhao starts wondering whether Lu Changong's painting has somehow climbed into the heavens. Each new stroke makes the weather worse, until Lu Changong's brush calls down real rain outside the door. A crack of thunder finally jolts Huang Zhe awake from his enlightenment trance. Zhu Zhao urgently points Huang Zhe toward the painting in the storm, and Huang Zhe is horrified when he sees they are nearly identical. To the two old cultivators, Lu Changong now looks less like a painter and more like the master of heaven and earth, moving wind, rain, and lightning with the brush in his hand. When Lu Changong finishes the final inscription, the painting is complete and the storm immediately begins to clear. Lu Changong casually notices it rained while he worked, completely unaware that his painting was the reason. He proudly asks for their opinion, assuming the two old men are simply stunned by his artistic talent. Huang Zhe and Zhu Zhao, however, are thinking about something far scarier. Lu Changong changed the weather without using a trace of spiritual power. The painting itself radiates water, lightning, wind, and cloud Tao charm, and Huang Zhe can barely contain his joy at receiving such a priceless treasure. When Huang Zhe thanks him almost to the point of fainting, Lu Changong just sees two aging hobbyists making up for the regrets of late life. Huang Zhe asks the key question: if the painting is called Goodness is like water, why did Lu Changong paint a storm? Lu Changong explains that water is not only gentle, because floods are part of it too, just as the Tao treats all things equally. That explanation deepens Huang Zai's understanding even more, and he decides to offer his best treasure in return. Blushing with embarrassment, Huang Zai presents a square jade box and admits it is only a small token because ordinary gifts would never suit a senior like Lu Changgong. When Lu Changgong opens the box, a red bead blazing with heat is revealed, and Zhu Zhao immediately realizes Huang Zai is giving away something extremely precious. Zhu Zhao understands at once that Huang Zai thinks the trade is absolutely worth it if one of Lu Changgong's paintings can raise his sect higher in the future. Lu Changgong tries to refuse because it looks like a cultivator's treasure he cannot use, but Huang Zai insists so earnestly that he would feel guilty taking the painting for free. In the end, Lu Changgong accepts the bead, but says Huang Zai can come reclaim it any time, treating it more like something left in safekeeping. Then he casually decides the fire essence can serve as a room warmer, leaving the two cultivators bitterly amused that such a supreme treasure is being used as a brazier. Elsewhere, after the rain, Li Xianmen brings Wan Yuyan by flying shuttle to Mount Taiyin, the headquarters of the Grand Moon sect. The royal shuttle enters without obstruction, and the moment Wan Yuyan steps down, even Grand Moon disciples and weaker elders are stunned by her beauty. Wan Yuyan is used to that attention, but inside she grows colder, judging Great Xia and the Grand Moon sect as far weaker than she hoped. Li Xianmen greets the sect side and formally reveals that Wan Yuyan is a disciple from a cultivation holy land who wishes to meet the sect master and patriarch. The Grand Moon sect master arrives, a calm middle-aged nascent soul cultivator, and his very presence makes Wan Yuyan doubt her choice of ally even more. The sect master can only admit with a bitter smile that ever since the patriarch Zhu Zhao broke through, even he no longer knows where the old ancestor is. When Wan Yuyan grows impatient about Zhu Zhao's whereabouts, the Grand Moon sect master quickly says someone else can reach him and sends for her at once. The person they summon is Yulinglong, and even Wan Yuyan is caught off guard when she sees a barely 20-year-old golden core cultivator standing in this backwater sect. Seeing Yulinglong's talent, Wan Yuyan immediately feels tempted to take this promising seedling away to Zhongliu Island instead of leaving her wasted in Great Xia. Yulinglong explains that her master has been visiting an expert for advice these past few days, so she can only pass along Wan Yuyan's request to meet him. When Wan Yuyan asks what kind of expert could be here, Yulinglong speaks with open admiration and says even Zhu Zhao seeks guidance from him humbly. That claim only makes Wan Yuyan sneer inside, because she refuses to believe a place like Grand Moon Sect could hide a senior powerful enough to command that kind of respect. Still, Wan Yuyan does not expose the lie she thinks she heard, and instead politely asks Yulinglong to pass on the message. After some waiting, Zhu Zhao finally appears, and Wan Yuyan immediately judges from his aura that he is strong enough to be worth dealing with. Wan Yuyan tells Zhu Zhao about the coming opening of Xiaoyao Grand Sage's cave abode, and Zhu Zhao immediately shows real interest in joining the opportunity. They quickly agree the cave abode is both a huge chance and a serious danger, so the two of them settle into careful long-term planning. Over the next few days, Wan Yuyan becomes so absorbed in those talks with Zhu Zhao that Li Xianmen is left out completely and starts feeling bitter about being discarded. Instead of chasing Wan Yuyan any longer, Li Xianmen redirects his attention to Yulinglong and talks himself into thinking winning her over would be a far better match. Full of energy again, Li Xianmen hurries after Yulinglong and calls out for her to wait. Yulinglong already finds his womanizing clinginess irritating, but because he is Great Xiao's second prince, she can only greet him with stiff courtesy instead of openly snapping. Li Xianmen asks her to show him around, but Yulinglong rejects him flatly and says she is on her way to visit a very important senior. That only makes Li Xianmen more curious, and he insists on going too, even throwing around his status and the sect master's promise that his needs would be met. Unable to shake him off, Yulinglong finally agrees but warns him that this senior is so terrifyingly profound that even offending him could doom Li Xianmen in the entire southern mountain range. Li Xianmen agrees out loud, but inside he still thinks the warning sounds exaggerated and assumes the man is just another peak Dharma idol expert to flatter carefully. Yulinglong leads him to the senior's residence, and Li Xianmen is stunned to find it is just an ordinary little storefront called Immortal's Destiny Shop. The place looks plain enough, but the moment Li Xianmen studies the signboard, the calligraphy itself hits him so hard that he hurriedly looks away. Right before entering, Yulinglong gives him one more crucial warning. This senior is pretending to be a mortal for fun, so Li Xianmen must treat him like a mortal without showing any disrespect. Li Xianmen remembers hearing old stories about hidden seniors who live as mortals, and that idea makes him take the strange little shop much more seriously. Yulinglong calls out respectfully from the front, and Lu Changgong answers from the back courtyard in a clear young voice, telling them to come in. Following that voice, the two of them walk through the ordinary-looking shop toward the backyard, while Li Xianmen quietly notes that the mysterious senior sounds unexpectedly young. In the courtyard, Li Xianmen finally sees the so-called senior, and is startled to find a handsome young man calmly holding a snow-white fox like any ordinary mortal. Lu Changgong invites them inside to warm up, and Yulinglong obeys at once while Li Xianmen grows more respectful because he still cannot sense even a trace of this man's cultivation. The stranger looks too young to match Li Xuanmen's idea of an ancient master, but that only makes him more unsettled, so he bows and greets Lu Changgong as a senior. Lu Changgong welcomes them with easy warmth and tells them to bring the brazier closer, casually explaining that the weather turned cold and he just started using a treasure from Huangze to stay warm. Yu Linglong moves to do it immediately, and Lu Changgong's easy trust only makes clear how comfortable and familiar she has become in this place. Not wanting to lose face in front of her, Li Xianmen quickly volunteers to move the brazier himself and tells Yu Linglong to sit. The moment Li Xianmen gets close, his confidence cracks, because he recognizes the black cat by the brazier as a demon that has already formed a demon core. The black cat glances at him and lazily shifts aside, as if giving permission, which only makes the scene feel even stranger. Li Xianmen steels himself and reaches for the brazier anyway, betting that a pet kept by this senior will not attack him without reason. As soon as he lifts it, the brazier's heat feels wrong for an ordinary fire, because it burns through his foundation establishment resistance, and even carries pure spiritual energy. Curiosity gets the better of him, so he looks inside and discovers the source of that heat is a round red bead hidden in the coals. The instant he recognizes it as a fire essence, Li Xianmen is completely stunned, because Great Xia guards even one such treasure in its treasury like a priceless national asset. He turns to look at Lu Changgong in disbelief, realizing this man is using a treasure that could start a bloody struggle across Great Xia as nothing more than a household heater. In that moment, every warning suddenly feels true to Li Xianmen, and he can only think how absurdly extravagant this hidden senior really is. Yu Linglong finally snaps him out of his daze, and Li Xianmen reluctantly stops staring at the treasure and carries the brazier back over. After that shock, Li Xianmen becomes even more docile than before and carefully sets the brazier down among them with exaggerated respect. Lu Changgong simply asks Yu Linglong if the brazier is warm enough, still treating the whole thing as a normal little comfort on a cold day. Yu Linglong praises how gentle and comfortable the heat feels, while Li Xianmen sits in stunned silence, knowing perfectly well that this absurdly cozy warmth comes from a fire essence. Lu Changgong finds the young Prince Li Xianmen oddly entertaining, lets the flattery wash over him, and finally asks why Yu Linglong's group came to his little shop. Put on the spot, Yu Linglong turns red and awkwardly says she only came to have a look around. Since he is bored of always playing alone, Lu Changgong casually invites Yu Linglong to play chess with him instead. Yu Linglong agrees, but inside she wilts a little because she came hoping her senior would notice and praise her new golden core breakthrough. Instead of giving up, Yu Linglong quietly hardens her resolve and swears to cultivate harder until Lu Changgong finally sees her properly. Lu Changgong, completely oblivious to her thoughts and her realm, simply brings out his chessboard because he wants a change from playing by himself. The board looks ordinary except for the striking words sun and moon on the frame, while its deeper mystery stays hidden from them for now. Lu Changgong and Yu Linglong take their seats across the board, small animals crowd onto his knees, and Li Xianmen watches from the side with growing awe. Seeing Lu Changgong calmly handle the pieces in white robes, Li Xianmen suddenly feels how far beneath the senior he really is. Before the first move, Yu Linglong respectfully warns that her chess is terrible, and Lu Changgong lightly tells her to just play and says he can even spot her a few stones. Yu Linglong spends a long time on her opening move, and the instant her stone lands, the world around her transforms. In Yu Linglong's eyes, the board opens into a great Tao world where the principles of everything unfold in front of her like living truth. Her Tao heart trembles, and Yu Linglong realizes Lu Changgong is giving her another chance to grasp something far beyond ordinary chess. Lu Changgong, meanwhile, just discovers that Yu Linglong was not being modest at all and is genuinely terrible and painfully slow at chess. Even while going easy on her, Lu Changgong crushes Yu Linglong in a little over 10 moves and forces her to concede. Yu Linglong thanks him for the guidance, drenched in sweat and red-faced, as if she just survived a trial instead of a board game. Lu Changgong can only answer with a flat nod, baffled that someone can get this exhausted from playing such bad chess. Yu Linglong reads that look as proof she failed to seize the chance he gave her, and her embarrassment deepens. Li Xianmen steps in at once and eagerly asks for a game of his own. Lu Changgong agrees, and Li Xianmen happily takes the seat Yu Linglong just gave up, convinced his own cultured upbringing will make him a much better opponent. He even imagines he can guide the game, maybe humor the senior a little, and earn treasures or pointers in return. That fantasy dies the instant he starts, because the board drags Li Xianmen into another realm entirely. In the gray void, black and white dragons coil across the board, and Li Xianmen realizes this game is really a collision of Tao comprehension. Now he understands how absurd his earlier arrogance was, because Lu Changgong's black dragon is a heaven-shaking monster while his own white dragon looks like an earthworm. Lu Changgong's dragon keeps sparing him by changing targets, but Li Xianmen still trembles through the match and gets swallowed by the overwhelming tide. Li Xianmen snaps back to the shop gasping and pale, only to discover he lasted just 8 moves. Only now does Li Xianmen truly understand that Yu Linglong's exhausted defeat was not weakness but the strain of facing a senior who was tempering their Tao hearts through chess. He tries to speak, but embarrassment chokes him as he remembers all the boasting he had packed into his own head before sitting down. Lu Changgong, on the other hand, is just left wondering how 2 people in a row can play this badly and surrender before he even gets going. His mood to kill time with chess starts fading fast, because these opponents are too weak to make it fun. Sensing the rare chance in front of her, Yu Linglong quickly steadies herself and asks for another round. Lu Changgong gives in with helpless patience and agrees to keep playing with her. Watching this, Li Xianmen finally puts the pieces together and realizes Lu Changgong is using a casual game as a deliberate way to guide them. To Li Xianmen, the mystery is solved at last. Yu Linglong grew so strong so young because a hidden mighty figure has been feeding her chances like this. He immediately makes up his mind that he will not leave today, no matter how shameless he has to be, because this may be the greatest fortune of his life. Far from the shop, the story shifts to a secluded valley 100 li from Grand Moon Sect, where cultivators have already flooded in to wait for the Xiaoyao Grand Sage's cave abode. Even Wang Yuyan can only look at the growing crowd in frustration, because the news spread faster and wider than they expected. Then a massive golden spaceship appears in the sky, and everyone can tell at a glance that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has arrived. A delicate young strategist steps onto the ship, but the smooth neck and sly eyes expose that this supposed young man is actually a woman. Wang Yuyan's face sinks at once, because she recognizes her as Yu Hongya of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and knows exactly how troublesome that means things are about to get. Xu Zhao is surprised that the famous Mr. Hongya looks so young, and Wang Yuyan bluntly corrects him that Yu Hongya is female and far craftier than her predecessor. Wang Yuyan goes further and warns that Yu Hongya is notorious for scraping benefits from every possible angle, and even she has suffered losses to that schemer before. Hearing that, Xu Zhao looks at the talented younger generation around him and quietly feels how different things would be if he had not received a senior's guidance and broken into the Dharma idol realm. Mistaking his mood for concern about Yu Hongya, Wang Yuyan reassures Xu Zhao that they still have hidden arrangements and a Dharma idol cultivator on their side, so a direct clash would not mean certain defeat. Xu Zhao nods, but regrets that a good friend of his is still in the middle of breaking through to Dharma idol, because one more powerhouse would raise their odds even higher. In truth, the person Xu Zhao thinks of is Lu Changgong, because if that senior came here, the Xiaoyao Grand Sage's abode would almost already be decided. But Xu Zhao also knows a master who treats immortal items like drinking cups would never lower himself to scramble with juniors for treasure, and he quietly suspects Lu Changgong may even stand above the ascended Xiaoyao Grand Sage himself. In the Treasure Valley, Yu Hongya spots Wang Yuyan from far away and loudly exposes the beauty she had been hiding on purpose. With her cover already ruined, Wang Yuyan drops the disguise and reveals the face everyone recognizes at once. The young cultivators immediately swarm around Wang Yuyan, eager to flatter her and promise they will protect her in the treasure hunt. Wang Yuyan hates the whole scene and shoots Yu Hongya a fierce glare, while Yu Hongya answers with a smug wave of her feather fan. Before the crowd can settle down, the valley itself turns unstable and ripples like water as the cave abode finally starts opening. A huge dark opening tears into the sky above the valley, and the waiting cultivators rush forward in a frantic first wave. Wang Yuyan is ready to charge too, but she notices Yu Hongya still sitting calmly on her craft, and realizes there must be a trap ahead. Her suspicion is right, because the first cultivators to reach the opening are blasted back by a huge force from inside. A yellow light sweeps over the entire group, and suddenly every cultivator is trapped before the same giant remnant chess game called Exquisite Chessboard. Across the board sits a silent illusory opponent, as if the cave abode will only open for someone who can defeat him at chess. One impatient nascent soul cultivator refuses to play and tries to fly over the chessboard instead, treating the trial like a joke. The seated figure opens his eyes, points once, and a white light instantly blows that cultivator apart into blood and nothing else. That one effortless kill terrifies everyone, and no one dares talk about forcing their way into the Xiaoyao Grand Sage's cave anymore. Yu Hongya breaks the silence with a mocking laugh and reminds everyone that the Xiaoyao Grand Sage was a true chess Dao expert, so ignoring his entrance test was just suicide. She pointedly stays out of the game herself, making it obvious she would rather let everyone else test the trap first. With the whole crowd stuck in uneasy silence, one golden core monk finally steps up because he has little to lose anyway. Elsewhere at the Immortal's Destiny shop, Lu Changgong is already fed up after being forced to play chess with two complete amateurs. Li Xianmen hurriedly asks for one more game, still trying to cling to this hidden senior's guidance. Lu Changgong refuses outright and tells the two of them to play each other instead, because he has no desire to keep playing children's chess. Li Xianmen can only give up, but he leaves even more convinced that a few rounds with Lu Changgong have sharpened his Dao heart more than years of hard cultivation. After leaving the shop, Li Xianmen excitedly asked Yu Linglong who Lu Changgong really is, because everything in that place felt absurdly powerful. Yu Linglong admits she does not know his full background, but says her master once suspected Lu Changgong had old ties to the Grand Moon sect and even guided him into the Dharma idol realm near the end of his life. That revelation hits Li Xianmen like a thunderclap, and he instantly starts treating Lu Changgong as a living heavenly opportunity far better than any dead senior's inheritance. By the time they return to the Grand Moon sect, Li Xianmen has already decided he must build a careful long-term relationship with Lu Changgong instead of bothering him too often. At the sect, Li Xianmen receives a message talisman left behind by Wang Yuyan, who already headed to the Xiaoyao Grand Sage's abode without waiting for him. Li Xianmen is not offended at all, because in his eyes the cave abode's treasures cannot compare to a living monster like Lu Changgong. Even so, he decides to reply and tell Wang Yuyan he will not be coming, while hoping he might still help her from afar. Back in the Nameless Canyon, the exquisite chessboard has already beaten down more than a dozen challengers, and the crowd now understands how vicious the puzzle really is. Wang Yuyan studies the board with a tight frown, because every challenger looks fine for a few moves before the position suddenly collapses on them. Zhu Zhao finally volunteers to test the game for her, saying he needs to experience it himself if he wants to understand anything useful. The moment Zhu Zhao enters the formation, the board drags him into a strange inner world guarded by 8 terrifying divine statues. The statues call themselves the 8 heavenly dragons, and the pressure is so heavy Zhu Zhao nearly breaks before forcing himself to keep playing for the Grand Moon Sect's sake. After only a few moves, the black and white pieces transform into armored troops, and the chess game turns into a real battlefield around him. Watching from outside, Yu Hongye coldly mocks Zhu Zhao's moves and says someone who cannot handle one corner has no right to chase the whole world. Her words hit at the worst moment, and Zhu Zhao's state crumbles until defeat rushes straight at him. With Wang Yuyan's helper beaten, Yu Hongye steps forward at last and starts explaining what she thinks this chess trial really hides. She says the exquisite chessboard contains the 8 heavenly dragons and the 8 sufferings of mortal life, so anyone who wants to break it must solve those sufferings inside the game. Before finishing the thought, Yu Hongye enters the board herself and chooses a dangerous crooked path instead of an upright one. Her gamble carries her farther than the others, but she realizes one more forced move would trigger a backlash strong enough to wreck her Dao heart. So Yu Hongye has no choice but to retreat from the game, and the moment she steps out she fixes her eyes on Wang Yuyan instead. Wang Yuyan does not mock her old rival, because she knows she is not confident either, and now everyone has started looking at her as the next hope. Even after reading chess books before coming, Wang Yuyan still cannot match this bizarre endgame to anything she knows. More people try after that, but every one of them fails, until Wang Yuyan finally grits her teeth and decides she has to go herself. Right as Wang Yuyan is about to enter, the communication talisman on her body suddenly lights up with Li Xuanmen's voice asking how things are going in the cave abode. Already on edge, Wang Yuyan snaps back that she is busy breaking a chess formation and tells Li Xianmen not to disturb her. Li Xianmen stays calm and immediately offers real help, saying he has just met a senior who is extremely skilled at chess and can guide her through the formation. Wang Yuyan still does not trust Li Xianmen, but the chess deadlock is so hopeless that she grudgingly agrees to let him try. With her permission secured, Li Xianmen rushes back to Lu Changgong's shop and calls respectfully from outside instead of barging in. Lu Changgong answers from inside and casually lets him enter, puzzled that this man has come back again so soon. Li Xianmen hurries into the backyard, finds Lu Changgong preparing ink, and immediately starts acting extra attentive. When Lu Changgong asks where Yu Linglong is, Li Xianmen explains that she is in secluded cultivation and he came alone. Li Xianmen grabs the ink and starts grinding it for him, trying so hard to flatter that Lu Changgong loses all mood to write. Unable to stand the performance any longer, Lu Changgong puts down his brush and tells Li Xianmen to say what he actually wants. Li Xianmen finally admits he came because he cannot handle a blind chess game, and his desperate eagerness briefly makes Lu Changgong suspect something much weirder. Now that the request is clear, Lu Changgong pegs Li Xianmen as a terrible but stubborn chess fanatic, then starts suspecting this frantic plea is really about gambling losses. Convinced this is some embarrassing gambling mess, Lu Changgong decides to help once out of pity and warns that there will not be a second rescue. Li Xianmen misunderstands that warning as proof Lu Changgong already sees through the terrifying secret around the Xiaoyao Grand Sage, so he thanks him even more sincerely. When Lu Changgong asks how he is supposed to help, Li Xianmen produces a communication talisman from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and explains that it should send voices even through the barrier. Lu Changgong takes the jade talisman and casually toys with it, treating the rare magic item like an amusing trinket. That relaxed reaction reassures Li Xianmen that the talisman will work here, so he quickly takes his leave and dashes back toward the valley. Following the trail left by Wang Yuyan's group, Li Xianmen hurries back to the valley and finds the trapped cultivators bickering over the chess game like a noisy market instead of quietly concentrating. Some older cultivators are even grabbing younger disciples and forcing them to think of moves, turning the legendary trial into a humiliating chess street brawl. Even Wang Yuyan is surrounded by fan-holding cultivators eager to advise her, while many others clutch communication talismans and call outside for chess experts. Seeing that outside assistance is clearly allowed, Li Xianmen becomes smug because he believes the expert behind him is stronger than anyone else these people could find. Li Xianmen lifts 2 talismans at once and calls both Lu Changgong and Wang Yuyan, setting up the link between guide and player. Both voices answer through the jade talismans, and Li Xianmen realizes his outside guidance plan is finally working. Holding the talisman at home, Lu Changgong is briefly amused that this setup feels exactly like helping someone cheat on an exam from outside. He brushes the joke aside, tells Li Xianmen to move exactly as instructed, and takes command of the game. Li Xianmen repeats the same order to Wang Yuyan, and she forces herself to trust him because there is no better option left. As Wang Yuyan steps into the game, Li Xianmen explains the exquisite chessboard to Lu Changgong so the hidden expert can reconstruct the position from afar. After laying out the pieces on his own side, Lu Changgong immediately sees that the opposing player is genuinely formidable and has buried trap after trap in the board. He quietly realizes Li Xianmen would have been destroyed without him, because this game hides real killing intent beneath its elegant shape. Now fully engaged, Lu Changgong begins feeding the next sequence of moves to Li Xianmen with steady confidence. Li Xianmen relays every instruction into Wang Yuyan's talisman, becoming the awkward middleman for an expert duel he cannot understand himself. The surrounding cultivators notice that Wang Yuyan has found outside help, and they quickly realize the young man outside is the one feeding her moves. A few of them are openly unhappy that Wang Yuyan would trust Li Xianmen over discussing the puzzle with them. But when Wang Yuyan starts holding the mysterious figure across the board in a real stalemate, those complaints die down fast. Yu Hongye sees the shift immediately and suspects Wang Yuyan has either gone all in on blind luck or found a truly dangerous helper. Deciding she cannot ignore that possibility, Yu Hongye activates her own communication talisman and orders a junior brother to investigate who Wang Yuyan has been associating with lately. Move by move, the match drags into a long 60-move stalemate, and the entire valley watches to see whether Wang Yuyan can really break the Xiaoyao Grand Sage's trap under this unseen guidance. Far away in his courtyard, Lu Changgong stares at the reconstructed board and quietly realizes the critical moment has finally arrived. Lu Changgong realizes the hardest part of this game is no longer the board itself, but whether the people involved can keep their nerve. He calmly sends the next move, 14-5, and Li Xianmen passes it on to Wang Yuyan without hesitation. But when Wang Yuyan studies that point, she freezes, because even she can see the move looks disastrously wrong. She compares one empty point after another, torn between trusting Li Xianmen's instruction and trusting her own judgment. In the end, she decides her own play would not win either, so she commits to the path Li Xianmen gave her and drops the stone on 14-5. The moment the move lands, the crowd erupts, because to almost everyone watching, Wang Yuyan has just made an obvious blunder. Yu Hongye does not join the shouting. She remembers making the safer, more passive choice herself and starts watching Wang Yuyan's line more carefully. A few moves later, the board seems to prove the critics right as Wang Yuyan loses more than 10 stones and Black's position turns dangerously thin. With the board collapsing, the spectators grow bolder and start mocking Li Xianmen as a useless pretty boy trying to impress Wang Yuyan. At the same time, Yu Hongye receives the report she asked for, and the sex information says Li Xianmen is a 42-year-old prince with average chess talent and no real diligence. That report only deepens Yu Hongye's doubt, because a man like that should not be capable of steering this impossible game at all. The ridicule reaches Li Xianmen directly, and with everyone laughing at him, he finally starts to wonder if even he misread the board. He checks the board again and is alarmed to realize Wang Yuyan really has been pushed into a losing position. Before he can unravel, Lu Changgong's voice cuts in with the next move, 3-16, steadying him on the spot. Clinging to that certainty, Li Xianmen stops thinking and simply decides to act as Lu Changgong's messenger from here on out. Wang Yuyan, already half convinced his earlier guidance was a fluke, hears the delayed instruction and quickly places the black stone at 3-16. This time the board changes immediately, and the black dragon that looked nearly dead suddenly finds room to breathe again. Yu Hongye and the nascent soul experts catch the shift at once, and the same people who dismissed Li Xianmen now start talking about recruiting him. As the game continues, Wang Yuyan feels the pressure ease and even glimpses a real chance to turn defeat into victory. She looks up at Li Xianmen in open disbelief, and that single changed gaze nearly sends him soaring. Li Xianmen quickly hides the communication talisman in his sleeve and tries to wear a cool, composed face so everyone will believe the brilliance is his. For Li Xianmen, this is the peak of life, with the crowd impressed and Wang Yuyan finally looking at him differently. Following Lu Changgong's unseen guidance, the black dragon keeps recovering until it can truly contend with white instead of merely surviving. The stronger the game becomes, the more Li Xianmen enjoys the shocked stares around him, and the more Wang Yuyan wonders if she judged him too quickly. Yu Hongye's suspicion also wavers for a moment, because if Li Xianmen really solved this board, he might grow into another Xiaoyao Grand Sage. But Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye both hit the same conclusion at once. Li Xuanmen's temperament does not match the elegant, fearless mind revealed in these moves. Wang Yuyan cannot prove it, yet the feeling grows stronger that the real player behind this game must be someone far more extraordinary than Li Xianmen. Then the board's Dao pressure turns brutal, and one golden core cultivator who stares too deeply into it suddenly coughs blood and nearly collapses. A nascent soul cultivator coldly explains that even he dared only glance with the corner of his eye, because this game can shatter a weaker cultivator's Dao heart. That danger makes Li Xianmen seem even more monstrous in their eyes, because they think he is reading the Dao rhythm and breaking the game at the same time. In reality, Li Xianmen is barely paying attention to the board now, and is far more focused on Wang Yuyan's reactions than on the deadly chess itself. As black and white stones multiply across the board, the game reaches its middle stage, and the surrounding world itself begins to tremble. The weaker golden core cultivators only now notice the shaking, and a nascent soul elder tells them it is the chess game's Dao rhythm stirring heaven and earth. Zhu Zhao cuts in with the sharper truth, This is not just a puzzle board, but the Xiaoyao Grand Sage borrowing the power of Heavenly Tao itself, and even the sky is pressing lower. When everyone looks up and then back at Wang Yuyan, they finally see the cost on her body as sweat pours down, and she strains to endure the descending pressure. The cultivators grimly conclude that this should be called a heavenly chess game, because Wang Yuyan is no longer just facing an opponent but playing against the heavens. They warn that even with expert guidance, Wang Yuyan's brief advantage will be erased as Heavenly Tao wakes further, and she may die under that wrath. That is where Li Xianmen finally panics for real, because he only wanted to look impressive in front of Wang Yuyan, and never meant to gamble with her life. Afraid Lu Changgong's skill might not be enough to save her, Li Xianmen urgently asks through the talisman if they can stop playing this game. But Lu Changgong is fully fired up now, refusing to quit because an opponent this interesting is too rare, and he flatly promises he will not lose. Hearing Lu Changgong still sounding completely sure of himself, Li Xianmen looks at the struggling but stubborn Wang Yuyan and finally decides to trust him. As the game drags on, the pressure from the sky becomes so terrifying that even golden core cultivators start dropping flat to the ground in submission. Thunder and lightning twist across the heavens, and the strange crying sound in the air makes the knowledgeable cultivators realize this is a heavenly tribulation. A nascent soul cultivator, shaking with fear, warns everyone that only complete submission to the heavenly Tao can keep them alive. When the cultivators who lie down feel the crushing force suddenly lift off them, more people hurriedly throw themselves to the ground. Then the sky answers directly, and 8 terrifying guardian figures appear overhead in different monstrous forms. Their arrival sends a wave of oppression across the entire southern domain, far beyond the valley itself. In a distant cave, an old cultivator who had sat still so long he was coated in clay suddenly cracks free and wakes up to the heavenly Tao's fury. The old recluse guesses that someone has done another heaven-defying act and grimly wonders whether this will end in bloodshed again. All across the southern domain, hidden experts turn their eyes toward the nameless valley, but most of them dare not go any closer because they are already living under the heavenly Tao's notice. Back over the valley, the leading guardian roars that a mere mortal dared challenge the heavenly Tao and commands the 8 heavenly dragons to wipe out the offender. When all 8 guardians shout together, the sound slams into the crowd so hard it feels like their minds are exploding. Wang Yuyan nearly blacks out under that voice, but one look at the board keeps her conscious for one move more. Li Xianmen is barely aware of anything anymore and can only repeat Lu Changgong's coordinates like a machine. The heavenly shouts keep crashing down, and Wang Yuyan and Li Xianmen both grit through it because Lu Changgong is still guiding the game step by step. At last Lu Changgong sends the final instruction and calmly declares that this move will decide the opponent's defeat. Wang Yuyan has nothing left, but she still drags out one last bit of strength and hurls the final chess piece to its spot. The moment that last stone lands, more than half of the illusionary opponent's territory vanishes, and they realize they won by just half an eye. With the game broken, the illusionary figure bursts apart, and the 8 heavenly guardians fade away in obvious unwillingness. The cultivators are left stunned because a moment ago the heavenly Tao was crushing them, and now the deadly game is simply gone. People immediately pat themselves down in disbelief, and the valley erupts in relieved shouts when they realize they are still alive. The crowd looks at Li Xianmen with mixed feelings because his reckless insistence nearly got everyone killed, but it also ended up saving them. Once the shock settles, those same looks turn heated, because anyone tied to a feat like this now seems destined to soar in the future. Li Xianmen finally lets himself believe it too, and the realization that Lu Changgong really cracked the exquisite chessboard hits him like a surge of joy. He grabs the talisman and excitedly shouts his thanks to Lu Changgong for saving his life and everyone else's at once. Lu Changgong, on the other end, quietly holds the talisman away from himself because Li Xianmen is being far too loud. Only now do the people in the valley understand that the one who actually solved the game was not Li Xianmen at all, but someone speaking through him. After Li Xianmen finally settles down, Lu Changgong speaks through the talisman, praises the unseen opponent's grand style, and boasts that even if heaven itself played him, he could still win by half a stone. Then Lu Changgong gets even more outrageous and says that even if heaven itself sat down to play him, he would still win by half a stone. That arrogant line nearly provokes the heavenly Tao all over again, and the 8 guardians begin to gather back together before failing to fully form. Even after losing, the heavenly Tao still leaves the valley lashing with lightning and violent winds, as if venting its temper. Farther away, the distant watchers are just as shaken, because what they saw looked like the heavenly Tao actually losing. But the heavenly Tao's tantrum does not last long, because the shattered chessboard's spiritual energy is absorbed and the cave entrance suddenly starts releasing reward light. Those rays seize Wang Yuyan, Yu Hongya, and the other cultivators who lasted through many moves, lifting them into the air in front of the cave. Everyone immediately realizes the test is over, and all eyes turn to the cave abode to see what the Xiaoyao Grand Sage left behind. The first reward goes to a nascent soul cultivator who had studied chess for years, and a golden light drops an ancient jade box into his hands. When he opens the box, the crowd sees a pure white spirit pill and quickly judges it to be a rare longevity pill worth roughly a century of life. Next comes Yu Hongya, and her larger reward light contains a beautiful green short sword that practically sings as it flies to her. The sword's leaking edge is so sharp that the onlookers immediately identify it as at least a high-grade profound artifact, and envy turns their eyes red. After those 2 rewards, the whole valley's attention narrows onto Wang Yuyan, because she is the one who actually broke the game. Li Xianmen is especially eager, already imagining what treasure Wang Yuyan will receive and quietly expecting she will repay him for helping her get it. Wang Yuyan herself stares at the cave entrance so tensely that she almost forgets to breathe. Then green light starts swelling out of the void at the cave entrance, larger and brighter by the second. A torrent of endless green light erupts like a second sun, and its sheer presence makes Yu Hongye's sword look insignificant. Inside that overwhelming light, people can just barely make out 3 shapes, with one large square object at the center. When the glare finally fades, the great prize is revealed as a battered black chessboard inscribed with the words Divination Chessboard. The board releases a majestic pressure so terrifying that even golden core and nascent soul cultivators start trembling beneath it. Yu Hongye recognizes the black chessboard first and blurts out the impossible truth. It is the celestial artifact called Heavenly Secrets, the one the Xiaoyao Grand Sage once carried and supposedly left behind when he ascended. While everyone is still reeling from the appearance of a celestial artifact, the chessboard itself gives a small tremble. A figure begins to emerge from the board, and what rises out is a sleeping woman with waist-length white hair and an unnervingly perfect face. When she opens her eyes, one is black and one is white, both without pupils, making the entire scene feel suddenly far more uncanny. Her very first question ignores the treasure and the crowd entirely, because all she wants to know is where the person who played chess with her really is. The moment the demonic woman appears from the divination chessboard, her pressure freezes the whole scene and nobody dares breathe. She coldly asks again where the real chess player is, and every eye instantly turns toward Li Xianmen. Li Xianmen gets excited for a second, thinking the celestial treasure might be coming to acknowledge him as its master. Instead, the woman stops in front of him, dismisses him at a glance, and says he is not the one who solved the exquisite chessboard. The crowd is shaken twice over. This woman is clearly the chessboard's artifact spirit, and even Li Xianmen was only a front for someone else. Li Xianmen panics because the woman's killing aura tells him she already knows the truth, but he still cannot let go of the chance to claim a celestial item. So he lies through clenched teeth and insists that he was the one playing the game. The artifact spirit accepts that answer on one condition: if he wins another match, both she and the divination chessboard will belong to him. Then she finishes the offer with a brutal price. If he loses, he becomes one of the chessboard's pieces. Li Xianmen secretly grabs his communication talisman and begs the hidden senior guiding him to answer before he dies. For a painful stretch nothing comes back, and Li Xianmen realizes the senior may have already put the talisman aside and left him on his own. Just when he is almost done for, the talisman finally trembles, and Li Xianmen blurts out his name in wild relief. But the reply is only a few soft cat meows, and Li Xianmen's last hope drops straight back into the abyss. Deflated at last, Li Xianmen admits in front of everyone that someone else really was playing through him. Back at Lu Changgong's place, the black cat is the real reason the call went wrong. She has been batting the unfamiliar jade talisman around the table like a toy. One careless swipe finally knocks the talisman under the table, and the cat immediately decides to act innocent and disappear. Back at Lu Changgong's courtyard, he finds the little animals, settles the black cat into the nest, and casually says he is heading up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots for tonight's braised pork dinner. The little fox lights up at the mention of food and jumps straight into Lu Changgong's arms, while the black cat stays quiet after causing trouble. Lu Changgong heads for the back mountain, completely unaware that Li Xianmen is still desperately depending on him. After Li Xianmen confesses, the artifact spirit stops wasting words and simply orders him to take her to the real person. With a flash, she drags Li Xianmen away from the crowd to hunt down the hidden chess master herself. Yu Hongye immediately understands that Li Xianmen was using a paired communication amulet, so she orders her people to trace where it was sold and who holds the other half. Wang Yuyan is left wondering what kind of hidden expert Li Xianmen managed to meet. As she prepares to leave, Xu Zhao suddenly asks if she truly does not want to know who the master behind this is. When Wang Yuyan presses him, Xu Zhao says he thinks he already knows the expert's identity. Meanwhile, Li Xianmen is dropped in front of Lu Changgong's small shop and nervously points out that this is the place. He knocks and calls for Senior Lu, but the quiet door gives him nothing back and his fear only gets worse. With no answer coming, Li Xianmen can only swear that the senior really lives here and pray the man is strong enough to handle what is walking in. The artifact spirit ignores him and drifts straight into the shop on her own. Inside, she finds a simple room full of paintings, clay figures, furniture, and a plain chessboard with a glowing jade talisman lying under it. The instant she sees that chessboard, the artifact spirit's expression changes because she knows she has finally found the right place. A moment later, Wang Yuyan and Xu Zhao arrive outside the shop and realize Xu Zhao's guess was right. They rush inside without even bothering with Li Xianmen, because the expert matters far more than his miserable state. When they see the artifact spirit already entering the inner hall, Wang Yuyan worries she may anger the senior by wrecking the place. Xu Zhao reassures her that he has seen even golden core demons crushed by Senior Lu's paintings, so this intruder should not be able to cause trouble. As the artifact spirit reaches the middle of the inner hall, her terrifying aura makes the surrounding paintings and clay figures tremble in answer. That intrusion triggers the whole room at once, and terrifying visions of stars, mountains, and swords erupt to suppress her. Watching from outside, Wan Yuyan is stunned because the pressure pouring out of this room feels strong enough to crush even a Dharma idol. Under all that pressure, the artifact spirit still fixes her eyes on the plain chessboard marked with the words sun and moon. With almost religious devotion, she forces herself one step closer and murmurs that her master had heard of this chessboard before. The room pushes back even harder, and the divination chessboard behind her starts creaking as if it cannot endure the pressure. Still forcing her way forward, the artifact spirit finally reveals why this matters so much. She and her master have spent 10,000 years searching for this chessboard. As pieces on her own board begin exploding, she says they were even refined to calculate heavenly secrets just to trace its whereabouts. She takes another step and explains that her master pursued the heavenly secrets. So far he nearly merged with the heavenly Tao itself. Her voice turns heavier as she says her master's lifespan ran out before he ever found this place, and he could only ascend and leave behind the exquisite chess game as bait. Even while her body and board split apart, she says she never expected to truly see this chessboard again until now. At last she reaches out to touch it, and the silent chessboard finally stirs like a sleeping dragon waking up. In the shop's inner hall, the divination chessboard spirit suddenly smiles like she has found exactly what she was born to do. Then the artifact spirit and the divination chessboard behind her shatter into white light and pour themselves into the floating sun and moon chessboard. After swallowing every last fragment, the chessboard gives a tiny satisfied tremor and drops back onto the table looking completely ordinary again. With the divination chessboard gone, the hall's eerie manifestations shrink back into the calligraphy and paintings until the room looks ordinary again. At the doorway, Wan Yuyan and the others are left staring in disbelief after watching a celestial artifact destroy itself inside this little shop. Li Xianmen feels the shock turn into giddy pride when he realizes the senior never even appeared, yet his leftover paintings and chessboard crushed the crisis anyway. That thought sends Li Xianmen even higher, because he suddenly remembers he once casually played chess with something at least as terrifying as an immortal artifact. Xu Zhao grimly admits he had underestimated the senior so badly that even hoping for guidance from him now feels naive. Wan Yuyan follows the logic further and realizes that any chessboard capable of absorbing a self-destructing immortal artifact must itself rank even higher. When Xu Zhao adds that he has already seen the senior using immortal artifact-grade cups and wine flasks, Wan Yuyan snaps toward him in fresh disbelief. Xu Zhao finally suggests they come back another day, because after what they just witnessed, barging deeper into this place feels suicidal. Wan Yuyan solemnly agrees and leaves with a complicated heart, now treating this little shop as more dangerous than any ancient death ground. Far away in the central plains, the story shifts to the vast constellation Dao Palace spread across towering spirit-rich mountains. Inside the main hall, the cold sect leader receives a young disciple named Jianglu and points him toward a black chessboard marked constellation. Jianglu confidently identifies it as the starry constellation chessboard, the constellation Dao Palace legacy treasure controlled only by each sect leader. He confidently recites the usual sect history that the carefree Grand Sage forged it, and used it to kill the demonic Grand Sage. The sect leader calmly cuts him off and says the beginning is right, but the famous world-shaking weapon was not this board at all. He reveals that the weapon that truly made the ancestor famous was another treasure entirely, the sun and moon chessboard. Jianglu is stunned, because despite all his sect learning, he has never even heard that name before. The sect leader explains that the carefree Grand Sage was a mortal who entered the Tao only after seeing a mysterious chessboard in a dream. When Jianglu eagerly presses for details, the sect leader describes a board marked sun and moon that contains heaven, earth, stars, rivers, and even a whole world within it. He goes on to say the ancestor forged the first starry constellation chessboard only to commemorate that dreamed treasure after beginning cultivation. That first board stayed with the ancestor, helped him trap and kill the demonic Grand Sage, and was itself an immortal artifact. Later, still trying to find the dream chessboard, the ancestor refined the starry constellation chessboard again into a divination tool, and the sect's current celestial artifact is that later version. Jianglu blurts out his amazement that their heaven-defying sect treasure is actually just a later imitation of something even greater. The sect leader admits even he does not know whether that dream board came from upper realm immortals or followed the ancestor after ascension. Realizing this is not just a history lesson, Jianglu finally asks what task the sect leader actually called him here to do. The sect leader tells him that a few days ago he sensed the aura of the ancestor's other chessboard, but it appeared only briefly and then vanished. He orders Jianglu to make the trip and, if possible, bring that lost chessboard back to the sect. When Jianglu asks where it appeared, the sect leader looks past the mountains and names the place that matters most to the ancestor, the southern domain. Back at Immortal's Destiny's small shop, the calm room ripples again when the words sun and moon on the chessboard begin to stir. A chubby little hand suddenly pushes out of the void above the board, and a tiny white-haired girl climbs free into the room. The girl stands barefoot and looks around with pure curiosity, her black and white pupilless eyes making her seem innocent and eerie at the same time. When she notices the scattered pieces, Old memories stir, and she first identifies herself as the divination chessboard spirit serving the carefree grand sage. That answer immediately breaks apart, and she clutches her head in pain as the memory feels wrong. A moment later she corrects herself and remembers the truth. She is the sun and moon chessboard spirit, but her master's name still refuses to come out. She is on the verge of tears until her eyes land on the wall paintings, and the missing answer finally clicks into place. With pure relief, she smiles and proudly declares that her master is Lu Changgong. Soon after, Lu Changgong walks back through the market with a bamboo basket and little white fox, warmly greeted by neighbors on all sides. By the time he reaches home, the basket is stuffed with gifts from the villagers and he is even carrying fresh fish in his hand. Hearing him return, the black cat runs out, and Lu Changgong cheerfully promises fish soup for tonight and dried fish for her later. The cat happily circles him for the fish, but Lu Changgong suddenly pauses when he notices the door should not be standing open. When he pushes the door wider and steps in, he is startled to find a small white-haired girl quietly squatting inside and staring up at his paintings. Before Lu Changgong can even ask whose child she is, the girl turns around in delight, calls him master, and throws herself at his legs. At that same instant, the black cat's fur shoots up, because only now does she notice the little girl and sense a terrifying aura hiding inside her. The black cat stares at the little girl in shock, because a stranger somehow appeared inside the shop without this demon cultivator sensing her at all. After checking herself, the black cat realizes her cultivation has not weakened at all, which only makes the girl's unexplained arrival feel even more terrifying. Seeing how casually the girl gets close to Lu Changgong, the black cat can only feel again that her new master is completely unfathomable. Lu Changgong is caught off guard when the girl rushes straight onto him, and the little fox instantly covers her eyes as if she saw something awkward. Embarrassed, Lu Changgong gently peels the girl off and settles her onto his rattan chair so he can finally take a proper look at her. The child is strikingly beautiful and oddly eyed, but Lu Changgong talks himself down and decides she looks more like a lost girl than some monster in disguise. Putting on his kindest smile, Lu Changgong starts asking for her name, home, and family, hoping to figure out where she came from. Instead of answering, the girl glances toward the door and the broken chessboard, then suddenly clutches her head in pain as if the memory itself hurts. That reaction makes Lu Changgong suspect she was kidnapped and traumatized, so he pulls her into his arms and tries to calm her down. When she finally settles down, the girl can only say she does not think she has a name, and that her home is in the chessboard. Lu Changgong cannot make sense of that answer, so he decides she is just a rich family's child who escaped traffickers and can no longer remember clearly. Feeling sorry for her, he strokes her head, and only then notices something deeply wrong when her body is ice cold. The moment he checks her pulse and finds nothing at all, Lu Changgong realizes this child should not be alive. His confusion turns into anger, because he assumes some cultivator made this little girl into a zombie-like thing and treated a mortal life as disposable material. He openly scorns that kind of immortal path, saying anyone who will not even cultivate the human way has no right to talk about becoming immortal. That sentence hits the little fox and black cat like a hidden revelation, and both are shaken even though they cannot fully grasp the deeper meaning. But Lu Changgong has no interest in explaining himself, because all his attention is now on the frightened child in front of him. He promises she will be safe here and that no one will bully her again, even while privately worrying that the enemy behind her may be a real cultivator. Even so, he decides to keep her anyway and if trouble comes ask Xu Zhao and the Grand Moon sect for help with a few paintings as payment. The girl quietly accepts his kindness, saying nothing and simply letting him pat her head like she has finally found somewhere to stay. Since the two of them are now living together, Lu Changgong decides the nameless girl needs a proper name of her own. The little girl lights up and eagerly agrees, grateful enough that she immediately thanks him and calls him master. Lu Changgong quickly tells her not to call him master and asks her to say big brother instead, because that title sounds too strange to him. His correction scares her at once, and she shrinks back as if she has made a serious mistake. When she looks ready to cry, Lu Changgong gives up on forcing the issue and softly tells her she can call him whatever she wants for now. He realizes this servant-like fear runs deep in her, so he decides not to push too hard and to help her unlearn it slowly. Because she seems attached to Go, he gives her the name Weiqi and asks if she likes it. The new name makes her beam with pure joy, and she repeats Weiqi to herself like she has just been given a real place in the world. Seeing her so happy, Lu Changgong relaxes and starts taking care of her properly, beginning with new clothes and tied hair. Once she is cleaned up, Weiqi looks like a tiny child drowning in adult clothes, with dragging sleeves and tied-up hair still brushing the floor, and Lu Changgong cannot help laughing at the sight. Lu Changgong gently tells Weiqi this outfit will do for now and that he will take her to a tailor soon for proper clothes. At the same time, the little fox starts crying at the shattered chessboard, reminding Lu Changgong that the dangerous mess is still all over the floor. Worried that barefoot Weiqi could get cut, Lu Changgong immediately fetches a broom and dustpan to clear the fragments away. Instead of throwing the pieces away, he buries them in the courtyard so no one can easily connect Weiqi to what happened here. He even considers closing the shop for a while and hiding Weiqi until whatever cultivators were behind the chessboard stop looking for her. But his deeper worry is still Weiqi herself, because he wants to find some way to make her body normal again. Since he knows nothing about this kind of condition, Lu Changong decides he will ask Xu Zhao and Yu Linglong later if they know any method or prescription that could help. Elsewhere at the entrance of Immortal's Destiny's small shop, Wan Yuyan and Xu Zhao arrive together in streaks of light. Wan Yuyan is visibly nervous, because she is about to meet a senior she believes stands at Sacred Land Ancestor level, or even higher than her own master. Trying to reassure her, Xu Zhao says Senior Lu is actually approachable, as long as they remember one crucial rule and treat him like a mortal. Wan Yuyan understands that once that disturbing an expert who is playing at Mortal Life is already risky enough, and bringing up cultivation carelessly would be asking for trouble. Satisfied, Xu Zhao steps forward and knocks exactly 3 times, keeping to his respectful limit in case the senior does not wish to receive visitors. A voice answers quickly from inside, saying the shop is not open today, and they should come back later if they want to buy something. Just hearing that young, renegade voice makes Wan Yuyan imagine an even more otherworldly expert inside than before. Since Senior Lu clearly does not want guests, Xu Zhao immediately apologizes at the door and turns to leave without pressing the matter. But just as Xu Zhao turns his back, Lu Changgong's voice calls out from behind the door again, stopping them mid-departure. Inside the shop, Lu Changgong is still worrying over Cheer, the girl he sees like a daughter, and he has already decided that if her body does not improve, he will beg nearby cultivators for a way to save her. When someone knocks, Lu Changgong almost refuses out of habit, but the voice outside turns out to be old Mr. Zhu, so he goes to open the door at once. The door opens, and Xu Zhao arrives with Wan Yuyan, a graceful fairy-like woman whose poise immediately stands out even to Lu Changgong. Wan Yuyan immediately bows deeply and introduces herself with real nerves, afraid she might have broken some unseen rule by visiting such a hidden senior. Lu Changgong assumes she is just another guest interested in painting, so he warmly invites both of them in and tells Wan Yuyan not to be so formal with him. His casual kindness instantly eases Wan Yuyan, and she realizes Xu Zhao was right that this terrifyingly high-level senior is unexpectedly approachable. When Wan Yuyan smiles in thanks, even Lu Changgong blanks for a second at how striking she looks, which makes her suddenly worry that something is wrong with her face. Xu Zhao, who has been silently soaking in the room's Dao-filled paintings, is annoyed to be pulled out of his insight, because this entire shop feels like a fairyland to him. He smoothly tells Wan Yuyan this may be her chance, reminding her that Yu Linglong once met Lu Changgong by fate and walked away with a painting so profound Xu Zhao enshrined it in his sect. Taking the hint, Wan Yuyan offers a gift from home and brings out a sparkling pearl so precious that even Xu Zhao is shocked by the value of it. Wan Yuyan sincerely names it the Night Illumination Pearl of the Western Sea and timidly asks him not to reject it. Lu Changgong accepts the treasure without much fuss, because to him it just looks useful as a bright lamp that could save him from burning kerosene at night. That offhand line stuns the two cultivators, because the treasure they value enough to reshape a mortal's cultivation foundation is, to this senior, only good for lighting a room. Since she brought him such a gift, Lu Changgong decides to return the favor and says her features give him a feeling, so he wants to paint something for her. Wan Yuyan is thrilled out of her usual composure, and Xu Zhao is just as excited because this means he might finally witness Lu Changgong paint up close. Pressed by Xu Zhao's reminder, Wan Yuyan quickly thanks Lu Changgong, still almost speechless from how big this chance feels to her now. Lu Changgong misunderstands her reaction as the excitement of a beginner who simply likes art, and that only makes him more confident about showing his painting skills. He tells Wan Yuyan that since meeting his fate, he will use her as the model for the painting, which moves her even more. Lu Changgong lays out paper, dips the brush, and begins sketching a lady painting based on the lightness he sensed in Wan Yuyan's bearing. The instant Lu Changgong paints in earnest, overwhelming immortal intent floods the shop, and Wan Yuyan and Xu Zhao can only stare as the room starts looking like the immortal world itself. Wan Yuyan almost blurts out in shock, but Xu Zhao urgently hushes her, terrified that even one interruption could ruin this impossible moment. As Lu Changgong paints, the shop seems to turn into an immortal realm in Xu Zhao's eyes, with cranes, dragons, phoenixes, flowers, and a vast immortal silhouette layered over the room. For Wan Yuyan, just watching the painting loosens the cultivation bottleneck she could not crack before, and for Xu Zhao, his freshly advanced realm starts stabilizing and rising again. Outside the shop, 5-colored light suddenly pours across the sky, and what looks beautiful to mortals is instantly recognized by cultivators as a rare manifestation of the great Tao. Outside Immortal's Destiny, Lu Changgong's latest painting stirs up a terrifying scene in the sky, and more than a dozen Grand Moon sect cultivators drop straight into epiphany. The ordinary merchants do not understand the vision, but because Lu Changgong helped them before, they can only look up and praise the beauty gathering over his shop. The cultivators understand what the merchants do not. This is a shadow of the great Tao, the kind of chance people wait a lifetime for, so they panic and rush to comprehend it before it fades. Some of them whisper that Xu Zhao entered the shop just before the miracle appeared, but even they cannot believe a newly advanced venerable could create something this vast. Inside the shop, Wan Yuyan and Xu Zhao are already stunned, because the vision has gone far beyond auspicious signs and now even includes indistinct immortals appearing in the painted fairyland. When Lu Changong finally sets down his brush, both of them snap out of their daze and look at him with even deeper shock and respect. Zhu Zhao fully convinces himself that Lu Changong is an immortal hiding in the mortal world, beyond the rules of the heavenly realm. Wang Yuyan softly asks if the painting is finished, and Lu Changong casually places the completed painting of a lady on the table. The instant Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao look at the painting, both of them are pulled into its meaning so deeply that it feels like their minds explode. In her trance, Wang Yuyan sees a true fairyland full of holy maidens, dragons, phoenixes, and a crane standing beside a fairy who looks almost exactly like her. That perfect fairy version of herself hits Wang Yuyan like a revelation, and she realizes this is the direction her future cultivation should pursue. With that insight, Wang Yuyan directly grasps the outline of her future intent, and an epiphany crashes through her body. Right in front of Lu Changong and Zhu Zhao, Wang Yuyan breaks from mid-nascent soul to late-nascent soul, a leap powerful enough to make most sects treat her like a top elder. Lu Changong does not react at all, and that calm makes Zhu Zhao even more certain that a nascent soul breakthrough means nothing to this hidden senior. When Zhu Zhao studies the painting itself, he sees Wang Yuyan's likeness beside the crane and concludes that Lu Changong has practically painted her onto the road to immortality. Zhu Zhao is so jealous of that chance that he absurdly wishes he could turn into a beauty too and ask for his own immortal painting. Once the breakthrough settles, Wang Yuyan opens her eyes with pure admiration and solemnly thanks Lu Changong for a gift she plans to enshrine and study every day. Lu Changong only smiles and says it is just a painting, but his casual modesty makes Wang Yuyan feel he is being impossibly humble again. After carefully putting the painting away, Wang Yuyan knows it gave her more than a breakthrough, because it also pointed out the direction of her future cultivation. Then Lu Changong suddenly says he has something to ask them, and the two cultivators are caught off guard that someone like him would need their help at all. Zhu Zhao immediately promises that if Senior asks, they will answer everything they know, and Wang Yuyan quickly agrees. Lu Changong explains that his adopted daughter was turned into something neither human nor ghost, and he wants to know whether they can help return her to normal. When Lu Changong calls Weiqi over, the little girl appears in his oversized robe, so cute that Wang Yuyan blurts out a surprised compliment before hearing the truth. Lu Changong says someone used an evil technique to trap Weiqi in a puppet body, and the gentle scene instantly turns grim. Wang Yuyan steps forward to examine Weiqi, and the moment she touches the child's arm, she realizes there is no pulse and no human warmth at all. Zhu Zhao checks next, and he reaches the same conclusion before suddenly deciding this is more than a request, it is a warning from Senior. In Zhu Zhao's mind, Lu Changong is reminding them that immortal cultivators who treat mortal lives lightly are walking a filthy path. Lu Changong's anger at what happened to such a cute child makes both cultivators think they finally understand the lesson he is driving at. Wang Yuyan remembers that cultivation is not only about power but also about the heart, because those who pile up sin and sever feeling will eventually burn in heavenly tribulation. Once that thought lands, both Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao break into cold sweat, because even if they never meant to, their battles must have killed plenty of helpless mortals. Panicking a little, Wang Yuyan finally asks how this matter should be resolved. Lu Changong is briefly puzzled, because from his side the meaning is simple. If they can restore Weiqi, the rest is up to them. But Zhu Zhao hears something far deeper, and suddenly realizes that saving this child might be Senior's way of showing them how to ease their own karma. The more Zhu Zhao thinks about it, the more he feels Lu Changong is deliberately giving them a priceless chance to do good and clean their hearts. So Zhu Zhao firmly promises that they will take responsibility for Weiqi's case and make the most important arrangements themselves. Wang Yuyan follows immediately, assuring Lu Changong that they have a basic understanding now and will do everything they can to help Weiqi return to normal. Lu Changong feels a little embarrassed by how respectful these immortals are being and can only assume they are giving him face because they loved his paintings. He thanks them politely for the trouble, and Zhu Zhao is left even more moved that someone helping them so much can still be this humble and approachable. After leaving the Immortals' Destiny shop, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao stop outside the closed door, both still turning over Senior Lu's words in their minds. When Wang Yuyan asks what he has figured out, Zhu Zhao says he finally understands the hint Senior Lu was giving them. Zhu Zhao points out that the little girl inside looks strangely similar to the future-seeing artifact spirit they encountered yesterday. The idea hits Wang Yuyan at once, and she blurts out that the artifact spirit may have turned into that little girl. Zhu Zhao doubles down, saying the girl had no signs of life, yet her eyes were lively and her body carried natural spiritual qi, exactly like an artifact spirit. Wang Yuyan accepts the comparison, but she still cannot understand why Senior Lu would want an artifact spirit to become a real person. Zhu Zhao answers with awe, Senior Lu is trying to fight the heavens itself and give the artifact spirit independent, true life. That guess leaves Wang Yuyan shaken, because life itself belongs to the mystery of the heavenly Tao, beyond what even ordinary immortals can casually change. She realizes she has never heard of anyone trying to create life for an artifact spirit, and the scale of Senior Lu's ambition leaves her almost speechless. Zhu Zhao says Senior Lu was also warning them not to treat mortal lives lightly, but now that they have seen a little deeper, They should repay that kindness with everything they can offer. Convinced this was a deliberate hint, Wan Yuyen decides to contact Central Continent Island for treasures that can strengthen an artifact spirit's spiritual essence. She declares that with Senior Lu's painting in hand, any price would be worth paying to help. Not to be outdone, Zhu Zhao says the Grand Moon sect can spare a few drops of thunder milk, and his eyes give away how proud he is of that rare treasure. Wan Yuyen is genuinely startled, because even on Central Continent Island that treasure appears only in tiny amounts over vast stretches of time. That revelation makes her reassess Zhu Zhao too, quietly warning herself that the heroes of the world are never as simple as they first appear. With their minds made up, Wan Yuyen and Zhu Zhao rise into the air and head toward the Grand Moon sect. Even without getting the carefree Grand Sage's divination chessboard, Wan Yuyen feels no regret at all after meeting someone as unfathomable as Senior Lu. In her mind, Senior Lu's casual painting, impossible feats, and room full of immortal artifacts all point to a realm far beyond what small cultivators like her can understand. By the time she finishes thinking it through, Wan Yuyen has already decided she will not return to Central Continent Island and will stay near the Grand Moon sect instead. She believes visiting Senior Lu from time to time for guidance will be far more valuable than going back to a holy land that lacks someone like him. Wan Yuyen does not know it yet, but someone else has reached the exact same conclusion: Li Xianmen. Li Xianmen may not be a cultivation genius, but he understands people well, and that social instinct already helped him leave a good impression on Wan Yuyen. As he heads back to the shop, Li Xianmen carries a small clay wine jar and a whole roasted chicken, planning to treat Senior Lu exactly like the mortal he pretends to be. He is still deeply shaken by yesterday, when Senior Lu remotely crushed the carefree Grand Sage's artifact spirit in chess across space. From that, Li Xianmen became sure of one rule for dealing with Senior Lu: outwardly, he must truly treat him like an ordinary man. So today he comes with stolen royal nectar and roast chicken, hoping to drink with Senior Lu and play chess again. When Li Xianmen reaches the shop, he happens to see Wan Yuyen and Zhu Zhao leaving from the same place. He quietly looks down on them for a moment, then smooths his expression into a polite smile and knocks on the door. From inside, Lu Changong assumes Wan Yuyen and Zhu Zhao have returned and casually asks if they forgot something. Li Xianmen quickly answers in his most respectful tone, announcing himself instead. Lu Changong opens the door with a helpless look, already bracing himself for another visit from one of his hopeless chess addicts. Still, because Li Xianmen brought him a decent opponent last time, Lu Changong lets him in without making a fuss. Li Xianmen humbly tells him not to call him young master, and Lu Changong casually switches to calling him Shaoli. Lu Changong immediately asks about the person behind yesterday's voice transmission talisman, saying he would like to play a few more games with that opponent. That simple question sends Li Xianmen's mind racing, because he takes it as proof that Senior Lu is not satisfied with beating the artifact spirit and wants to face the carefree Grand Sage himself. The more he thinks about it, the more terrifying Senior Lu seems, especially since he barely appears to care about the Grand Sage's towering reputation at all. Then Li Xianmen remembers a secret imperial record about red dust immortals, being so powerful they can stay in the mortal world and hide all spiritual energy by choice. Looking around at the room full of casually placed treasures and thinking of yesterday's terrifying chess scene, he becomes completely convinced that Lu Changong is exactly that kind of immortal. Once that thought settles, Li Xianmen makes his own quiet vow to stay here and not leave this chance encounter behind. He sets the roast chicken and wine on the table, thanks Lu Changong for yesterday's help, and says he came to ask for guidance in chess. To explain yesterday's opponent, Li Xianmen only points upward, implying that person has already ascended beyond this world. Lu Changong misunderstands the gesture as meaning the man is dead, and he sincerely regrets losing a rare opponent with such strong chess skills. When Lu Changong says it has been a long time since he met someone like that, Li Xianmen is rattled all over again, because the carefree Grand Sage lived 10,000 years ago. In Li Xianmen's eyes, Senior Lu now becomes a true old immortal who has wandered the human world for ages beyond counting. That belief deepens when Li Xianmen notices a glowing West Ocean night illumination pearl hanging on the wall, casually used as nothing more than a lamp. Even the woven cords holding it make Li Xianmen dizzy, because he senses they are no ordinary threads either. Trying not to lose himself in the room's hidden wonders, Li Xianmen bows again and formally offers the fine wine he brought from home. Lu Changong accepts the gesture and agrees to taste the wine, but he bluntly adds that they will not be playing chess today. Li Xianmen instantly panics, thinking he has somehow offended this hidden immortal, and he nearly drops to his knees to apologize. Confused, Lu Changong stops him and explains the truth with embarrassing honesty. Li Xianmen's chess is just too weak, so playing him is painful for both sides. Li Xianmen is relieved to hear it, but he still feels the sting of being gently dismissed by someone whose chess skill is clearly beyond his reach. Then Lu Changong brightens the mood and offers an alternative instead. If they are not playing chess, they can drink wine with roast chicken while he plays the zither. When Lu Changong casually mentions zither music, Li Xianmen lights up and convinces himself he made the right choice staying at the Grand Moon sect. His excitement stalls when he reaches for a drink and realizes even the cup and the nourishing heavens wine jar feel like terrifying immortal treasures. Li Xianmen silently begs for help, and Lu Changong just tells him to pour the wine, forcing him to act. Reassured that Lu Changong would protect him even if an item spirit appeared, Li Xianmen finally steadies himself and fills 2 cups. Then Lu Changong brings out a 9-string zither, and Li Xianmen is stunned because a true 9-string instrument should only belong to immortals. Just seeing the zither's aura makes Li Xianmen feel like some cold, arrogant immortal is looking down on the world through it. Instead of playing right away, Lu Changong lets Li Xianmen try first after he respectfully asks to perform a tune and be corrected. Li Xianmen treats the instrument like a peerless treasure, but he still has confidence because zither was always one of his strongest arts. The very first note nearly stops him cold, because one touch from the zither already sounds like a whole immortal landscape unfolding. After that first shock, he adjusts quickly and finishes the song smoothly, amazed that he has never played anything this beautiful before. Proud of himself, Li Xianmen eagerly asks for praise after finishing Seeking the Phoenix. But Lu Changong stays indifferent, because to him Li Xianmen's playing is badly below the real peak of zither art. When Lu Changong asks the song's name, Li Xianmen says it is Seeking the Phoenix, and explains the old legend that a perfect performance can draw a phoenix down from the sky. Lu Changong does not take that legend seriously, and then he puts his hand on the strings himself. The instant the first note sounds, Lu Changong's whole presence changes into something both otherworldly and detached from the mortal world. As the melody unfolds, Li Xianmen realizes his own performance was nowhere close, because Lu Changong's music sounds like the real Great Tao. Lost in the music, Li Xianmen feels as if he has entered a fairyland where cranes, dragons, and phoenix-like divine birds wheel through the air to the rhythm of the song. Far from the shop, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao both stop mid-flight when they recognize the terrifying sound of Dao intent spreading through the air. Realizing they might miss a once-in-a-lifetime chance, the two of them immediately rush back toward the shop at full speed. They reach the outside of Immortal's Destiny shop but do not dare interrupt, so they sit by the door, close their eyes, and listen until they slip into silent enlightenment. The moment they close their eyes, the music pulls both of them straight into enlightenment. Inside the shop, Li Xianmen's cultivation starts fluctuating wildly, because a mere foundation establishment cultivator can barely endure music at this level. Just as Li Xianmen reaches his limit, the final stretch of Seeking the Phoenix arrives and thunder starts gathering in the sky outside. When the song ends, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao awaken from enlightenment in shock and realize both of them gained huge benefits from a single performance. Wang Yuyan feels her newly advanced realm loosening again in disbelief, while Zhu Zhao quietly says Lu Changong's painting already shook the heavens and now even his music has done the same. As they talk about how absurdly far beyond them Lu Changong is, Zhu Zhao moves to knock on the door at last. Before he can knock, thunder explodes overhead and a crack in the void starts tearing open above the shop. Wang Yuyan instantly recognizes the sign of an upper realm immortal breaking through into the mortal world, and both of them realize how dangerous that should be. Zhu Zhao wants to run back and activate the Grand Moon Sex Mountain formation, but Wang Yuyan warns that such a barrier would not stop a true immortal with bad intentions. Then Zhu Zhao looks at the shop sign and remembers the obvious answer. If disaster really comes, Lu Changong is their only real protection. Wang Yuyan agrees and decides they should wait, because with Lu Changong here this descending immortal might turn out to be an opportunity instead of a calamity. Watching the rift widen, Wang Yuyan senses a fire-type immortal aura and starts to suspect this descent was triggered by Lu Changong's music. A clear, noble bird cry echoes out of the crack, and Wang Yuyan suddenly connects it to the exact song Lu Changong just played, Seeking the Phoenix. She says the old legend out loud, that when Seeking the Phoenix reaches its highest state it can really draw a phoenix down to the mortal world. The void opens completely, and a real phoenix flies out wrapped in multicolored light and terrifying sacred pressure while Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao can only stare up from below. Across the Grand Moon sect, cultivators erupt in excitement because they think the phoenix's descent means their southern territory and sect are about to prosper. But standing right outside Lu Changong's shop, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao understand the truth with a mix of shock and disbelief. His zither really summoned the phoenix down. By the end, Wang Yuyan is completely shaken, because the legend proved true and she can no longer guess what kind of being Lu Changong really is. Inside the shop, Lu Changong finishes a tune on the 9-string zither and calmly judges that he still needs more practice after hearing Li Xianmen play it once. He sets the zither down and says he will wipe it first, completely unconcerned by what is happening outside. But Li Xianmen can feel an immortal aura outside, so Senior Lu's casual attitude throws him into complete panic. Barely holding himself together, Li Xianmen asks to go outside and check, and Lu Changong just nods as if it is nothing. The moment Li Xianmen opens the door, he sees a 5-colored phoenix gliding down from the sky straight toward Immortal's Destiny's small shop. That sight makes him realize his joke was real. Lu Changong's song Seeking the Phoenix truly summoned a phoenix from the heavens. Li Xianmen can no longer even guess Senior Lu's realm and bitterly admits he was trying to measure someone far beyond him. At the entrance, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao arrive and immediately ask where Senior Lu is. When Li Xianmen says Senior Lu went to wipe the zither, both of them freeze in disbelief. The three of them quickly decide this is exactly like Senior Lu, Everyone else sees a phoenix as a grand omen, but he treats it as less important than staying low-key. They realize a phoenix landing here would ruin Senior Lu's quiet mortal life, so his refusal to come out must be deliberate. Just as the phoenix is about to land at the doorway, it suddenly halts in midair, flashes with 5-colored light, and vanishes. The disappearance stuns them, until Zhu Zhao nervously guesses that Senior Lu actually chased the phoenix away for being too ostentatious. Once that idea clicks, they all accept it. The phoenix descended proudly, disturbed Senior Lu's seclusion, and got dismissed on the spot. Li Xianmen cannot even find words for Senior Lu anymore, and Zhu Zhao settles on the only thing he can say. He really has personality. Nearby, Grand Moon sect cultivators notice the phoenix vanish near the market and rush down together, hoping to catch a trace of its high realm presence. A group of Grand Moon sect cultivators rushes down to the market to chase the vanished phoenix, only to find Zhu Zhao already there waiting with a dark face. When one excited disciple asks whether he saw the phoenix, Zhu Zhao's face turns ugly because these fools are about to disturb Senior Lu's hidden life. He roars at them to get lost, and the whole group retreats in frightened confusion. A moment later, Lu Changgong finally comes out of the shop and is surprised to find Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao still there. Wang Yuyan smoothly explains that a phoenix descended just now, so she and Zhu Zhao stayed behind out of curiosity to take a look. Lu Changgong is hit with pure regret when he realizes everyone else saw the heavenly phoenix except him. Because they think Senior Lu is annoyed by the very mention of it, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao hurry to downplay the phoenix as not worth seeing anyway. Their words calm him a little, and Lu Changgong reluctantly tells himself to let it go since a phoenix has nothing to do with an ordinary mortal like him. After a little more talk, the visitors split up with their own urgent plans. Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao want to find treasure for the artifact spirit, while Li Xianmen means to tell the royal family to send gifts fast. Zhu Zhao also makes up his mind to ban Grand Moon sect disciples from disturbing Senior Lu ever again. Back at the shop alone, Lu Changgong keeps hearing the whole market excitedly praise the phoenix, which only makes missing it sting even more. Listening to everyone brag that they saw it, he bitterly realizes even black-hearted merchants got the view that he missed. Now he can only regret that he chose to wipe the zither instead of running outside the moment the phoenix appeared. Shaking off the regret, he heads back into the shop. Inside, Li Xuanmen's wine still sits untouched, while a little white fox and a little black cat have already eaten half the roast chicken. Only the snow-white rabbit is still staring at him, and Lu Changgong immediately understands the poor thing needs vegetables instead. He goes to the kitchen and brings back 2 carrots for the rabbit. Then he pours himself some of Li Xuanmen's fine wine, only to find that for his own peak standards it tastes merely average. In the end he shrugs, decides to make do, and settles into eating chicken and drinking anyway. Elsewhere in the market, Yu Hongye and her Dao protector Zhao Li are still standing in shock after witnessing the Dao-filled tune and the phoenix's descent. Yu Hongye asks the elder whether he could see Senior Lu's realm from the song, and even Zhao Li admits he cannot imagine it. That answer only hardens Yu Hongye's resolve, because someone who can call down a phoenix with music and dominate heaven-level chess is worth meeting in person. Zhao Li tries to stop her, warning that experts like this are often temperamental and dangerous to approach lightly. Yu Hongye shuts that down at once, arguing that Wang Yuyan could chat and laugh with Senior Lu, so the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has no reason to hold back. Zhao Li finally offers to test the waters first, but Yu Hongye refuses because she wants Senior Lu to see their sincerity directly. Declaring that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has nothing to hide, Yu Hongye walks off herself to visit the mysterious senior. Back in the shop, Lu Changgong now spends his free time playing weiqi with a little girl named Cheer, because he has discovered she is unexpectedly talented. He has even judged that Cheer's casual moves carry real structure, putting her far above the hopeless chess level of Yu Linglong and Li Xianmen. Just as Lu Changgong is about to make a clever move, someone knocks at the shop door again. The interruption makes him realize his little shop has suddenly become very popular with immortals who all seem oddly obsessed with cultured hobbies. He ends up oddly satisfied, thinking his useless combat system at least gave him enough skill in things like zither and chess to impress these immortals and make friends. With that thought, Lu Changgong gets up and goes to open the door. At the door of the small shop, Lu Changgong warmly greets 2 new visitors, Yu Hongye and Zhao Li, with none of the arrogance they expected from a hidden senior. But the moment Yu Hongye steps inside, her confidence collapses, because every calligraphy and painting on the walls carries terrifying Dao rhythm like priceless immortal artifacts. Realizing money means nothing in front of these treasures, Yu Hongye humbly admits they came because his song Seeking the Phoenix left them in awe. Lu Changgong casually says that version still had flaws, and if they want, he can play it again for them. The 2 visitors are stunned that he treats a Dao-shaking performance like an ordinary tune, then hurriedly bow and beg to hear more. When Lu Changgong steps away to get his zither, the little girl behind him comes fully into view, and Yu Hongye and Zhao Li instantly recognize her aura as the transformed spirit of the Sun-Moon chessboard. Too afraid to ask out loud, the pair secretly whisper that only a senior like Lu Changgong could have changed that proud artifact spirit into this new form. The more Yu Hongye looks, the more she feels weiqi seems even more spirited than before, so she decides this was probably a blessing Lu Changgong granted her. Lu Changgong returns carrying a 9-string zither and settles in with unusual seriousness, determined to play Seeking the Phoenix in its most perfect form. With just the first note, the room seems to open into an immortal realm, and Yu Hongye and Zhao Li are pulled straight into enlightenment. As the music deepens, Yu Hongye's cultivation surges and she breaks through into the mid-stage nascent soul realm right there in the shop. Zhao Li also gains his own insight from the song, while nearby cheer is quietly shaken by the Dao rhythm too. Then the song turns sharp, and the peaceful vision of dragons and phoenixes suddenly becomes a storm of killing intent so fierce the listeners can barely endure it. Just when it becomes unbearable, the melody softens again and reveals that violence as a phoenix flaunting its strength in search of a mate. Outside the shop, the music stirs a spectacular omen as countless birds circle above the roof in a scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The people in the street celebrate it as a lucky sign from a phoenix divine bird, never guessing the vision came from Lu Changgong's zither inside. When the final note fades, Yu Hongye and Zhao Li wake from enlightenment overwhelmed, certain they just heard true celestial music. Lu Changgong, on the other hand, is simply pleased with his own performance, and dismisses it with an easy line about it being only a minor Dao. That humble answer hits Yu Hongye even harder, because everything he does so casually is already far beyond what ordinary cultivators spend their lives chasing. Once the zither is put away, Lu Changgong returns to being a shopkeeper, pours tea for his guests, and asks again what they came to buy. Even the teacup nearly makes Yu Hongye lose her composure, because she can tell this plain vessel is also an object steeped in Tao and truth. Thinking this shop must value fate above wealth, Yu Hongye decides to ask for the real treasure she wants and respectfully requests calligraphy or a painting. Lu Changgong only asks whether she wants calligraphy or a painting, which leaves Yu Hongye stunned that price never even came up. When Yu Hongye carefully asks what he thinks she should take, Lu Changgong decides to be generous and says he will give her both. For the first time in her pampered life, Yu Hongye feels the dizzy joy of stumbling into a true chance encounter, and she is so moved she almost cries. She immediately offers anything in return and reveals she is Mr. Hongye of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, promising to procure whatever Lu Changgong wants. Lu Changgong takes that title as proof she is a merchant, and unlike most people in this world, he does not look down on trade at all. Since he truly does not need treasures or resources, Lu Changgong finally names the most casual payment he can think of and asks for some spirit stones. That answer completely confuses Yu Hongye, because someone with his cultivation should have no use for ordinary spirit stones, so she assumes he must mean immortal jade by that name. So Yu Hongye readily agrees to gather immortal jade for him, while Lu Changgong is left quietly baffled that his simple request for spirit stones somehow turned into something else. Yu Hongye mistakes Lu Changgong's blank stare for approval and leaves in high spirits, promising to come back after collecting immortal jade for him. After seeing the visitors off, Lu Changgong is still baffled and can only wonder what something called immortal jade even is. He shrugs it off as another visit from someone obsessed with art and goes back to calmly playing chess with cheer. A few days later, a powerful figure in Taoist robes arrives above Mount Taiyin, and Wang Yuyan immediately greets him as her master. Zhu Zhao learns that the newcomer is Lord Xinghe, the Brahma Holy Land sect master and an ancient soul formation expert. Lord Xinghe politely asks whether his disciple caused trouble in the Grand Moon sect, and Zhu Zhao quickly praises Wang Yuyan instead. After the pleasantries, Lord Xinghe leaves Zhu Zhao behind and takes Wang Yuyan straight toward the market below the mountain. On the way, Wang Yuyan asks the question weighing on her mind: was Senior Lu's 9-string zither really the legendary Damask Immortal Zither? Lord Xinghe confirms it should be the real Heavenly Dao Immortal Treasure, because the mark she described matches the legend exactly. He explains that ordinary people cannot even touch a Heavenly Dao Immortal Treasure, which makes Lu Changgong's true identity even more frightening. Lord Xinghe says that in the immortal world, only world-shaking figures like immortal emperors possess treasures of that level, so Lu Changgong must be far beyond anything they imagined. He adds that Lu Changgong's music can draw a phoenix down to the mortal world and a single brushstroke can trigger heavenly signs, so owning such a treasure makes perfect sense. Lord Xinghe reveals he came as soon as he received Wang Yuyan's message, because building a relationship with this senior could benefit both their holy land and its ascended seniors. Hearing that, Wang Yuyan finally understands that Lu Changgong is not just powerful, but a giant even in the immortal world. She asks why someone that terrifying would hide here as a mortal at all. Lord Xinghe can only guess that Lu Changgong might be traveling the mortal world, waiting for someone, or quietly playing an even bigger game. Their conversation ends when they arrive outside Immortal's Destiny's small shop. The moment Lord Xinghe reads the sign, he is jolted by the Tao woven into those 4 casual-looking words. He realizes Lu Changgong casually writes words interwoven with Tao and reason, and that alone leaves him badly shaken. When Lord Xinghe finally knocks, a teasing voice cuts in from the side before the door can open. Yu Hongye spots Wang Yuyan and instantly turns the meeting into a mock-sweet rivalry. Wang Yuyan snaps back that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets must have gone to a lot of trouble to find Senior Lu's home. Yu Hongye lightly mocks her right back, acting as if Wang Yuyan already beat her to the opportunity and making the rivalry even more pointed. Wang Yuyan refuses to deny it, secretly pleased that she reached Lu Changong first even while Yu Hongye gets under her skin. Yu Hongye keeps her own trump card to herself, thrilled that she has already gathered a huge batch of immortal jade for Lu Changong. Behind that confidence is a wild move. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has spent days scouring the continent, and somehow secured 20 pieces of immortal jade. To experts, that haul is outrageous wealth, far beyond what even the Brahma Holy Land could gather on short notice. Lord Xinghe ignores the girl's sparring because, to someone at his level, an unproven genius like Yu Hongye still does not matter much. He knocks again, and this time a steady voice from inside finally answers. Lord Xinghe immediately lowers himself and respectfully announces that he has brought his disciple Wang Yuyan to pay a visit. After a brief pause, the shop door opens and Lu Changong appears in his light green robe. Seeing him in person, Lord Xinghe is shaken all over again because Lu Changong looks mortal and yet carries an aura no mortal could ever have. Lord Xinghe realizes he cannot read Lu Changong's cultivation at all, which only confirms that this senior is an untouchable giant. He quickly explains that he came to thank Lu Changong for the painting Wang Yuyan received a few days ago. Lu Changong is confused that a sect master would make such a big deal over one painting, but he still politely invites them inside. He even opens the door wide on purpose, thinking that with so many powerful visitors coming and going lately, nobody should dare trouble cheer anymore. Only then does Lu Changong notice Yu Hongye too, and he casually greets him like a familiar customer. Yu Hongye respectfully says she has been busy these past few days gathering immortal jade for him, and she cannot hide a little pride while saying it. That answer stuns Wang Yuyan, because she suddenly realizes Yu Hongye got close to Lu Changong earlier than she did and learned what he wanted. Wang Yuyan pieces together how it happened and inwardly curses Yu Hongye as a shameless thief who tracked Senior Lu down after the earlier miracle. Lu Changong only smiles and thanks Yu Hongye for the trouble, then says her painting is already finished. That one sentence hits Wang Yuyan even harder, because now she knows Yu Hongye also convinced Lu Changong to paint for her. For the first time, Wang Yuyan clearly feels bitter and possessive, realizing she has started to fall for Lu Changong herself. From that moment on, Wang Yuyan looks at Yu Hongye as a real romantic rival and has to fight the urge to expose her on the spot. Lord Xinghe is unhappy too, because he came loaded with treasures for an artifact spirit, and only now learns immortal jade was the better gift. He remembers how miraculous Wang Yuyan's painting was and instantly regrets letting the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets get ahead of the Brahma Holy Land. But in front of Lu Changong, Lord Xinghe does not dare show any displeasure, and instead bows even lower. He promises that after paying his respects today, he will rush back and bring every piece of immortal jade the Brahma Holy Land has for Senior Lu. Lu Changong hurriedly waves that down and says he only wanted some immortal jade to play with, not a mountain of it. Lord Xinghe is still reeling from Lu Changong treating immortal jade like a toy, and that casual attitude makes the senior feel even more unfathomable. Convinced he is facing a terrifying hidden expert, Lord Xinghe bows and promises to bring Lu Changong even more of the small treasures from the Brahma Holy Land. Lu Changong brushes the matter aside, invites everyone to sit, and wonders why these immortal sect people are being so absurdly polite over a single painting. Wanting to treat his guests properly, Lu Changong sets out a teapot and white porcelain cups and decides to serve the one thing he truly excels at, tea. Lord Xinghe and Yu Hongye answer him with deep respect, while Wang Yuyan watches Lu Changong so gently that she starts feeling shy herself. The moment the teapot appears clearly, Lord Xinghe notices the ancient characters on its side and freezes in shock. Lord Xinghe recognizes the inscription and realizes this plain teapot should be the legendary Snow Essence Flame Stream, an immortal emperor's treasure that turns ordinary tea into something like celestial nectar. In his mind, the artifact's legend keeps escalating. The pot contains heaven and earth, can brew treasure from plain water, and even birthed an invincible spirit of its own. Unable to hold back anymore, Lord Xinghe carefully asks Lu Changong where he got this teapot. Lu Changong answers without a trace of drama that it is just an ordinary teapot he happened to obtain. He genuinely believes it too, because the system gave him this teapot along with other tools after he mastered yet another ordinary craft. When Lu Changong even asks whether the teapot is somehow different, Lord Xinghe can only force a bitter smile and pretend it really is ordinary. That answer only convinces Lord Xinghe more that Lu Changong sees immortal treasures the way mortals see household clutter. Lu Changong finally pours the tea and invites everyone to drink. While Lord Xinghe was too distracted to watch closely, Yu Hongye and Wang Yuyan followed every motion of the tea brewing and suddenly saw Tao truth hidden in every simple movement. Both women slip into enlightenment so deeply that they do not even reach out when Lu Changong offers them their cups. Lord Xinghe quickly takes his own cup, notices both women are in enlightenment, and feels even more annoyed at himself for missing the real lesson in the brewing. He takes a sip anyway, and the instant the tea enters his mouth, the room vanishes. Lord Xinghe finds himself standing in a mist-covered immortal realm filled with towering peaks, circling cranes, and dragons and phoenixes in the sky. A crushing immortal aura pours down from the mountain tops, and Lord Xinghe's knees nearly give out under the pressure. His first thought is pure fear, because he recognizes the aura of a true immortal and knows someone like that could crush him effortlessly. Then a breath of ancient innate spirit energy enters him, shakes his cultivation loose, and makes him realize this may be a rare opportunity instead of a death sentence. Now excited, he strides to the foot of an immortal mountain where the spirit energy is so dense it looks ready to condense into liquid. Surrounded by that impossible scenery, Lord Xinghe finally breaks the 1,000-year bottleneck and steps from mid-soul formation into the late stage. The immortal landscape fades like a mirage, and Lord Xinghe returns to the shop staring at his empty teacup in disbelief. Once he sees Lu Changong calmly sitting across from him, Lord Xinghe understands the whole immortal vision came from a single cup of tea. Overwhelmed, Lord Xinghe jumps up and bows deeply, thanking Lu Changong for the tea like he has just been handed a second life. Lu Changong can only stare back, baffled that this dignified sect leader is acting so emotional over one cup. He even briefly wonders if his tea really could help people break through, then laughs the thought off and simply says he is glad his guest enjoyed it. For Lord Xinghe, that modest reply seals everything, and he becomes certain Wang Yuyan actually underestimated just how terrifying this senior really is. He starts thinking wildly that meeting Lu Changong is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if pride were not in the way, he might have dropped to his knees and begged to become a disciple on the spot. Remembering Wang Yuyan's warning that Lu Changong wants to be treated like an ordinary mortal, Lord Xinghe decides the smarter path is to win his favor without exposing the cultivation world. So he starts with flattery that feels safe, praising the tea's elegant flavor and claiming tea is the refined art he loves most. That finally catches Lu Changong's real attention, because he did not expect anyone from an immortal sect to genuinely care about tea. Dropping the formal title, Lu Changong warmly asked to see Xinghe's tea ceremony for himself. Thrilled that the conversation finally opened up, Lord Xinghe asks for permission to brew a pot and have Lu Changong judge it. With Lu Changong's approval, Lord Xinghe carefully lifts the snow essence flame stream teapot as if holding a sacred relic. But the closer he looks, the more certain he becomes that the miracle tea was not just the pot's power at work, it was Lu Changong's own tea Dao poured into every motion. At the same time, Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye come out of enlightenment together, and immediately notice each other with open rivalry. Without saying a word, the two women reach for their teacups at the exact same moment, and Lu Changong can only sit there wondering why they suddenly look like they are competing. After the two women finish their tea and sink back into enlightenment, Lord Xinghe finally remembers why he came to the shop. He takes out 2 spirit rhyme stones, rare mercury-like treasures meant to help restore cheer to a normal state. The moment Lu Changong hears the stones might fix cheer, his attention sharpens because her puppet-like body has been weighing on him. Lu Changong calls cheer over, and she arrives in a light green dress that makes her look small, lively, and precious. Lord Xinghe praises cheer, and Lu Changong is openly delighted to hear someone compliment his adopted daughter. Cheer's eyes light up at the sight of the spirit rhyme stones, and Lu Changong immediately realizes they really are useful for her. In his own mind, Lord Xinghe grows even more certain that this little girl is no ordinary child but the artifact spirit tied to the carefree grand sage. Lu Changong tells Cheer to thank Uncle Xinghe, but her noble little face makes it obvious she does not want to bow to anyone but her master. Lord Xinghe panics and waves the thanks away, insisting someone of Cheer's status should never return his gift with formal gratitude. That response wins Cheer over a little, so she gives Lord Xinghe a small cupped fist salute instead, and he returns it like an honor. Lord Xinghe promises this is only the start, and says his holy land is already searching for the rest of the treasures Cheer will need. Lu Changong is pleased enough by that effort that he decides to give Lord Xinghe a small clay figurine in return. Lord Xinghe can barely hide his excitement, because after tea and a painting already brought miracles, he assumes even a clay figurine from the senior must be an immortal treasure. Lu Changong just thinks Xinghe is easy to please, and he deliberately avoids getting involved with the 2 fairy women still sitting there in silent unease. He heads to the back room and brings out white clay and a simple turntable, planning to shape the figurine by hand. The instant Lord Xinghe sees that turntable, he is shaken again because he recognizes it as the legendary Heavenly Star Plate. What should be a supreme treasure of the heavenly realms is, in Lu Changong's hands, nothing more than a workbench tool for clay. Before Xinghe can even process that wasteful miracle, Lu Changong's smooth hands pull him into a deeper shock, with every motion carrying natural Tao and heavenly principles. As he watches the shaping process, Lord Xinghe feels his bottleneck from mid to late soul formation begin to loosen. Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye are still too deep in the tea's enlightenment to wake up for any of this. Outside the shop, 2 visitors arrive, a dignified man in a white fur robe and his monkey-faced old servant, both here because Suyu has been detained inside. The old servant reminds Bai Zhe that not only Suyu but even the small demons sent to find her were also kept by this shop owner. Bai Zhe starts with pure anger, openly declaring he wants to see who dares to detain the daughter of the demon emperor of Green Hill Mountain. But the moment his eyes settle on the word destiny on the shop sign, Bai Zhe feels something deeply wrong and stops in his tracks. When Bai Zhe studies that single word, its Tao intent slams into him like heavenly thunder, and the tiny shop becomes, in his eyes, a terrifying immortal palace. That one glance is enough to convince Bai Zhe that the shop owner is a hidden great immortal, and that his own daughter probably offended someone far above them. He immediately stops his servant from barging in, and says they cannot afford to force their way into a place like this. Instead of making demands, Baizé decides they should apologize, bring gifts, and put Suyu's safety above their pride. The servant finally understands just how dangerous this place is, because even his demon emperor is treating the shop owner like a terrifying old monster. Neither of them dares step through the door, so they circle outside for a while and leave without entering at all. As soon as they are gone, a palm-sized little red bird with sharp intelligent eyes appears at the shop door and watches the direction they left. The little bird is the divine phoenix, and it had wandered off because it sensed the old aura of the carefree Grand Sage nearby. After tearing through the Grand Sage's old abode and taking some treasures, the phoenix has been heading back to deliver them to Lu Changong as a gift. Seeing Baizé on the way back, the hidden phoenix quietly follows him instead, because Baizé is too weak to notice it. Back at Green Hill Mountain, Baizé quickly gathers treasures and sorts them into gifts and an even heavier apology offering for the shop owner. Baizé even says that if Suyu can acknowledge that senior as her master, Green Hill Mountain would gain a powerful backer instead of an enemy. After hearing that they truly mean no disrespect to Lu Changong, the phoenix is satisfied and flies straight back to the shop. Inside the shop again, Lu Changong finishes shaping the clay into a tiny figure, still under Lord Xinghe's stunned stare. He paints, dries, and roasts the piece with casual mastery until the custom figurine is complete. When Lu Changong presents the finished clay figurine, Lord Xinghe is startled to see that it looks exactly like him. That resemblance is not what truly shocks Xinghe, because the moment he focuses on it, he feels a real karmic connection tying the figurine to his own body. Since cultivators fear karma more than almost anything, Lord Xinghe can only stare harder at the figurine in growing disbelief as the mystery deepens. As soon as Lord Xinghe touches the clay figurine, he is shaken because he can feel a karmic thread tied directly to himself. He first praises Lu Changong's craftsmanship, then quietly probes the figurine with his divine sense to find out what it really is. A blurry prophetic vision crashes into Lord Xinghe's mind, and he sees himself in a strange place being cut cleanly in half by a saber light. That terrifying glimpse makes him realize the figurine can predict future danger, just like a fragment of the heavenly star plate's power. For a cultivator who could die to one hidden disaster, a treasure that warns of calamity feels less like a gift and more like a second life. He decides not to put the figurine into his storage treasure at all, afraid of severing the karmic link that might save his life. The vague warning is enough for him, because in his eyes even one extra moment of caution can decide whether a cultivator lives or dies. Looking back on his long, careful path of cultivation, Lord Xinghe feels even more overwhelmed that this hidden senior gave him such a heaven-defying chance so late in life. Unable to hold back any longer, Lord Xinghe rises and tries to kneel, calling Lu Changong his great benefactor. Lu Changong, who thinks it is only a small handmade gift, quickly stops him and brushes it off as a token between people brought together by fate. Lord Xinghe obeys and lowers himself into a deep bow instead, admiring Lu Changong's humility even more. While they keep talking, Wan Yuyan wakes from enlightenment flushed and watery-eyed, and her cultivation suddenly surges again. Lord Xinghe instantly notices her breakthrough and secretly suppresses the leaking aura so it will not disturb Lu Changong's hidden life or draw outsiders here. Yu Hongye also opens her eyes, sees Wan Yuyan advancing again, and gives a cold little snort instead of congratulating her. Then Yu Hongye immediately pivots to Lu Changong and reminds him, with obvious pride, that she brought the immortal jade he wanted. She places 20 pieces of immortal jade right in front of Lord Xinghe, clearly showing that she reached Lu Changong's request before he did. Lord Xinghe is annoyed, but he swallows it because he knows he cannot act petty in front of a senior who clearly values fate. Lu Changong is genuinely touched because, from his mortal perspective, Yu Hongye went out of her way to gather something he could only play with. To thank her, Lu Changong takes out the painting he made for Yu Hongye and hands over the scroll with a smile. Hearing that Yu Hongye received a painting from Lu Changong, Lord Xinghe feels another stab of jealousy before forcing himself back into polite composure. He quickly recovers and asks to admire the painting too, pretending to be a fellow lover of the arts instead of a rival trying not to offend his senior. Lu Changong explains that everyone here wants to cultivate, so he painted Yu Hongye a heavenly palace as a good wish for that dream. The moment the scroll opens, all three cultivators freeze because the painting does not look like art anymore, it looks like the celestial realm itself. For the cultivators, one glance is enough to drag their consciousness inside the scene, as if they have stepped from the outside world into the painting itself. Inside the vision, Wan Yuyan finds herself before a dazzling jade palace, with immortal mist curling around 7 white jade steps. The pressure of the place is so overwhelming that even her fresh breakthrough starts to loosen again, as if another rise might be possible. She steadies herself and steps onto the staircase, choosing to test whether this absurd blessing can really be seized. With the first step, flowers bloom beneath her feet and phantom immortals circle her while celestial music rises. The second step turns harsh, and a line of immortal weapons bursts from the hall with killing intent strong enough to make her breathing hitch. When she reaches the third step, the killing pressure vanishes and a proud white crane appears beside her, rubbing against her like it has chosen her. Because her own path centers on crane movement, Wan Yuyan instantly understands that this opportunity fits her perfectly, even if the painting was meant for Yu Hongye. She decides that in cultivation, treasures belong to whoever can seize them, and with that ruthless thought she pushes onward to the 4th, 5th, and 6th steps. When Yu Hongye studies the painting of the Heavenly Palace, she suddenly finds herself standing inside a breathtaking immortal peach forest. Under one ancient peach tree, she spots a white deer with plum branch antlers quietly eating petals, and instantly realizes she has encountered a legendary auspicious spirit. Knowing the white deer is tied to immense luck and ancient saints, Yu Hongye immediately decides she must tame it. She approaches step by careful step with her gentlest expression, afraid that one wrong move could scare away this once-in-a-lifetime chance. When the white deer lets her come close without hostility, Yu Hongye grows ecstatic and takes it as a sign that it may already accept her. Yu Hongye softly asks the little deer to let her touch it, speaking as gently as if she were coaxing a child. The deer lifts its head with a holy, proud gaze, but it still shows no hostility, so Yu Hongye dares to close the final distance. At last, Yu Hongye's hand lands on the deer's body, and the unbelievably comforting touch tells her the spirit truly is not resisting her. Overjoyed, she pets it again and again until the white deer gently taps her with its precious plum branch antlers. That special gesture matches the legends exactly, and Yu Hongye understands that the white deer is acknowledging her as its master. With a relieved smile, Yu Hongye names it Little White. The white deer narrows its eyes in contentment, then suddenly turns into light and dives into Yu Hongye's right arm. Feeling the deer spirit now resting inside her arm, Yu Hongye realizes she can summon Little White whenever she wants. The sheer value of this gift leaves her shaken, and her gratitude toward Lu Changgong surges because she knows a spirit like this cannot be traded for anything. She also realizes the painting holds far more than one reward, with endless Tao insight in the Heavenly Palace still waiting to be explored. As the fairyland fades, Yu Hongye returns to the real room and sees the others again. Lord Xinghe gains no flashy treasure from the painting, but the vision of immortal mountains and heavenly palaces is enough to show a soul formation cultivator exactly where his path should lead. Because losing direction is deadly on the road of cultivation, he treasures that guidance more than any ordinary opportunity. He quietly envies Yu Hongye's chance to own the painting of the Heavenly Palace, but knowing it came from Lu Changgong, he does not dare to covet it. Instead, he starts thinking that maybe his disciple can build ties with Yu Hongye and borrow the painting someday. Then his focus snaps back when Wan Yuyan suddenly erupts with powerful spiritual energy. A few minutes earlier inside the vision, Wan Yuyan had already reached the 6th step, where the crushing pressure nearly forced her to give up. As she wavers, she remembers the painting of a lady Lu Changgong drew for her, and the proud fairy-like woman in it becomes the future she refuses to abandon. That memory gives her the will to grit her teeth and keep climbing instead of being thrown out. On the 7th step, she finally sees the chance waiting in the hall ahead, a floating book scroll. Wan Yuyan is thrilled and relieved, because she realizes the painting has condensed a real cultivation opportunity right in front of her. She also understands this chance should have belonged to Yu Hongye, which only makes her more desperate not to let it slip away. After enduring the pressure for what feels like forever, Wan Yuyan finally breaks through and enters the main hall. She grabs the floating book scroll, and it instantly turns into light and enters her mind. When the inheritance settles, Wan Yuyan opens her eyes in shock because she has received the lost secret technique manifestation. She remembers why this shocks her so badly. Manifestation is one of 12 legendary supreme secret techniques, and only 6 survived Heaven's Wrath. And this particular technique pushes the Tao of breaking formations to the extreme, meaning a master of it could tear through nearly any formation in the world. The scale of the reward leaves her reeling, because even immortal level figures would fight over a technique like this. Just like Yu Hongye, she ends up anxious instead of carefree, wondering how she could ever repay Lu Changgong for giving her something so absurdly precious. With that vow in her heart, the immortal world fades and Wan Yuyan returns to the real room. The burst of spiritual energy marks the moment she fully absorbs manifestation, and when she meets her master's worried gaze, she simply smiles and nods. Seeing her delighted expression, Lord Xinghe understands that his disciple has also gained a rare opportunity. Then Yu Hongye turns toward Wan Yuyan, and the two women instantly lock into a quiet, sharp rivalry. Watching the sparks between them, Lu Changgong can only think that women are troublesome. To steer the moment back to himself, Lu Changgong casually asks what everyone thinks of his painting of the Heavenly Palace. Lord Xinghe snaps out of his daze and hurriedly apologizes, saying the painting was so profound that they forgot even basic courtesy. Wan Yuyan follows right away, admitting she was completely absorbed and that Lu Changgong's painting skill has already reached a level they are not qualified to judge. Their reverent praise leaves Lu Changgong thoroughly pleased. Then Yu Hongye touches her right arm where Little White now rests and says she has an idea for how to thank him, asking if he will hear her out. When Lu Changgong invites her to speak freely, Yu Hongye suddenly unties her hair and drops her young master disguise on the spot. Now openly a stunning young woman, Yu Hongye blushes and asks to stay by Lu Changgong's side as his maid, serving tea and ink to repay his grace. Yu Hongye is not speaking on impulse at all. After the huge chance Lu Changgong gave her, she has already decided the only repayment she can offer is her own service. She has practical reasons too. This hidden shop has no servants, she can still manage Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets business from afar, and just living among these treasures would help her cultivation every day. Lu Changgong is left dumbfounded, because he knew Yu Hongye was probably a woman, but he never expected one painting to make an immortal cultivator want to become his long-term maid. Before he can answer, Wan Yuyan suddenly stands too and says she wants exactly the same thing after receiving his paintings and guidance. Wan Yuyan even shoots Yu Hongye a challenging look and insists that anything Yu Hongye can do, she can do too, and maybe more. Even Lord Xinghe is startled at first, but he quickly realizes this could be a blessing, because if his disciple stays here, he gains a perfect excuse to visit this treasure-filled shop often. He still feels a little sorry for Wan Yuyan, but she secretly reassures him that serving Lu Changgong is the greatest opportunity of her life, and she will still remain his disciple. Lord Xinghe finally accepts it and promises the Brahma Holy Land will still support Wan Yuyan while she stays beside Lu Changgong. Lu Changgong, meanwhile, is internally melting down, because he only runs a tiny shop and cannot understand why two immortal beauties both want to move in as maids. He even starts resenting Lord Xinghe for calmly allowing his own disciple to become someone else's maid instead of stopping this madness. Just as Lu Changgong is about to refuse, Yu Hongye suddenly drops to her knees with tears in her voice and swears her admiration can be witnessed by the sun and moon. Wan Yuyan refuses to lose and kneels too, tearfully saying she will stay there as long as it takes if he does not agree. Lu Changgong jumps up in pure panic, wanting to help them, but he is so flustered he does not even know where to put his hands. When he looks to Lord Xinghe for rescue, the old cultivator deliberately pretends not to notice and leaves him to deal with it alone. Cornered by tears and chaos, Lu Changgong finally gives in and tells both women to get up, but he makes one rule first: no fighting each other in his shop. After accepting them, Lu Changgong stresses the rule again, because to him, conflict between women sounds harder to manage than the trickiest chess game in the world. Wan Yuyan shyly answers by calling him master, which makes Lu Changgong jolt in instant discomfort. He immediately tells her to call him senior instead, because being called master feels far too weird to him. Yu Hongye, however, is already thinking like the first maid in the house, and her shy little smile says she has no intention of giving up seniority to Wan Yuyan. Lord Xinghe rises with a broad smile and openly congratulates Lu Changgong on gaining 2 heavenly beauty handmaidens. He also tells Wan Yuyan to serve Lu Changgong wholeheartedly from now on, while hinting that he will still come check on her often. Wan Yuyan happily promises she will behave, while Lu Changgong can only give a bitter smile and hope these two do not start a war anyway. Yu Hongye nearly snorts at their smooth master-disciple harmony, but she remembers Lu Changgong's warning and swallows the open challenge. Instead, Yu Hongye smoothly turns practical and asks Lu Changgong to set the house rules, from taboos to daily preferences, so they can serve him properly. Lu Changgong thinks it over and realizes he does not really have strict rules, because his shop is full of ordinary odds and ends to him, and he is not picky about food either. The only daily concern that comes to mind is his 3 little pets, so he suggests the 2 women can help take care of them instead of fussing over him. At his call, the little fox Suyu bounds out from the back room with the little rabbit and little black kitten, and all 3 rush straight into Lu Changgong's arms. Lu Changgong hugs the fox and jokes that she feels heavier lately, completely unaware he has just scared Suyu half to death. When the fox stares back in shock, Lu Changgong laughs and reassures her that he is only joking and that a fluffier fox is even nicer to hold. That casual praise makes Suyu's heart race, because she is secretly a demon and almost reacts like a flustered girl despite being in fox form. Lord Xinghe, Wan Yuyan, and Yu Hongye all recognize at once that the fox, rabbit, and kitten are small demons, which only makes Lu Changgong feel even more unfathomable to them. To smooth things over, Lord Xinghe quickly says Wan Yuyan has experience raising pets back home, so she is perfect for the job. Wan Yuyan immediately grabs the chance and eagerly says Lu Changgong can leave the pets to her. Yu Hongye instantly realizes pet care would leave her far from Lu Changgong's true Dao aura, so she looks at him with anxious, pleading eyes instead. Pressed by Yu Hongye's pleading look, Lu Changgong gives her a different job instead: greet guests at the shop, and when it is quiet, help him with paper and ink. Yu Hongye is delighted because this simple work keeps her close to Lu Changgong and close to the Dao hidden in his calligraphy and painting. But Wan Yuyan immediately protests that she can do that too, unwilling to let Yu Hongye keep the better position for herself. In the end, Lu Changgong gives up on dividing things cleanly and simply tells both women to greet guests together and raise the little animals together. Inside the shop, Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye quietly convince themselves that raising a few little demons should be easy if they just feed them meat every day. That calm snaps when a powerful voice calls from outside, announcing that Green Hill Mountain's Bai Zhe has come to visit Senior. Lord Xinghe instantly turns grim, because Bai Zhe is no ordinary guest but the infamous demon emperor who turned Green Hill Mountain into a top power. Then Lord Xinghe's eyes land on the little fox in Lu Changgong's arms, and he suddenly connects Bai Zhe's visit to the missing daughter of Green Hill Mountain. The more he thinks about Bai Zhe's brutal search for his lost child, the more convinced Lord Xinghe becomes that Senior somehow took the demon emperor's daughter. Instead of retreating, Lord Xinghe gets excited at the thought that if Bai Zhe starts trouble, he can risk his life to block him and prove his loyalty to Senior. Lu Changgong, on the other hand, is just confused, because he has no idea who Bai Zhe is or why this famous-sounding stranger came to see him. Since an important guest has arrived, Lu Changong simply asks Wang Yuyan to go welcome him. Wang Yuyan happily asks him to call her Yuyan, and Yu Hongya quickly volunteers to make tea so she can stay close to the precious snow essence flame stream. With both women hurrying to serve, Lu Changong ends up sitting there as the most relaxed person in the room. Meanwhile, Suyu panics in silence, because the visitor outside is her father. The little demons trade frantic eye signals, worrying that Bai Zhe and their terrifyingly strong master might start fighting on the spot. Suyu even fears the opposite outcome more, blurting through that silent exchange that her master might beat her father to death. They consider having Suyu turn human and explain everything, but realize that appearing in human form while sitting in Lu Changdong's arms would only make the misunderstanding worse. So the little demons decide to wait, and only reveal the truth if a real fight breaks out. At the entrance, Wang Yuyan comes face to face with Bai Zhe and immediately feels the crushing pressure of his presence. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, Wang Yuyan nearly loses her breath and starts wondering if this demon emperor has already reached tribulation transcension. Still, Wang Yuyan respectfully introduces herself as Lu Changdong's maid and invites Bai Zhe inside on Senior's behalf. That reminder steadies her, because in her eyes anyone strong enough to make Bai Zhe bow as Senior must be even more unfathomable than this demon emperor. Bai Zhe is a little displeased that Lu Changdong did not come out personally, but he swallows it because he came to ask for help, not pick a fight. He orders his monkey-faced elder to stay outside and decides to enter the shop alone. Just as Wang Yuyan turns to lead him in, she suddenly freezes after spotting a little red bird drifting behind Bai Zhe. She recognizes the bird at once as the divine phoenix that Senior once drew down from the sky with his music. Wang Yuyan does not dare move another step, because unlike Bai Zhe, this phoenix feels like a being she cannot even pretend to stand equal before. Bai Zhe notices her staring and casually turns around, only to meet the cold arrogant eyes of the phoenix himself. That single glance nearly drives the tribulation transcension demon emperor to his knees, because he instantly understands he is facing the true king of birds. Before Bai Zhe can fully kneel, a cold female voice from the phoenix stops him and tells him there is no need for such ceremony. Bai Zhe still lowers himself in a respectful bow and addresses the tiny bird as Lord Phoenix. With both of them stunned behind her, the phoenix ignores the fuss, glances at the immortal's destiny sign, and flies straight into the shop. Inside, the phoenix lands on Lu Changdong's shoulder as if it already belongs there. Lu Changdong has no idea what this bird really is, but he is instantly charmed by its beautiful feathers and unusually human expression. When Lu Changdong gently touches its head, the proud phoenix obediently rubs against his finger like a tame pet. Delighted, Lu Changdong casually announces that Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongya will have one more pet to care for from now on. Yu Hongya looks up from the tea in a daze and nearly stops breathing when she realizes the new pet is actually the divine phoenix. The phoenix shoots Yu Hongya a warning look, making it clear that she is not allowed to expose anything and only wants to stay by Senior quietly. Under that pressure, Yu Hongya can only agree with a bitter face to take good care of this little bird. A moment later, Wang Yuyan and Bai Zhe step into the shop just in time to see Lu Changdong casually petting the obedient phoenix. Wang Yuyan is completely stunned, while Lord Xinghe, watching from inside, feels his mind explode at the sight of the divine phoenix returning in a humble little form. To Lord Xinghe, this proves Senior once drove the flashy phoenix away only because it was too ostentatious, and now even that divine bird has changed itself just to stay near him. Wang Yuyan reaches the same lesson for herself and quietly decides that if she wants to stay by Senior's side, she should act like an ordinary mortal instead of showing off. Then she regains her composure and formally announces to Lu Changdong that the distinguished guest Bai Zhe has arrived. Bai Zhe can barely hold his expression together, because his precious daughter is lying in this man's arms like a pet while even Lord Phoenix rests on his shoulder. But when Bai Zhe forces himself to look past his daughter, a far greater shock hits him as he begins to sense the terrifying Dao charm filling the entire room. The moment Bai Zhe steps into the Immortal's Destiny shop, the calligraphy and paintings hit him like a web of Dao, so overwhelming that he almost wants to cultivate on the spot. Bai Zhe studies Lu Changdong with a hidden technique, but no matter how he looks, the man in front of him still appears to be only a mortal. That impossible result only scares Bai Zhe more, and he decides Lu Changdong must be a terrifying expert who has returned to simplicity so completely that even a tribulation transcension cultivator cannot read him. The feared Lord of Green Hill Mountain suddenly feels the same dread he once inspired in others, because Lu Changdong now seems more dangerous than any monster Bai Zhe has faced. So Bai Zhe bows deeply and lowers himself without hesitation, introducing himself as Junior Green Hill Mountain, Bai Zhe, and paying respects to Senior. Lu Changdong is baffled that another cultivator is calling him Senior, but he still smiles and tells Bai Zhe to treat him like an ordinary host and just call him Lu Changdong. Bai Zhe notices the tiny phoenix on Lu Changdong's shoulder and swallows his pride, deciding that acting like a junior is the only safe choice in front of someone this unfathomable. Then Bai Zhe reassures himself that Lu Changdong seems to be living in seclusion, not abusing Suyu, and maybe, if he stays careful, he can still bring his daughter home. To play it safe, Bai Zhe bows again and insists he has to show Lu Changdong this much respect, or he will not feel at ease. Lu Changgong completely misreads that reverence as another cultivator's love of art, so he asks Wan Yuyan to seat Bai Zai and moves straight into business. Once Bai Zai sits down, Lu Changgong simply asks what he wants to buy, and that innocent question leaves the Demon Emperor utterly blank. Bai Zai looks from Suyu to the room full of doubt-filled treasures and cannot tell whether Lu Changgong is asking him to ransom his daughter or genuinely offering to sell these impossible works. Still unable to read the situation, Bai Zai carefully asks what Lu Changgong thinks he should buy instead. That only leaves Lu Changgong more confused, because from his point of view this is just a customer standing in front of a room full of goods. So Lu Changgong spells it out and says the shop mainly sells calligraphy, paintings, and clay figurines, and Bai Zai is free to look at them. For one dizzy second, Bai Zai feels like he has walked into a mountain of treasures that he could buy at will, and he almost believes this absurd offer is real. But Lu Changgong's flat expression snaps him awake, and Bai Zai decides this has to be a character test meant to expose greed. The thought terrifies him so badly that the mighty Demon Emperor breaks into a cold sweat, and decides he does not dare touch a single thing in this shop. Bai Zai jumps up, bows again, and finally states his true goal. He wants his daughter returned, and he is willing to meet any condition Lu Changgong sets. Lu Changgong is completely blindsided, because from his perspective he has never taken anyone's daughter at all. When Lu Changgong frowns in confusion, Bai Zai only gets more alarmed and starts wondering whether he asked too bluntly or offered too little sincerity. At the side, Wan Yuyan, Yu Hongye, and Lord Xinghe finally understand the truth too. The little fox senior Lu kept as a pet is actually Green Hill Mountain's princess. That realization hits Wan Yuyan especially hard, because if Bai Zai fails today, she and Yu Hongye may end up serving not just a phoenix but also the daughter of the Demon Emperor. As Wan Yuyan thinks it through, Bai Zai's status becomes even more oppressive, because Green Hill Mountain rules over countless demons and its princess is no ordinary little beast at all. Yu Hongye is just as shaken, and after remembering the phoenix's earlier warning, she starts seriously considering bringing the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets closer just to serve these little monsters properly. Even so, Yu Hongye tries to calm herself by remembering that Lu Changgong's household stays peaceful under his rules, and she can only pray Bai Zai takes the little fox away today. Meanwhile, Lu Changgong keeps trying to solve the problem like a normal person and asks the most basic question he can think of. Who exactly is Bai Zai's daughter? Bai Zai is stunned by that question, because to him the answer is obvious while Lu Changgong is literally petting the child he came to reclaim. He almost flares up, but fear wins, and instead Bai Zai activates his innate demon ability to search for the hidden meaning behind Lu Changgong's words. A few seconds later, Bai Zai thinks he has figured it out. Lu Changgong is not denying Su Yu's identity. He is signaling that Bai Zai should not take her away. That only creates a new question in Bai Zai's mind, because he cannot understand why a hidden master of this level would insist on keeping his daughter nearby. So Bai Zai starts searching the room for an answer, checking the phoenix, the doubt-filled treasures, and the two women serving at Lu Changgong's side. The more closely Bai Zai looks at Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye, the more shocked he becomes, because both young women already carry extraordinary talent and traces of Dao intent around them. Bai Zai realizes one woman carries an exceptionally rare white deer spirit, while Wan Yuyan has already touched the threshold of will, something even many old monsters fail to grasp. By the end of his inspection, Bai Zai's eyes light up as a new possibility forms in his mind about why Lu Changgong keeps such extraordinary people and creatures around him. Watching Lu Changgong hold the little fox, Bai Zai suddenly convinces himself that this hidden senior wants to personally raise Suyu as a successor. The more Bai Zai thinks about it, the happier he gets, because a great immortal choosing his daughter is the kind of chance cultivators would kill for. Since Suyu looks safe and comfortable here, Bai Zai decides not to reveal he is the Green Hill Mountain Demon Emperor and chooses to play along quietly. Bai Zai bows deeply and says he understands, formally entrusting her to Lu Changgong and even giving permission to discipline her if needed. Before leaving, Bai Zai gives Suyu one last loving look and promises to return later with a heavy gift for the senior. He leaves without hesitation, already deciding that if this senior dislikes attention, he must keep future visits rare so Suyu is never inconvenienced. A moment later Bai Zai shoots into the sky as a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Once Bai Zai is gone, Lu Changgong just stands there speechless, completely unable to understand what that strange man was talking about. He mentally explodes, wondering who this so-called daughter is and what exactly Bai Zai supposedly understood. What makes it worse is that Lord Xinghe, Wan Yuyan, and Yu Hongye are all watching him with those same knowing faces. Lu Changgong can only force a dry smile and call Bai Zai a funny person. Lord Xinghe reads that awkward line in the exact opposite way, taking it as proof that Lu Changgong openly refused to flatter even the Demon Emperor of Green Hill Mountain. In Xinghe's eyes, Lu Changgong made his position clear. He likes Suyu's talent, but he wants no outside interference, no matter who her father is. That only deepens Lord Xinghe's admiration, because to him this is a true recluse who does not care about worldly power or fame. Looking at Wan Yuyan, Yu Hongye, and Suyu, Lord Xinghe realizes all three girls have effectively been accepted and will probably soar in cultivation from now on. He is so envious that, if not for his age and lack of talent in Lu Changgong's eyes, he would gladly stay here as a servant. At last Lord Xinghe rises and respectfully says he will take his leave so he does not disturb the senior's cultivation. Lu Changong politely sends him off and even tells him to visit the shop more often when he has time. That simple invitation makes Lord Xinghe secretly overjoyed, because he takes it as permission to deepen his connection with this hidden expert. Lord Xinghe bows again and finally leaves the Immortal's Destiny shop. With the room quiet again, Lu Changong absent-mindedly pets the little fox and still cannot figure out what Bai Zhe thought he understood. As lunch approaches, Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye slip naturally into their maid roles and start tidying the shop after the guests leave. When they realize neither of them can cook, the two former rivals decide to go out and buy food instead. They leave hand in hand after saying goodbye, and Lu Changong is left staring after them, baffled by how quickly women can change. Back in the shop later, Lu Changong is still muttering over Bai Zhe's strange words, and every bit of it lands right in Suyu's ears. Suyu almost transforms to explain everything, but her father's parting words suddenly make her think of a daughter being entrusted in marriage. That thought makes Suyu's face burn, because if she turned human right now, she would appear in an unbearably intimate pose in Lu Changong's arms. So Suyu gives up on explaining for now and decides to wait for a better chance to reveal her identity. Once she calms down, Suyu simply enjoys being held, making soft happy sounds that draw Lu Changong's attention. Lu Changong smiles and pats her head, praising the clever little fox for understanding people so well. Time passes peacefully, until one day a proud young man in a light blue robe arrives at the foot of Mount Taiying. He pulls out a palm-sized feng shui compass, senses the trail on it, and confirms that the divination chessboard's aura is nearby. Jianglu carries himself with open arrogance, because as the constellation Dao Palace's top disciple he is proud of both his cultivation and his chess skill. He considers the southern domain a barren backwater, and assumes no one here could compare to his talent. Still, the compass also tells him the divination chessboard seems damaged, which makes him narrow his focus and keep moving. Following that trail, Jianglu soon arrives in front of a humble place called the Immortal's Destiny small shop. He barely cares about the elegant signboard, because he came for one thing only, to take the divination chessboard back. So Jianglu pushes the door open and steps inside the shop. The first thing he sees is Wan Yuyan, and the sight of her beauty stops this sheltered cultivator cold. Earlier, Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye had already settled into the shop's slow routine, with little to do beyond light chores, caring for the small demons, and cultivating. Lu Changong spends his days painting, writing, making tea, mixing wine, kneading clay, and practicing sword dance, and every ordinary act feels like Dao made visible. Living beside that quiet mastery steadily pushes Wan Yuyan, Yu Hongye, and even the little creatures in the shop to grow stronger without even trying. Even so, the two girls are still young, and after days of cultivation Wan Yuyan eventually asks for a spring outing just to break the monotony. Lu Changong agrees to the outing, and when the day comes he leaves with Yu Hongye to buy supplies while Wan Yuyan stays behind to watch the shop. Since the two beauties arrived, random mortals have started dropping by just to stare at the fairies instead of buying anything, which annoys them both. Now Wan Yuyan understands why Lu Changong lets priceless calligraphy and paintings go for mortal gold and silver. To him, these treasures are just everyday things. That realization only deepens her admiration, and while waiting for customers she carefully dusts treasures that probably do not even need dusting. Then the door opens, and Wan Yuyan smoothly greets the visitor with the calm courtesy of a proper shopkeeper. Jianglu enters the little shop and goes straight to the point, asking Wan Yuyan if she is the owner because he is here for the divination chessboard. Wan Yuyan smiles and explains that the owner is out, but she can help if he wants to buy something. Jianglu quietly probes Wan Yuyan with spiritual sense and is jolted to find this supposed maid is only mid-stage nascent soul, yet she already carries the faint touch of will. Before he can question her, Jiangliu's gaze snags on a wall painting of boats battling down a river, and the Tao hidden in it slams into him at once. The 100-good battle flow diagram overwhelms him so completely that he feels like he is standing inside a raging river and cannot resist heaven and earth itself. Wan Yuyan recognizes that Jianglu has slipped into enlightenment from Senior Lu's painting, and after failing to read his cultivation clearly, she decides not to interrupt his lucky chance. About 10 minutes later, Jianglu wakes up shaken and realizes the painting's Tao aura is comparable to records left by the carefree Grand Sage himself. He sweeps his eyes across the rest of the shop and goes numb when he realizes the river painting was no exception at all. The whole room is packed with calligraphy and paintings of the same terrifying level. A sword painting nearly wounds his eyes the instant he looks at it, and Jianglu blurts out in disbelief what kind of owner could keep a shop full of immortal works woven with Tao and truth. Unable to process the room any longer, Jianglu rushes outside and studies the Immortal's Destiny small shop sign for answers. Instead, the sign's brushwork shocks him even harder, because the words themselves seem to overflow with natural great Tao law. Jiangliu's pride from the Central Plains takes a hard hit as he pieces it together. A maid this gifted, a room full of immortal works, and an owner who might have created them all. That realization leaves him stuck, because stealing the divination chessboard is obviously impossible, and even offering a trade suddenly feels laughably weak. As his heightened perception sweeps the town, Jianglu notices that even nearby plaques seem steeped in Dao charm, turning the whole place into something almost unreal. The trip he thought would be simple now feels terrifying, but he still refuses to leave without at least trying to recover the divination chessboard and meet this mysterious shop owner. He drops his pride, puts on a humble face, and walks back into the shop, carefully avoiding even an extra look at Wang Yuyan. This time he respectfully asks to meet her master, and Wang Yuyan tells him to sit because Senior Lu has gone out to buy something and should be back soon. Jianglu sits down, still trying to place this unknown Senior Lu, but no famous powerhouse he knows seems to match the name. Wang Yuyan serves him tea, and before Jianglu even drinks, his eyes lock on the teapot in her hand and his composure almost breaks again. He recognizes the Snow Essence Flame Stream teapot, a treasure tied to secrets of the heavenly realm, and his curiosity about this shop owner spikes even higher. Then Jianglu takes a sip, and the tea instantly floods him with spiritual force and Dao meaning far beyond anything he expected. The tea drags him into a vast chessboard vision, and Jianglu realizes he is standing inside the same supreme sun and moon pattern that the carefree grand sage only glimpsed in dreams. Knowing this is a rare opening, Jianglu immediately focuses on cultivation and starts comprehending the chess intent hidden inside the board. As his insight deepens, a trace of the carefree grand sage's carefree will finally take shape around him. After more than half an hour, Jianglu opens his eyes at the table with a new glow in them, and the uneasy sense that one cup of tea just pushed his will much deeper. He stares at the cup and teapot in bafflement, barely able to process that a heavenly treasure no one could find might have just served him tea in a backwater shop. He starts to question Wang Yuyan, but a warm male voice suddenly arrives from behind, announcing that Yuyan has returned from shopping with him and asking if there is a customer. Jianglu hurries to his feet and formally bows to Senior Lu, finally facing the owner he had built up in his mind as an unfathomable expert. But when Jianglu finally looks closely, he is thrown again. Senior Lu appears like a gentle, handsome man in loose robes, around 30 or 40, with no visible cultivation aura at all. The moment Jianglu steps inside, he reads the room wrong in the most alarming way possible. Treasures everywhere, a maid with terrifying talent, and an owner whose cultivation feels completely unfathomable. Convinced he is facing a senior far beyond his level, Jianglu bows again and apologizes before he even dares mention why he came. Lu Changgong only gets more confused and cautiously asks whether this overpolite stranger actually knows him. With all three of them staring at him, Jianglu feels the pressure spike and blurts out that he has admired Senior's immortal bearing for a long time. Lu Changgong, already suspicious of this sudden flattery, tells him to stop circling and just say what he wants. But Jianglu hears that casual line as a warning to speak now or get thrown out, and he panics that the hidden senior has already seen through his purpose. After a long hesitation, Jianglu finally introduces himself as the Constellation Dao Palace's eldest disciple and admits he came to retrieve the sect founder's treasure, the divination chessboard. Lu Changgong has no idea what any of those names mean, but Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye instantly realize this visitor comes from a top Central Plains sect and may be here to seize a treasure. Knowing they cannot handle Jianglu themselves and unwilling to drag Lu Changgong into open action, Wang Yuyan quietly slips to the back room to wake the sleeping phoenix. She bows to the little red bird, explains that someone may be here to cause trouble, and asks Lord Phoenix to protect the shop without exposing Senior's hidden strength. The phoenix answers with one arrogant glance and a human-like nod, and Wang Yuyan heads back relieved. Back in front, Lu Changgong simply asks the obvious question, what exactly is this divination chessboard? Jianglu respectfully explains that it is the carefree Grand Sage's most precious chessboard, while Wang Yuyan quietly realizes Lu Changgong never even cared enough to remember it. As Lu Changgong starts to deny having any such thing, he suddenly remembers the pile of broken boards he found earlier and buried in the backyard. That memory makes his mood turn cold, because the shattered chessboard is tied to Cheer's appearance, and he wonders if Jianglu is connected to whoever harmed her. He stares straight at Jianglu and asks in a hard voice what that divination chessboard has to do with him. Jianglu hurriedly explains that he has never even seen the board before and was only sent by his sect to retrieve his ancestor's relic, offering compensation if needed. That answer eases Lu Changgong's suspicion a little, and he decides this disciple is probably not the culprit, just someone cleaning up after a dead man's mess. So Lu Changgong gives up on pressing the issue and simply tells Jianglu to follow him. In the backyard, Lu Changgong stops over the buried spot and casually tells Jianglu the broken chessboard should be right under their feet. When Lu Changgong adds that he buried it because it was already shattered when he found it, Jianglu is shocked because the aura he sensed earlier felt completely intact. Too rattled to keep up appearances, Jianglu drops to a squat and blasts away the soil with mana to see for himself. The fragments really are the divination chessboard, and now Jianglu is left staring at the pieces, unable to explain the other chessboard aura he sensed in the shop. Lu Changgong presses once more, and when Jianglu can only confirm that this is the real board, Lu Changgong tells him to take it and makes it clear he was not the one who broke it. Watching from behind, Wang Yuyan feels a surge of emotion because this same chessboard once led her to the chance that changed her life here. Her mood hardens again when she thinks of Cheer, because if Jianglu sees the artifact spirit girl, he might try to take her away too. So Wang Yuyan steps in and, in a polite but pointed tone, asks Jianglu whether he has any other business now that he has the board. Under that pressure, Jianglu can only gather the shattered pieces, admit his mission is complete, and prepare to leave with a head full of confusion. He offers a final thanks, then passes back through the little shop and leaves, still worried he has completely misread the place. After watching him go, Lu Changgong quietly resents letting the matter end there, because he still wants answers about what happened to Cheer. Then he abruptly changes the atmosphere and tells Wang Yuyan to pack up, because the shop will stay closed tomorrow for a spring outing. He even names the whole little group coming along, including Cheer, the fox, the kitten, and the rabbit, and the two girls light up instantly. The girls hurry off to prepare, thrilled that the outing they had been waiting for is finally happening. Left in the front room, Lu Changgong spreads out paper and decides to draw a portrait of Cheer instead. He calls Cheer over and asks the little girl to sit still so he can paint her portrait, and she obediently agrees. As he looks at her, Lu Changgong gets an idea and turns the portrait into young lady holding chess. He adjusts her pose, brings out the sun and moon chessboard, and has her hold a white stone as if she is making her move. The instant Lu Changgong lifts his brush, his whole aura changes, and an ethereal Dao charm spreads through the shop with every stroke. Cheer stays perfectly still and even drifts into silent chess calculations of her own, letting a faint chess intent rise from her body. Lu Changgong senses that intent at once and draws it straight into the painting, turning the portrait into something far greater than a simple sketch. When Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye come back from packing, they stop at the shop entrance and find Lu Changgong painting Cheer, with both of them caught off guard by the almost heavenly aura around his brush. Inside the shop, Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye light up the moment they see Lu Changgong painting again, because even watching him work is a rare chance to sharpen their cultivation. They stop behind him without daring to interrupt, and Lu Changgong's brush reveals that this time he is not painting a lady but a portrait of Cheer alone. The instant they truly look at the painting, the two women feel a vast chess Dao pressing down on them, as if heaven and earth itself have become a chessboard. They can only endure that aura for a moment before their faces turn pale, already pushed to the edge just by standing there. Lu Changgong notices none of it, because he is completely absorbed in the portrait, and steadily paints Cheer's eyes, posture, and chessboard until she seems ready to step out of the page. Half an hour later, Lu Changgong finally sets down his brush and looks pleased, feeling that every finished painting still nudges him toward another breakthrough. He calls Cheer over to see it, and the little girl obediently leaves her game and hurries to his side. Since she is too short to see clearly, Lu Changgong simply lifts Cheer onto his lap so she can look at the painting properly. Cheer is instantly thrilled to recognize herself in the portrait, calm and confident with the chess piece in hand. Lu Changgong gently tells her the painting is hers and hopes she will become a true chess master one day, and Cheer nods with total trust. Cheer may look like a child, but as an artifact spirit she feels the true meaning of chess crashing into her all at once, so strongly that she nearly breaks through on the spot. Instead of chasing that breakthrough, Cheer carefully cherishes the gift, and Lu Changgong happily helps her put the portrait away. Behind them, Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye finally recover from the pressure and realize that just watching this painting has raised their cultivation again. When Lu Changgong notices them, the two women smile awkwardly, but he treats their sudden cultivation state casually, and invites everyone out for dinner instead. Cheer bursts into excited laughter, and the dinner invitation immediately lures the hidden little animals and Suyu out from the back room too. Lu Changgong laughs at how quickly they understood the word dinner and agrees to bring them all along, leaving Suyu and the little demons openly thrilled. After locking the shop, Lu Changgong leads the whole odd little group toward the famous restaurant at the foot of Mount Taiyin. While Lu Changgong's group enjoys dinner, the story cuts to a very different scene on far-off Mount Mystic Water, where battle has already torn a sect apart. The Mystic Water sect is in ruins, flames are everywhere, and sect master Huang Zhe stands battered among his surviving disciples facing the man who led the attack. Furious over the slaughter of his people, Huang Zhe demands to know why Song Meng suddenly attacked the Mystic Water sect. Song Meng first hides behind a flimsy excuse about Huang Zhe's disciples invading the Song family, and Huang Zhe instantly calls it nonsense. Then Song Meng drops the excuse and openly demands Huang Zhe's treasure, making it clear the attack was really about the painting. Huang Zhe is shocked that Song Meng somehow learned about the painting called Goodness is Like Water, the treasure that had already pushed his cultivation into the late nascent soul stage. The truth is simple. Song Meng had a long-hidden spy in the sect, learned Huang Zhe was obsessing over a mysterious painting, and decided the Mystic Water sect was finally worth robbing. He had ignored sects like Mystic Water before because they were troublesome and not profitable, but now one valuable treasure was enough reason to strike. What really fuels his ambition is a recent chance encounter. A divine phoenix descended to the Song family, and even the family's soul formation patriarch had to kneel before it. After that visit brought the Song family treasures and backing, Song Meng started dreaming of wiping out several nearby sects and becoming the only overlord in the region. So he tells Huang Zhe outright that today's assault is only the beginning, and orders him to hand over the painting, surrender, and live as a Song family slave if he wants to survive. But instead of despairing, Huang Zhe suddenly starts laughing so hard that Song Meng thinks the man has gone mad. Huang Zhe reveals the real danger. That phoenix came down to the mortal world because of the owner of the painting, and the so-called gifts given to the Song family are only things that Senior Lu could take back at any time. He vows that if he can reach that senior, he will demand justice for the stolen painting and the disciples Song Meng butchered today. Then Huang Zhe makes his move, burning his own spiritual energy in a desperate escape technique even though it will worsen his injuries. Song Meng panics and orders everyone to stop him, because a fleeing nascent soul cultivator is far harder to catch than one fighting head-on. Huang Zhe escapes anyway, his wild laughter echoing over the battlefield as he swears today's blood debt will be repaid in full. Once Huang Zhe is gone, fear and rage harden Song Meng's heart, and he orders his men to kill every remaining member of the Mystic Water sect. Huang Zhe keeps fleeing with his spiritual energy nearly burned dry, carrying equal parts exhaustion and hatred as he races toward the Grand Moon sect region. He knows Senior Lu did not cause this disaster, but Song Meng targeted the painting Senior Lu gave him, so Huang Zhe is certain that Senior will not ignore what happened. At first he plans to go straight to the Immortal's Destiny shop, but midway he suddenly changes his mind. Since Xu Zhao was the one who first connected him to Senior Lu, Huang Zhe decides it will be better to appear before that old friend first, especially in his current miserable state. So he breaks through the air and heads directly to the Grand Moon sect to ask for help through Xu Zhao. At the Grand Moon sect gate, a guarding disciple challenges him, and Huang Zhe lowers himself to politely announce that the Mystic Water sect master has come to visit an old friend. The disciple recognizes Huang Zhe from Xu Zhao's birthday celebration and quickly invites him in to wait, while he goes to report the news. After losing his sect and everything behind it, Huang Zhe arrives at the Grand Moon sect like a beaten stray and is deeply moved when a junior still treats him with respect. The disciple leads Huang Zhe into the guest hall, where he quietly drinks tea and tries to steady himself before speaking to Xu Zhao. Xu Zhao enters joking like an old friend, teasing Huang Zhe about the painting Senior gave him and assuming this is an ordinary visit. Huang Zhe's bitterness breaks through at once, and he asks Xu Zhao if he knows the Song family. When Xu Zhao guesses he means Song Yan's clan, Huang Zhe confirms it with raw hatred and reveals that Song Meng led the massacre of the entire Mystic Water sect. Xu Zhao is stunned that such a major sect could be wiped out so suddenly, especially when the victim is his own old friend. Seeing Huang Zhe on the edge of losing control, Xu Zhao sends spiritual energy into him first and forces the conversation to settle. Once seated again, Huang Zhe explains that Song Meng attacked because he learned about the painting called Goodness is Like Water, and the Mystic Water sect was caught completely off guard. As Huang Zhe speaks of heavy casualties and missing disciples, the destruction stops being politics and lands like the loss of his home and family. With nowhere else to turn, Huang Zhe asks Xu Zhao to help him decide what to do next. Xu Zhao remembers Huang Zhe's old kindness and answers without hesitation that he will stand with him instead of staying out of it. He tells Huang Zhe to stay in the Grand Moon sect while he investigates first, choosing patience over a reckless move against the Song family or rushing straight to Senior Lu. Huang Zhe accepts that plan, realizing that rushing directly to Senior Lu now could easily offend someone far above him. Xu Zhao waves off Huang Zhe's thanks and reminds him that a friendship of thousands of years does not need formal words. Elsewhere, Song Meng finishes butchering the Mystic Water sect in under an hour, leaving no living creature behind and piling its treasury at his feet. But even after victory, Song Meng looks uneasy because Huang Zhe escaped, and a nascent soul enemy bent on revenge is a headache even for the Song family. He bitterly regrets not burning spiritual power and using his best treasure earlier, because one moment of carelessness was all Huang Zhe needed to flee. What truly unsettles him is Huang Zhe's warning that the descended phoenix came for Senior Lu, and that anything Song Meng took should be returned intact. For the first time, Song Meng seriously wonders if a real Senior Lu exists, and what kind of terrifying person could summon a phoenix down to the mortal world. He buries that fear under cruelty, ordering the remaining trash killed, the treasures hauled off, and the whole sect burned. When some disciples start abusing captives, Song Meng barely cares and just tells them to cripple the victims and bring them home if they want to play. Even while the Mystic Water sect burns behind him, Song Meng cannot enjoy the victory because he is still haunted by Huang Zhe's warning about a terrifying Senior Lu. After the slaughter, both sides temporarily pull back, while the story cuts to Lu Changgong's group enjoying a carefree spring outing on Mount Taiying. Lu Changgong takes charge of the camp, setting up tents and casually assigning Wang Yuyan to prepare meat and Yu Hongye to gather firewood. The little demons play around the tents, and Su Yu has gotten so used to this easy life with Lu Changgong that she happily treats herself like his pet now. Perched above them, the little red bird watches in silence and remembers that she came to the mortal world for Lu Changgong's song Seeking the Phoenix, the very thing she has pursued all her life. Her gaze suddenly sharpens when her divine sense catches an approaching figure with at least human immortal strength. She almost calls out a warning, then abruptly stops when she realizes she recognizes the approaching presence. Through her divine sense, the phoenix identifies the approaching pair as the devil lord Shang Yan and his daughter Shang Chan, two famous top experts of the mortal world. Remembering that Shang Yan is said to be a rare devil with a pure heart, the phoenix decides not to interrupt the outing yet. She keeps one private assurance to herself: she already left a protective mark on Lu Changgong, so if danger appears, she can shield him immediately. Unaware of any approaching visitors, Lu Changgong's group throws themselves into barbecue prep with real excitement. As oil and seasoning hit the meat over charcoal, the smell turns instantly irresistible. Wang Yuyan is the first to blurt out how good it smells, and even Yu Hongye starts swallowing hard at a taste she has never had before. Cheer, who does not even need mortal food, still finds herself tempted after spending time around Lu Changgong's strange talents. The little demons are even less dignified, with Suyu the fox already jumping into Lu Changgong's lap and staring at the meat like a born glutton. The little rabbit and kitten also squat right beside the fire, utterly focused on who gets the first bite. Surrounded by shameless foodies, Lu Changgong can only laugh and keep adding more chicken wings to the grill. Then he realizes a scene this good is missing one last thing, and his eyes light up at the thought of wine. Proud of 20 years of brewing skill, Lu Changgong confidently decides to make mountain spring wine on the spot even though normal brewing should take far longer. He sends Yu Hongye to fetch fresh spring water, and she agrees but pouts because she is afraid the others will eat everything before she comes back. Lu Changgong teases her gently and promises there is plenty, which sends her off blushing toward the nearby spring. Yu Hongye comes back with the spring water and finds the campsite even worse for hungry people, with the rich barbecue smell pulling everyone toward the grill. Lu Changgong tells the group to start eating while he begins brewing the mountain spring wine for them all. Just as the picnic hits its happiest rhythm, a crisp young woman's voice sounds from nearby, amazed by the delicious smell. A sudden girl's voice cuts through the quiet mountain picnic, and everyone freezes because nobody should be out in a place this remote. Out of the trees walks Shang Chan, a bright young girl in purple, with her middle-aged father Shang Yan following behind her. Lu Changgong assumes they are just travelers and cheerfully invites the pair to join the spring outing and share the barbecue. Shang Chan instantly agrees and calls him uncle, leaving Lu Changgong awkwardly reminded that he really is old enough for the title. The girl introduces herself as Shang Chan and her father as Shang Yan, and her hungry stare at the grill makes it obvious what brought them over. Shang Yan politely says his daughter was lured here by the food, and Lu Changgong wins him over by warmly praising him for having such a lively, lovable daughter. That one sentence brightens Shang Yan's mood immediately, and he finally settles in to eat with the group. As the first batch roasts, even Shang Yan admits he has never seen barbecue done this way before. Lu Changgong casually says he picked up the method from an old man while traveling, keeping his answer modest. Once the skewers are done, Lu Changgong hands them out around the fire, and he quietly gives Weiqi two instead of one like a doting father. The first bite hits hard, and the whole group lights up at how shockingly good the wild mountain barbecue tastes. Shang Chan immediately begs for another skewer with a pitiful face, clearly ready to shamelessly charm her way into more food. Lu Changgong gives in, but says the next round is on them because he is going to brew some wine. Shang Yan says they should not just eat for free, so he goes to help Lu Changgong while Shang Chan happily jumps into grill for herself. Shang Chan copies Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye's motions exactly, brushing on oil and seasoning with the foodie's full concentration. Because the women are cultivators with absurd control and memory, they reproduce Lu Changgong's technique almost perfectly and never burn a single skewer. Away from the grill, Lu Changgong starts brewing mountain spring wine with the same effortless confidence he always uses. Lu Changgong casually drops freshly picked leaves and flowers into the urn, and before long the simple mountain brew is already giving off an extraordinary fragrance. To Lu Changgong this is just familiar handiwork, but Shang Yan sees spiritual essence and Tao rhythm pouring out of every movement. As a red dust immortal, Shang Yan should be beyond surprise, yet Lu Changgong's plain brewing has shaken him so badly that his immortal composure finally cracks. The thought finally hits him hard. Lu Changgong might not be mortal at all, but a hidden immortal so deep that Shang Yan cannot measure him. The brewing grows so profound that Shang Yan even feels drunk just from watching Lu Changgong work. After forcing himself to calm down, Shang Yan decides not to pry and just helps quietly, thinking a being at that level would not care what others think anyway. An hour later they return to the picnic carrying a fresh jar of mountain spring wine with a light, clean fragrance instead of a heavy alcoholic bite. Wang Yuyan is instantly drawn in by the scent, and Lu Changgong smilingly tells everyone the wine is mild enough that even Weiqi can have a little. Now fully suspicious, Shang Yan quietly uses his heavenly spirit eye on the group, convinced that people around a hidden senior cannot be ordinary either. The moment he looks at Wang Yuyan, Shang Yan is stunned again, because a nascent soul cultivator like her somehow carries traces of a terrifying will and something forbidden even he cannot understand. When his gaze shifts to Yu Hongye, he sees the spirit of a white deer and an impossible treasure hidden within her, enough to shake even a red dust immortal. Then he looks at the little fox Suyu and realizes she is no ordinary pet at all, but a flawless spirit demon with the kind of talent that would make immortal emperors fight to claim her. By now Shang Yan can barely process what kind of person Lu Changgong must be, if monsters of this level are casually staying by his side. And then he notices Weiqi, only to be completely shaken, because she is clearly an artifact spirit born from at least an immortal realm treasure. What truly terrifies him is that Weiqi is not just an artifact spirit anymore, because she already carries the living Tao rhythm of a real life form. To Shang Yan, this crosses an impossible line, because even immortals can heal or revive but they cannot create life from nothing, since that power belongs only to heaven. So his suspicion turns into fear. If Lu Changong can give life to an artifact spirit, then this man may be far beyond even an immortal emperor. Because Shang Yan himself is a red dust immortal who should not even be lingering in the mortal world, the thought hits him that Lu Changong might actually be heaven's incarnation sent to deal with him. The more he thinks about it, the less this meeting feels like chance, and real fear appears on Shang Yan's face for the first time in ages. Unable to stay casual anymore, Shang Yan nervously addresses Lu Changong as senior and starts speaking with extreme caution. Lu Changong looks confused, but Shang Yan hurriedly insists a person of such noble status should not call him brother and should just use his name. Lu Changong can only laugh it off and tell Shang Yan not to make it so formal, because to him this was just a chance meeting over barbecue, nothing more. Lu Changong gently waves off the formal title and tells Shang Yan they only met by chance, so there is no need to call him senior. That soft answer calms Shang Yan a little, and he hurriedly apologizes for failing to recognize someone so far above him. Lu Changong laughs it off as nothing more than sharing skewers and wine, trying to make the whole meeting feel casual. Then Lu Changong adds that meeting here is fate, and even says he feels especially fated with Shang Yan's daughter. That one word, fate, hits Shang Yan like a death sentence because coming from Lu Changong, it sounds exactly like the heavenly Tao passing judgment. Shang Yan suddenly believes his urge to walk this way was never his own at all, but the heavenly Tao quietly drawing him here. The thought terrifies Shang Yan, because he never wanted the brutal life of the immortal realm, and only wanted to stay in the mortal world with his wife and children. Unable to bear the thought, Shang Yan bows and begs Lu Changong not to ferry him up to the immortal realm. Lu Changong is completely baffled, because from his point of view he is just a mortal shopkeeper and has no idea what Shang Yan is talking about. He quickly asks Shang Yan to stand up and explain, but Shang Yan only hears this as a powerful being waiting to see what tribute he can offer. Shang Yan's mind races, and he starts guessing that this incarnation of the heavenly Tao came down to the mortal world to gather rare geniuses as subordinates. That theory gives him hope, because if Lu Changong wants talent instead of punishment, maybe there is still room to negotiate. Then Shang Yan follows Lu Changong's gaze and sees it resting on Shang Chan, which makes his heart drop all over again. He instantly misreads that look as Lu Changong taking a fancy to his daughter as the perfect heavenly Tao representative. Panicking, Shang Yan blurts out that his daughter is not sensible and is not suitable, trying to stop this before it is decided. Lu Changong cuts him off in honest surprise and says Shang Chan is excellent, especially her shocking talent for barbecue. At the grill, the gap is obvious now. Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye can only copy the steps, while Shang Chan has already turned barbecue into her own craft. Shang Chan's chicken wings and eggplants come out crisp outside and tender inside, and even the nearby little demons crowd around her station for food. Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye feel a little stifled beside her, because they know they are still just imitating Lu Changong while Shang Chan clearly has real instinct. But Shang Yan completely misses the real meaning and only feels crushed, convinced his daughter has already been chosen and there is nothing he can do. As the talk continues, Shang Yan bitterly remembers that his long stay in the mortal world already goes against heaven's rules, even if he sealed his power and lived harmlessly. That is why he does not even dare think about fighting back, because to him Lu Changong's every move already carries the essence of the Tao itself. So Shang Yan tries one last plea, asking if there is any room to discuss this and offering any treasure or service he has, as long as his daughter is spared. Lu Changong gets even more confused, because he only meant that Shang Chan is talented, not that he wants to take her away. He even thinks of Bai Zai's old nonsense about daughters, realizing Shang Yan now seems trapped in the exact same weird misunderstanding. Trying to be clear, Lu Changong tells Shang Yan that if he does not want to part with his daughter, he can just keep her with him. So what does any of this have to do with Lu Changong at all? That answer only scares Shang Yan more, because he hears it as a warning that Lu Changong had offered mercy once and is now losing patience. Shang Yan finally gives up resisting and asks whether Lu Changong plans to return soon or remain in the mortal world for a while. Lu Changong simply answers that he lives at a small shop at the foot of Mount Taiying called Immortal's Destiny Small Shop, and Shang Yan can visit anytime. To Shang Yan, that sounds like proof that Lu Changong will stay down here for some time, which means he may still be able to see his daughter before everything changes. He immediately thanks Lu Changong for showing mercy and asks permission to speak with Shang Chan first, already acting as if her fate has been decided. Lu Changong has no idea why talking to one's own daughter would need his approval, but he can only let Shang Yan go ahead. Shang Yan pulls Shang Chan aside from the grill, even though she is still happily eating with a mouth full of oil. Despite her youthful look, Shang Chan is actually over 1,000 years old, but living under her father's protection has left her innocent and childlike. Before she can even understand what is happening, Shang Yan blurts out that he may not be able to stay with her from now on. Shang Chan takes it in the most childish way possible and instantly thinks her father wants to abandon her for eating too much. On the verge of crying, she promises to eat less and begs him not to abandon her. Shang Yan's heart twists, but he steadies himself and asks if she knows who the senior that seems to have no cultivation really is. Shang Chan stops crying, looks up at her father, and asks the simple question that ends the excerpt. Who is he? Off to the side of the campfire, Shan Yan lowers his voice and tells Shang Chan a shocking guess. Lu Changong is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He explains that the heavenly Tao almost never descends, so if it has appeared in the mortal world now, it is probably here to choose someone to act on its behalf. To prove it, Shang Yan points at the women beside Lu Changong and says even they are monstrous talents, especially little fox Suyu with 6 flawless bodies coveted in the immortal world. Once she looks closely, Shang Chan can tell for herself that Wan Yuyen, Yu Hongye, and Suyu are all far from ordinary. Shang Chan finally pieces it together and asks the obvious question. Has this heavenly Tao incarnation taken a liking to her? Shang Yan bitterly confirms it, believing his gifted daughter has been chosen to support the heavenly Tao itself. He admits he cannot resist someone like that, so Shang Chan will have to stay by Lu Changong's side as the heavenly Tao's future representative. Then he comforts both of them with a practical hope. Lu Changong seems to live in the mortal world for now, so father and daughter may still meet before ascending. Shang Chan takes it better than he does and tries to cheer him up, saying she will work hard under senior, and they are not being parted by life and death. She even reminds him that immortals live for ages, so if they both keep cultivating, there will be plenty of chances to reunite. Shang Yan finally admits the real pain. She has always been at his side, and the thought of losing her company tears at him. Shang Chan hugs her father and gently points out that if Lu Changong really has a home in the mortal world, he can simply visit her there. That thought reassures him, especially because Lu Changong has acted so down-to-earth that Shang Yan can almost believe this terrifying being is easy to approach. Before they go back, Shang Yan gives one last serious warning. Never offend Lu Changong, and do whatever he asks with full effort. He also warns that Lu Changong seems to be deliberately living like a mortal, so Shang Chan must hide her own power and follow that rhythm too. Shang Chan accepts the order seriously, ready to play along with this mortal life test by Senior's side. When the two return to the grill, Lu Changong casually offers Shang Yan a freshly roasted skewer as if none of this cosmic drama exists. That small kindness makes Shang Yan even more convinced he chose correctly, and his fear starts turning into wild optimism about his daughter's future status in the immortal world. In Shang Yan's mind, if Shang Chan becomes the heavenly Tao's representative, even immortal kings and emperors would have to give her father some face. The idea snowballs so fast that the barbecue in his hand suddenly tastes better than any delicacy he has ever eaten. Riding that momentum, Shang Yan blurts out a dangerous line and asks Lu Changong if he can visit his daughter at Senior's residence in the future. Lu Changong freezes on the spot, because from his perspective Shang Yan has somehow just announced he is leaving his daughter behind for no reason at all. When Lu Changong asks what he means by handing over his daughter, Shang Yan hurriedly corrects himself and says it is to the heavenly Tao, not to him. Shang Chan follows up with total sincerity, promising she will work hard and not let Senior down, which only makes Lu Changong feel more lost. Lu Changong tries to ask if Shang Yan misunderstood something, but Shang Yan cuts him off before he can explain. Shang Yan passionately insists that he understands everything, praises his daughter's talent, and formally entrusts her to Lu Changong's command. He even says Lu Changong can punish Shang Chan if she misbehaves, sounding less like a cultivator's deal and more like a father marrying off his daughter. Once he says it out loud, Shang Yan's sadness finally breaks through, and he stands to leave before he embarrasses himself further. After one last deep look at Shang Chan, Shang Yan turns around and leaves the campsite for real. Lu Changong is left dumbfounded and can only stare after him, wanting answers that are already gone. He turns to Wan Yuyen and Yu Hongye for help, hoping at least they can explain what just happened. They both nod because to them this looks just like another powerful figure entrusting a talented daughter to Senior Lu for guidance. In their eyes, Wan Yuyen and Yu Hongye already serve at his shop, Suyu is practically his pet, and Shang Chan simply joins that strange household as another follower. Their agreement only makes Lu Changong more shaken, because now it feels like everyone understands the situation except him. Then Shang Chan timidly asks if she can keep eating, as if being suddenly abandoned at a stranger's camp is the least important thing here. Lu Changong can only agree, inwardly horrified that Shang Yan left such an inexperienced girl behind without even worrying what kind of man he might be. Trying to salvage something practical, he asks whether her father at least knows where their shop is. Shang Chan cheerfully shakes her head no while happily eating the chicken wings he just roasted. When he asks how Shang Yan is supposed to find her later, Shang Chan answers with total faith that if her father finds her, he will naturally find Senior's shop too. She even comforts him by saying that if Shang Yan cannot find the shop, Lu Changong can surely find her father instead. Lu Changong has no answer for that nonsense, so he gives up and decides the camp simply needs one more tent now that Shang Chan is staying. The women agree without complaint, while Shang Chan is so absorbed in food that she barely registers the fact she has just joined the group. A little later, Wan Yuyen and Yu Hongye put up a simple tent for Shang Chan and quietly accept her as one of their own. Because Lu Changong once said there should be no infighting, the girls warm up fast, and soon Shang Chan fits into the circle with surprising ease. That leaves only Lu Changong sitting apart with the little fox in his arms, silently questioning what kind of world he has walked into. He thinks back over the pattern, from Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye insisting on staying, to buy Zay's daughter issue, and none of it makes any sense to him. His train of thought lands on the little fox itself, and he half-jokingly wonders whether Suyu is somehow the daughter everyone keeps talking about. Without thinking much about it, he reaches down and rubs Suyu's fluffy belly, mostly because it feels soft and comforting. For Suyu, though, that innocent touch hits like a disaster, and she is instantly overwhelmed by embarrassment. She throws up both tiny paws and covers her eyes, too shy to face him after having her belly touched by a man. Lu Changgong notices the reaction and teases her with a grin, asking whether his little fox is actually getting shy from being touched by her master. That teasing only makes Suyu think harder about her own feelings, and what she discovers leaves her even redder inside. She does not dislike his touch at all. On the way back, Lu Changgong keeps replaying the day in his head and realizes something is off. Every immortal cultivator he met treated him like a respected senior. He wonders if he has some hidden trait after all, maybe something that helps immortals cultivate faster or lets his paintings and crafts carry value he cannot see. But the idea still feels ridiculous to him, because in his own eyes those works are just ordinary paintings and calligraphy, not treasures beyond immortals. In the end he drops the mystery and comforts himself with the simple life he already has: cheer, a few silly pets, 2 beautiful maids, and now one more shamelessly pretty foodie. What Lu Changgong does not know is that Shang Chan was born in harmony with the Tao, naturally grasped for heavenly Tao rules, and carries the effortless bearing of a mid-tribulation transcension expert. Since Shang Yan already abandoned his daughter here, Lu Changgong decides he cannot leave her behind and plans to bring her back to the small shop with everyone else. That practical kindness hits a snag fast when Lu Changgong discovers Shang Chan's appetite has nearly wiped out the food they packed for 3 days. Because the supplies are gone, the group agrees to stay on the mountain only about 1 more day before heading home early. They still enjoy the shortened trip, touring the mountain and eating barbecue before heading back to the shop with satisfied smiles. When they arrive at Immortal's Destiny small shop, Shang Chan lifts her head to read the sign and instantly senses Tao essence overflowing from every stroke. That one glance erases her last doubt, and Shang Chan becomes certain Lu Changgong really is tied to the heavenly Tao itself. She suddenly grabs several bags from Lu Changgong and rushes inside first, acting far more attentive than before. The moment she crosses the threshold, the shop's Tao rhythm nearly suffocates her Tao-fused body, and she feels as if dozens of basic great Tao laws are laid bare in front of her. To Shang Chan, this shop is not just a store anymore but a dream cultivation ground where heavenly Tao rules can be directly observed and learned. Her homesickness for her father vanishes on the spot, because now she knows there may be no better place for her in all the immortal world. She turns to Lu Changgong with starry eyes and asks outright if she will be living here from now on. Lu Changgong gives a helpless nod, because he cannot bring himself to throw out a delicate girl her own father left behind. He starts to say she can stay until her father returns, but Shang Chan cuts him off and insists Shang Yan will not come back soon, so he should not chase her away. Her panicked sincerity leaves Lu Changgong speechless, and he finally agrees to let her stay for good. Even while accepting her, Lu Changgong quietly worries that this stunning new resident had better help attract customers, because feeding her may become expensive. Shang Chan immediately asks what work she should do, eager to prove she belongs here. When the off-panel senior asks what she is good at, Shang Chan answers without hesitation that she can wield a sword and play the zither. That sounds useful to Lu Changgong, so he tells her to dance the sword and play music at the door to attract customers. Shang Chan accepts on the spot, because staying near the shop means every movement of hers can follow the Tao rhythm around it. Since there is time, Shang Chan eagerly offers to play a song first, and the others in the shop look over to watch. As soon as she picks up the instrument, Shang Chan notices the words essence fusion and realizes this 9-string Phoenix Sandragon zither is the legendary immortal supreme treasure from an old record. The discovery shocks her again, because Lu Changgong has casually left an immortal supreme treasure sitting in his shop like ordinary furniture. She steadies herself and starts playing her strongest piece, Heavenly Thunderquake, determined to show everything she can do. From the opening notes, the song reveals itself as a true battle tune, sharp and martial like war drums before a charge. The music surges through the room until everyone's blood starts boiling, and Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye look ready to charge at enemies that are not really there. When the final note falls, Shang Chan stays still for a moment, knowing she just gave the best performance of her life and even touched a deeper layer of zither art through the instrument. Then she finally looks up with open pride and asks the off-panel senior if she played well. Lu Changgong praises the performance but still hears room to improve, and the urge to demonstrate it himself becomes hard to resist. He says he already remembers the melody and is about to play it back for her himself. That promise instantly excites the room, because Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye know what Lu Changgong's music can do, and even the sleepy little red phoenix perks up. To them, Lu Changgong's playing is no ordinary performance at all, but the kind of music that once stirred heavenly phenomena and even drew a phoenix down from the sky. The moment Lu Changgong sits before the zither, Shang Chan's expression tightens, because even before the first note he already seems perfectly fused with the instrument. Then the first note lands, and the whole room immediately slips into a deeper artistic realm. With the next note, Everyone is dragged fully into the music, as if they have stepped onto a battlefield under thunder and torrential rain. For Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye, the heavenly pressure inside that war vision is so overwhelming that the two nascent soul cultivators can barely breathe. Shang Chan sees something even grander, herself as a battlefield commander leading countless troops through the sky while heavenly thunder explodes around her ears. The illusion becomes so real that Shang Chan's spiritual power moves on its own, and she instinctively calls down terrifying heavenly might onto the battlefield. Far away in the Grand Moon Sect's main hall, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe are casually talking when a sudden thunderclap from a clear sky makes both men jolt in alarm. They rush outside and see huge storm clouds already swallowing Mount Taiyin, with terrifying heavenly thunder gathering over the mountain. Even Zhu Zhao at the Dharma Idol realm feels a pressure so heavy it almost forces him to kneel, and Huang Zhe fares even worse. Staring at the impossible storm over Mount Taiyin, Huang Zhe blurts out a panicked guess that the Song family might have arrived with some priceless treasure. When thunderclouds suddenly roll in, Huang Zhe panics at once and assumes the Song family has come for them again. Even Zhu Zhao is rattled, because if the Song family really attacks, not even his Dharma Idol realm strength can hold them off. Zhu Zhao is about to open the sect formation against an enemy assault when he notices the thunder is not aiming at the mountain at all. Realizing the storm is gathering near the foot of the mountain, Zhu Zhao suddenly suspects it has something to do with Senior Lu. He still orders the formation opened, then drags Huang Zhe with him and rushes downhill, gambling that if the Song family appears they can only survive by reaching the Immortal's Destiny shop. At the market, they find waves of pure Dao rhythm spreading straight out of Lu Changgong's shop, confirming that the disturbance really comes from him. As they draw closer, they realize Lu Changgong is calmly playing the zither inside, and the song itself is shaking the sky with thunder. The closer they get, the heavier the heavenly pressure becomes, and even cultivators at their level feel an instinctive urge to kneel. Then greed for cultivation wins over pride, and both men sit right outside the shop to comprehend the Dao and Senior Lu's music. Inside the shop, Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye are pale with fear, but they force themselves to endure because this flood of Dao essence is too valuable to waste. Cheer, the little demons, and even the divine phoenix are all dragged into painful enlightenment under the same overwhelming music. But Shang Chan has it worst of all, because from her perspective she is already trapped in midair with furious heavenly thunder charging straight at her. For the sheltered Shang Chan, the sheer danger wipes everything else from her mind and leaves only raw fear. At that breaking point, a zither-aligned Dao rhythm suddenly erupts from Shang Chan's body and answers Lu Changgong's music. That resonance shoves her cultivation from mid to late tribulation transcension stage in a single leap. Normally someone like Shang Chan would advance smoothly under heaven's favor, but breaking through inside Lu Changgong's thunderstorm makes the heavenly lightning finally lock onto her. A true heavenly tribulation starts to form, and the pressure turns so fierce that everyone nearby realizes this is no ordinary celestial sign. Inside the shop, the cultivators connect the dots at last and realize Shang Chan has triggered a heavenly tribulation by breaking through. Wang Yuyan warns that if this turns into the dreaded nine-tiered heavenly tribulation, even under Senior Lu's protection Shang Chan could still die. The two girls genuinely worry for Shang Chan now, because in this short time they have already grown fond of her gentle, guileless nature. At that moment, the little red bird turns cold with anger, because in her eyes this petty tribulation has dared to interrupt her master's performance. With a cry only cultivators can truly hear, the divine phoenix vanishes from the room and reappears in the sky wrapped in multicolored light. Across Grand Moon Sect, cultivators flood out to the square and cheer wildly at the sight of the phoenix, treating her as a sign that the southern domain is blessed. Outside the shop, Zhu Zhao realizes the sky holds two overlapping forces at once, Lu Changgong's heavenly phenomenon and someone's real heavenly tribulation. He even talks himself into a grand explanation, guessing that Senior Lu deliberately drew down stronger lightning to reward the person making a breakthrough. Huang Zhe accepts the idea and decides they should wait until the tribulation ends before warning Senior Lu about the Song family. Then Lu Changgong's zither music finally stops, and the Dao rhythm in the air fades away. But the thunderclouds do not disperse with the song, and that makes it obvious this remaining threat is the real heavenly tribulation. A heartbeat later, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket slams down straight toward the Immortal's Destiny shop. The phoenix does not dodge it. She screams back at the heavens and charges the falling tribulation head-on. Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe can only stare, stunned that the divine bird is actually taking on the heavenly tribulation herself. Then the impossible happens, and the phoenix simply swallows the terrifying lightning whole. Everyone below is left dumbfounded, because nobody has ever seen heavenly lightning treated like food. Fed by the bolt, the phoenix shines even more brilliantly as threads of lightning coil around her feathers. Instead of waiting for the next strike, she spreads her wings and dives straight into the thunderclouds to eat the rest. Inside the shop, Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye rush outside on the cheers and stop cold when they see the phoenix devouring Shang Chan's tribulation in the sky. Even they are shaken, because devouring heavenly tribulation is beyond anything they have ever heard of. Back inside, Shang Chan is still busy stabilizing her fresh breakthrough and cannot even react to the rescue happening above her. Lu Changgong hears the shouting too, so he walks out of the shop with his hands behind his back to see what all the noise is about. When Wang Yuyan tells him the divine phoenix is fighting the heavenly tribulation, Lu Changong is instantly intrigued because he missed seeing the phoenix clearly last time. He looks up and honestly just wants a better view of the phoenix, but the thunderclouds keep blocking it from his mortal eyes. Lu Changong can only sigh that he still is not fated to see it clearly, but everyone around him mistakes that reaction for dissatisfaction with the phoenix's performance. In their minds, a phoenix taking this long against the tribulation only proves how terrifying Senior Lu himself must be. After a long stretch, the thunderclouds finally disperse and the phoenix disappears from sight again. Lu Changong gives one last disappointed sigh at missing the view, then turns around and walks back into the shop, leaving everyone else silently stunned behind him. Inside the shop, Lu Changong calmly wipes his zither after playing, still in an unusually good mood. Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye lead Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe in, and the two visitors respectfully greet Lu Changong as their senior. Lu Changong welcomes them warmly and tells Wang Yuyan to serve tea, treating the whole visit like an ordinary guest call. As they settle in, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe both notice Shang Chan sitting nearby with her eyes closed, her Dao aura practically spilling out of her. They realize the young-looking woman has already broken through to late-stage tribulation transcension, a level so high it feels like an earth immortal in the mortal world. Even Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye are shaken, because they had no idea this quiet girl in the shop was actually that terrifyingly strong. Zhu Zhao asks who Shang Chan is, and Lu Changong casually calls her the mascot they somehow picked up on a spring outing. He even jokes that she can help play the zither and dance the sword to attract customers, though she eats a little too much. That answer leaves Zhu Zhao reeling, because in this tiny shop a heaven's daughter serves tea, an artifact spirit is raised like family, a divine phoenix hangs around, and now even a late-stage tribulation transcension cultivator is treated like shop help. Remembering why he came, Zhu Zhao suddenly feels the Song family is nothing in front of the forces gathered in this room. He finally bows and asks Lu Changong for help, saying he and Huang Zhe have run into serious trouble. Lu Changong is puzzled that immortal cultivators would seek him out at all, since he still thinks of himself as nothing but a mortal. He asks what the trouble is, but bluntly warns that a mere mortal like him may not be able to help. Zhu Zhao explains that after the Song family learned he had received Lu Changong's goodness is like water, they attacked and forced him to flee, while Huang Zhe's side also suffered under them. When Huang Zhe describes his sect being destroyed and his people killed, his voice nearly breaks, and the whole room turns angry and heavy. The story drags up Lu Changong's own hatred for people who trample others' lives, and his face goes cold on the spot. Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe can tell the Song family has offended the wrong person, but Lu Changong stays stern and conflicted because he still believes he has no real way to help. After a long pause, he can only sigh and admit again that as a mortal he does not know how he could help them. Zhu Zhao quickly shifts his request and asks for just one thing: if possible, let the divine phoenix warn the Song family not to come slaughter people again and disturb Lu Changong's peace. Lu Changong is caught off guard by the request, because he has never believed the little phoenix obeys him at all. He laughs it off and says that if the phoenix really listened to him, he would have told her to wipe out the Song family outright. At that exact moment, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe see the little red bird on the bookshelf suddenly lift its head. The two instantly realize the phoenix heard every word, so Lu Changong's casual line may already be enough to decide the Song family's fate. Overwhelmed, they thank Lu Changong again and again, ready to bow as deeply as needed for this chance at revenge. Lu Changong can only wonder why a few words made them so grateful, and he waves it off as no big help. To repay him, Zhu Zhao takes out a small bottle of heavenly thunder milk and offers it as something that might help Cheer recover. Lu Changong brightens immediately, because he has been worrying that Cheer still feels too cold and lifeless despite earlier efforts. Zhu Zhao downplays the gift, but to cultivators it is a rare treasure that can strengthen the spirit inside a spiritual artifact. Huang Zhe is confused by Lu Changong's goal, and Zhu Zhao secretly explains that the senior seems to be trying to turn Weiqi from an artifact spirit into a real living being. Even they think that should be impossible, since artifact spirits have spirit but not true life, so at best they can only gather treasures to nourish her. But when both men look at Weiqi again, they freeze, because a faint trace of real-life aura is already appearing in her body. That tiny change is enough to shake them, because it means Lu Changong has already started doing the impossible in barely a month. Zhu Zhao hands the bottle to Weiqi herself, and the moment she opens it, her eyes light up with rare childlike interest. Cheer says she likes the smell, and Lu Changong gently pats her head and tells her to thank Uncle Zhu. When Cheer obediently thanks him, Zhu Zhao nearly panics, and hurriedly tells her there is no need. After chatting a little longer, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe prepare to leave, but not before Zhu Zhao quietly checks the red bird on the bookshelf again. Lu Changong sees them off politely from inside, still unaware of how huge a favor they think he has just done. The moment the two men leave the shop, the little red bird also flaps out after them on its own. Back inside, Shang Chan finally opens her eyes, her breakthrough fully settled and her gaze flashing with new strength. Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye hurry over to help her up, no longer caring that her cultivation is far above theirs as long as she belongs to Lu Changong's shop. Still a little confused after waking, Shang Chan spots Lu Changgong and blurts out a startled greeting to him. At the shop, Lu Changgong sees Shang Chan awake and calmly slips back into taking care of the girl her unreliable father left with him. With no customers around, Lu Changgong spends the time like a patient teacher, guiding Shang Chan through zither, chess, and calligraphy. Outside the shop, Huang Zhe and Zhu Zhao tense up as the phoenix, now in human form, coldly asks what the Song family actually did. Shaking with fear, Huang Zhe admits that Song Ming claimed the phoenix's blessing, planned to wipe out nearby sects, and massacred the mystic water sect to seize Lu Changgong's painting. Huang Zhe bitterly offers up goodness is like water, and the phoenix sees at a glance that only Lu Changgong could have painted something with such Tao rhythm. The phoenix gives no grand promise, only a flat answer that she understands and will handle it, because at her level punishment does not need explaining. In her eyes, this was simple karma. The Song family had offended her master and tried to steal his gift, so their destruction would be their own doing. Then she turns into a little red bird and heads for the mystic water sect at terrifying speed, while Huang Zhe and Zhu Zhao hurry after her to see whether she will warn the Song family or wipe them out. By the time the two men catch up near the mystic water sect, they see a terrifying blaze ahead and realize the phoenix has already acted. As they get closer, the screams become clear, and Huang Zhe recognizes the voices of Song Ming and Song Yun among them. The Song family's huge city-like residence is already completely swallowed by flames that ordinary water cannot extinguish. High above the inferno, Song Ming and his father hang trapped in the air, helpless as the phoenix's divine fire burns even their souls. Zhu Zhao realizes these must be the legendary 9 heavens flames of the divine bird, and even he sounds shaken saying it out loud. Even with the Song family as his enemy, Huang Zhe still shivers at the sight, because this punishment is so brutal it chills anyone who hears their screams. Then grief breaks into relief, and Huang Zhe drops to his knees to thank the phoenix for avenging the tens of thousands of mystic water sect disciples slaughtered by the Song family. Zhu Zhao kneels too, because he knows the Grand Moon sect would have been next if the phoenix had not intervened. The phoenix does not bother answering them, she simply withdraws the divine fire and vanishes. When the flames clear, not a single living person remains in the entire Song family settlement. Staring at the ruined city, the two men are left speechless by a scale of destruction they almost never see, even in the brutal cultivation world. The sight shakes Huang Zhe so badly that he wonders if walking the path of immortal cultivation is even a good thing at all. Zhu Zhao has no answer, and Huang Zhe quietly admits he is tired of all these struggles and no longer wants to be part of them. After that, Zhu Zhao leaves with a pat on his old friend's shoulder, while Huang Zhe stays behind alone on the ruins. As time moves on, a new piece of news races through the southern mountain range. The convention of 10,000 immortals is about to begin. Across the southern mountain range, news spreads fast that the convention of 10,000 immortals is coming, a grand gathering held once every 500 years by the 4 great holy lands. The holy lands of the south stand near the level of the great central plains powers, with deep foundations, top cultivators, and even hidden old monsters who only appear when destruction is close. So when Yu Hongye hears this gathering is finally coming, she gets excited immediately, because even watching it would be worth the trip. She runs straight to Lu Changgong and pleads with big watery eyes for him to go see the convention of 10,000 immortals with them. Wan Yuyan hears it too and instantly joins in, because she knows this convention is one of the biggest gatherings in the world. Lu Changgong has never even heard of it, so he asks what this convention of 10,000 immortals actually is. Wan Yuyan eagerly explains that the 4 holy lands host this grand gathering, where southern domain sects send elite disciples, wandering cultivators swarm in, and even outside powers come to watch. She gets so carried away talking about all the famous cultivators who might appear that she suddenly remembers who she is speaking to and awkwardly reins herself in. Yu Hongye quickly backs her up and adds another temptation. The convention will also have huge immortal markets full of things to buy and trade. Right then, Shang Chan finishes consolidating her gains and joins the lobbying with her own very simple reason. The convention has a lot of delicious food. That casual comment makes the other two realize Shang Chan has attended before, which means this young-looking girl is at least 500 years old. Then all 3 women gang up on Lu Changgong at once, grabbing his arms and massaging his shoulders while they keep begging him to go. Lu Changgong finally gives in with a helpless yes, though the truth is he is curious too and has always wanted to see the cultivation world up close. Inside, his excitement starts building fast, because after 20 years in this world, this sounds like his best chance to finally experience the immortal world for himself. When Lu Changgong asks about the timing, Yu Hongye answers right away that the convention starts in half a month, runs for more than a month, and will be held at Danxia Holy Land less than 5,000 miles away. She explains that the 4 holy lands take turns hosting, and this time it is Danxia's turn. Then she adds why Danxia matters so much. It produces the southern domain's best pills and even supplies the pavilion of heavenly secrets. She even mentions that Danxia's patriarch is only at early soul formation yet can already refine heaven immortal level pills, which makes him enormously respected. Hearing all that, Lu Changgong is quietly fascinated, especially by how important medicinal pills are to every part of an immortal cultivator's life. Lu Changgong finally makes the call, and the whole group lights up at the thought of going to the convention of 10,000 immortals. Cheer blushes and admits she wants to go too, a small but touching sign that she is becoming more like a real living girl. Lu Changgong laughs, pats Cheer's head, and quietly starts looking forward to seeing just how grand this famous immortal gathering really is. Once the excitement settles, Lu Changgong starts preparing in earnest because the Danxia Holy Land is more than 5,000 li away, and he still thinks of himself as an ordinary mortal. Yu Hongye steps in with the practical answer and suggests taking a flying boat so they can actually make it in time. Lu Changgong likes the idea immediately, and decides they should bring the whole Immortal's Destiny shop with them to do business at the convention too. Wan Yuyen, Yu Hongye, and Shang Chan are stunned because to them, this room is not full of trinkets but priceless immortal treasures soaked in Dao aura. The three quickly talk themselves into a higher explanation. Senior Lu must be using the convention to hand opportunities to whoever is truly fated. Wan Yuyen sincerely praises him, saying his treasures will shake the entire convention of 10,000 immortals, and Yu Hongye agrees from the bottom of her heart. Lu Changgong just takes it as polite praise for his handiwork, still convinced his goods are only ordinary mortal crafts. The next day, Huang Zhe arrives with a new plan of his own after the Song family massacre leaves him tired of the immortal world's endless killing. Huang Zhe asks if he can open a shop beside Immortal's Destiny and live quietly there instead of going back to fighting and bloodshed. Lu Changgong welcomes the idea at once, happy to have a familiar neighbor and privately glad that a strong cultivator nearby would also make his own shop safer. Overjoyed, Huang Zhe thanks him and promises he will move over in a few days and open his new shop next door. Huang Zhe pushes his luck a little further and asks what kind of shop Lu Changgong thinks he should open. Before Lu Changgong can answer, Shang Chan blurts out the perfect selfish solution and says Huang Zhe should open a gourmet restaurant. Yu Hongye and Wan Yuyen instantly back her up because none of them really know how to cook for Lu Changgong, and a restaurant next door would solve a constant problem. Huang Zhe realizes this actually fits him well, since he used to love cooking before his cultivation got too high for ordinary meals to matter. He decides to follow Lu Changgong's example completely, live like a mortal, open the gourmet shop, and even vows to cover Senior Lu's meals from now on. With the restaurant plan set, Yu Hongye quietly speaks to Huang Zhe by voice transmission and offers the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets as his ingredient source, all to make even better food for Lu Changgong. Huang Zhe agrees at once and jokes back that now they will be neighbors. Yu Hongye has to help him say a few good words in front of Senior Lu. With that burden gone, Huang Zhe asks one more favor and offers to accompany the group to the convention as their guide. Lu Changgong agrees casually, and Huang Zhe gets so excited that he immediately promises to pay for all the food on the road as practice for his future restaurant. Their travel lineup is now complete, and from an outsider's view it would look absurdly terrifying. Elite attendants, monstrous pets, and even a late nascent soul chef all orbiting one mortal man. Huang Zhe moves fast, buying up all the shops beside Immortal's Destiny, and renovating them into an elegant gourmet restaurant. At the same time, Yu Hongye contacts the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and by the next day a small but lavish flying boat is delivered for the trip. This is no ordinary transport either, since the flying boat is a status symbol packed with offense, defense, and expensive functions Lu Changgong never even thinks about. For 2 full days, the group works through the shop and manages to load most of Immortal's Destiny onto the flying boat. Huang Zhe also receives a fresh supply of top-grade ingredients from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, giving his new life as a chef a very serious start. 5 days later, everyone boards the flying boat and finally sets off for Danxia Holy Land. Far away at the southern edge, the story cuts hard into danger as a thunderous disturbance tears through a bone-strewn canyon buried under year-round fog. At the bottom of that blasted pit sits an exquisite cave abode, where an old woman with green glinting eyes opens them and senses the coming convention of 10,000 immortals. She grins at the news because to her, the convention is not a festival but a feeding ground full of delicious immortal cultivators. The narration reveals just how monstrous she is. Granny Nine Serenities once ravaged the whole continent so badly that humans and demons had to unite just to fight her. Even that desperate war ended in ruin, with dozens of soul formation experts dead, 2 tribulation transcension elites slaughtered, and a near-Earth immortal reserve losing his life just to force her away. After wiping out hundreds of thousands with her 9 Netherworld banner, she vanished for 3,000 years, and her return now is a disaster no one has noticed yet. Still laughing, she goes deeper into the cave and comes back leading a delicate little girl called Little Nine, whose blank eyes and stiff steps make her look more like a controlled vessel than a child. Granny Nine Serenities bluntly explains the plan. The convention will let Little Nine devour enough immortals to complete 5 demon pills through the 5 elements. Her true cruelty comes out next, because she admits she is raising Little Nine only to swallow her later, and use that completed body to break into the true 9 Netherrealm. Little Nine answers with quiet obedience, but the pain buried in her eyes shows she understands exactly what kind of future her grandmother has prepared for her. Drunk on her own strength, Granny Nine Serenities thinks only a tiny handful of legends like Bai Zhe, Shang Yin, and the Old Dragon are worth avoiding, and even a descending immortal would still be shackled by heavenly Tao in the mortal world. She boasts that her 9 Serenity's grand magic and little 9's heavenly serenity body have already pushed her beyond the earth immortal realm, making her feel unstoppable in the mortal world. In her final sneer, she says the convention of 10,000 immortals might as well be renamed Granny 9 Serenity's Grand Pill Refining Gathering. Then she waves the 9 Netherworld banner, takes little 9 with her, and vanishes on the spot as the threat starts moving toward the same convention Lu Changgong's group is heading for. While the immortal world barely senses Granny 9 Serenity stirring again, Lu Changgong's group reaches Pottery Capital just as the mortal world's huge ceramic festival is underway. Lu Changgong hears that this is the home of the famed Sun family, and as a pottery master himself, he agrees to get off the flying boat and look around before the 10,000 Immortals convention. The moment they enter the city, Wang Yuyan, Yu Hongye, and Shang Chan light up at the rare chance to wander a noisy mortal marketplace instead of another cultivation site. When the girls ask if he has ever been here, Lu Changgong admits he only knew the city's reputation because ordinary mortals rarely have the means to travel this far. He stops at a roadside board and reads the Sun family's public notice, which proudly invites everyone to the Ceramic Arts Convention and boasts of the families standing in pottery. Yu Hongye bristles at the Sun family acting like they rule ceramic art, because in her eyes Lu Changgong surpasses them without question. Lu Changgong just laughs it off, saying a ceramic king can exaggerate a little, and that arts like pottery, tea, and wine are not something you can rank cleanly anyway. Wang Yuan backs him up in a softer way, reminding Yu Hongye that the Sun family are just mortals. Then both women slip straight into fangirl mode and start praising Lu Changgong's skill in nearly every art. Shang Chan barely cares about the argument at all, because she has already locked onto the food stalls stretching down the long street. Seeing that, Lu Changgong decides they can spend the day strolling, find a place to stay, and come back for the convention tomorrow. Shang Chan instantly blurts out that she wants to eat, and her pitiful hungry face is so cute it makes everyone want to indulge her. She rushes to a stall and boldly orders 7 or 8 portions before Lu Changgong dryly reminds her that the rest of them exist too. After a beat, Shang Chan realizes her mistake and cheerfully adds 5 more servings, leaving the whole group laughing at what a complete foodie she is. The market grows louder as evening shopping peaks, and the 4 of them keep weaving through packed streets full of hawkers, snacks, and festival traffic. Shang Chan is having the time of her life with armfuls of snacks, savoring a kind of carefree worldly fun she never got while traveling under her father's stricter way of living. Before long, Wang Yuyan, Yu Hongye, and Shang Chan are all darting from stall to stall, while Lu Changgong follows behind carrying the little fox Suyu, with the rabbit Weiqi and the little black cat riding on his shoulders. That ridiculous lineup of 3 beautiful women ahead and a man carrying a fox, rabbit, and kitten turns heads all along the street, leaving Lu Changgong a little awkward under the attention. To take Cheer into the fun too, Lu Changgong bends down and gently asks what she wants to eat. Cheer hesitates because she is only just learning what human food even is, and Lu Changgong mistakes that uncertainty for fear left over from how badly she was treated before. He strokes her hair and reassures her that by his side she never has to be afraid to ask for anything. Cheer brightens immediately and calls him brother, which quietly relieves Lu Changgong since she has finally stopped calling him master. He tries to hand over gold so Wang Yuyan can take Cheer around and buy whatever she likes, but Wang Yuyan pouts and says he is seriously underestimating how rich they all are. Lu Changgong can only give in, and Wang Yuyan happily runs off with Cheer to join the other girls again. As the girls chatter ahead, Lu Changgong follows with Suyu in his arms and quietly wonders if life can stay this peaceful and happy forever. By the time the girls finally notice how late it is, they have wandered all the way to an archway marked Tao Ranju. Lu Changgong decides this should be the right place to stay for the night near the Sun family's event, and Yu Hongye volunteers to arrange the rooms without mentioning that her sect already prepared them. Just then Huang Zhe suddenly returns, and nobody questions it because he had already asked permission to handle private business after they landed. Earlier, Huang Zhe had gone to visit the parents of his dead disciple, the one murdered during the Mystic Water Sect disaster right in front of him. He had already taken revenge by burning the Song father and son with Phoenix divine fire, but that did nothing to soften the grief he brought to the old couple. So Huang Zhe leaves the parents some worldly money and low-grade pills, then gently lies that their son is doing well on a mission and cannot return yet. Their tears of thanks only make him feel worse, and he leaves with the bitter understanding that cultivators are often forced to sever themselves from mortal ties. Back at the inn, Huang Zhe takes a breath, looks to Lu Changgong, and says that tonight he will finally show everyone what he can do as their chef. When Huang Zhe offers to handle dinner, Lu Changgong happily cancels eating out and tells him to cook for everyone instead. A little later, Yu Hongye comes back with Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets staff carrying the women's shopping hall, from cosmetics and clothes to piles of snacks. Yu Hongye announces that the rooms are ready, and the whole group heads off to the inn she arranged. After walking with the crowd for a while, they arrive at the Heavenly Secrets Elegant Garden, a private guest house the pavilion normally keeps for honored guests. Yu Hongye proudly tells Lu Changgong that everyone has a room, showing she arranged the best lodging available. As soon as they enter, the branch shopkeeper and a row of maids rush out to welcome Lu Changgong's group with almost panicked respect. Lu Changgong immediately waves off the fuss and says they only need rooms, because he has no interest in being waited on. The shopkeeper hesitates and looks to Yu Hongye for the real answer, because he was warned that this honored party includes Mr. Hongye and her even more important master. Knowing how dangerous failure can be inside a power-driven cultivation world, the shopkeeper is too scared to take Lu Changgong's casual words at face value. Yu Hongye understands at once and dismisses the servants, deciding to respect Lu Changgong's dislike of worldly luxury. The shopkeeper bows over and over in obvious relief and promises to come at once if they need anything. Now that the fuss is over, Lu Changgong looks around and genuinely likes the inn's elegant courtyard, stream, and quiet trees. He decides they will stay here for the night, and a maid leads the group toward their guest rooms. The room assignment hits a snag when Weiqi clings to Lu Changgong and insists on sharing his room instead of sleeping alone or with anyone else. Lu Changgong firmly refuses, worried about how it would look, and assigns Weiqi to stay with Yu Hongye instead. Weiqi finally falls silent, because she can tell Lu Changgong has already made up his mind. Wang Yuyan secretly breathes easier, because she knows this harmless-looking little girl is actually a terrifying artifact spirit with future-seeing power. Yu Hongye is the opposite. She is inwardly panicking, because without Lu Changgong nearby, no one wants to be the one provoking an artifact spirit. Even so, Yu Hongye has no way to reject Lu Changgong's arrangement, and Lu Changgong finally relaxes once the room issue is settled. That night, Huang Zhe puts together a huge meal, and the whole table dives in once they taste how good it is. Shang Chan, who has tasted all kinds of delicacies, openly praises Huang Zhe's cooking and declares that everyone will be eating well from now on. Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye eat just as enthusiastically, making it obvious the feast is far better than anyone expected. Watching everyone clean out the table makes Huang Zhe deeply satisfied, because this is exactly the kind of response a cook wants. He still wants the one opinion that matters most, so Huang Zhe turns to Lu Changgong and asks how it tastes. Lu Changgong gives a sincere thumbs up and says the food is delicious, praising both Huang Zhe's skill and the top-grade spiritual ingredients. That approval hits Huang Zhe hard, because he suddenly feels like his cooking finally gives him a real place by Lu Changgong's side. He even thinks about how jealous Zhu Zhao will be later, especially since they are supposed to meet again at the convention of 10,000 immortals. After Huang Zhe cleans up, Wang Yuyan suggests a game of chess to fill the rest of the evening. Everyone is interested, and Weiqi quickly raises her little hand too, making sure she gets to join the game. Lu Changgong agrees to the game, and Yu Hongye sets the sun and moon chessboard in the middle of the group. As soon as the sun and moon chessboard is set down, Wang Yuyan, Yu Hongye, and the others react awkwardly, because they suspect this harmless-looking board is actually a terrifying immortal treasure. That only makes Lu Changgong seem even more unfathomable to them, since he treats a legendary treasure as if it were an ordinary board game set. Lu Changgong's own mood is much simpler. He has missed playing chess, so he cheerfully asks who wants to go first. The women all know chess with Lu Changgong brings huge Dao insights, but they also know it feels like being crushed by heaven itself, so nobody is eager to volunteer. In the end, Yu Hongye steps up first, but not before pleading with wide eyes for Lu Changgong to go a little easier on her. Lu Changgong casually agrees, because from his point of view their chess level is still far below his own. He even remembers how weak Linglong's guest Li Xianmen was at chess compared to this group, which only reinforces how casually he views the coming match. Yu Hongye steadies herself, picks up a black piece marked Tianxian, and places the opening move cleanly on the center point. Lu Changgong answers at once with a white stone near his side, making his move with calm confidence. The instant his piece lands, Yu Hongye and the others feel Lu Changgong's presence change, as if an emperor's aura has suddenly filled the room. Yu Hongye breaks into a cold sweat almost instantly, because even before the game develops, just facing Lu Changgong at the board is already oppressive. Sweat already on her brow under Lu Changgong's pressure, Yu Hongye bites her lip and forces herself to place the next move. Yu Hongye opens cautiously, dropping her stone on a nearby star point as if she already knows this game will be about survival. Lu Changgong answers with pure offense, calmly placing his own stone near her side and instantly turning the opening aggressive. The moment his move lands, Yu Hongye feels a giant dragon rising behind Lu Changgong, and the pressure in the room turns suffocating. Wang Yuyan and Shang Chan go pale under that unseen roar, but Cheer only lights up, completely hooked by the chess battle. Knowing she cannot really stop him, Yu Hongye gives up on defense, and just tries to keep the game alive for a few more moves. After 4 moves each, only one star point is left open, and Yu Hongye stares at it so long that her face turns white. In the end she does not fill that last star point, deliberately leaving herself a tiny retreat instead of walking straight into disaster. Lu Changgong keeps pressing, and in everyone's eyes the dragon around him grows sharper, fiercer, and more real with every move. Yu Hongye feels that roaring pressure slam into her again, and her fingers start trembling even before the next move is played. As the game deepens, Dao rhythm spreads through the room so strongly that Wang Yuyan and Shang Chan sit down to cultivate while watching. Huang Zhe lags behind the others, sweating under the pressure, but he also hurries to sit and sees this rare chance to comprehend the Dao. The little room starts to feel like its own world, overflowing with the kind of great Dao aura that cultivators would call a gift from heaven. Far above the city, Granny Nine Serenities flies through the sky in black mist with little Nine beside her, both headed somewhere with grim purpose. When they pass over the Heavenly Secrets' elegant garden, Granny Nine Serenities suddenly senses a dangerous aura below and stops to look down. Little Nine nervously asks what happened, because experience has taught her that staying silent around this old woman is dangerous too. Granny Nine Serenities soothes her with a ghostly smile, then quietly admits she has found something interesting in the building below. That aura is threatening even to her, and for a moment she wonders if some ancient monsters have also come out for the convention of 10,000 immortals. But she refuses to be delayed, because this trip is about one thing only: making Little Nine's demonic pills and forcing her own way past death. Her hidden plan is monstrous. Once 5 demonic pills are ready, she intends to swallow Little Nine alive and use that sacrifice to reach the Nine Serenities realm. By the window of the elegant garden, a little red bird notices the passing dark clouds, glances up once, and then pretends nothing happened. Back inside, the game has passed 70 moves, and Lu Changong's dragon attack has already crossed the board and torn open Yu Hongye's side. Even the few escape routes Lu Changgong leaves feel pathetic to Yu Hongye, like scraps of wood and stone in front of a descending dragon. There is clearly no suspense left in the match, but Yu Hongye still refuses to give up and keeps dragging herself one move farther. Lu Changgong himself is completely calm, already reading at least 20 moves ahead while everyone else sees only a dragon wearing his face. The pressure from that chess intent is so brutal that even the spectators watching from the side start looking dazed and drained. Shan Chan takes the shock hardest, because as the daughter of a chess master, she instantly realizes Lu Changgong could probably crush her in 50 moves or less. Instead of pulling back, Shan Chan leans in harder, convinced that studying Lu Changgong's chess Dao might help her touch her own path. She reflects on her own food Dao, realizing that even a path others mock might still connect to the same ultimate truth as chess. On the board, Yu Hongye reaches her 79th move, already lasting longer than she ever did before against Lu Changgong. Then, right in the middle of the match, spiritual energy surges through Yu Hongye and the barrier in her cultivation finally cracks. Wang Yuyan catches that change at once and feels a sharp stab of urgency, because she and Yu Hongye have always been neck and neck. Since she and Yu Hongye have always matched each other in talent, status, and service under Lu Changgong, Wang Yuyan suddenly feels their silent rivalry tipping out of her favor. Yu Hongye breaks through for real, and the force of her new aura ripples through the room without pulling her out of the game for even a second. At that exact moment Lu Changgong smiles, and the others immediately wonder if he is pleased by Yu Hongye's breakthrough. Huang Zhe studies the scene and concludes that what Lu Changgong values most is absolute focus, because Yu Hongye never stopped playing even while advancing a realm. That thought snaps Huang Zhe into his own path, and he throws himself back into cultivating under the Dao rhythm instead of watching her any longer. The truth, though, is simpler and scarier. Lu Changgong is smiling because he has already solved the whole game to the end. In less than 25 minutes, he has seen through every branch from here on out, and he knows the match cannot last more than 30 more moves no matter what Yu Hongye does. Then a soft sound suddenly rings out in Lu Changgong's mind, interrupting his certainty right at the edge of victory. A system notification suddenly rings in Lu Changgong's head, telling him his chess skill has stepped into a new unity realm. That shocks him because his cheat system had gone silent long ago after all his arts reached return to origin. When he checks the panel, everything is unchanged except chess art, which now sits beyond return to origin at a realm he has never heard of. He looks back at the board confused, because the game still seems as bloody and ordinary as ever. Then Lu Changgong suddenly sees dotted lines rise from the board and sketch 2 battling forms above the game. As he imagines different moves, he realizes each stone changes those line forms in real time, making victory and collapse visible before he plays. Instead of worrying, Lu Changgong gets excited, because chess suddenly feels like a way to draw living patterns with the board itself. To everyone else in the room, that same moment feels overwhelming, because the Dao aura around Lu Changgong suddenly hardens into something dazzling. Wang Yuyan, Shang Chan, Huang Zhe, and Wei Qi all seize the chance to comprehend that aura, while Yu Hongye receives the strongest impact because she is facing him directly across the board. Inside Yu Hongye, the white immortal deer spirit finally stirs awake under her persistence, her recent breakthrough, and the crushing pressure of Lu Changgong's Dao. Shan Yen can only stare in alarm, because he recognizes just how terrifying that immortal deer talent really is. Lu Changgong keeps testing the new state through chess, never realizing the dotted lines he is moving are the true rules of the great Dao itself. In that state, he is effectively shaping the laws of chess with his own hands, a level of control that should be far beyond even immortals. The fully awakened white immortal deer spirit leaps out of Yu Hongye's body and floats in the room, staring longingly at the Dao pattern above the board. Lu Changgong senses it, looks straight at it, and the famously arrogant immortal deer instantly drops to its knees. To Lu Changgong's Dao-filled eyes, the deer spirit also looks like a bundle of modifiable lines, and he gets the dangerous idea that it could be improved. He drops a chess stone to refine the deer spirit, but the move goes wrong, part of the spirit collapses in agony, and Yu Hongye finally faints under the pressure. He immediately tries another move, but this time he accidentally erases the deer's antlers too. Even after those blunders, Lu Changong keeps placing stones as Dao rhythm floods the whole building, while the others remain immersed in comprehension, and the deer spirit twists through stranger and stranger changes. An hour later, Yu Hongye wakes up and sees that her immortal deer spirit has been reshaped into a far stronger qilin-like beast. The spirit now has a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, an elk-like body, dragon scales, and an ox tail, bizarre to look at but vastly stronger than before. Lu Changong, completely pleased with himself, decides he has finally adjusted the spirit into a perfect state. When Lu Changong finally stops, the Dao pressure fades and the rest of the group wakes from their long comprehension with the same stunned look of huge gain. Huang Zhe is the first to bow and thank Lu Changong, because this chance has pushed his cultivation forward and even let him brush against his own Dao. Yu Hongye, Wang Yuyan, and the others bow too, while Lu Changong casually brushes it off as a small thing and asks what they learned. That only makes them more convinced of his depth, and Huang Zhe says that watching Senior play one game of chess was worth more than 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. Lu Changong thinks immortals always exaggerate, but he still praises Yu Hongye for lasting 82 moves and says he is done playing for the day. He suggests the rest of them play each other instead, and Shang Chan can only swallow her disappointment about not getting more insight from his games. Cheer jumps at the chance first, eager to show the strong chess skill that usually beats everyone here except Lu Changong. Wang Yuyan is especially unwilling to fall behind after Yu Hongye's breakthrough, so she immediately sits opposite Cheer and challenges her. Lu Changong happily watches the two beauties face off, enjoying the scene while quietly following the hidden logic of every move in his mind. As their game starts, Lu Changong's new realm keeps unfolding, and he can already calculate how every next move changes the final result across the whole 361-point board. After a quiet night, Lu Changong's group eats Huang Zhe's breakfast and heads for Tao Ran residence by Ceramic Stream to watch the ceramic convention. By the time they reach Ceramic Stream, the riverside is already packed with vendors, carriages, nobles, and crowds pouring toward the ceremony. Even keeping a low profile does not matter much, because the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has already secured Lu Changong's group guest treatment. The venue itself shows how much the Sun family spent, with a massive field of workstations and 10 prime spots reserved for Ceramic City's 10 great ceramic clans. Uniformed Sun family guards keep order as guests hand over viewing tokens, and Lu Changong's group receives seats close to the front. Their striking little group immediately draws stares from nobles all around, and the women are clearly annoyed by how bold the mortal onlookers are being. Huang Zhe acts like a servant and leads them to their exact seats, with Lu Changong settling in at the center while Cheer climbs into his arms. Yu Hongye is pleased with the view, and Lu Changong agrees because this angle lets him watch every major family compete clearly. As he waits, Lu Changong quietly reviews the core of pottery itself, the control of the hands, the shaping wooden knife, and the rhythm of every step. 20 years of practice have pushed him past technique, so in his eyes pottery has already returned to the origin and this contest is just casual entertainment. The only thing he genuinely wants to see is whether the Sun family's famous 9 hands and 17 cuts really deserves its reputation. An hour later, a loud bell finally signals the start of the convention. Sun Patriarch Sun Shida steps onto the main stage in rich robes and formally welcomes the crowd as the host of this year's ceramic art convention. He first introduces Great Xia's fourth prince, Li Xuani, who stands up smiling as Sun Shida praises his royal support for bringing 9 hands and 17 cuts into the imperial family. Hearing the name makes Lu Changong blink, because Li Xuani looks enough like Li Xianmen that he starts wondering if the two princes are brothers. The thought amuses him even more when he remembers that the terrible chess player he met before turned out to be a prince of Great Xia. Sun Shida keeps going and brings out Great Qi's third prince, Zheng Heng, as another royal guest. The crowd starts buzzing, because one royal house attending could be normal, but multiple kingdoms showing up for a pottery clan feels deeply strange. Then Sun Shida raises the stakes again by introducing Great Chu's sixth prince too, making it obvious the Sun family is being courted from several sides. Even the important guests around the square are now at a loss, because this has clearly gone far beyond ordinary appreciation for fine ceramics. Yu Hongye voices what everyone is thinking and asks why several royal families would compete so hard for a mere pottery house when they already have endless wealth and luxury. Lu Changong agrees something is off, but he stays casual and says they should just keep watching in case the Sun family really does have something special. Because his own pottery has already reached a realm where he can casually create unique skills, the whole contest still feels too small to stir any competitive pride in him. Wang Yuyan excitedly suggests that he should go on stage and shock everyone, since they are all still keeping the clay dolls he once made for them. Yu Hongye immediately backs her up and even takes out her own small ceramic doll as proof of what Lu Changong can do. Lu Changong just smiles and shuts the idea down, reminding them they only came to watch and not to cause trouble. That brief glimpse of the doll goes unnoticed by his group, but not by Great Qi's prince, whose hidden treasure suddenly reacts violently. A red point on the copper plate locks directly onto Yu Hongye's small clay doll, and Zheng Heng instantly realizes he has found the same aura as the legendary connecting immortality clay puppet. The prince is thrilled, because he recognizes this as the very kind of treasure Lord Xinghe and his grandfather had once shown off and envied. A few days earlier, The 3 retired emperors of Great Qi, Great Chu, and Great Xia had been invited to Brahma Holy Land by Lord Xinghe just so he could flaunt his new clay puppet. What made that puppet terrifying was that it could faintly sense Lord Xinghe's future, touching a heavenly secret that should not be casually revealed. The retired emperors desperately wanted to know who made it, but Lord Xinghe refused to say, clearly unwilling to offend the hidden expert behind such a treasure. In the end, he only pointed them toward a pottery-rich region, so the 3 kingdoms sent out their most capable princes to search there instead. The pottery convention itself was just a convenient coincidence, and the princes only let the Sun family use them for prestige because it gave cover for their real search. Now that the clue has appeared almost the moment the event begins, Xingheng feels like heaven itself has handed them their answer. He turns to the other 2 princes and sees they are just as thrilled, which confirms all 3 of them have detected the same target. They quietly excuse themselves from their public places and gather in secret to decide how to approach the hidden master. At first, Great Qi's prince guesses the expert might be one of the women, because the detector pointed toward Yu Hongya holding the doll. Great Chu's prince is immediately distracted by the beauty of the women and starts imagining the expert as some fairy who descended into the mortal world. Li Xuanyi cuts through that nonsense and points out the real center of the group, the ordinary-looking man in the middle whom all those women seem to follow. That matters because all 3 princes were sent out with the promise that bringing this expert home would make them crown prince, and for their grandfathers the clay puppet could mean one more chance to survive fate. Once the excitement settles, Li Xuanyi raises the real problem. Even if that is the expert, how do they approach someone this dangerous without offending him? Great Chu's prince loses some of his swagger at that, because he knows a golden core cultivator like him could die horribly if he angers the wrong hidden master. Xingheng tries to reassure him by saying Lu Changgong looks approachable, but the Great Chu prince ruins the moment by muttering that a man surrounded by so many beauties must be a lustful ghost. Li Xuanyi and Xingheng can only stare at him in speechless frustration, realizing the biggest obstacle to meeting the expert might be their own allies' filthy imagination. The 3 princes quietly compare notes, but with their level, none of them can figure out how to approach a master who can create a Heaven's Legacy pottery puppet. Li Xuanyi suggests they wait until the convention ends, prepare a heavy gift, and only then pay a respectful visit so they do not offend the expert. The other princes agree, and the Great Chu prince guesses a person at that level probably came to pick a disciple, not compete in a worldly contest. Back on the main stage, Sun Shida finishes the introductions and announces that the Ceramic Arts Convention is about to begin with the 3 princes serving as judges. Before Sun Shida can start, Li Xuanyi suddenly stands and says there is a true ceramic master here who should judge instead. Sun Shida goes from hostly confidence to offended confusion, because he already handed the judging seats to the princes as a favor and cannot believe Li Xuanyi thinks someone here surpasses the Sun family in pottery. Li Xuanyi rushes down from the stage, walks straight to Lu Changgong in the viewing gallery, and bows deeply as if greeting a true senior. Lu Changgong is baffled, because he only came to watch the show and has no interest in acting as the judge. Wang Yuyan calmly asks if Li Xuanyi has mistaken the person, and that one line finally makes him recognize her as the Brahma Holy Land's Wang Yuyan. The moment he places Wang Yuyan, Li Xuanyi becomes even more certain he found the right man and concludes Lord Xinghe must have gotten that Heaven's Legacy puppet from Lu Changgong through her. Li Xuanyi buries his wild suspicion and hurriedly explains that his imperial grandfather knows Lord Xinghe, and that is how he learned of Senior Lu's extraordinary ceramic skill. Lu Changgong finally understands the connection, remembers making a puppet for Lord Xinghe, and realizes his reputation somehow reached Great Xia's imperial family. When Lu Changgong casually mentions that he also knows Li Xianmen, Li Xuanyi jumps on the opening and eagerly claims the younger prince as his brother. Li Xuanyi presses his luck and asks again, and this time Lu Changgong agrees to go up and appraise the ceramics himself. Behind him, Wang Yuyan instantly understands that her master must have leaked the puppet story to the old rulers, and she gets more annoyed the longer she thinks about it. She immediately takes out a sound transmission talisman and contacts Lord Xinghe to ask him, bluntly, whether he has been bragging about that ceramic puppet everywhere. Lord Xinghe first denies it, then panics when he hears something went wrong and begs Wang Yuyan to explain what happened in detail. After Wang Yuyan tells him the princes have found Lu Changgong, Lord Xinghe is so frightened that he practically loses his soul on the spot. Lord Xinghe rushes to defend himself and swears he was not gossiping, only trying to ask trusted old friends for help after the puppet showed him a deadly omen. His explanation is grim. After receiving Lu Changgong's Heaven's Legacy puppet, he glimpsed a future where a mysterious blade light cut him clean in half. Terrified by that warning, Lord Xinghe ran back to the Brahma Holy Land and told several old friends everything, hoping they could help him decipher the omen. Instead, those crafty old men sent their own grandsons, the 3 princes, to Ceramic City to hunt down the puppet's creator. The whole thing should have failed, but a ridiculous chain of coincidences brought Lu Changgong right into the ceramic capital during the convention of 10,000 immortals. It only got worse when Yu Hongya happened to show off her little pottery figurine, letting the sensing treasures on the princes react and point them straight to Senior Lu. By the end of the story, Wang Yuyan is just as speechless as Lord Xinghe, because he gave away nothing and still ended up looking like the gossiping one. Wang Yuyan finally relents and tells her master not to panic too much, because Lu Changong is not narrow-minded and values fate enough that he probably will not reject the princess outright. Lord Xinghe still sounds desperate, and begs her to keep speaking well of him, so Senior Lu does not hold a grudge. To make up for it in person, Lord Xinghe decides to bring the Brahma Holy Land and those old friends to the convention of 10,000 immortals as an apology visit. Wan Yuyen agrees, partly because she also misses her master and fellow disciples after so long apart. Once the call ends, Yu Hongye looks guilty and asks in a small voice if she also needs to apologize for causing all this trouble. Wan Yuyen takes Yu Hongye's hand and reassures her that Lu Changong is not stingy, and right now he is only serving as a judge anyway. They look back toward the arena just as Lu Changong reaches the front of the stage and officially takes the judge's position. Because Li Xuanyi personally invited him, the contestants do not know Lu Changong's background, but they still greet him respectfully and invite Senior to instruct these juniors. Lu Changong answers them one by one and says they do not need to be so polite, even joking that they can treat him as an equal. Everyone on stage laughs at the easygoing answer, but Sun Shida is the only one getting darker by the second. Sun Shida silently fumes, because this entire convention was meant to advertise the Sun family and open royal business for him, not let an unknown outsider steal the stage. The more Sun Shida thinks about it, the more he convinces himself that Li Xuanyi has probably been fooled by some nobody fishing for fame. At last Sun Shida stands up in public and directly challenges Lu Changong, demanding to know his teacher, sect, and famous works before accepting him as an authority. At the Ceramic Arts Convention, Sun Shida openly challenges Lu Changong, asking what gives a self-taught nobody the right to judge their craft. The princes go stiff with anger, because they know exactly how much effort it took to invite this hidden expert onto the stage. The hot-blooded Great Chu Prince almost lashes out, but he stops himself the moment he notices Lu Changong staying perfectly calm. Lu Changong answers without a trace of embarrassment, saying he belongs to no famous sect and simply taught himself into a genius. He is not bothered by the sarcasm either, because once pottery is in front of him, he only cares about the craft itself. Seeing that calm, Sun Shida doubles down anyway and loudly demands that Lu Changong prove himself before taking the referee seat. Sun Shida's words stir up the craftsmen below, and the whole crowd starts backing him against the princes. That open resistance makes the princes' faces turn ugly, but with Lu Changong right there, they force themselves not to act. Before the tension can snap, Lu Changong simply agrees to join the event and asks how they want him to demonstrate. The princes swallow their fury, but the look they exchange makes it clear they already want Sun Shida crushed for this insult. Sun Shida finally realizes he may have provoked someone far above him, and panic starts creeping in under his formal posture. With no way to take his challenge back, he hurriedly decides on a safer test, the most ordinary ceramic figurine in the city. The crowd immediately accepts that choice, because lifelike clay figures are the local pride and the standard they all understand. Hidden in the crowd, someone is secretly steering events, and the thin black line coiled to Sun Shida's feet reveals his challenge was pushed from the shadows. The hidden black-robed watcher stares at Lu Changong in fear, wondering if this is really the man tied to heaven's legacy and the tribulation from 10,000 years of history. Lu Changong notices none of that and casually asks the simplest question of all: who exactly should he sculpt? That one calm line silences the entire convention, and suddenly this ordinary-looking man feels impossible to read. Sun Shida feels even worse, but he has already ridden the tiger too far and can only tell Lu Changong to make a ceramic puppet of him. Lu Changong gives Sun Shida a quick look, taking in his white hair, lively eyes, and rich green robe before deciding on the design in an instant. A servant hands over clay, and Lu Changong starts shaping it with plain, almost unimpressive hand movements that are far too smooth to be amateur work. In less than a minute, the rough form is already there, and the crowd can tell from the speed alone that they are watching a real master. What unsettles everyone is that there is no flashy secret method at all, just simple pinching, pressing, and smoothing done at a level they cannot follow. When the nearly finished clay figure still lacks eyes, Lu Changong casually pinches two tiny bits of black clay and sets them into place. The instant those eyes appear, Sun Shida feels the figure come alive so strongly that for a second he almost believes the puppet is the real one and he is the fake. That shock turns into raw anticipation, because if the unbaked figure is already this vivid, the finished version should be absurd. Lu Changong finishes the shaping in under 15 minutes and moves straight into firing and coloring the puppet on the spot. After an hour of everyone watching in suspense, Lu Changong gently sets the finished ceramic puppet on the stage. The craftsmen closest to it go completely blank, because the tiny figure is not merely similar to Sun Shida. It feels like Sun Shida himself shrunk down. Even Sun Shida is shaken enough to ask if Lu Changong might actually be the long-vanished master known as Ceramic Puppet Zhang. Lu Changong dismisses the guess at once and calmly gives his own name, as if this impossible work means nothing special at all. With nothing left to argue, Sun Shida bows deeply and formally concedes that the judge of this convention can only be Senior Lu. Instead of pressing the victory, Lu Changong helps him up and casually says he can keep the puppet as a gift from their chance meeting. That gift hits even harder than the defeat, because Sun Shida instantly understands this piece is worthy of becoming a family heirloom. The crowd erupts into excited whispers, praising how Lu Changong used nothing but his bare hands to reach the legendary state of returning to simplicity. While everyone else is still marveling, the treasures hidden in the three princes' arms suddenly begin vibrating wildly in response to that puppet. Sun Shida can barely believe the puppet is truly his, and he asks again in a shaky voice while clutching it like his own heart. Lu Changong jokes that he has no use for a pottery doll of an old man because at least the beauty would be worth keeping, which leaves Sun Shida laughing awkwardly through his gratitude. Once the thanks died down, Lu Changong settles back into the referee's role and calmly tells the convention to continue. While Lu Changong sits beside Li Xuanyi and lets the pottery contest continue, the black-robed watcher quietly slips out of the venue. In an empty area, the black robe comes off and reveals a skeleton with blue soul light in its skull and green flames pouring from its eyes. The skeleton kneels and uses a ghostly contact method to report upward, summoning a hidden superior through a ripple in space. Ghost Fury reports that he has finally found the person they were searching for, and the Great Ghost Lord reacts hard to the news. After confirming Ghost Fury can remember the target's appearance, the Great Ghost Lord orders him back because the Ghost Domain's great calamity is now close. When Ghost Fury asks whether he should just kidnap the chosen person, the Great Ghost Lord shuts that down and says heaven itself will force the tribulation to happen. After accepting the order, Ghost Fury disappears from the empty area, and Lu Changong's side remains completely unaware. Back at the contest, Wan Yuyan, Yu Hongye, and the others watch seriously, but Lu Changong grows more bored because the famous pottery techniques look flashy and ordinary to him. Even after Sun Shida personally goes on stage, Lu Changong still dismisses the whole thing as skillful but nothing special. Lu Changong leaves after only a casual comment, and the Sun family can only swallow their wish for guidance because they know they pushed him too far already. So the pottery convention ends in a strange mood, with the Sun family consoling themselves that at least Sun Shida gained a puppet worthy of becoming an heirloom. As Lu Changong's group prepares to head for the convention of 10,000 immortals, Li Xuanyi rushes over with the other two princes to stop him. Li Xuanyi asks to travel together, hoping to stay close to this mysterious senior on the road to the grand gathering. Lu Changong simply asks whether the flying boat still has space, putting the decision in Yu Hongye's hands for a moment. Yu Hongye clearly dislikes the princes for all the earlier trouble, but she still admits there are seats left. With that settled, Lu Changong agrees to bring them along, and the three princes are openly delighted. The group boards Yu Hongye's flying boat and sets off for the Danxia Holy Land. Far ahead, the Danxia Holy Land stands as one of the southern domain's four great holy lands, powerful not just in cultivators but in its grip over medicinal pills. Its enormous mountain range is hidden inside a terrifying formation, and the scale alone shows just how rich and imposing this holy land really is. Because the convention of 10,000 immortals is about to begin, the usually quiet mountains are now crowded with cultivators rushing in from every direction. Less than 2 days before the convention, Lu Changong's flying boat finally reaches the outer area of the Danxia Holy Land. A cold voice orders all visitors to land here and enter the sect on foot, so the flying boat obediently descends to the designated ground. When the flying boat lands outside Danxia Holy Land, Lu Changong's whole party steps off together, large enough to draw attention on sight. The princes had even sent their own servants back to the Central Plains just to stay close to Lu Changong on this journey. Seeing the Danxia Holy Land up close leaves the princes stunned, because even they have rarely seen a holy land bold enough to seal an entire millionly mountain range as its own. Two white-robed Danxia disciples come forward politely, clearly careful because the convention can attract all kinds of hidden big shots. Wan Yuyan steps up first and registers them as observers from the Brahma Holy Land, immediately making the guides take notice. Yu Hongye refuses to let that stand alone and quickly adds that they also need to register the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Shang Chan joins the contest too and casually reveals that she is the Devil Princess, which shocks the guides even more. The disciples do not dare offend someone with that status, but now they are sweating because every woman in front of them is impossible to mishandle. Before the guides can recover, the three princes pile on and ask to be registered too as representatives of Great Xia, Great Chu, and Great Qi. Lu Changong finally steps in, baffled by the whole identity contest after he was only enjoying the mountain scenery a moment ago. He tells the Danxia disciples to forget the fuss and simply register them all as the Immortals' Destiny Small Shop. The guides have never even heard of that name, but one look at the powerful people quietly following Lu Changong tells them he is obviously the one that matters most. Unable to sort out such a bizarre group any other way, the disciple grits his teeth, writes down Immortals' Destiny Small Shop, and gives them the highest reception level anyway. The disciples hand over the token. Lu Changong thanks them, and the whole group is finally cleared to enter the Danxia Holy Land. Once they are inside, Wan Yuyan and Yu Hongye immediately grab Shang Chan and demand to know why she never mentioned being devil royalty. Shang Chan answers with a helpless smile that they simply never asked. When they ask whether the man with her before was actually the devil race's master, Shang Chan confirms that he was her father. She adds that she and her father have not returned to the devil race for a long time, making her reveal feel even stranger to the others. The two women are not prejudiced against devils, but learning that their companion is an actual devil princess still leaves them shaken. Up front, Lu Changong has completely misunderstood the reveal and is privately wondering what kind of terrifying faction would call itself the Devil Race. At the convention of 10,000 immortals, Lu Changong stops joking around and decides to follow the sudden painting inspiration he got from the cloud-wrapped immortal mountain. He tells Wang Yuyan and Yu Hongye to prepare brush and ink because he wants to paint right now. The two women light up at once, because they have seen his paintings shake heaven and earth before and know this could turn into another terrifying spectacle. They quickly set up a small pavilion with a table, chair, brushes, ink, and paper so Lu Changong can work in peace. Once Lu Changong sits down and lowers his brush, he shuts out the outside world completely and sinks into the painting. Stroke by stroke, an immortal mountain wrapped in immortal chi appears on the page. Looking almost like the Danxia Holy Land itself has been moved into the painting. Wang Yuyan and the others brace for a huge celestial disturbance, but this time the sky stays strangely calm. Even without the visible spectacle, the doubt flowing from Lu Changong's brush is so deep that everyone around him gets pulled into comprehension on the spot. One by one, the watchers sit down cross-legged in the pavilion and begin cultivating under the lingering rhythm of his painting. Deep inside the Danxia Holy Land, a white-bearded supreme elder guarding the array suddenly feels the sect-protecting formation ripple and immediately suspects an attack. He sends light into the array eye to inspect the disturbance, relying on the legendary 9 heavens and 10 earths formation that protects the entire Holy Land. The story of the formation matters here. It was built by a past Danxia master who entered the Tao through formations and gathered the millionly immortal mountains into one self-sustaining barrier. Because that ancient array produced its own spirit, the Supreme Elder calls on the formation spirit to explain what changed. A chubby jade-like little doll appears and casually calls the white-bearded elder a white-bearded little doll, showing just how ancient she really is. When the elder reports the ripple, the formation spirit checks for herself and flatly says there is nothing wrong. The elder is still uneasy, but he can only ask her to keep watch over the many cultivators arriving for the convention. She confidently promises that nothing will go wrong and sends him away. The moment she disappears from the array eye, she slips into the true core space of the formation and reveals she was hiding something. She opens a view into the hidden cause of the ripple and sees Lu Changong in the pavilion painting the millionly immortal mountains. Instead of seeing a threat, the spirit realizes Lu Changong is somehow improving the structure of the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation itself, and she gets excited that this might let her grow up. To protect that chance, she secretly spreads an invisible ripple from the great array and hides Lu Changong's pavilion from everyone outside. Lu Changong keeps painting without noticing any of it, and his first work finally reaches completion. At the exact moment the painting is completed, the formation spirit is shocked to find her body suddenly advance from a little doll into a young woman. She instantly understands why. Lu Changong's painting has greatly perfected the great array, and she can hardly wait to see how far he can push it. That same upgrade sends another obvious fluctuation through the whole formation, and this time the white-bearded elder can no longer pretend he imagined it. He summons the formation spirit again, and the spirit reappears in her new young woman form, leaving him completely stunned. She snaps at him for staring, cheekily asking if he has never seen a beauty before. The elder carefully asks how she changed, because growth in the formation spirit is good news, but a mystery inside the Holy Land's foundation is still dangerous. Not wanting Lu Changong disturbed, she lies that she simply advanced on her own and brushes off the whole issue. Her excuse is thin, but the elder admits that an advancing formation spirit still benefits the Danxia Holy Land, so he decides to report the matter to the sect master. She happily shoos him away and even hints she may advance again if he stops interrupting her. The elder leaves for the main peak to inform the sect master, but he is now certain something unusual is happening inside the formation. Back in the hidden pavilion, Wang Yuyan and the others wake from comprehension one after another, each having gained a lot from sitting beside Lu Changong's painting. Lu Changong is not done yet, because the millionly immortal mountains keep feeding him more inspiration and he simply goes on painting. The completed first painting leaves the others clicking their tongues, because the misty mountains and half-hidden holy land on the paper feel far too vast and imposing to be ordinary art. They realize the painting is so overpowering they cannot stare too deeply, or it feels like their minds will be dragged inside. What they still do not know is that the missing celestial phenomenon was real all along, but the 9 heavens and 10 earths array absorbed the Tao aura and turned it straight into nourishment for its spirit. That quiet result is even more shocking than a sky spectacle, because treasures that can strengthen a spirit are already rare, yet Lu Changong advanced an ancient formation spirit with a single painting. And while Lu Changong keeps painting, the transformed formation spirit secretly watches him from her hidden space as the terrifying scenes around her continue changing wildly. The 9 heavens and 10 earths grand array was built on the million miles immortal mountains, so when Lu Changong's painting resonated with that land, the whole ancient formation began evolving on its own. As the grand array evolved, its spirit changed with it, her childlike body maturing bit by bit under the influence of Lu Changong's first 2 paintings. When the second painting finished, the formation spirit fully stepped into the form of a stunning young woman, and she knew this was the greatest stroke of fortune in her long existence. She quickly understood the real change was far bigger than her looks, because her mind, strength, and control over the grand array had all jumped to a new level. For the first time, She even saw a path to leaving the Grand Array behind and attaching herself to another treasure, which made her desperately want to stay by Lu Changgong's side. Then Lu Changgong began a third painting, and this time he was not sketching a rough impression anymore but trying to paint the true million miles immortal mountains exactly as he imagined them. He knew this painting would be even harder than the Heavenly Palace work he had done before, but he still steadied himself and finally set the brush to paper. The instant the third painting started, a terrifying fluctuation burst from the pavilion, and the hidden formation spirit was jolted into panic. She suddenly felt like she was being cut off from the million miles immortal mountains itself, as if a brand new array spirit was about to seize her place. If that happened, she knew she would be pushed out of the array and shredded by the world's invisible forces, so her fear turned immediate and real. She could have used the Grand Array to interfere with Lu Changgong, but the chance to evolve further was too tempting, so she chose to gamble instead of stopping him. She decided that if she could not suppress the newborn spirit, she would abandon the old array and possess Lu Changgong's painting instead, because that painting already looked destined to become a treasure of the same level. With that shameless little plan in mind, she even tidied her hair and smugly reminded herself that she was beautiful enough to make the approach work. Meanwhile, Lu Changgong stayed completely immersed in the work, trying to rearrange every mountain into the most perfect version of the immortal range in his heart. Another wave of force rolled out from the painting, and this time the formation spirit had to grit her teeth and fight to keep from being expelled. At the same time, on Danxia Holy Land's main peak, the white-bearded Grand Elder Lu Yongshou hurried to the main hall to report the disturbance. Sect Master Lai Xinglan welcomed the old elder politely, even noting that his strength seemed to have improved again, but Lu Yongshou's serious face made it clear this was not a casual visit. Lu Yongshou asked to speak alone, so the sect master dismissed the others and brought him into a secret room for a private discussion. There, Lu Yongshou revealed that the 9 heavens and 10 earths Grand Array had shown abnormal movement, and that even the formation spirit's appearance had changed. Lai Xinglan immediately understood how serious that was, because the Grand Array was the very foundation that had protected Danxia Holy Land through repeated danger. When the sect master asked whether the change was good or bad, Lu Yongshou admitted the array was stronger now but warned that the speed and source of the change made it deeply dangerous. He explained that such a drastic upgrade should be impossible without an immortal-level figure altering the array, yet he had detected no one at the array core at all. That uncertainty was the real threat, because if the Great Formation collapsed, the sect's spiritual energy would leak away and Danxia Holy Land itself could be ruined. Lai Xinglan took the warning seriously and agreed to investigate suspicious outsiders among the mixed crowd gathered for the convention of 10,000 immortals. Back at the pavilion, Lu Changgong's third painting had nearly reached the final stage, and the mountain scene was already so vivid that the women around him felt as if they were really standing in the immortal range. The girls praised the painting excitedly, but Lu Changgong himself felt annoyed because he thought this careful third attempt still lacked the charm he wanted. He paused, set the heaven and earth brush down on the inkstone, and looked outside the pavilion for a fresh spark of inspiration. That brief pause instantly eased the pressure on the formation spirit, but instead of relief she felt furious, like a feast had been snatched away just as she was about to taste it. When Lu Changgong happened to glance toward the clouds and smile at his own new idea, the already rattled formation spirit completely misunderstood the look as a deliberate warning meant for her. She decided the immortal was summoning her openly, so she stopped hesitating and rushed straight toward Lu Changgong. But before she could reveal herself, the heaven and earth brush suddenly trembled and released invisible ripples that swallowed her whole. Lu Changgong barely noticed any of it, only grumbling to himself that the free brush the system gave him seemed to be acting up again. Once he caught the missing idea, he returned to the paper and added low buildings, clouds, and natural spacing between the peaks to make the mountains feel truly immense. As he worked, mysterious formation runes spread over the heaven and earth brush, but Lu Changgong remained focused only on perfecting the landscape. The finished scene now carried a real Dao rhythm, so overwhelming that Wang Yuyan and the others were forced to step back from the painting in awe. Satisfied at last, Lu Changgong casually signed his name on the painting, not realizing that this final stroke would trigger the next upheaval. The moment the inscription was complete, a new formation spirit was born inside the 9 heavens and 10 earths Grand Array, appearing as a middle-aged man even stronger than the original child's spirit had been. Far away in the secret room, Lu Yongshou suddenly sensed a change and his calm face turned grim as he realized the Grand Array was showing signs of collapse. At the same moment, an urgent message reached the secret room. The base of the 9 heavens and 10 earths Grand Array had shifted and risen tens of thousands of feet into the air. Remembering the earlier warning about the formation spirit's mutation, Lai Xinglan's patience snapped, and he rushed out to see who dared stir up trouble inside Danxia Holy Land. At Danxia Holy Land's underground edge of the Grand Array, Granny Nine Serenities tells Little Nine that the coming convention of 10,000 immortals will give her fresh cultivators to devour and patch her 5 elements flaw. Little Nine answers that she is ready, and Granny Nine Serenities laughs in delight because her plan is finally lining up. Granny Nine Serenities says today is the Ghost Domain's great calamity, and the Ghost Lord has confirmed that the people tied to that calamity are already inside the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation. She reveals the real opening. When the calamity starts, The passage between Ghost Domain and the human world will open where those people are, the Grand Array will fail, and she will rush in with Little Nine to feast on the cultivators. Convinced heaven is helping her, Granny Nine Serenities boasts that today her name will shake the world. Elsewhere in his room, Lu Changong is stunned to find the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation spirit has turned into a seductive mature woman. Even while flustered, Lu Changong insists she has the wrong person and says again that he is not her master. The formation spirit refuses to back down and sweetly says she is his servant, just like the little girl beside him. Trying to sell herself, she says she is the same kind of spirit as the girl next to him and claims she can do anything that girl can do, and even more, if he takes her in. Looking closer, Lu Changong notices how transparent and weak her spirit body is, and that makes him think of Cheer. His sympathy kicks in, and he abruptly asks if she is being trapped inside Danxia Holy Land. The formation spirit takes that question as a hidden test from an expert, and decides to play along with his strange style. She immediately turns pitiful and claims Danxia Holy Land imprisoned her in the center of the Grand Array without food or freedom, and that only he can save her. Lu Changong believes her and, treating her like another persecuted spirit such as Cheer, agrees she can follow him if they can figure out how to get her out. She realizes she still cannot fully leave the formation's restriction on her own, so she starts searching for another way. Then she remembers the space inside Lu Changong's heaven and earth brush and says it contains teleportation arrays she can activate. Lu Changong is dumbfounded that the brush he has used for years can actually tear through space, and he finally understands how valuable this spirit woman's help could be. Because teleportation means a mortal like him can finally escape cultivators when things turn bad, Lu Changong decides to leave Danxia Holy Land right away. He asks what he needs to do, then tells her to stop calling him master, and says he will call her Xiar instead. The formation spirit is genuinely thrilled that he accepted her and gave her a name. Xiar explains that if Lu Changong paints a place he has already been, like his home, she can use the heaven and earth brush to teleport them there. With the escape plan settled, Lu Changong stops hesitating and tells Cheer to bring the brush and ink so they can start painting at once. Across Danxia Holy Land, the entire mountain range suddenly starts rising under the Grand Array, and the sect is swallowed by clouds, thunderous stone crashes, and panic. The elders are just as shaken, because the supposedly unbreakable false immortal formation should never be causing a disaster like this. At the array's center, Lu Yongshou sends his voice into the formation eye and respectfully asks the formation spirit what is happening inside the Grand Array. When only ripples answer him, Lu Yongshou starts worrying that something has gone wrong with the formation spirit itself. Then an angry male voice bursts out of the formation, cursing him for making so much noise right after it woke up. A new formation spirit finally appears as a heavily built man with pitch black eyes and array markings over his limbs, leaving Lu Yongshou so shocked he drops to the ground. The new spirit casually conjures a spirit mirror, admires his own face, and acts absurdly pleased with how handsome he turned out. He yanks Lu Yongshou up like a chick, slaps him around for calling him senior, and demands to be addressed as Lord Formation Spirit like before. After recovering, Lu Yongshou explains that the array base has risen tens of thousands of feet and fears someone may be sabotaging the Grand Array. The Formation Spirit first scoffs that he raised the mountains on purpose to keep riffraff out, mocking Danxia Holy Land for calling such short peaks immortal mountains. But in the middle of bragging, the spirit suddenly senses a real attack on the array and urgently orders them to find a painting called Cloud's Immortal Rhythm Painting. Before he can explain more, the male formation spirit suddenly breaks apart into scattered balls of spiritual energy and vanishes. Outside the Grand Array, Granny Nine Serenities mocks Danxia Holy Land for trying to strengthen the formation by simply raising its base, and she decides that flaw lets her open the passage early. She pulls out a skeleton-like wooden sculpture and begins chanting a ghostly incantation in a voice that sounds like the netherworld itself is wailing. Glowing doors rip open all around the formation, and countless skeletons at tribulation transcendent strength pour out of them. The skeleton army surrounds the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation in a choking aura of death until the barrier finally cracks and breaks. With the formation breached, Granny Nine Serenities gleefully declares that Danxia Holy Land's doomsday has arrived. Inside Danxia Holy Land, Lu Yongshou, Lai Xinglan, and the others scramble to find the painting the formation spirit named while the enemy's hull confirms the protective spiritual energy is gone. Lu Yongshou realizes the saboteur is Granny Nine Serenities, the monster once defeated by both humans and demons, and curses that she is still alive. Lai Xinglan agrees that only Granny Nine Serenities could tamper with this false immortal array, and says their only path now is to find the Cloud's Immortal Rhythm Painting. When Lu Yongshou asks why they still have not found it, Lai Xinglan says there is only one unchecked group left, Immortal's Destiny Small Shop, and he has already sent people there. A Danxia disciple rushes back at last and says he found a painting, trying to explain before the elders cut him off. Lu Yongshou cuts him off, snatches the storage bag from the air, and pulls out the painting himself. At first the scroll looks like nothing special, just an ordinary roll of rice paper, which only makes the moment more tense. Then the painting unfolds, and Lu Yongshou finally sees the 5 words they have been desperately searching for, Cloud's Immortal Rhythm Painting. As the skeleton army floods into the 9 heavens and 10 earths Grand Array, Granny Nine Serenities is thrilled and thinks her era has finally arrived. She orders Little Nine to follow her in and devour the blood food, moving in with total confidence. Far away from the siege, the three princes clutch their clay figurines and admit the warnings were real after all. Remembering how the figurines warned them about skeletons in advance, the princes decide this battle is far above them and rush back to Zhongzhou to report. At the Formation Eye, Lu Yongshou and Lai Xinglan gather the key experts around Lu Changong's Cloud Immortals rhythm painting, with the whole defense hanging on what this painting can do. Lu Yongshou pours spiritual power into the array and formally presents the painting to the Formation Spirit. The unseen spirit tells them to put the painting into the Formation Center at once, leaving no time for appearances. Once the painting settles, Lu Yongshou turns to the women and asks who painted it, and what that senior really said before leaving. Yu Linglong explains that Lu Changong painted it 3 times, kept only the 3rd version, and left it behind as a gift to Danxia Holy Land before returning to the Immortals' Destiny small shop. Yu Hongye adds the one sharp boundary Lu Changong left behind: Danxia Holy Land should not go to his shop and disturb his peace. Hearing that, Lu Yongshou and Lai Xinglan realize the hidden meaning and suspect Lu Changong solved the crisis while deliberately staying out of sight. Even if they are just pieces on that mysterious senior's board, they can accept it, because Granny Nine Serenities still has to die. Still, they cannot shake the fear that a pseudo-immortal formation and one painting may not be enough to kill someone already close to an immortal. While they wait, Lord Xinghe quietly checks with Wang Yuyan to see whether Lu Changong is still angry about his gossiping. Wang Yuyan reassures him that Lu Changong seems to have let it go, and even left clay figurines for the 3 princes. That comforts Lord Xinghe, but he still resolves to apologize in person and asks what Lu Changong needs most right now. After a pause, Wang Yuyan reveals that Lu Changong seems to be gathering artifact spirit repair materials and immortal jade. Inside the array, Granny Nine Serenities has already swallowed Little Nine and is now butchering Danxia Holy Land disciples, tasting blood like the slaughter is going her way. Even while killing, she notices something is wrong. Little Nine has not restored her 5 elements, and the human spiritual aura tastes strange. She ignores the warning and flies toward Danxia Holy Land's main peak, planning to wipe out everyone in one sweep. But no matter how far she flies, the main peak never gets any closer, and the first crack finally appears in her confidence. She realizes the mountain distances themselves are changing inside the array, and her strength has already started to leak away. Panicking, she turns around to retreat, only to find the way back just as impossible to reach. As the scenery quietly changes and drains her even faster, she finally screams that this has to be an immortal array aimed directly at her. She blasts wildly at the surroundings, but every strike vanishes against an invisible barrier without leaving a mark. Desperate, she reveals a huge monstrous true form and attacks even harder, but the result is still nothing. Outside at the Formation Eye, everyone watches her get trapped on the light screen and can hardly believe the painting is really suppressing her. Then the Cloud Immortals rhythm painting rises back out of the Formation Eye, unchanged but suddenly far more frightening. One line of poetry on the painting flares gold, and that written line condenses into a small golden sword. The golden sword shoots through the light screen, swells into a sky-piercing blade, and locks on to Granny Nine Serenities no matter where she tries to run. In one clean strike, the sword erases Granny Nine Serenities completely, body and soul together. Everyone at the array core is left stunned, because what killed her looked less like the formation and more like the painting itself. Before they can recover, the light screen shows countless light doors opening around the formation and more skulls pushing through from the ghost domain. But the moment many skeletons touch the formation, they crumble straight into dust, and the rest lose their nerve and dive back through the doors. With the portals gone and peace restored, Shan Yan realizes the father and daughter may have been the real targets of this terrifying ghost domain calamity. That only deepens Shang Yan's awe, and he quietly tells Shang Chan that Lu Changong must be an immortal-level existence who just saved them. Shang Yan also decides that since Lu Changong did not take Shang Chan back this time, they should thank him properly, and then leave the human world for the devil world. Nearby, Zhu Zhao and others reach a similar conclusion. Lu Changong must have come here in advance because he already saw this disaster coming. To them, his choice to leave alone feels like a warning that they cannot keep relying on him for every crisis. Yu Linglong takes that hardest, quietly realizing she may not get to see Lu Changong often anymore. Yu Hongye has the same bitter realization and admits that, at least for now, someone like Lu Changong simply does not keep women like them in his eyes. Even so, Yu Hongye refuses to give up and decides she still needs to find a way to catch his attention for the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Bai Zhe, meanwhile, is the one person quietly delighted, because among all the women only his daughter Suyu was taken away by Lu Changong. Once the danger is truly over, the guests withdraw from the center of the grand array and leave the court to Danxia Holy Land. That leaves only Lu Yongshou and Lai Xinglan behind, both unnerved because the formation's power clearly went beyond anything they should be able to control. Lu Yongshou sends tens of thousands of light rays into the core again, and respectfully summons the formation spirit for answers. This time the spirit appears immediately, and instead of the old little girl spirit, a fully solid muscular man floats out of the formation. The new spirit is blunt from the start, saying the disgusting old woman is dead, the ghost domain rabble already fled, and he wants to go back to sleep. Lai Xinglan is so shaken by the spirit's new body that he nearly cries out, and the spirit immediately notices his reaction. With a flick of his finger, the spirit removes Lu Yongsho's suppression on Lai Xinglan and tells him to stop guessing and just ask. Lai Xinglan finally asks the obvious question, is this burly man really the same formation spirit who used to look like a little girl? The spirit laughs it off and says no, because the old female spirit followed that lord away and he took her place here instead. He reveals the bigger truth next. He was born from the Cloud Immortal's rhythm painting and, with that painting backing him, he can make this grand array display immortal array power. He even says that once he grows a little more, he will be able to turn the 9 heavens and 10 earths grand array into a true immortal array. The two men are so stunned they cannot even respond, which only irritates the already impatient spirit. Recovering first, Lu Yongsho asks the question that matters most to him. Who painted this, and why would that senior help Danxia Holy Land? After a long pause, the spirit says he cannot even speak his master's name, but if they investigate a little, they will figure out who that person is. As for Danxia Holy Land, he says his master never acted for them on purpose at all and only painted because he liked the scenery here. He also bluntly claims the old formation spirit was not kidnapped at all, but shamelessly stole his place and squeezed him out of the painting into this array. Then he lays down the rule clearly: do not disturb his master, because the old spirit cannot take this position back, and he likes this place too much to give it up anyway. If they keep the painting safe in the formation center at all times, he promises he can continue protecting Danxia Holy Land. With that, the spirit says he spent too much energy tricking that ugly old monster and is going back to sleep. Still badly rattled by the new formation spirit, Lai Xinglan and Lu Yongsho can only bow and stammer that they have no more questions. After Granny 9 Serenities disrupted the convention of 10,000 immortals, Danxia Holy Land had to postpone the event for a few months. Even so, the new formation spirit's illusion spells kept the participants safe, so no one at the convention was actually harmed. Lai Xinglan personally organized compensation and explained what happened, finally calming the offended factions. Then Danxia Holy Land claimed the credit for eliminating Granny 9 Serenities, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths grand array became famous across the southern region. With the convention's safety now trusted even more, everyone left satisfied on the surface. On the way back to the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, Yu Hongye suddenly started worrying about what gift they should bring Lu Changgong next. She admits that after recent events, she and Wan Yuyen are back at the same starting line in Lu Changgong's eyes. Yu Hongye explains that the next treasure gathering will come early, and immortals will reward the lower realm based on the treasures each force presents. Because the schedule is so rushed and their pavilion has no top treasure ready, she fears they will be humiliated again unless Lu Changgong helps them. Zhao Li avoids giving advice and tells her it would be safest to ask Lu Changgong directly. That answer instantly decides it for Yu Hongye, and she cheerfully changes course to visit Lu Changgong before returning home. She also decides to bring soul-nourishing spiritual items for Weiqi, hoping the visit will be both useful and thoughtful. Back in his courtyard, Lu Changgong is still shaken by the sheer power he just witnessed through a painting and brush, and it only makes him feel more painfully mortal. Beside him, Xiao looks pale and weak after exhausting herself with spiritual power. When Lu Changgong asks if she is all right, Xiao gently reassures him and leans straight into his arms. She says she only overused spirit energy and needs rest, but her body turns even more transparent as she says it. Lu Changgong wrongly assumes Danxia Holy Land hurt her, and feels even guiltier because she spent so much power getting him out. He promises with sudden resolve that he will definitely cure her. Xiao quietly plays along, thinking the senior seems to enjoy the romantic mood, and she is perfectly happy staying close to him anyway. Moved by how gentle and obedient she seems, Lu Changgong blurts out that she can stay by his side from now on, and he will protect her. Just as the two lock eyes in a dangerously sweet moment, loud knocking ruins everything. Yu Hongye calls from outside, and Lu Changgong instantly turns irritated because he feels his best chance at romance just got destroyed. He forces himself to calm down, signals Xiao to hide, and invites Yu Hongye in as if nothing happened. When Yu Hongye enters, she finds Lu Changgong standing alone with his hands behind his back, staring out at the scenery like an aloof expert. Yu Hongye carefully says she has brought everything he asked for before and presents a refined storage bracelet. For Lu Changgong, this is the first time he has ever seen a cultivator's storage magic treasure up close, so the bracelet immediately feels novel and exciting. Yu Hongye activates it for him, opening a huge illusory storage space packed with jade boxes. He is impressed by the magic of it all and immediately starts thinking how useful it would be for ordinary things like collecting spring water and herbs. Watching him from the side, Yu Hongye finally relaxes because she can tell he likes the bracelet. She had rushed between pavilion branches, gathered every soul and spirit-nourishing treasure she could find, and even picked matching jade boxes and this bracelet to suit his taste. Lu Changgong takes the bracelet naturally and admits he barely remembers what he asked for, so he asks what is inside the boxes. When Yu Hongye says they are all treasures that nourish the soul and spirit, Lu Changgong is genuinely delighted because that is exactly what Xiao needs right now. He praises her effort with rare approval, and Yu Hongye is thrilled to hear it. Yu Hongye answers that serving him is her honor, and that humble flattery finally makes Lu Changong see her in a much better light. He used to dislike her male-style presentation, but now her sincere attitude makes him think her nature is actually decent. Still, when Yu Hongye does not leave after handing over the gift, Lu Changong gets anxious because he still needs to bring Xiar back out in secret. So he directly asks if she has anything else to say and tells her not to beat around the bush with him. Yu Hongye swallows her nerves for a long moment before admitting she has one more presumptuous request. Lu Changong tells her to just say it, and promises he will help if it is within his power. At last Yu Hongye blurts out that she wants to ask him for another painting, and the request makes her face go bright red on the spot. The moment the words leave her mouth, Yu Hongye spirals into panic and imagines Lu Changong taking offense badly enough to ruin her and her whole pavilion. But Lu Changong only repeats the request in surprise, because to him painting is easy and his bigger worry is still Xiar's condition. Seeing that he is not furious, Yu Hongye seizes the chance and explains that the painting is for her family, not herself. She promises he can draw it casually, and in exchange the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets will serve him whenever he needs help. Then Yu Hongye bows so deeply that her legs start trembling, desperate enough to stay there until Lu Changong answers. Lu Changong quickly helps her up and says there is no need for that, since he is only a mortal and can simply agree if he is able. Once she mentions the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets again, Lu Changong pauses and asks whether her family does business in the cultivation world. Yu Hongye admits it with modest embarrassment, calling the family business small because she assumes someone like Lu Changong would barely notice it. That answer lights up Lu Changong's mind, because he suddenly sees a rich cultivation world merchant family right in front of him when he desperately needs money and resources. From there, Lu Changong smugly convinces himself he has figured Yu Hongye out. In his eyes, this merchant's daughter had been flattering him all along to get paintings for her family's reputation. Lu Changong still badly needs spirit stones, so even after deciding he has Yu Hongye figured out, he nods and accepts her deal anyway. Yu Hongye freezes in disbelief, then blurts out whether he really agreed, suddenly too stunned to act like her usual composed self. The surprise hits so hard that Yu Hongye digs her nails into her own arm just to prove this is real, and the pain finally makes her believe it. Lu Changong can only stare, baffled that she is this thrilled over something as ordinary to him as making a painting. He gets practical and asks the real question: does she want calligraphy or an actual painting? Yu Hongye is too overwhelmed to choose for herself and nervously asks him what he thinks she should take instead. Secretly looking down on her lack of judgment, Lu Changong decides a painting is safer than writing words that others might overinterpret. Yu Hongye hurriedly agrees and starts thanking him again, only for Lu Changong to cut her off because one more detail still matters. He asks what kind of painting her side actually wants, pushing her to name a theme instead of just worshipping him. That simple question only moves Yu Hongye more, because to her this aloof expert is suddenly generous, easygoing, and almost impossibly considerate. Lu Changong, meanwhile, quietly wonders if something is wrong with her head and forces himself to stay patient instead of arguing with a fool. When he asks again, Yu Hongye finally answers properly and says the painting should look majestic enough to show off her family's status. Lu Changong repeats the word majestic to himself, thinks it over, and says he understands what she needs. Yu Hongye formally thanks him on behalf of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, treating this favor like something her whole faction will remember. Lu Changong immediately stops her and makes one thing clear: the painting is not a free gift to the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Yu Hongye eagerly asks what the pavilion can offer, ready to meet any condition he sets. His answer is unexpectedly plain: just pay with spirit stones. That shocks Yu Hongye, because in her eyes someone at his level should have no use at all for ordinary spirit stones. Lu Changong gets annoyed by the question, hides his real reason, and bluntly tells her he has his own use for them. When Yu Hongye asks the price, Lu Changong avoids naming a number and tells her to bring whatever spirit stones she thinks are appropriate before he hands over the painting. Yu Hongye leaves Immortal's Destiny still chewing on his words, convinced that a peerless expert cannot possibly mean something so simple on the surface. Zhao Li, who has been waiting outside the whole time, rushes over and asks how the meeting went. Yu Hongye tells him the big news: Senior Lu agreed to give the painting. Zhao Li is overjoyed at first, because this solves Yu Hongye's problem and gives her something solid to report back to her father. But Yu Hongye says the painting is not free, and what really troubles her is that she still has not deciphered Senior Lu's true request. When she explains that Lu Changong asked for spirit stones without naming a price, Zhao Li is just as stunned as she is. Yu Hongye decides that if she can understand the hidden meaning behind that request, she can finally give Lu Changong exactly what will matter to him. She first asks how many supreme-grade spirit stones the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets still has available. Zhao Li says recent spending on rare treasures has drained them down to about 200 million in liquid funds, and Yu Hongye immediately feels that still will not be enough. Then Yu Hongye suddenly catches on to one phrase, stops Zhao Li, and asks him to repeat what he said a moment ago. The moment Zhao Li repeats that someone like Senior Lu should not be short on spirit stones, Yu Hongye thinks she has solved the whole puzzle. She confidently concludes that Lu Changong does not want ordinary spirit stones at all, but immortal jade filled with immortal qi. For once Yu Hongye breaks into a truly happy smile, and Zhao Li is quietly relieved to see the young woman beneath her usual stern front. She immediately orders Zhao Li to check the pavilion's immortal jade stock and buy more from wandering cultivators if necessary. Zhao Li respectfully accepts the order and summons a flying boat to head back to the pavilion of heavenly secrets. Left in her own excitement, Yu Hongye flicks open her folding fan and proudly congratulates herself for understanding Senior Lu so quickly. Back in Immortal's Destiny, Lu Changong finally sets up to paint in the courtyard now that Xiar has recovered enough for him to work again. Chier grinds ink on a little stool while Xiar, in her current human form, waits beside Lu Changong with a handkerchief, both quietly taking care of him as he works. Even the little fox on his lap and the proud red bird from the peach tree settle in close, drawn to the strange comfort of his presence while they watch him paint. Lu Changong does not rush the brush, because for him a landscape has to be planned cleanly in the mind before the first stroke lands. Thinking about what cultivators truly chase, he decides the grandest answer is simple. He will paint Yu Hongye a heavenly court. Elsewhere in the southern domain, a massive flying boat marked with a phoenix cuts through the sky like a jeweled mountain. This is the Li family of Nirvana City's flying boat, the clan that rose dramatically after a phoenix once visited them and took a treasured parasol branch. That blessing changed the Li family completely, lifting their patriarch's realm and showering their younger generation with lucky encounters until they became a first-rate southern region family. At the front of the deck, a lean young man in red robes watches the mountains below as the airship races onward. Then another towering mountain appears ahead, the boat slows, and the red-robed young man instantly erupts in anger at the crew. A sweating cultivator rushes over to explain that they had to slow down or risk skimming too close to another dangerous peak. The young man steadies himself and orders the ship higher and around the mountain instead of straight through. Their fear comes from a recent disaster, when a mountain ahead suddenly burst into terrifying fire and was burned flat without warning. That blaze was so vicious that one crew member died instantly just by touching a stray spark, and the fire could not be extinguished at all. Since then, every similar mountain puts the whole crew on edge, because if that heavenly fire ever ignites directly on the flying boat, the result could be catastrophic. As the flying ship finally leaves the mountain behind, Lily lets out a relieved breath, but his companion can tell he is still bothered by what happened a few days ago. The blue-robed youth tries to soothe him, but Lily immediately puts on a proud front and says the Li family carries phoenix luck, so even danger cannot really shake him. Seeing Lily enjoy the flattery, the companion piles it on and praises his rare Dharma idol breakthrough, then says this trip should finally win over Fairy Wang Yuyan at the Grand Moon Sect. Lily pretends to stay modest, says Wang Yuyan may not care about him, and hints that he actually came to Great Xia for another hidden purpose. When his companion eagerly presses for details, Lily just smiles and shuts him out with a simple answer: it is a secret. Inside, Lily is far more ambitious than he admits. He wants Wang Yuyan, but more importantly he wants the Phoenix's true secret and the chance to lift the Li family by his own power. He remembers the truth his family hides from everyone else. The Phoenix never descended for the Li family at all, and only stayed in Nirvana City to trade for their ancestral parasol tree branches. That trade pushed his cultivation forward, but Lily knows the family's current prosperity is only temporary unless he secures the Phoenix's protection or the real treasure behind its descent. Following the special mark on the parasol branch map toward Great Xia, Lily imagines finding a shocking opportunity at the Phoenix's resting place and climbing all the way to the immortal world. Just as Lily basks in those fantasies, his companion suddenly cries out and points at something racing past the ship. A black shadow blasts past the flying ship like a cannonball, and Lily is horrified when he senses a demon emperor at the peak of the Dharma idol realm. The companion cannot understand why such a terrifying demon is flying so openly in Great Xia, and Lily realizes the demon's path points toward the Grand Moon Sect where Wang Yuyan is staying. For one instant Lily panics for Wang Yuyan, but he crushes that thought and reminds himself that women are not the real reason he came. Looking toward Mount Tyne, Lily suddenly convinces himself the demon must also be rushing there for the Phoenix's hidden opportunity. Now fully fired up, Lily orders the flying ship to maximum speed because he refuses to let anyone else seize what he believes should be his. Back in Lu Changgong's courtyard, he finishes his final brushstroke and happily decides the painting of the heavenly court should satisfy Yu Hongye and the pavilion of heavenly secrets. As the ink dries and Lu Changgong signs the work, the little fox dozes off, but the little red bird keeps staring at the painting in open disbelief. Amused by the bird's strange behavior, Lu Changgong reaches over to tease it, but the proud little creature instantly flaps away to the old peach tree and looks down at him like a queen. Lu Changgong grumbles that the bird acts like a phoenix just because it has a crest, and that reckless joke makes Suyu jolt awake in pure terror. Suyu knows Lu Changgong accidentally guessed the truth, because from the moment the small red bird entered the courtyard, her bloodline fear told her it was a real phoenix. Life in the courtyard has become miserable for Suyu, because one phoenix was bad enough, and the others around Lu Changgong like Cheer only keep revealing even more terrifying auras. Trying to focus on herself, Suyu checks her own demonic power and realizes she is finally close to forming her core. Even that good news feels stressful, because Suyu decides she will have to sneak away somewhere quiet to break through before making enough noise to offend one of these terrifying seniors. Soon Yu Hongye arrives, greets Lu Changong respectfully as senior, and he casually waves her into the courtyard to talk. Stepping into the inner hall under that overwhelming Dao atmosphere again, Yu Hongye can barely hold herself together as she asks if the painting is already finished. Lu Changong says it has been ready for a while and hands over the scroll, asking her to see whether it meets her needs. Instead of checking the scroll first, Yu Hongye immediately offers a high-grade storage bracelet and says she does not need to doubt his painting at all. When Lu Changong inspects the bracelet, he is stunned to find more than 100 middle-grade spirit stones inside and has to hide how excited he really is. He keeps a dignified face and simply praises her effort, while Yu Hongye is thrilled because she thinks she successfully guessed the hidden meaning behind his request for immortal jade. The more pleased he looks, the more confident Yu Hongye becomes that this costly gift has raised her standing in front of him and opened the door to more future dealings. Lu Changong tells her to look at the painting first, and Yu Hongye flatters him again by saying anything from his hand must be world-shaking. The moment she opens the scroll, a flood of Dao aura pours out, and even Yu Hongye, who has seen his work before, still has to steady herself before daring to truly look. One glance pulls Yu Hongye straight into a grand illusion of the immortal world, where she seems to float among immortal clouds and endless mysterious Dao voices. The vision keeps expanding with heaven-piercing light, red clouds, falling petals, and a beauty so real that Yu Hongye blurts out in disbelief that she has entered the immortal world. Then the heavenly clouds part to reveal immortal palaces and countless immortals on the wind, and the sacred scene nearly drives Yu Hongye to kneel. A solemn voice commands the gate to open, thunder rolls, and Yu Hongye sees the towering south heaven gate with an even greater palace hidden behind it. Just before she can see more, Lu Changong's voice pulls her out of the painting so abruptly that she looks up and almost crashes face first into him. Embarrassed and overwhelmed, Yu Hongye hastily slips back, bows deeply, and says the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets will never forget the kindness he has shown them. After seeing the painting, Yu Hongye becomes convinced that the immortal jade was never the real point at all, and that Lu Changong used the commission to quietly hand her an opportunity beyond price. Meanwhile, Lu Changong can only stare at Yu Hongye's tearful, almost worshipful reaction in bafflement, because from his side this was just a paid painting job that somehow turned into something far bigger. Lu Changong finally decides Yu Hongye reacted so wildly for one simple reason: his heavenly court painting came out far better than he expected. He remembers how he painted the immortal realm through extreme blank space, using clouds and faint heavenly corridors so every viewer would imagine their own perfect version of heaven. At the center, the south gate of heaven became the finishing touch, turning the whole painting into exactly the immortal dream a cultivator like Yu Hongye would crave. Since Yu Hongye loved it that much, Lu Changong happily accepts her payment of more than 100 middle-grade spirit stones and tells her the painting is hers now. Yu Hongye hears something much bigger in those casual words and feels as if Senior Lu just handed the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets a destiny-changing opportunity. She quickly offers Lu Changong a Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets VIP Jade token and promises that if he ever needs anything, even more spirit stones, she will gather them for him. Lu Changong assumes she just wants to buy more paintings later, so he accepts the token with an easy smile and a nod. Yu Hongye is secretly thrilled, because this token is really her way to tie the richest pavilion in the world to a top expert it desperately lacks. With her goal achieved, Yu Hongye tactfully says goodbye, and Lu Changong even tells her to come visit again when she has time. The moment she is gone, Lu Changong finally explodes with joy and jumps around the courtyard over those 100+ middle-grade spirit stones. Outside, Yu Hongye hurries away like someone carrying a priceless treasure, nervous that the painting might be lost or stolen at any second. She even hides the storage bracelet with a concealing technique, and keeps her spiritual sense locked on the scroll the entire way back. Once she reaches the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets residence and shuts herself in her room, only then does Yu Hongye finally breathe easier and take the painting back out. She unrolls the painting again in near reverence, and is hit all over again by the grand, unreal beauty of the heavenly court scene. While admiring it, she convinces herself even more that Lu Changong must be an immortal world giant living in seclusion beneath Mount Tian for some hidden reason. She stops herself from digging too deeply into that mystery, puts the painting away, and tries to settle down. Then the restriction at her door suddenly ripples, and the interruption snaps her out of her thoughts. When she opens the door, Zhao Li is waiting anxiously with bad news. Second Master has returned and called for her by name. Zhao Li quietly warns her not to provoke him, and Yu Hongye heads for the main hall, already guessing this is about the treasure she spent. In the main hall, her second uncle turns on her with an ashen face and demands to know where the pavilion's massive stockpile of spirit stones, immortal jade, and soul-nurturing treasures went. He says he was proud she went hunting opportunities for the pavilion, until he learned she emptied out 200 million supreme-grade spirit stones, ancient immortal jade, and priceless soul-nurturing treasures. He threatens to drag her back to her father for punishment if she cannot explain where all of it went. Yu Hongye does not panic at all and simply says she did not waste those resources, she traded them for a treasure. When he demands to see what treasure could possibly be worth that price, Yu Hongye takes out the plain-looking scroll. The second uncle takes one look at the fresh paper and lack of spiritual energy, and gets even angrier, convinced she has been duped by junk. He mocks the idea that some immortal almighty just happened to paint it without using spiritual power, and Yu Hongye instantly shoots back that he guessed exactly right. That answer nearly sends him over the edge, and his spiritual power starts slipping out of control from sheer fury. Yu Hongye hurriedly tells him to calm down, and at least look at the painting before judging it. He finally gives in with a long helpless sigh and says that because she is his elder brother's daughter, he will trust her one more time. Still dripping with sarcasm, he takes the scroll and says this so-called immortal world painting had better be worth those 200 million supreme-grade spirit stones. He casually opens just one corner of the painting, and his heartbeat jolts so hard that the mockery vanishes from his face. When the scroll fully unfolds, he freezes in place, staring at the heavenly court scene like he cannot believe something this terrifyingly good is real. The more he stares, the more his spiritual energy boils over until the hall's restrictions start crackling under the pressure. Yu Hongye gets shoved back to the doorway by the spiritual storm and slips outside, but the pleased look on her face says her second uncle finally understands the painting's value. Only after the pressure fully bursts out does the second uncle snap back to himself and blurt out what kind of expert could have made a thing like this. He looks for Yu Hongye, finds her hiding outside for safety, and she teases him for nearly blasting the hall apart. Clutching the scroll like a precious relic, he carefully puts it away and refuses to let Yu Hongye touch it again. Then he urgently asks who painted it, because now this has become a matter too important to delay. Yu Hongye makes him squirm first by reminding him how hard he sneered at the painting just a moment ago. Embarrassed and impatient, he tells her to drop that and explain who this Senior Lu really is. Yu Hongye points out the signature, but admits even she does not know his exact identity, and can only guess he is an immortal world powerhouse in mortal seclusion. To prove how absurdly high Lu Chunggong's status is, she adds that even Lord Xinghe would obediently address him as senior. That name alone leaves the second uncle stunned, and he immediately asks where this hidden senior is living now. When Yu Hongye says Lu Chunggong is secluded in a small courtyard near Mount Taiyuan, her second uncle instantly demands that she take him there to pay respects. Yu Hongye stops him and warns that Senior Lu is deliberately acting like a mortal, so barging in again could ruin everything and offend him. Helpless but convinced, the second uncle backs down and agrees not to go if that is what preserving the relationship requires. Then he starts thinking deeper and realizes a being like Lu Chunggong would never need the pavilion's immortal jade unless he was intentionally using them for something larger. He argues that an immortal world senior could collect ancient immortal jade effortlessly from forgotten immortal residences, so this whole exchange must be part of a deliberate plan. Yu Hongye asks what they should do next, and he gives his answer with sudden clarity. If the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is going to be a chess piece in Senior Lu's grand game, he says, then Yu Hongye must keep getting closer to him until their pavilion becomes his most important chess piece. Lu Chunggong picks up what he thinks is a middle-grade spirit stone and tries one more time to see if he can cultivate. He closes his eyes to feel the energy inside, and the stone instantly crumbles into gray powder in his hand. Su Yu is shaken because she recognizes the truth at once. That was no spirit stone, but an ancient immortal jade. From what Bai Zhe once told her, only immortals or near immortals can absorb immortal jade at all, and even they do it painfully slowly. But Lu Chunggong drained one piece as easily as breathing, without even showing strain, which makes him seem monstrously powerful in her eyes. Su Yu can barely look at him anymore, afraid that one more casual move from this so-called senior will shatter her Dao heart. In reality, Lu Chunggong is just frustrated because he still cannot keep any spiritual energy in his body, even after trying a better stone. He remembers the old explanation that spirit roots are like the weave of a basket, and someone with no spirit roots is just a bottomless basket that leaks everything away. So he gives up on the shortcut, winces over wasting one precious stone, and tells himself poetry and painting suit him better than fighting. He quickly packs away the remaining stones, planning to save them as cultivation money for Cheer and Xiar instead of wasting more. With his stomach growling, Lu Chunggong decides he earned a good meal today and wants to go buy meat to celebrate. Before leaving, he calls for the little fox and finds Su Yu still drowsing in her small fox form. He scolds the sleepy little fox like a spoiled pet, and warns that if she keeps acting like a pig, there will be no roast chicken. Night falls, and after Lu Chunggong is gone, Su Yu quietly opens her eyes under the moonlight with a different purpose. She slips out of the courtyard, pleased to see such a strong moon tonight because this is the perfect time to condense her demon core. But the little red bird in the old peach tree turns its head toward her, and one cold glance is enough to make Su Yu freeze flat on the ground. Only after that pressure lifts does Su Yu dare to spring over the wall in her fox form and vanish into the night. As soon as she is gone, the red bird speaks in a queenly voice and orders someone hidden nearby to follow, warning that Su Yu's nine-tailed fox bloodline may awaken tonight. The bird explains that if a heaven and earth phenomenon appears, greedy enemies will come hunting for that bloodline. The old peach tree fidgets like it was volunteering, but the red bird bluntly tells it not to go. Instead, a child-sized girl with long hair and mismatched eyes walks out of the dark room, accepts the order, and prepares to move. Little Nine flies out after Su Yu, while the red bird stays behind in the silent courtyard. Farther from Mount Taiyuan, Su Yu finally stops on a moonlit slope and decides this spot is far enough not to disturb the terrifying phoenix in the courtyard. She spits out her unstable fake demon core and begins the risky process of turning it into a real one. Spiritual energy floods in from all sides, and the fake core slowly starts to solidify under the moon. As the process deepens, Suyu's bloodline responds first, and 2 new white foxtails burst out behind her. With 3 tails now, her talent surges, and she starts drawing in spiritual energy far faster than before. Then the real awakening hits, and Suyu screams as ancient bloodline power tears through her body. Another tail grows, then another, and the transformation keeps going without stopping. By the end of the burst, Suyu has reached a stunning 7-tailed form, and her cultivation speed explodes. The sudden power-up strips off her old white hair, leaving her shivering in the cold for a heartbeat before new hair grows back. A scarlet mark appears between her brows, confirming that her bloodline has undergone a powerful atavistic change. Suyu can hardly believe it herself, because 7 tails is a level of bloodline power far beyond what she expected. She immediately realizes this miracle must be connected to Lu Changgong, whose every casual act has been washing her in great Tao insight day after day. Moved by gratitude, she bows toward the courtyard and kowtows to thank the man who saved her life and pushed her this far. Her demon core finally stabilizes for real, and Suyu happily takes it back, thrilled that she advanced and awakened her bloodline at the same time. She gets so giddy that she starts humming and dancing on 2 feet like a human, basking in her own good fortune. That joy dies instantly when a mass of black smoke gathers above her like a storm cloud. Before she can escape, the smoke drops in front of her and forms a huge black wolf with a vicious stare. Suyu goes pale as she recognizes him at once, the Black Wolf Demon Emperor who kidnapped her from Green Hill. The Black Wolf Demon Emperor is stunned, because the fox he captured before is now standing there with an impossible 7-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. He realizes she must have found some secret chance, and his shock immediately turns into greedy desire for that power. Then he openly threatens Suyu, forcing her to reveal how her bloodline rose and promising a filthy, brutal death if she refuses. Suyu freezes in terror when she imagines the Black Wolf violating her and killing her before she can even transform. Desperate to survive, Suyu decides to lie first, stall for time, and bolt the moment she finds an opening. She hurriedly claims she will lead the wolf to a great opportunity right away and squeezes out tears to make the act convincing. Her real plan is simple: drag this monster to the nearby top experts, because any one of them could kill him effortlessly. The Black Wolf Demon Emperor first seems to bite, and orders her to move quickly, which gives Suyu a brief, shaky breath of relief. But just as she starts to turn, the wolf suddenly stops her and refuses to let her move at all. When Suyu protests, the wolf coldly says he already knows how cunning she is and will not be fooled by the same fox trick twice. He reveals the real reason he wants her. Suyu carries 7-tailed demon fox bloodline, and if he leaves Bai Zai's daughter alive, she could grow into a future threat. The wolf lays out his brutal plan to use her blood essence and body first, then kill her later and interrogate her soul. His killing intent crashes down so hard that Suyu cannot even take a step or force out a scream. Certain she is about to die, Suyu sinks into despair and even regrets coming out here to form her golden core. In one last helpless thought, Suyu gloomily laments that she still has not eaten enough roast chicken before closing her eyes to wait for death. Then the crushing pressure suddenly loosens, and the Black Wolf Demon Emperor whirls around in alarm at an unseen newcomer. Out of the dark, a petite white-haired little girl with black eyes walks forward so calmly that the Demon Emperor can only stare. The little girl reaches Suyu, picks up the trembling fox girl, and casually asks why she is not back asleep. The moment she recognizes Lord Weiqi, Suyu completely breaks down and clings to her like a child who finally found protection. Still sobbing, Suyu blurts out that the bad man threatened to violate her and kill her, making the situation brutally clear. Elsewhere in the night sky, Li Li's flying ship nears the Grand Moon sect, and a subordinate suggests sending word ahead so the sect can welcome him properly. Li Li immediately imagines the Grand Moon sect putting on a grand reception and Wan Yuyan seeing him as the center of attention. Pleased with the idea, Li Li asks the subordinate's name and learns he is Li Shi. Li Li praises Li Shi, sends him ahead to build momentum for the Li family, and specifically orders him to hide Li Li's identity from Wan Yuyan so the reveal can feel like a surprise. In his head, Li Li already sees himself appearing before Wan Yuyan in perfect timing and sweeping her off her feet in one stroke. Li Shi instantly understands his young master's romantic scheme and vows to rush ahead to make it happen. Li Li promises a generous reward, and Li Shi flies off into the night toward the Grand Moon sect. To give the sect more time to prepare, Li Li even orders the whole flying boat to stop and wait in midair. While waiting, Li Li spots a silver spiritual pillar in the distance, bright enough to dominate the black sky. A second sign appears when black smoke rushes toward that same pillar, and Li Li recognizes it as the Dharma Idol Demon Emperor he saw before. Connecting the clues in a burst of excitement, Li Li decides this has to be a major opportunity, and loudly declares that fate has delivered it to him. He immediately orders the flying ship toward the light, but he also reminds himself that the Demon Emperor is stronger than he is, and this will not be an easy fight. Li Li steadies his nerves by relying on the top-grade flying boat, believing its anti-expert treasures will let him compete for the prize anyway. As his ship closes in, Li Li grins wider and wider, already imagining how this opportunity will let him shock Wang Yuyan afterward. Back at the beam of light, the Black Wolf Demon Emperor stares at Weiqi and instantly realizes her cultivation is so deep that he cannot even judge her realm. For the first time in thousands of years, the wolf feels certain that this tiny girl could casually take his head. He barely manages a cautious senior before Weiqi cuts him off without a word and lifts one finger. In the next instant, the Black Wolf Demon Emperor explodes into a cloud of blood with no bones left behind. Even the demon core does not survive, because it bursts apart a moment later, and the wolf's demonic energy scatters into the night wind. Suyu is left dumbstruck, because Weiqi killed an advanced Dharma idol demon emperor with a single effortless gesture. The contrast hits Suyu hard. The cute little girl she had been acting spoiled around is actually a ruthless monster of an expert. Cold sweat breaks out on Suyu as she realizes Weiqi tolerated her antics out of mercy, not because she was harmless. Shaken to the core, Suyu whispers that she wants to return to the small courtyard and never come out again. Weiqi nods in satisfaction, but before they can leave, she suddenly looks up as if she has sensed another presence approaching. Suyu sees an extremely luxurious treasure-lit flying ship nearby, already twisting around as if the people aboard want to flee this place fast. Weiqi does not hesitate for even a moment, and raises her finger toward the flying boat too. Suyu instantly realizes Weiqi is about to erase the people on that ship too, so she clamps her paws over her eyes and refuses to watch. A moment earlier on that same ship, Lily had finally reached the scene and spotted a little girl holding a seven-tailed white fox across from the Demon Emperor. Lily instantly assumes the opportunity was taken by them first, and that the Demon Emperor is trying to force it away from them. Greed turns vicious as Lily decides he can wait for both sides to weaken each other, and then snatch the chance for himself. Then he hears the Demon Emperor tremblingly call the little girl senior, and the whole situation suddenly feels wrong. Before Lily can make sense of it, warm foul blood mist blows onto his face, and he realizes the Demon Emperor has already exploded. He stares blankly as the only thing left, the demon core, also detonates, and sends another violent wave of demonic force at the ship. Now Lily finally understands, and his body starts shaking uncontrollably because that little girl just erased the Demon Emperor like it was nothing. When he looks back, he sees Weiqi pointing toward his flying boat, and pure panic crushes whatever courage he had left. Lily screams for the boat to turn around and run, and the cultivators aboard scramble to obey in total chaos. Even while fleeing, Lily desperately piles defensive treasures onto himself and tries to escape under his own power, because he knows the ship is too slow. It is nowhere near enough, and the flying boat explodes in the night like a giant lantern blooming in midair. Watching the wreckage sparkle across the sky, Weiqi cheerfully asks Suyu if the fireworks look good. Suyu finally peeks up at the sparks from the ruined ship and, still badly rattled, admits that the fireworks really do look good. Weiqi immediately turns the pretty moment into a warning and tells Suyu that if she runs around again, she will make her look just as good. Terrified into absolute obedience, Suyu shakes her head wildly and promises she will go straight back because she does not want to become fireworks. Amused by the terrified promise, Weiqi laughs, carries Suyu away, and the two disappear back into the deep night. Long after the flying ship exploded, Lily crawled back into the sky alone, burned black, naked, and so weak he could barely stay airborne. Staring at the wreckage, Lily finally understood how bad it was. His ship was gone, his treasures were gone, and after that little girl's attack he was weaker than a low-level enemy. With no way to survive on his own, Lily decided his only chance was to reach Li Shi at the Grand Moon Sect and howled in desperation before flying off. At the Grand Moon Sect, Li Shi acted like the master of the place, bragging that his young master was the southern region's top genius and ordering the sect to treat this visit as an honor. The Grand Moon Sect master swallowed his rage because the Li family was rising fast under the Phoenix's favor, while his own small sect could not afford to fight back. That bitterness stung even more because the Phoenix had first descended in the Grand Moon Sect, yet all that luck ended up making the Li family even more overbearing. Then Li Shi asked for Wang Yuyan by name and bluntly ordered the sect master to bring her out so his young master could see her. When the sect master hesitated, Li Shi scolded him like a servant until the older man could only bow his head and agree to invite her. At Wang Yuyan's residence, she was puzzled that the sect wanted her outside to greet some extremely important guest. She asked Lord Xinghe who could possibly deserve that kind of welcome, and he guessed only Senior Lu Changgong could make the whole sect act like this. Even though Wang Yuyan doubted the reclusive Lu Changgong would suddenly be this high profile, Lord Xinghe warned that if it really was him, failing to go could be dangerous. So Wang Yuyan agreed to go see for herself, just in case the guest really was Senior Lu. Outside, the Grand Moon Sect turned the mountain gate into a full ceremony, hanging lanterns and streamers and lining up disciples to receive the Li family young master. At the mountain gate, even Zhu Zhao stood out front to receive the guest while disciples whispered that the Li family's young master was a rare genius already in the same realm as their ancestor. Hearing that, Wang Yuyan realized this guest was not Lu Changgong at all and immediately lost interest. Lord Xinghe left on the spot, because in his eyes anyone other than Lu Changgong was not worth personally welcoming. Wang Yuyan wanted to leave too, but Zhu Zhao practically begged her to stay a little longer and give the Grand Moon Sect some face. She finally agreed, partly out of courtesy and partly because she was still a little curious what kind of so-called genius had caused this fuss. Watching the packed welcome scene, Li Shi swelled with pride and imagined the rewards he would get once his young master arrived in glory. He was so pleased with himself that he even started grinning foolishly in front of the sect disciples. Then Li Shi noticed something was wrong. By now the Li family's flying ship should have arrived, but only a crooked streak of weak light was approaching. When that miserable-looking light kept rushing straight at the gate, Li Shi decided it had to be some trash trying to ruin the show he built for his young master. He shouted that the Li family was handling business and ordered the intruder to get lost, confident that someone this week could be bullied away. Instead of backing off, the incoming cultivator sped up, which made Li Shi furious that anyone dared embarrass him in front of the whole sect. Li Shi demanded that the Grand Moon sect master drive the person away, but the sect master deliberately stalled by asking what if this was one of their guests. With no time to argue, Li Shi pulled out his own Dharma treasure and decided to sweat the intruder down himself. He poured in his mana and smashed the giant sword into the incoming light, knocking the cultivator out of the air like a fly. The Grand Moon sect disciples were shocked by the ruthless hit, and even Wang Yuyan frowned at how casually Li Shi tried to kill someone. Li Shi was still congratulating himself when the man on the ground screamed at him as a dog's slave, and that voice suddenly sounded horribly familiar. The filthy, scorched man staggered up from the crater, and Li Shi finally realized in horror that the person he had just swatted down was his own young master, Li. Li Shi panicked and blurted out questions about the missing flying ship and the rest of the Li family, while Li staggered over and weakly slapped him in fury. Before Li could finish cursing him, the Grand Moon sect master suddenly launched the full welcome chant and made the entire sect greet the young master of the Li family. The grand ceremony turned absurd, because the honored genius everyone had been waiting for looked like a half-dead beggar beaten out of the sky by his own subordinate. The disciples all collapsed into private contempt as they stared at the ragged Li family young master, and wondered how this was supposed to be some heaven-favored prodigy. Li was already dying of shame when he caught sight of Wang Yuyan, only for her to pull back her gaze and dismiss him as nothing but a clown. That one sentence broke him, and Li nearly blacked out on the spot before turning all his rage on the shrinking Li Shi. Li roared Li Shi's name like a beast, and everyone could tell who was about to pay for this disaster. Off to the side, the Grand Moon sect master finally felt all his pent-up frustration clear out, and happily dismissed the crowd, saying this welcome was satisfying enough to rival becoming immortal. Zhu Zhao relaxed as well, quietly deciding that Li was nothing special and that the Li family's rise looked more like luck than real substance. At the Grand Moon sect, Li insists he really saw fiendish demons near Mount Taiyin, but Zhu Zhao can barely accept something that terrifying happening so close to Senior Lu's territory. Wang Yuyan cuts in coldly, mocking how convenient it is that demons only appeared after Li arrived, and her blunt doubt makes his face turn ugly. Trying to recover his gentleman image in front of Wang Yuyan, Li swallows his anger and points to the only proof he has left. He came back badly wounded, and everyone on the flying ship died. Even so, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao both point out the same flaw. If a monster that strong was nearby, Senior Lu should have noticed long ago. To pin it down, Wang Yuyan asks what the fiendish demon actually looked like. The memory rattles Li all over again as he admits he only saw the demon briefly before she pointed at the airship and he fled for his life. Zhu Zhao has to cast a calming spell on him before Li can continue. Once he calms down, Li finally gives the one detail he remembers clearly. The demon looked like a little girl with long white hair. That description instantly reminds Wang Yuyan of Weiqi, Senior Lu's white-haired artifact spirit, but the ruthless attack still feels completely wrong for Senior Lu's side. Before she can sort out the resemblance, Wang Yuyan suddenly senses her hidden master in the room and turns toward the corner to address him, leaving Li confused. A ripple like water spreads through empty air, and Lord Xinghe finally reveals himself from hiding. Li realizes this hidden expert is Wang Yuyan's master, the Brahma Sacred Lord, and the fact that he sensed nothing at all leaves him deeply shaken. Li hurriedly bows, already treating this meeting like a lucky chance with Wang Yuyan's future father-in-law. Lord Xinghe says plainly that Li is probably not lying, which immediately lifts Li's hopes. But Xinghe immediately turns back to Wang Yuyan's suspicion and admits the description really does sound a lot like Senior Lu's artifact spirit. Even so, Xinghe refuses to judge Senior Lu from one witness alone, and says they need to think more carefully before drawing that conclusion. Then Xinghe names the other terrifying possibility. White hair, demonic methods, and invisible killing power all match the heavenly demon sect. Wang Yuyan follows his thought at once, and Xinghe confirms it aloud. The fiend may be a successor of the heavenly demon sect. For the first time, Li sees fear on Xinghe's face, and that secret name hits him hard enough to make his whole back feel cold and heavy. Shaken by the secret name, Li lowers his head and apologizes for not seeing the fiend clearly, afraid he may have blundered into something far beyond him. Xinghe decides the fastest answer is to take Li directly to Senior Lu and see whether the demon he saw was really Weiqi. And if it is not Senior Lu's artifact spirit, Xinghe means to ask Senior Lu how to deal with a cruel heavenly demon sect successor hiding nearby. Li agrees at once, but inside he is already delighted that this dangerous mess has become a chance to get closer to Wang Yuyan through her master. A moment later, Lord Xinghe greets Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao, then sweeps Lily away in an instant to visit Senior Lu. When Lily's vision clears, he finds himself in front of a completely ordinary countryside shop with an unexpectedly imposing sign, Immortal's Destiny Small Shop. Lily is about to stare longer at the calligraphy when Xinghe drags him aside and lays down one strict rule: once inside, speak only if told. Lily agrees instantly, still half lost in his own fantasies about impressing Wang Yuyan's master. At the door, Xinghe personally knocks and even bends slightly in respect, which shocks Lily more than the teleport did. The door opens to reveal Lu Changgong, a handsome young man who only sees Xinghe and one bruised stranger standing outside. Lu Changgong briefly wonders if Xinghe brought a junior to study music with him, then casually invites them in. Once inside the little courtyard, Xinghe says he came to deliver more materials for cheer and to apologize for leaking news about Lu Changgong's clay figurine. The gift actually helps a lot, because Lu Changgong needs more materials for Xiao's recovery, even though he still keeps that matter hidden from outsiders. Feeling awkward about always taking things for free, Lu Changgong decides to repay Xinghe with a generous bundle of what he thinks are spirit stones. He hands the bracelet over and insists Xinghe at least look inside before refusing it. The moment Xinghe checks the bracelet, he is stunned to find more than 50 pieces of what he believes are ancient immortal jade. Xinghe instantly reads the gift as another silent act of guidance from Senior Lu, who somehow knows he is nearing tribulation transcension and needs immortal jade most. Moved by what he sees as perfect timing and impossible generosity, Xinghe formally thanks Lu Changgong for the gift. Lu Changgong's heart hurts a little over the cost, but he keeps a calm face and says it is just a simple return of courtesy. When Lu Changgong adds that Xinghe seems to need the item more than he does, Xinghe becomes even more convinced that Senior Lu saw straight through his coming tribulation. By the end of the exchange, Xinghe's respect only deepens, convinced once again that Lu Changgong is a peerless expert hiding among ordinary mountains and rivers. In Lu Changgong's courtyard, he calls for cheer so she can thank Lord Xinghe on Xiao's behalf. While waiting, Lily studies Lu Changgong and grows confused because this so-called senior looks like an ordinary young mortal with no spiritual aura at all. Then Cheer floats out of the inner room, looking innocent at first glance but carrying the exact white-haired, two-eyed terror Lily saw during last night's disaster. Lily loses control and blurts out that she is a demon, only to freeze mid-sentence as fear slams into him. The whole yard goes cold as Lord Xinghe glares. Lu Changgong turns furious, and Lily finally remembers the warning he was told not to speak carelessly. Lord Xinghe orders Lily out at once, and the shaken young cultivator stumbles out of the courtyard like a walking corpse. Once Lily is gone, Lord Xinghe apologizes for bringing someone so rude, but Lu Changgong bluntly says he never wants that person brought here again. Lord Xinghe accepts the rebuke and leaves, then vents his anger outside by mocking the Li family's chosen genius as nothing special at all. Back inside, Lu Changgong gently reassures Cheer, but seeing her numb little smile makes it painfully clear this is not the first time she has been called a demon. That hits Lu Changgong hard, because he has always hidden Cheer from strangers to protect her fragile recovery from more cruel gossip. He can do nothing in that moment except hold her and silently swear to make Cheer and Xiao strong enough that no one dares talk like this again. The scene shifts to a quiet room in the Grand Moon Sect, where Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao wait uneasily for Lord Xinghe and Lily to return. Space ripples open, and Lord Xinghe appears with Lily in tow, throwing the young man down like dead weight, while both elders immediately sense something went very wrong. When they carefully ask about the demon matter, Lord Xinghe confirms that Lily's so-called demon was just Lu Changgong's immortal artifact spirit. That answer relieves them for 1 second, but Lily's hollow face and Lord Xinghe's icy silence make it obvious the real disaster is only starting. Pressed to explain, Lord Xinghe bitterly says they should ask the Li family's proud genius what he did. Lily starts to speak, trembling, and Zhu Zhao tries to calm the room enough to hear the full story. Lord Xinghe spells it out himself. He warned Lily to stay silent, but Lily still called Cheer a fiendish demon right in front of Lu Changgong. He adds that if Lu Changgong had not been above crushing people like them, they might have come back as 2 corpses instead. Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao are stunned, because insulting an unfathomable senior's cherished spirit to his face is exactly the kind of stupidity that gets sex destroyed. Lord Xinghe twists the knife further by saying Lu Changgong had just gifted him 50 pieces of ancient immortal jade, and Lily ruined that rare goodwill in one move. That makes Wang Yuyan furious, because now she can only think about whether this idiot has endangered the Brahma Holy Land and ruined her future chances to meet Lu Changgong. Zhu Zhao is just as disgusted, regretting that he ever treated Lily like a true genius instead of the reckless fool now lying in front of him. Even worse, Zhu Zhao starts worrying that the Grand Moon Sect's warm treatment of the Li family yesterday may now look like guilt by association. Finally broken, Lily crawls to Lord Xinghe's feet and begs for forgiveness. Lord Xinghe coldly tells him that his forgiveness means nothing now, because the only one who matters is whether Lu Changgong will forgive him. Then Lord Xinghe starts connecting the dots, asking about the earlier sky fire and the destroyed flying ship as if Lu Changgong had already been punishing the Li family twice over. Lily can only stare blankly, because his family has never knowingly met Lu Changdong, and he cannot understand why they would already be targeted. Lord Xinghe grabs him and threatens soul-searching, forcing Lily to confess the Li family's real goal for coming south. Under that pressure, Lily finally blurts out the truth. The Li family sent him south because borrowing a few decades of Phoenix fate was not enough, and they wanted to track the Phoenix's traces for an even bigger chance. That confession makes Lord Xinghe sneer, because now the Li family's greed is obvious and Lu Changdong's displeasure suddenly makes perfect sense. Lily asks the question that really terrifies him now: what exactly is the relationship between that Phoenix and Lu Changdong? Xu Zhao answers with brutal simplicity. The very Phoenix that elevated the Li family was summoned down by Lu Changdong's song, seeking the Phoenix. The truth crushes Lily on the spot, because it means his family only prospered by lucking into something Lu Changdong himself brought into the world. Lord Xinghe presses the moral of it. The Li family was already lucky beyond measure, yet still greedy enough to reach for more. Wang Yuyan anxiously asks what they should do now, because waiting for Lu Changdong to act personally sounds far too dangerous. Lord Xinghe says Lu Changdong's restraint was actually a warning, a chance for them to handle the Li family before he loses faith in them too. He even blames himself for not sealing Li's spiritual sense before the visit, but insists Lu Changdong still left one clear hint behind. When Wang Yuyan asks what that hint was, Lord Xinghe repeats Lu Changdong's exact line: he does not want to see that person again. Lily instantly realizes the words are aimed at his family, and starts trembling backward, but Lord Xinghe restrains him before he can beg again. Lord Xinghe makes the final leap aloud. Someone as lofty as Lu Changdong would never bother targeting one ant, so that warning was really aimed at the entire Li family. And with that, Lord Xinghe declares that the Li family will be erased from the Southern Territories' cultivation world, leaving Lily staring into pure despair. When the sacred Brahma Lord's message lands, Wang Yuyan and Zhu Zhao are left stunned by how fast the situation around the Li family has turned. Lord Xinghe stays calm, says he is making one more trip to Nirvana City, and takes Lily with him on the spot. After they leave, Wang Yuyan can only pace and worry about whether the Li family can do anything at all to calm Senior Lu's anger. Zhu Zhao is quietly shaken too, realizing a true powerhouse can decide a cultivation family's life or death with a single sentence. He even finds the Li family's former glory laughable now, because borrowed fortune means nothing when a greater figure decides to erase it. The story shifts to Nirvana City, where the sky is jammed with flying boats as cultivators rush in to chase the Phoenix's lingering fortune. Inside the Li family hall, the patriarch hosts a lavish banquet and enjoys the sight of guests treating his clan like the next great power in the region. The guests pile on the praise, boasting that the patriarch's cultivation is rising fast and the Li family may even grow into a holy land one day. One cultivator brings up a newly found Upper Three Immortals cave in Rainbow Valley and asks to follow the Li family in under their luck. The hall goes still when they hear it may be an ancient Sword Immortals cave, because that kind of inheritance is on another level entirely. Tempted at once, the patriarch agrees that interested cultivators can accompany the Li clan when the cave opens. The talk turns to Lily, and the guests ask to see the Li family's heaven-favored genius for themselves. The patriarch says Lily is outside tempering himself, and that answer only makes the guests even more envious of the young prodigy's luck and future. Privately, the patriarch knows the clan's fortune is only temporary, so he is counting on Lily to seize the Phoenix's true opportunity and secure everything for good. That smug mood snaps apart when a terrifying aura suddenly appears in the hall and spreads over the whole city. Realizing a major figure has arrived, the patriarch instantly rushes into the sky above Nirvana City to see who dares descend on his clan like this. Before he can even make out the newcomer's face, a body is thrown toward him from the void. He catches Lily, and is horrified to find his prized junior pale, charred, and so crushed inside that his Tao heart is starting to collapse. Furious and protective, the patriarch nearly attacks the man in the sky on the spot, but the pressure rolling off him is so overwhelming that he has to stop. Forced into caution, the patriarch bows and accuses the visitor of ruining Li's path of cultivation. Lord Xinghe answers flatly that he never injured Lily at all, which leaves the patriarch frozen for a beat. Lily finally admits it himself, saying the disaster is his fault, and that he has dragged the whole Li family into it. The surrounding cultivators recognize Lord Xinghe as the sacred Lord Brahma, and the mood instantly turns from curiosity to panic because the Li family cannot fight that kind of power. The patriarch hurriedly tries to soften things, apologizing for failing to welcome him and offering to punish Lily if this was just an accidental offense. Lord Xinghe makes the real situation clear. Lily offended another terrifying senior, and he is only here to punish the Li family on that person's behalf. That answer rattles everyone, because if even sacred Lord Brahma calls someone senior, the person behind this must be far beyond what they imagined. The patriarch still clings to procedure and asks where that senior lives, hoping he can bring Lily to apologize in person. Lord Xinghe cuts him down immediately, saying the Li family is not worthy of seeing that senior and does not even have the capital to apologize. He even says outright that he came here to make amends to that senior, because Lily becoming a problem at all was partly his own mistake. Then the sentence falls. That senior no longer wants to see the Li family exist in the southern region's cultivation world. Lord Xinghe adds one last cold mercy, if the Leaf family listens to one of his songs and disbands on the spot, he will let them leave alive. Everyone understands what that really means. The Leaf family will be crippled into ruin, and some of the smarter spectators start slipping away before the storm gets worse. The patriarch finally snaps, roaring that he cannot accept a hidden person's single word deciding the fate of his entire clan. Even while raging, he is gambling on one last chance, thinking the Leaf family's full force and protective formation might still let them struggle instead of kneeling. But before he can move, Lord Xinghe's aura locks him down so completely that he cannot even mobilize his own spiritual energy. Lord Xinghe only glances at him, and that is enough to smash the patriarch out of the air and into the ground bleeding. Lying there half broken, the patriarch finally understands the gap between late soul formation and a true tribulation transcension powerhouse. Still refusing to give up, he drags out the Leaf family's last card and warns that they are protected by the Phoenix, so this attack could bring revenge or karmic backlash. Instead of hesitating, Lord Xinghe sneers and says the patriarch is shameless for still trying to hide behind the Phoenix now. He reveals the truth the Leaf family never understood. The Phoenix came to the mortal world because that hidden lord drew it down with the song Seeking the Phoenix, not because of the Leaf family's parasol branch. Everything the Leaf family was so proud of, their fortune and their sudden rise, was only borrowed from that lord in the first place. Lord Xinghe says the Leaf family answered that gift with greed, even trying to scheme around the Phoenix, and pushing forward after receiving a warning. And with that final truth laid bare, Lord Xinghe declares that since the Leaf family's fortune was given by that lord, it can now be taken back exactly the same way. Lord Xinghe's declaration hits the crowd like thunder. The Leaf family's so-called Phoenix fortune was never truly theirs, because even their divine bird had descended only after being summoned by a far greater lord. That revelation shatters the Leaf family's pride on the spot, and everyone left standing can only wonder what kind of terrifying senior could make even sacred Lord Brahma bow his head. Before anyone can process it, Lord Xinghe gives a merciless order: outsiders may leave, but any Leaf family cultivator who tries to slip away is to be killed immediately. The crowd breaks instantly, and terrified outsiders rush for their lives while several Leaf family juniors try to hide among them and escape in the chaos. But in Lord Xinghe's eyes, the Leaf family members are as obvious as fireflies in the dark, and his cold snort seals their fate. The hidden Leaf family fugitives drop where they stand and explode into blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Watching the clan's most promising juniors vanish, the Leaf family patriarch feels the last hope of revival ripped out of his hands. Lily collapses into sobs and blames himself, convinced that his trip to Mount Tyene and his offense against that mysterious lord are what doomed the entire family. The patriarch can only howl that the Leaf family's fate is finished, then bitterly demands to know whether Lord Xinghe fears karmic backlash at all. Lord Xinghe answers with contempt. He warned them clearly, and if they insisted on breaking his order, they had no right to complain about his ruthlessness. Then he sits at the Leaf family's gate and plays the zither, sending a crushing wave through the clan until hundreds of thousands of cultivators cough blood and collapse heavily injured. With one stroke of punishment, the Leaf family's cultivation foundation is crippled so completely that normal advancement is no longer possible for them. News spreads fast through the southern region that the famous Leaf family rose on borrowed luck and fell just as quickly after offending a hidden senior above even sacred Lord Brahma. People are left with the same uneasy lesson. A powerful family with a soul formation patriarch was erased in a few months by the whim of someone no one even dares ask about. While those rumors are still spreading, an even bigger sensation appears in startling Rainbow Valley when an ancient immortal cave abode opens amid a storm of wild sword chi. Cultivators from every direction rush toward the valley to gamble on immortal fortune, and within half a day the place is packed with far more people than the last famous cave opening. Near the valley, Jianglu walks with a young swordsman named Lu Hongji, whose sword aura is so sharp that even nearby trees look neatly cut apart by his presence. Lu Hongji grumbles that the southern territory has been a waste of time, bragging that even the ancestor of the Jade Fall Sword sect could not survive a single strike from him. Jianglu dryly reminds him that he has only been in the southern region for a dozen days and has already challenged 20 sects, which only makes Lu Hongji snap back that any sword cultivator who teaches him nothing is a waste. Annoyed but calculating, Jianglu suddenly dangles a new bait in front of him by saying he knows a place that will definitely interest a sword addict like Lu Hongji. The moment Jianglu says it involves the sword, Lu Hongji's bored face finally changes and he presses him to talk. Jianglu toys with him for a moment, pretending the southern region is too dull for someone like him, until Lu Hongji finally drops his pride and asks seriously for the chance to improve his swordsmanship. Only then does Jianglu reveal the real prize. An ancient sword immortal cave abode is about to open in startling Rainbow Valley. Lu Hongji is surprised that such a famous sword immortal could be tied to the southern territory at all, and Jianglu stares at him like he just said something unforgivable. Jianglu explains that sword immortal Qing He is a legendary southern territory figure on the same level as the carefree Grand Sage, which instantly changes the weight of this cave abode. Embarrassed, Lu Hongji admits he never cared for stories outside sword practice, but the moment he hears Qing He's name, his whole mood turns fervent. Remembering that even his master admired sword immortal Qing He, Lu Hongji declares that he absolutely has to enter that cave abode. Jianglu smugly enjoys being right, But Lu Hongji quickly fires back and reminds him that he still has his own mission in the southern territory unfinished. Jianglu shrugs off the warning and cheerfully admits he is in no hurry, because he only needs to confirm one thing and the people he wants are not going anywhere. Lu Hongji has no patience for that and immediately takes off first, determined to reach startling Rainbow Valley without waiting any longer. A beat later, Jianglu realizes with exasperation that the obsessed swordsman has flown off in completely the wrong direction. Elsewhere at the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, Yu Hongye rushes in to find her second uncle Yu Mingji already resting with his eyes closed. Before she even speaks, Yu Mingji identifies her from the sound alone, and the small display of his cultivation quietly impresses her. Yu Hongye quickly reports that an ancient sword immortal cave has appeared in startling Rainbow Valley and that countless cultivators are already heading there. Yu Mingji cuts straight to the point and asks whether she wants to go, and her delighted smile answers him before her words do. She happily praises his deduction skills and jokes that she has no secrets in front of him. But Yu Mingji immediately warns her not to get cute, and reminds her she could still end up locked up by her father. So Yu Hongye changes tactics and clings to his arm, pleading that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets cannot stay absent from such a major event if it wants to keep face. Yu Mingji shakes her off at once and bluntly says those tricks will not work, then demands the real reason because a sword immortal cave is exactly the kind of bloody place she should avoid. He lays out the danger without sugarcoating it. People who chase those caves are usually desperate, sword cultivators are vicious fighters, and she could be robbed, humiliated, or killed before even reaching the inheritance. Yu Hongye tries fake tears for a moment, but when even that fails to move him, she finally drops the act. She pushes back by asking why he allowed her to visit the carefree Grand Sage's cave before but refuses this one now. Yu Mingji says the difference is obvious. The carefree Grand Sage's inheritance was tied to chests and drew scholars, while a sword immortal cave is built on killing formations and attracts dangerous sword fanatics. Yu Hongye insists she can protect herself with enough treasures and by bringing Zhao Li along, but that still is not the real point she came to make. She finally reveals her true motive. This trip is for Senior Lu, because a sword immortal cave might contain the immortal jade needed to show the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has real sincerity. She presses even harder by using Yu Mingji's own words against him, saying that if their pavilion wants to be the most important chess piece, this is exactly the kind of risk it should take. Her reasoning makes Yu Mingji fall silent, and for the first time he stops dismissing the idea and starts truly thinking. But when Yu Hongye eagerly asks if that means she can go, Yu Mingji reveals his real worry. After Senior Lu had Sacred Lord Brahma destroyed the Li family, this sudden cave opening may be another move in the same hidden game, and rushing in could interfere. Hearing her second uncle's theory, Yu Hongye falls silent as Yu Mingji insists this new cave abode looks like another move in Senior Lu's hidden plan. Yu Hongye presses him for proof, and Yu Mingji admits he cannot see the full purpose, only too many suspicious coincidences to ignore. Yu Mingji lays out his core argument. In the southern region, no one should outrank Senior Lu, so an ancient immortal cave would not appear this way unless he was involved. He explains that ancient cave abodes usually stay hidden until the right fated person arrives, and two such places should not surface back to back. He adds that the southern region should already be in chaos after two cave abodes, the Phoenix's descent, and the Li family's destruction, yet everything is strangely stable. From that mismatch, Yu Mingji reaches a grand conclusion. Senior Lu is moving pieces from the shadows and treating heaven and earth like a chessboard. The scale of that idea leaves Yu Hongye wide-eyed, and after digesting it, her doubt turns into open admiration for Senior Lu's realm. Once she calms down, Yu Hongye asks the practical question now hanging over everything. Should she still go to startling Rainbow Valley or not? Pleased that she is finally thinking like an heir, Yu Mingji tells her the safest move is always to ask Senior Lu directly first. He lays out the rule clearly. If Senior Lu gives an answer, follow it. If he stays vague, try to read his intent. If even that fails, either stay out or ask again with enough courage. Then he gets bolder and reminds her that, as a young woman once close to Senior Lu, she can ask in ways he never could. Yu Hongye is left half confused and half flustered, but she still catches his main point and asks if he really wants her to go to Senior Lu alone. Yu Mingji confirms it, and says she already knows Senior Lu's temperament better than he does after serving at his side. When Yu Hongye asks why he will not come himself, Yu Mingji bursts out laughing before revealing the political trap in that idea. He explains that if an elder like him went too, it could look as if the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was trying to pressure Senior Lu, which would only ruin their standing. He pushes the point even further, saying Yu Hongye is the natural choice because she is close to Senior Lu, and in a critical moment she could even offer herself. Flustered, Yu Hongye protests that Senior Lu could not possibly be interested in her, even while memories of serving him make that denial feel less certain. Soon after, Yu Hongye arrives at Lu Chonggong's place, and he welcomes her inside with unusual warmth the moment he sees her at the door. From Lu Chonggong's side, the reason is simple. This polite rich patron once paid well for a painting, so to him Yu Hongye looks almost like a benefactor walking in. Yu Hongye greets him with the same careful respect as before, and Lu Chonggong likes her even more for being both generous and well-mannered. Testing the waters, Lu Chonggong casually asks whether she came because there was some issue with the painting from last time. Yu Hongya quickly says no and explains that she came to thank him properly, carrying a gift her family elders specifically told her to deliver. She presents a mortal usable storage bracelet, carefully prepared so Lu Changgong can use it without spiritual power. One glance inside leaves Lu Changgong stunned, because the bracelet is packed with more valuable stones than he ever expected her to hand over so casually. He cannot help comparing her wealth to the mortal money he earns from paintings and shop signs, and the gap feels absurdly large. After one brief moment of restraint, Lu Changgong decides there is no point acting falsely modest in front of a cultivator, and accepts the bracelet outright. That simple acceptance delights Yu Hongya, because to her it means Senior Lu has accepted the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets as part of his larger game. With the offering accepted, Yu Hongya carefully says she has one more matter to ask him about. Lu Changgong instantly assumes this is the real business and happily guesses she must want more calligraphy or paintings. So he answers very directly and tells her to just say it, which only makes Yu Hongya blush harder under his attention. Caught in her second uncle's earlier words, Yu Hongya misreads his eager gaze and starts panicking that Senior Lu may really want her body. Her thoughts slide further off course, and when the breeze lifts the hem of her robe enough to reveal a glimpse of pale thigh, Yu Hongya convinces herself that must be what caught his eye. For one reckless moment, Yu Hongya decides that if this is what Senior Lu wants, becoming his woman would not be a loss for her. But when she looks up, Lu Changgong has already turned away, and that tiny missed moment leaves her awkwardly disappointed and unsure how to proceed. She reins herself in, decides not to gamble everything on impulse, and returns to the real reason she came. In a small, careful voice, Yu Hongya finally asks about the ancient sword immortal cave in startling Rainbow Valley and whether Senior Lu thinks she should go. As she asks, Yu Hongya watches him closely, because in her mind his answer will decide whether the pavilion should enter this struggle or withdraw completely. Lu Changgong almost answers like a normal mortal would, then catches himself and realizes Yu Hongya must be speaking in some hidden layer he has not understood yet. He reinterprets everything at once and decides this cave adventure must really be some large-scale calligraphy and painting event that needs his work. When he notices Yu Hongya's nervous red face again, Lu Changgong becomes fully convinced the gift was only a deposit, and this shy patron really came to book him for a much bigger job. When Yu Hongya hesitates outside his room, Lu Changgong overthinks her shyness and decides she must be too embarrassed to directly ask him for another work. So Lu Changgong gently tells her not to be reserved and walks inside first, thinking he has to take the initiative for her. Yu Hongya completely misreads that line and convinces herself he is asking her to offer herself willingly. Even with weak legs and a racing heart, she steels herself and follows him into the room like she is crossing a point of no return. Behind the screen, she finds Lu Changgong seated properly at a table with brush and paper ready, and the strange setup only makes her imagination run wilder. Too embarrassed to move, Yu Hongya stands quietly to the side and decides she will wait for his signal before doing anything. Meanwhile, Lu Changgong seriously weighs what kind of gift can help her at the calligraphy and painting gathering, and decides a sword-themed calligraphy piece suits her better than another painting. Remembering her mention of a sword immortal cave, he realizes she probably wants something related to the sword and finally understands that she came here for words. Lu Changgong writes a short poem in one sweep, hiding a deadly sword intent inside calm, elegant calligraphy. After finishing, he simply sets down the brush and closes his eyes to rest, leaving Yu Hongya staring at the result in disbelief. When Yu Hongya reads the poem, she feels a sword cultivator's years of restraint on the page and realizes the real danger is the invisible sword she hidden inside it. Her earlier passion cools into awe, because she now understands Lu Changgong's swordsmanship is just as frightening as everything else about him. But once that shock passes, Yu Hongya notices he is still acting like nothing intimate is happening at all, and her embarrassment turns into sulky frustration. She stubbornly decides that if he will not make a move, then neither will she, and the silence drags on until the whole room feels strange. Lu Changgong finally opens his eyes, notices Yu Hongya's aggrieved look, and realizes he accidentally left his guest standing there too long. Trying to smooth things over, he tells her the ink is dry and these words should help her break into the cave abode. That one sentence hits Yu Hongya like a blow, because she finally understands he was only thinking about her safety and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets the whole time. Lu Changgong only sees that she looks overheated, so he casually tells her to take the piece and go rest, saying his room is a little hot. Yu Hongya hears that as a polite dismissal, panics that he saw through her thoughts, and starts spiraling that she has ruined everything. The pressure breaks her completely, and Yu Hongya drops to the floor crying so hard that she starts wailing. Lu Changgong is instantly flustered, because crying women are exactly what he cannot handle and he has no idea what went wrong. Afraid she will catch cold and even more afraid others will think he bullied her, he rushes over and lifts her by the waist to ask what is wrong. When he feels her body burning hot, his concern spikes and he starts checking her in a panic, wondering if she is somehow sick. But that touch shatters the restraint Yu Hongya barely kept, and all her pent-up emotion and desire surge back at once. This time she stops holding back and throws her arms around him, and Lu Changgong's body trembles as the mood finally tips past the point of return. The spark catches immediately, and the scene cuts away with both of them consumed by the fire they just ignited. Elsewhere at startling Rainbow Valley, a heaven-piercing sword chi towers above the mountain and turns the whole area into a deadly field of invisible blades. Sword cultivators gather at the foot of the mountain, all certain the ancient sword immortal's inheritance is at the top, but no one can cross the short climb easily. Even the mountain itself has been tempered by sword chi, and the suppression is so brutal that cultivators can barely move spiritual power and must crawl upward like mortals. A nascent soul cultivator tries anyway, only to stop far too early and retreat in defeat, admitting the trial is far harsher than he imagined. His failure matches what everyone else is seeing, and the crowd starts openly saying this cave abode is dangerous enough to kill even strong experts before they ever reach the entrance. 2 soul formation patriarchs are already a third of the way up, but even they move like snails under the crushing pressure from the summit. Then 2 young men descend in beams of light, and the crowd is stunned to feel that both of them are already in the Dharma idol realm. The onlookers can barely believe such young geniuses exist and even compare them favorably to Lili, whose future was already ruined before this. Jianglu studies the sword shadow at the summit and says its hidden edge can only belong to sword immortal Chenghe. Before Jianglu even finishes speaking, Lu Hongji shoots straight onto the mountain, unable to wait another second. The spectators first assume he will be forced back by the mountainside, then watch in disbelief as both young men keep climbing almost like they are walking on flat ground. That terrifying performance makes the gathered sword cultivators admit these 2 are far beyond ordinary late Dharma idol experts, and must come from major backgrounds. A flying ship from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets crashes down in a hurry next, kicking up dust and instantly drawing everyone's attention. A very handsome young master steps off the ship fanning himself, but his swaying walk makes the crowd stare and whisper that something is off. The whispers get even louder when people realize this is Yu Hongye from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and that this so-called young master has somehow jumped from nascent soul to advanced Dharma idol. Yu Hongye quietly celebrates finally making it in time, clearly in high spirits despite the awkward steps everyone noticed. Inside her own head, she happily reveals why she looks like that. Lu Changgong tormented her for a full day and night before she finally begged him to stop and rushed here. She is exhausted, but the payoff is enormous, because her meridians widened and her cultivation leaped all the way to advanced Dharma idol just from being with him. Thinking about how much she gained from one night with Lu Changgong, Yu Hongye can barely imagine how terrifying her future cultivation could become if she stayed by his side. At the foot of the Sword Mountain, jealous cultivators scoffed that Yu Hongye's cultivation alone would never carry her far. Yu Hongye ignored the noise, fixed on the sword chi above, and charged up the mountain by herself with complete confidence. But after a short stretch, the pressure pinned her in place and proved the onlookers half right. Before the mockers could enjoy themselves, Yu Hongye answered by burying herself under layers of glowing talismans and flying treasures. She even pulled out bottles of precious pills and swallowed them by the handful without a trace of hesitation. Wrapped in wealth and medicine, Yu Hongye forced her way upward as the descending sword chi smashed against her defenses like a storm. Treasure after treasure lost its spirit and dropped a scrap, but Yu Hongye still did not stop. The crowd sneered that this kind of climbing was nothing but cheating with money, and that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets would regret burning so many resources. Yu Hongye answered them the same way she answered the mountain. She calmly opened another storage bracelet and rebuilt her protective shell from scratch. This second round carried her straight past the middle of the mountain, and suddenly she was closing in on the 4 climbers ahead. The spectators were left staring in disbelief, half horrified by the waste and half sick with envy at how much treasure she could throw away. Even so, they consoled themselves that reaching the top was only the beginning, because an ancient sword immortal's inheritance would never accept someone who knew no sword Tao. Higher up, Lu Hongji drew his long sword and matched the mountain's pressure with his own sharp sword chi. As he climbed, Lu Hongji burned with excitement, convinced that sword immortal Cheng He's sword Tao was exactly what he had been searching for. Behind him, Jianglu complained that he was exhausted, joked for a moment, and finally gave up on the climb altogether. Then Jianglu saw a glowing round shell of treasures rush past him and was stunned by how absurdly rich its owner had to be. Delighted by the sight of such a powerful rich stranger, Jianglu immediately shouted after the figure and asked to be friends. When Yu Hongye glanced back and saw a lazy man far weaker than herself, she was instantly unimpressed and thought of Lu Changgong instead. She answered with a cold snort and kept moving, leaving Jianglu awkwardly realizing he had mistaken her for a man. Instead of backing off, Jianglu got even more interested and hurried after her to chat at her side. Yu Hongye ignored the small talk completely and just swapped in another fresh set of treasures while eating pills as she walked. Jianglu was so shaken by her wasteful method that his hands twitched at the sight of abandoned treasures he would have loved to pick up. Near the summit, 2 soul formation cultivators noticed Lu Hongji approaching and were shocked that an early Dharma idol swordsman had climbed that high. Lu Hongji surged ahead to pass them, but the mountain suddenly answered by splitting its huge sword chi into a dense tidal barrage just for him. The flood of sword chi slammed into him and shoved him backward, drawing blood and proving the final stretch was far worse than before. One of the soul formation cultivators warned him to give up, certain that even they could barely endure this zone, let alone a Dharma idol junior. From below, The spectators could only admit that this unknown swordsman was frighteningly talented for someone so young. Yu Hongye also noticed the danger, but instead of pity she felt relieved that one more rival might be knocked out of the race. Lu Hongji, however, only grew more excited and stepped back to the line with his sword drawn, ready to challenge the sword chi again. He closed his eyes, gathered power, and let a fierce sword intent erupt around him until even his blade began to hum. When Lu Hongji opened his eyes and charged, his own sword chi finally met the mountains on equal terms. Step by step, and then riding his sword outright, he forced his way upward until the ancient sword chi itself opened a path for him. That sight stunned everyone, because to them it looked like the cave itself had recognized Lu Hongji as worthy. Jianlu seized the moment to tell Yu Hongye that only someone recognized by that sword chi could inherit Sword Immortal Cheng He's legacy, and that his friend Lu Hongji was born for it. His explanation hit Yu Hongye like a slap, because she suddenly realized she had wasted an absurd amount of treasure climbing the wrong way. Even so, she steadied herself, remembered she had come to do anything necessary for Lu Changgong, and decided to try a different answer. After thanking Jianglu, Yu Hongye took out one last item from her storage bracelet, and this time it was not a treasure but an ordinary painting. She slowly unfolded the painting and raised it overhead as if presenting a final trump card to the mountain itself. In the next instant, the entire startling Rainbow Valley erupted, and the giant sword chi ruling the mountain suddenly dispersed. 2 lines of poetry blazed across the sky, revealing the sword intent hidden inside Lu Changgong's calligraphy and drowning the whole valley in its power. Even Yu Hongye was left shaken, because she had never guessed that a single piece of Lu Changgong's writing could unleash power on this scale. As Yu Hongye's scroll opens over startling Rainbow Valley, 20 glowing characters hang in the sky and every word radiates a supreme great Tao. The hidden sword intent inside those words finally shows itself, and the pressure is so terrifying that the valley's cultivators can barely breathe. The ancient sword chi guarding the valley starts clanging like thunder, then surges upward toward the poem instead of resisting it. The crowd can only watch in disbelief as the sword chi that once cornered everyone now bows to the scroll's sword intent like juniors greeting a senior. After the shock hits, every gaze turns to Yu Hongye's hands, because whoever wrote this scroll must stand at an absurd peak of the sword Tao. Even Lu Hongji is shaken when his own sword chi slips away and joins the poem without his consent. Instead of panicking, Lu Hongji studies the strokes and realizes this is not just sword power, but the heart of a true swordsman written into every character. Facing Sword Immortal Ching, he had only made Lu Hongji want to compete, but this sword intent makes him feel deep respect for a realm beyond victory and defeat. He suddenly sees the flaw in his whole path. He trained sword techniques to beat opponents, but never truly cultivated sword Tao. Now he understands that a real swordsman can win before drawing the blade, and this revelation pushes his realm to the edge of a breakthrough. He murmurs that learning this Tao in the morning would make dying at night worthwhile, because everything he knew before now feels trivial. Jianlu is no sword cultivator, but even he freezes in place because the words also carry the way of writing and the way of chess. In Jiangliu's eyes, the sword intent becomes a dragon on a chessboard, and his own chess path looks so weak that he feels unworthy to even make a move. Just as he wants to probe deeper, the 20 giant words fade back into the scroll and the valley suddenly returns to calm. The ordinary-looking painting in Yu Hongye's hand is unchanged, and that plain surface makes the return to origin even more shocking. Then a glowing light ball rises from startling Rainbow Valley and flies straight toward Yu Hongye as if it has chosen her. The light circles Yu Hongye to confirm the scroll author's aura on her, then settles obediently into her hand. The crowd is rattled all over again, because Sword Immortal Cheng He's inheritance has never been the kind of thing to bow to someone with no sword cultivation. Jianglu feels publicly slapped in the face, because he had just boasted that Lu Hongji would definitely win this inheritance. What stings even more is that Jianglu can tell Yu Hongye's scroll looks far more valuable than the inheritance everyone came here for. Yu Hongye herself is less shocked by the power than by Senior Lu's terrifying planning, because this outcome makes her feel the whole cave opening was part of his design. She remembers her second uncle's warning and grows openly excited, convinced Lu Changgong trusted her with a crucial move in his larger plan. Feeling newly confident, Yu Hongye gathers the treasures, shoots Jianlu a smug look, and turns to leave the mountain. Before she can get away, 2 soul formation cultivators jump in front of her and openly demand that she hand over the calligraphy. Their threat says what everyone else is thinking. Getting the inheritance is one thing, but keeping that scroll is another. The moment those words are spoken, the whole crowd's greed shifts toward the scroll, because everyone can see it is the real treasure here. Yu Hongye stays calm, takes out the calligraphy again, and warns them not to move because they are not qualified to touch it. She says the scroll belongs to a peerless expert, and anyone bold enough to grab it may not live long enough to keep it. When the soul formation cultivator demands the owner's name, Yu Hongye answers with a colder warning and points them toward the fate of the Li family in Nirvana City. That name lands hard, because the crowd connects this scroll to the terrifying lord who made sacred Lord Brahma wipe out the Li family to calm his anger. For a brief moment, fear overtakes greed and even the 2 attackers look shaken. But greed wins anyway, and the 2 men decide that if they kill everyone who knows, no one can trace the theft back to them. Yu Hongye did not expect them to be this ruthless, and she instinctively throws the calligraphy in front of herself as a shield. In that instant she remembers Lu Changgong's warning to protect herself first, even if it means letting the artwork go. The two soul formation cultivators seize the scroll and laugh, already treating it as the key to their future breakthrough. Yu Hongye is furious but does not rush back in, because she still remembers Lu Changgong's order not to risk herself for a painting. A heartbeat later, both thieves freeze in place like they have been struck by something they cannot even see. Then the invisible power tears them apart completely, erasing them without blood, bones, or even dust. When the killing ends, the calligraphy hangs quietly in the air again, waiting for its rightful owner to take it back. After the thieves are erased by an invisible force, the crowd finally realizes Yu Hongye was not bluffing and instinctively backs away from the floating calligraphy. Yu Hongye also calms down and decides her first priority is still staying alive, because now she fully believes Senior Lu values her more than the calligraphy. Even after watching two soul formation cultivators vanish, a few desperate people still walk toward the scroll and try their luck anyway. The result does not change at all. Anyone who touches the calligraphy is erased on the spot, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The remaining cultivators freeze in shock as the plain-looking calligraphy wipes people out so cleanly that someone realizes the victim's souls are gone too. That rumor turns greed into panic, and nobody dares touch the scroll anymore because it now feels like a killer tied to Great Tao laws. Watching this, Yu Hongye finally understands that Senior Lu really had prepared for her, and the relief hits so hard that tears spill down her face. She even pinches herself to make sure this unbelievable turn is real, then remembers the scroll still has to be taken back. Yu Hongye walks up to within a few feet of the calligraphy and hesitates, while the cultivators secretly wait to see whether even she can touch it safely. She sees through the crowds thinking at once. If she succeeds, the scroll has chosen her and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets becomes untouchable. But if she fails, they will just try other ways to steal it. After one steadying breath, Yu Hongye decides to trust Senior Lu again and reaches out with a trembling hand. This time the scroll accepts her completely, settling into her hands without resistance, and even giving a faint welcoming tremble. Holding it, she blushes at the obvious answer. As Senior Lu's woman, of course she carries an aura the scroll recognizes. With her courage back, Yu Hongye turns on the cultivators and orders them to clear the way if they do not want to become enemies of both the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets and that mysterious lord. Her tone lands exactly right, and most of the crowd backs off fast because they suddenly believe she really speaks for a terrifying power behind the pavilion. But more than 20 people stay behind, and Yu Hongye quickly recognizes them as the same men who had been speaking viciously about her earlier at the foot of the mountain. Their leader calls her bluff, saying the scroll may be deadly but she herself is weak, so if they capture her they can force that lord to hand over as many treasures like it as they want. The mob piles on with filthy insults, openly mocking her connection to that lord and trying to shame her into helplessness. What makes it worse is that their threat is partly true, because Yu Hongye knows her own fighting strength is limited, her defensive treasures were already spent, and even the scroll is not something she can control. Even so, she hardens herself and decides she would rather die than let them use her against Senior Lu. Shaking with shame and anger, Yu Hongye screams that they can come at her if they dare, because she is ready to fight to the death. Before the attackers can finish closing in, the scroll erupts on its own with golden light and a storm of sword chi that wraps around Yu Hongye like a shield. Then countless tiny sword chi threads rip through the crowd in an instant, cutting down most of the remaining cultivators before they can escape. By the time Yu Hongye fully processes what happened, the whole area around her is empty of living enemies. Tears run down her face again as she realizes this was another backup plan Senior Lu quietly left behind for her. After steadying herself, Yu Hongye boards her flying boat and leaves the valley, while the hidden witnesses also slip away carrying this terrifying story with them. As the news spreads, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets gains a frightening new status in the cultivation world as a force nobody wants to offend. The payoff comes fast, and within a month the pavilion's business explodes so hard that its profits far exceed what it originally spent on Lu Changgong. Elsewhere, Jianlu and Lu Hongji leave the valley without having joined the siege, and Jianlu immediately starts obsessing over the identity of the lord behind that scroll. Lu Hongji wants to chase after Yu Hongye right away, but Jianlu stops him because he wants to think through the bigger background first. Jianlu replays the 20-character poem in the calligraphy line by line, convinced it is not just verse but a clue to a long-prepared plan. One blunt comment from Lu Hongji finally unlocks it for him, and Jianlu decides the whole event was that hidden expert deliberately flashing his sword through Yu Hongye. That interpretation terrifies Jianlu, because now every stage of the massacre looks like a measured display from someone whose 10-year sharpened sword has only just begun to move. He suddenly regrets standing aside earlier, since helping Yu Hongye might have earned them a path to meet the expert behind her. Now both men agree to chase after her, and Jianlu adds another reason: the hidden powerhouse may also be tied to the chess mission that brought him south. While flying, Jianlu notices Yu Hongye's route matches the direction of the senior who owns the Sun and Moon chessboard, and that coincidence hits him hard. Back at the Immortal's Destiny small shop, Yu Hongye respectfully lays the cave inheritance treasures before Lu Changgong, and credits his calligraphy for her success. Lu Changgong instantly assumes these are just prizes won by showing off his work, so he refuses to take any of them back and tells her they all belong to her now. He also tells her to stop calling him senior, and use young master instead, which only makes Yu Hongye happier because she hears it as another step closer to him. In Yu Hongye's eyes, that casual generosity proves even an ancient sword immortal's inheritance means almost nothing to a man who can create killing calligraphy at will. A little shy now, Yu Hongye tells him she has to attend a treasure gathering in a few days and may not be able to stay by his side for a while. Lu Changong tells her it is fine and she can just come back when she is free, but inwardly he is touched that a cultivator like her treats a mortal like him with such care. That warmth quickly turns more physical for him, and before walking inside he cannot help sneaking a lingering glance at Yu Hongye's curves. But desire also reminds him of a baffling problem. After their last day and night together, he gained no spiritual root at all and only felt physically worn out, while Yu Hongye advanced on the spot. So even though he wants her badly, Lu Changgong also feels a little afraid of overtaxing his mortal body and hesitates to say anything. Yu Hongye reads his look in the exact opposite way, assumes the high and mighty senior Lu is too restrained to ask outright, and follows him inside on her own. Then she takes the initiative and wraps her arms around him, startling Lu Changgong so badly that his whole body jolts. At the foot of Mount Tain, Jianlu and Lu Hongji slow their flight on purpose so the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets will not spot them. After confirming where the pavilion's flying boat landed, they stop chasing and start searching the area for the mysterious senior instead. Jianlu says he already traced the calligraphy to Yu Hongye, the pavilion's famous young master, but Lu Hongji only cares about finding the person who wrote it. Jianlu argues that a hidden expert cannot be found in one step, so he suggests following clues slowly and checking the sun and moon chessboard first. With no better way to search, Lu Hongji finally agrees to go with Jianglu first. When they reach the Grand Moon Sect area, Jianglu casually asks if Lu Hongji wants to look around, but Lu Hongji rejects the idea immediately. Jianglu drops the idea, takes out a compass magic treasure, and explains that it can track the aura of the sun and moon chessboard. The compass reacts, and Jianglu is startled to realize the senior is still nearby. Following the clue, the two head into the market ahead to investigate. As soon as they enter the market, Jianglu notices Lu Hongji has disappeared again and grumbles that this always happens. He finally finds Lu Hongji standing blankly at the door of a tavern, staring like he has been struck by something invisible. Jianlu jokes that Lu Hongji must have been tempted by mortal wine and food, then pats him and gets thrown back by sharp sword chi. Using his spiritual sense, Jianlu sees hidden sword intent swirling around Lu Hongji and realizes this is an epiphany. Even while cursing Lu Hongji's absurd timing, Jianlu quickly throws down hidden restrictions to stop passers-by from disturbing him. He adds a protective array with small formation plates, trying to keep Lu Hongji's leaking sword intent from injuring the nearby mortals. Lu Hongji's breakthrough surges harder and harder, forcing Jianglu to pile on every method he has just to hold the sword chi in place. Just when Jianglu is about to fail, the sword aura vanishes all at once and Lu Hongji comes back looking dazed and empty-eyed. Jianglu starts to congratulate him and complain about his ruined arrays, but Lu Hongji suddenly blurts out that he found it. Lu Hongji says nothing else and only stares at the tavern signboard, forcing Jianglu to follow his gaze. The sign reading Grand Moon Restaurant looks plain at first, but on closer inspection it carries the same Dao charm, sword path, and chess path as the famous calligraphy they saw before. Jianglu finally understands why Lu Hongji fell into epiphany at a tavern door. The Grand Moon Restaurant signboard itself carries the same sword and chess Dao charm as the calligraphy from startling Rainbow Valley. Then Lu Hongji points down the street, and Jianglu sees that every shop sign in the market carries the same terrifying calligraphy. Faced with a whole street full of supreme words, both men are shaken speechless, and Lu Hongji can barely contain his excitement. Lu Hongji finally bursts out that the great chance he searched for across the southern territory was hiding everywhere in this tiny market. That outburst reminds Jianglu of his other mission, so he pulls out the tracking compass again. Now the compass shines brightly, proving the sun and moon chessboard is also here, right beside the hidden calligraphy master. The more Jianglu connects the clues, the more he fears he has stumbled onto a world-shaking scheme and maybe even been guided here on purpose. He does not dare say any of it aloud, and just thinking too deeply about that plan nearly shakes his mind apart. Terrified, Jianglu silently recites a calming mantra and forces his spiritual power back into order. When Jianglu opens his eyes, Lu Hongji has already wandered into the tavern and started talking to the shopkeeper. Jianglu looks past Lu Hongji and is stunned to see subtle Dao rhythm around the shopkeeper who otherwise looks like an ordinary mortal innkeeper. Remembering his sex secret manuals, Jianglu concludes that only a true immortal could hide like this while carrying that kind of Dao presence. From there, Jianglu's fear snowballs. If one shopkeeper is like this, then everyone in this market might be immortals living in disguise. He even reinterprets the earlier scene and decides the crowd ignored Lu Hongji because immortals would not care about a Dharma idol sword cultivator causing a commotion. While Jianglu is still spiraling, Lu Hongji bluntly asks the shopkeeper who wrote the signboard and offers a reward for any clue. The shopkeeper is not surprised at all and casually tells them what he knows about that senior, which only makes the hidden expert seem even more unfathomable. After eating and drinking, Lu Hongji tosses over a top-grade spirit stone as payment and turns to leave. The shopkeeper's face changes at once, and Jianglu nearly panics, convinced Lu Hongji has just offended a hidden immortal by paying with a spirit stone. Jianglu almost reaches for immortal jade, then stops himself and decides the shopkeeper must need plain gold and silver to keep the disguise intact. He lets Lu Hongji go ahead, then respectfully steps up to the counter with a heavy bag of mortal money and an apology. Jianglu explains that his friend does not know the rules, takes back the spirit stone, and urges the shopkeeper to accept the gold instead. The shopkeeper says it is far too much for one meal, but Jianglu insists and frames it as support for the tavern before hurrying out. Only after leaving the tavern without any retaliation does Jianglu finally breathe again, soaked in cold sweat from the scare. After leaving the tavern, Jianglu is still sweating from fear like a mortal, and he decides not to tell Lu Hongji just how many terrifying immortals seem to be hiding in this market. Back at the tavern, the moved shopkeeper tearfully praises Jianglu as a rare good man and even vows to use part of the money to help the poor. Jianglu avoids using spiritual power inside the mortal market, slips out first, and only then rides his escape light to track Lu Hongji's aura. He finally finds Lu Hongji standing outside a small courtyard, staring ahead and hesitating as if he has found something important. Lu Hongji complains that Jianglu took too long, but Jianglu fires back that Lu nearly made them freeloaders by trying to pay mortals with spirit stones. Jianglu warns him that offending ordinary people here could ruin his chance with the hidden expert, and Lu Hongji shamefully accepts the lesson. When Jianglu looks up and reads the words Immortal's Destiny Small Shop, he is jolted because this should be the residence of the senior tied to the divination chessboard. Lu Hongji touches the sign and declares with certainty that this is the place, because the words hide an even deeper sword intent than anything he sensed in the market. He says the sign has no obvious blade or Tao rhythm on the surface, yet its hidden sword intent is strong enough to punish anyone who commits evil here. Convinced the peerless expert is inside, Lu Hongji starts to charge straight in and asks Jianglu to back him up if anything happens. Jianglu yanks him back at once and warns that rushing a hidden master like this is the fastest way to offend him. As Lu Hongji forces himself to pause, Jianglu's thoughts race and all his earlier clues suddenly begin locking together. He replays everything from Lu Changgong's courtyard in one rush: the terrifying inner hall, the shattered chessboard, the spirit peach tree, the green hill fox, the branch growing from the tree, and the phoenix above it. The phoenix becomes the final link, and Jianglu realizes it matches the one tied to the Li family's fall and the Grand Moon sect upheaval. His whole body trembles as he finally confirms the truth. The peerless expert behind all of this is Senior Lu himself. With that truth settled, Jianglu goes even further and sees Senior Lu as the hidden source behind the Dao Constellation Palace's chess lineage. Then Jianglu studies the signboard carefully for himself, and the moment he does, the harmless-looking plaque becomes a terrifying chess realm. His mind is dragged onto a vast phantom chessboard where two grandmasters are locked in a deadly match, and even a few moves nearly crush his soul. He is violently expelled from the vision, drenched in sweat again, and discovers the sign has swallowed all the spiritual energy in his body. Jianglu collapses on the spot, and Lu Hongji quickly catches him with spiritual power and sword chi instead of panicking. Lu Hongji realizes Jianglu has entered the same kind of sudden enlightenment he did earlier, so he stands guard and waits for him to recover. When Jianglu comes back to himself, he is too scared to look at the sign again, because he knows one more glance might kill him or leave him mindless. Even so, he can feel his chess skill has leapt forward, so he immediately closes his eyes and starts deducing the game he just witnessed. As he deduces the game, the four words on the sign pour out a river of Tao rhythm that surges straight into his body. Lu Hongji sees at once that this chance belongs to Jianglu, but he also feels the same sword intent from startling Rainbow Valley hidden inside that rushing Tao rhythm. Unable to resist, Lu Hongji pushes his own sword chi harder, partly to protect Jianglu and partly to sharpen his own sword path against that pressure. Instead of fading, the Tao rhythm swells wildly under his pressure and becomes many times larger, forcing Lu Hongji to shut his eyes and cultivate too. Jianglu wakes first with his spiritual power restored, and he looks at Lu Hongji with real admiration for somehow turning even his reckless help into a lucky breakthrough. Then Jianglu notices the awkward part: every mortal passerby is staring at them like a pair of lunatics performing outside the shop. Ashamed because he thinks these passersby are actually hidden immortals, Jianglu keeps bowing apologetically to each one. By sunset his hands are sore from all the salutes, and he ends up standing watch while quietly consolidating his own gains. Jianglu marvels that Lu Hongji has lasted under the sign's Tao rhythm for far longer than he did, proof of just how monstrous a sword cultivator's path can be. At last the Tao rhythm around Lu Hongji disappears, and in the same instant the shop's sign cracks apart. Jianglu's heart drops, because he is sure the two of them have damaged the hidden master's sign by draining its Tao rhythm. Before he can think of any excuse, the courtyard door opens and Lu Changgong casually remarks that the sign broke a month earlier than expected. Lu Changgong simply pulls out a brand new identical plaque and replaces the old one as if this is the most ordinary chore in the world. Only after fixing the sign does Lu Changgong properly look at the two visitors and calmly size them up as cultivators. Because he has just parted from Yu Hongye, Lu Changgong quickly guesses these two must be worried cultivators who lost treasures to her, and have been politely waiting all day to ask about it. Then Yu Hongye strolls out from inside the courtyard with a lazy yawn and casually recognizes them as the two top Dharma idol talents from startling Rainbow Valley. That makes Lu Changgong even more certain they are Yu Hongye's acquaintances, so he warmly invites them in before the evening wind gets cold. Instead of feeling relieved, Jianlu and Lu Hongji tremble harder, because they still cannot tell whether entering the courtyard means punishment or grace. Jianlu is hit by another shock when he recognizes Yu Hongye as the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion young master he met before, and realizes she is now clearly Lu Changgong's woman. Remembering what he once said to Yu Hongye, Jianlu grows even more frightened that he may already have offended Senior Lu without knowing it. What overwhelms him most is the thought that Lu Changgong must have predicted their arrival from the start, right down to preparing a replacement sign before they ever broke the first one. By the end, Jiangliu's fear turns into full-blown reverence, because he is convinced he and Lu Hongji stepped into Senior Lu's chess game the moment they entered the southern territory. Outside Lu Changgong's courtyard, Jianglu quietly warns Lu Hongji that this hidden senior is deliberately living like a mortal, so they must play along and never expose what he really is. When Lu Hongji bluntly asks how he is supposed to seek sword advice from someone acting mortal, Jianglu snaps back that he needs to learn basic human sense before chasing the sword. Jianglu finally explains the real strategy: stay near Lu Changgong by asking to study calligraphy, because even a little of the Tao hidden in that writing could push Lu Hongji's sword path to a new realm. Hearing that he must follow the senior's wishes and leave everything to fate, Lu Hongji finally admits Jianglu is right and thanks him for the lesson. Then Lu Changgong calls from inside that Hongye has already gone indoors, so they can stop hesitating and come in. The two steel themselves and step into the courtyard, where tables and chairs are already prepared and Lu Changgong is waiting with a calm smile. Jianglu starts a careful greeting, but Lu Hongji blurts out first, dead serious, that he wants to learn writing from Senior. Jianglu is mortified on the spot, silently cursing his idiot teammate for skipping every step of proper etiquette and asking too directly. Still trying to save the situation, Jianglu apologizes for Lu Hongji's bluntness, says they came after seeing Lu Changgong's work in startling Rainbow Valley, and admits he himself wants to learn chess. Lu Changgong casually says he already knows who they are and what they want, then tells them to sit while he gets tea, which only makes Jianglu more nervous about how much the senior has seen through. Once seated, Jianglu suddenly feels his compass react at full force and realizes the sun and moon chessboard is right there inside the inner hall. A closer look leaves Jianglu stunned, because the inner hall is casually packed with supreme immortal items as if priceless treasures were just normal furniture. When Lu Hongji quietly asks if he found the chessboard, Jianglu points it out and urgently warns him not to shout, because the whole room is filled with supreme immortal items. Lu Hongji realizes he is about to shout at the sight of the treasures, so he quickly seals his own mouth with spiritual power before looking again. Even with his mouth sealed, Lu Hongji goes red as a pig's liver when he sees several immortal swords and becomes more convinced than ever that Lu Changgong is a true sword master hiding his edge. That sight makes Lu Hongji build a whole story in his head. Lu Changgong must have been forced to hide his sword and pour all that suppressed sword intent into his writing instead. Remembering his own frustration at being forbidden to draw his sword, Lu Hongji decides he will stay by the senior's side no matter the cost, even if he has to do the lowliest chores. A call from the backyard breaks their trance, and Jianglu and Lu Hongji jump up and hurry over, forcing themselves to stop staring at treasures they could never touch. In the backyard under an old peach tree, they find a chess table, a fresh tea set, white-haired chair sitting beside the board, and a tiny snow-white fox resting on her lap. Jianglu notices the little fox's bloodline has improved again just by staying here, which makes him more certain he has to remain near Lu Changgong no matter what. Lu Hongji is even worse off, standing there red-faced and soundless because he still forgot to remove the seal on his mouth. When Lu Changgong asks what is wrong with him, Jianglu hurriedly lies that Lu Hongji has a strange physique and blushes whenever he gets excited. Lu Changgong warmly urges them to sit and drink his calming tea, while privately assuming they are young nobles who lost treasures at the fair and might even become useful patrons if he handles this well. That overly kind smile chills both visitors, and they suddenly feel less like guests and more like lambs being looked over before slaughter. As Jianglu lifts his teacup, his eyes drift to the chessboard out of instinct, because the Tao Constellation Palace trains through chess and he cannot ignore a game laid out by a figure like this. One glance nearly makes him spit out his tea, because written at the center of the board are the words sun and moon. The old secret from his master slams back into Jianglu's mind, and he realizes this may be the legendary sun and moon chessboard that once enlightened the ancestor carefree grand sage. He locks up so completely in front of the board that Lu Changgong starts wondering if this guest has fallen into some strange tea-drinking epiphany. Lu Hongji, panicking that Jianglu is embarrassing them too, secretly tugs at his clothes under the table to snap him back to his senses. Jianglu finally wakes up, apologizes for staring, and admits that Senior's chess game is so exquisite that he lost himself in it. Lu Changgong simply waves it off and, taking Jianglu's reaction as proof of talent, says that since he wants to learn chess, he really does seem suited for it. In Lu Changgong's courtyard, Jianglu stares at the chessboard in front of him, shaken by how perfect every move looks from opening to endgame. But Jianglu's real shock is the board itself, because he suspects the one on the table is the legendary Sun and Moon chessboard, while another immortal-grade board had already appeared in the inner hall. Remembering that Lu Changong once tossed the pseudo-immortal divination chessboard aside like junk, Jianglu realizes the senior may casually own multiple immortal treasures. That thought drives Jianglu even deeper into awe, because if this really is the board that once enlightened the carefree Grand Sage, then Lu Changong's status must reach terrifying heights in the immortal world. When Jianglu finally lifts his tea, his face changes again as he senses the cup itself is an immortal artifact. He checks the rest of the tea set, and nearly loses his composure when he realizes the teapot and matching pieces are all immortal artifacts too. Jianglu drinks with trembling caution, and one sip makes Tao rhythm surge through him, proving even the tea here can help a cultivator comprehend more easily. Now Jianglu starts looking at the whole courtyard differently and suspects the entire place may be a giant immortal artifact or an immortal formation. His eyes settle on the little girl sitting across from Lu Changong, and her aura alone tells him she may be stronger than even the Dao Constellation Palace's sect master. Then Jianglu notices the snow-white fox lying on the little girl's lap and is stunned again, because its bloodline feels like a heavenly fox of at least 7 tails. His survey moves to the old peach tree behind them, and he realizes it has already become a spirit, with a grafted parasol branch that looks eerily like the legendary branch tied to the Li family. The moment Jianglu looks up at the little red bird perched on that branch, he understands it must be a real phoenix. One cold glance from the phoenix nearly scares Jianglu out of his soul, and he instantly drops his eyes and clutches his tea like a scolded child. Surrounded by immortal artifacts and terrifying beings, Jianglu feels less like a guest in a mortal courtyard and more like an intruder in the immortal world. Shaken by everything in the courtyard, Jianglu even envies Lu Hongji's blunt sword-minded nature, because a man who only thinks about the sword has fewer hidden dangers to fear. As Jianglu is about to finish his tea, Lu Changong gently assumes he must feel bad after losing a few treasures to Yu Hongye. Jianglu is caught off guard, because he never cared much about the sword immortal inheritance, and came here mainly to see Lu Changong. Then Lu Changong offers to make up for it by giving Jianglu a piece of his own calligraphy, and Jianglu's heart jumps at the chance even while he tries to stay polite. Jianglu tactfully answers that Yu Hongye deserved what she won, hinting that he and Lu Hongji are not here to fight over spoils. Lu Changong gently waves that aside and insists he does not want Jianglu to come all this way only to leave empty-handed. Deeply moved, Jianglu sees this as the bearing of a true master. Lu Changong welcomed them with tea and now even compensates them with something far more valuable. Without any fuss, Lu Changong clears away the chessboard and sets out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to write for them on the spot. Weiqi eagerly grinds the ink with both little hands, and Lu Changong fondly pats Cheer's head as the small courtyard slips into a warm, domestic calm. When Lu Changong lifts the brush, Jianglu's nerves jolt again because even the writing brush radiates immortal artifact aura. Lu Changong writes with smooth, dragon-like strokes until the final line appears. Fortune lies where misfortune lies, and misfortune lies where fortune lies. Jianglu studies the words and takes them as a deeper lesson that losing the sword immortal inheritance may lead to an even greater opportunity. To Jianglu, this is blessing in disguise, because Lu Changong's calligraphy is worth far more to the Dao Constellation Palace than the inheritance they missed. He quickly pulls the dazed Lu Hongji with him, and the two men bow solemnly, while Jianglu says he understands Lu Changong's profound meaning. Lu Changong simply nods, pleased that Jianglu seems to have taken the hint not to brood over a few lost treasures. After the ink dries, Jianglu stores the calligraphy with extreme care, and Lu Hongji can only stare at it with open envy. Jianglu politely announces that his wish has been fulfilled and it is time to stop disturbing the senior, then drags the reluctant Lu Hongji out of the courtyard. Outside the gate, Lu Hongji finally complains that Jianglu never let him ask to study calligraphy under Lu Changong. Jianglu explains that Lu Hongji's first request at the door was already too direct, and once Lu Changong gave them a gift and sent them off, pressing harder would only be rude. Lu Hongji asks if that means he was rejected, and Jianglu bitterly says no, not exactly, because a peerless master may simply be testing his attitude. Jianglu adds that since they never helped Yu Hongye back in startling Rainbow Valley, they had no right to ask for more now, so this matter has to be taken slowly in the future. Then Jianglu cuts the discussion short, and says he has urgent sect business, offering Lu Hongji the choice to leave with him, or stay behind. Lu Hongji answers without hesitation that he will stay and follow the senior no matter what, even if he has to clean toilets just to earn a place nearby. Seeing that Lu Hongji has made up his mind, Jianglu can only wish him luck and promise to come back after handling the sect's affairs. Jianglu rises into the sky and leaves, while Lu Hongji stays behind in front of the courtyard gate. Left alone, Lu Hongji studies the courtyard's news signboard with its lingering Dao rhythm, but this time he deliberately does not try to squeeze more insight from it. He decides it would be shameless to take more after already damaging the signboard once, and quietly concludes that Jianglu's cleverness may have made him miss the real chance. In Lu Hongji's blunt view, the obvious priority is winning Lu Changong's approval, because the sword path means pressing forward without hesitation. For once he admits he needs to think, and he starts seriously asking himself how to prove his sincerity to a master like this. He tests one clumsy plan after another, like kneeling outside or offering a treasure, then discards both because either suits a hidden master like Lu Changgong. At last he settles on the only path that makes sense to him. He has to show absolute determination to learn from the senior. Far away at the Dao Constellation Palace, Jianglu arrives in a streak of light before the Great Hall, where disciples on both sides immediately step forward to greet him. Back at the Dao Constellation Palace, Jianglu hurried into the main hall to see the sect leader as fast as he could. He found the grey-robed sect leader calmly playing chess against himself beneath the old plaque that declared heaven and earth the board and all people the pieces. That slogan hit Jianglu differently now, because after meeting Lu Changgong he could only think that a true senior really could treat the world like a chessboard. Jianglu formally greeted the sect leader, who teased him for returning early instead of wandering outside to study chess. Flushed with urgency, Jianglu said he had come back early because he had something far too important to report. Instead of trying to explain the impossible, Jianglu handed over the calligraphy scroll Lu Changgong had given him. At first glance the sect leader only saw an ordinary scroll with no spiritual aura at all, and his face darkened in confusion. Jianglu urged him to open it fully, insisting he would understand as soon as he looked. The moment the sect leader unfolded the calligraphy, his expression broke and the chess piece slipped from his hand. What looked like plain ink exploded into countless unfathomable Dao charms that swallowed the sect leader's senses for hours. Even after lowering the scroll, he kept breaking through, his aura roaring outward until Jianglu was forced back. Illusory chessboards and chains of order spread around the sect leader as his understanding of the chess path advanced on the spot. When the hall finally settled, the sect leader looked younger, and Jianglu immediately congratulated him on his breakthrough. The sect leader, now openly shaken, demanded every detail of where that calligraphy had come from. Jianglu recounted everything he had seen and heard in the southern region and at the Immortal's Destiny small shop. After hearing the whole story, the sect leader finally understood why a peerless expert like Lu Changgong would possess the Sun and Moon chessboard. Jianglu pressed him about the Sun and Moon chessboard, asking if it really was the same sacred board their patriarch had once seen in a dream. The sect leader finally said it might be true, but he needed to ask Patriarch Carefree before making any decision. Jianglu was stunned that the sect leader could contact an upper realm patriarch at all. The sect leader explained that great sects kept ancestral sound transmission arrays so upper realm immortals could track major events below, especially the appearance of hidden experts. He added that this news had to be reported, especially since the divination chessboard had already been destroyed without the patriarch being informed. With no time to waste, the sect leader grabbed the scroll and vanished to consult the patriarch, ordering Jianglu to wait in the hall. Left alone, Jianglu could only stare after him and feel how much deeper the world had become than he once imagined. Even the palace hall itself no longer felt as overwhelming to him, because after visiting Lu Changgong's courtyard he had already seen a far greater depth. After an uncertain wait, the sect leader suddenly reappeared, wearing a much stranger expression than before. Jianglu immediately asked whether the chessboard in Lu Changgong's courtyard was truly the real Sun and Moon chessboard. This time the answer was clear. Yes, it was the same board that enlightened their ancestral master in a dream. He went further and revealed that the Sun and Moon chessboard ranked first among all immortal chessboard artifacts, powerful enough that even immortal emperors could not contend with its full aura. Jianglu finally understood just how terrifying Lu Changgong's identity had to be if even Patriarch Carefree could not compare to him. When Jianglu asked how they should deal with that senior, the sect leader gave an answer so absurd it barely sounded real. Patriarch Carefree had ordered Jianglu to rush back at once, serve Lu Changgong in his place, and keep that senior happy at any cost. The order was so extreme that if Lu Changgong felt pleased, the palace would even hand over another pseudo-immortal chessboard just for him to smash. Jianglu was left standing there in a daze, unable to process how completely the sect's attitude had flipped. The sect leader scolded him for wasting time on trivial reporting when even his sword cultivator friend had known to stay beside the senior and seize the chance. That snapped Jianglu awake, and he remembered that he had already wanted to stay by Lu Changgong's side in the first place. When he took the scroll back, Jianglu suddenly understood that his own excitement over the calligraphy had made him forget that plan entirely. The thought chilled him, because it felt as if even that mistake might have been part of Lu Changgong's invisible design. He stopped thinking and bolted from the hall, flying straight back toward the Immortal's Destiny small shop at full speed. Meanwhile at the shop, Lu Hongji still begged Lu Changgong to teach him calligraphy no matter the cost. Lu Changgong could only feel helpless, because his own skill had come from bizarre system rewards and practice, not from any teaching method he could pass on. What made it worse was that Lu Hongji was clearly a sword cultivator, yet he kept chasing calligraphy with a fanatical intensity that made Lu Changgong uneasy. As a mere mortal in his own mind, Lu Changgong was honestly afraid that if he taught badly and ruined a cultivator's path, the sword on Lu Hongji's back might become his problem next. So Lu Changgong tried to refuse gently, and told him that since he was a cultivator, he should focus on proper cultivation while he was still young. He added that things like calligraphy could wait until Lu Hongji's cultivation slowed later in life. Lu Hongji took those words as a polite rejection and bitterly concluded that his talent simply was not worthy of Lu Changgong's eye. He thought about his own limits, admitting to himself that obsession had carried him farther than talent ever had. Then he made a desperate choice, threw away his dignity, and dropped to his knees in front of Lu Changong. Lu Hongji begged to stay even as a servant or toilet cleaner, saying that if Lu Changong would not teach him, he still wanted to serve by his side. To prove he meant it, Lu Hongji kept kowtowing without using spiritual power, smashing his forehead into the sharp gravel until blood spread across it. Lu Changong was stunned by how far this cultivator would go over calligraphy and felt certain someone was going to die in his courtyard if he let it continue. Unable to physically stop a cultivator but terrified of the consequences, Lu Changong finally gave in and told him to get up before he made the injury worse. The moment he heard yes, Lu Hongji looked up with overwhelming joy and thanked Lu Changong with a choked voice. He was so emotional that he started trying to kowtow again, forcing Lu Changong to quickly help him up. Lu Changong made one thing clear first. Lu Hongji did not need to become his disciple or his slave. When Lu Hongji tried to protest, Lu Changong cut him off and insisted on explaining the arrangement his own way. He said there was nothing mystical about it to him, just that he had studied a little earlier, so if Lu Hongji wanted, he could stay as a student and learn whatever his own understanding allowed. He even told Lu Hongji that if he learned nothing, he would be free to leave at any time. To Lu Hongji, that was more than enough, and he thanked Lu Changong again in open delight. Then Lu Changong added one practical requirement: the lessons would not be free. When Lu Hongji asked about the tuition, Lu Changong opened the special storage bracelet Yu Hongye had given him and took out a jade-like object as the price. Lu Changong simply presented the item as the tuition fee, thinking a rich cultivator should be able to afford it. Lu Hongji instantly recognized the tuition fee as ancient immortal jade, and his shock turned awkward fast when he realized even he might not own enough of something this valuable. When Lu Changong asks about the tuition, Lu Hongji lowers his head in embarrassment and admits he only brought about 300 pieces. The number hits Lu Changong like a shock, because in his eyes this hot-headed visitor just casually outclassed rich people he already knew. Lu Changong quickly reclassifies Lu Hongji as a disciple from some terrifying hidden supersect, and he is suddenly very glad he did not push him too hard. Trying to sound calm, Lu Changong says the amount is enough and officially tells Lu Hongji to start learning calligraphy from him tomorrow. Lu Hongji is overjoyed and instantly reads hidden meaning into it, deciding this is a test of sincerity and a compromise from a senior who still thinks he is a hopeless fool. To prove that sincerity, Lu Hongji takes out all his ancient immortal jade at once and offers it with both hands. Lu Hongji also promises to stay near the small courtyard in case his new teacher needs anything, and Lu Changong agrees without hesitation. The moment Lu Hongji leaves, Lu Changong drops the act and nearly jumps with excitement over his sudden fortune. He rushes to count everything and ends up staring at a pile of 450 glowing pieces like they are a treasure mountain. Still riding that high, Lu Changong calls Chier Xiar and Yu Hongye over and gives each of them 10 pieces on the spot. Chier and Xiar happily thank him at once, but Yu Hongye is stunned that she gets a share too when she has not even used any herself yet. Lu Changong tells Yu Hongye he has seen how hard she works and that she is already one of his own people, so she should stop talking like an outsider. That one line breaks Yu Hongye completely, and with tears in her eyes she decides Lu Changong matters more to her now than her old status ever did. Lu Changong looks at Chier and Xiao with fatherly satisfaction, because he has been feeding all his hopes into their cultivation ever since he realized he could never cultivate himself. He remembers how the two of them absorb every last bit of spirit energy each night, and starts daydreaming about raising hidden powerhouses who will shock everyone around him. His fantasy gets cut off when someone suddenly wraps around his waist, thighs, and eyes, and he realizes all three women are piling onto him at once. Yu Hongye teasingly admits Chier and Xiao have already seen enough and have been begging her to teach them, leaving Lu Changong badly outnumbered. No matter how he struggles, a mortal man is no match for them, and the three women drag Lu Changong into the inner room together. That night, the courtyard turns quiet under white moonlight as the old peach tree absorbs spiritual energy. A seven-tailed little fox lies beneath it, and a proud red bird watches coldly from a branch. Inside, Lu Changong is dead asleep from exhausting himself, and Chier quietly slips into his quilt holding 5 pieces of immortal jade in each hand. As the jade releases white mist through the bed, the immortal chi rushes straight into Lu Changong's body with every breath. Xiar sneaks in next from behind with another 10 pieces, turning the sleeping Lu Changong into the center of their nightly cultivation routine. Watching them, Yu Hongye can only laugh to herself, already convinced that when Lu Changong fully recovers these two still have no idea what kind of trouble they invited. Since Chier and Xiar do not need the jade for themselves, Yu Hongye keeps her own share stored away and takes the last open space on the bed instead. By morning, Lu Changong wakes up buried in soft bodies and nearly panics when he sees Chier and Xiar hugging him from both sides and Yu Hongye wrapped around his legs. After the initial shock, he feels absurdly fulfilled, because this clingy little household looks exactly like the dream life he never thought he would get. Then he notices the spent jade in Chier and Xiar's hands and realizes his new stockpile will not even last a month at their terrifying rate of absorption. That sobers him fast, and Lu Changong vows to earn spirit stones no matter how shamelessly practical he has to become. He quietly frees himself and steps outside feeling refreshed, only to catch that same tsundere red bird glaring at him from the old peach tree again. As he starts washing up under the tree, Lu Changong can only mutter that this strange bird somehow lives on dew alone. A knock at the gate interrupts him, and Lu Hongji arrives absurdly early because he was too excited to sleep after being accepted. Lu Changong casually invites him in for breakfast, while Lu Hongji steps into the courtyard already treating every ordinary detail as the behavior of a hidden master. Seeing traces on Lu Changong's body, Lu Hongji quietly assumes his reclusive senior spent the night with Yu Hongye and finds that perfectly natural for a peerless romantic scholar. Lu Changong tells him to stop standing around and go chop wood to start the morning fire, since the others still have not gotten up. To Lu Hongji, that simple chore becomes another profound lesson, and he convinces himself Lu Changong is teaching him to return to basics and touch the true way of the sword without relying on spiritual power. So he seals his spiritual power, treats himself like a mortal, and starts chopping wood with full seriousness, as if every swing were sword training. With each strike, Lu Hongji feels like he is brushing the edge of a deeper sword truth and becomes even more convinced his senior is personally guiding him. Watching from the side, Lu Changong is simply pleased that he managed to get a Dharma idol cultivator to chop firewood for a bunch of mortals. He heads back inside to wake the three women, only to find Cheer and Yu Hongye already dressing while Xiao has hidden herself again. Lu Changong starts breakfast himself, washing chestnut rice and setting porridge on the fire in the little kitchen space. Before long, Lu Hongji comes back almost glowing with effort and says he has already finished all the wood. Lu Changong turns around and sees a mountain of perfectly cut firewood, enough to carry the whole household through winter. Lu Hongji still looks unsatisfied, but Lu Changong can only tell him there is enough for now and he will find more wood later. Even that mild answer becomes another lesson in patience for Lu Hongji, who decides true cultivation cannot be rushed step by step. Once the porridge and side dishes are set out, Lu Hongji sits down to breakfast and his first real lesson under Lu Changong quietly begins. Under the old peach tree in Lu Changong's courtyard, Lu Hongji waits excitedly, convinced this quiet writing lesson is really the start of a supreme sword teaching. Lu Changong hands Lu Hongji the brush and plainly says that before he can teach him, he needs to see his calligraphy first. Lu Hongji takes that as a hidden test of his sword foundation, and his confidence rises because his master once made him train sword intent through calligraphy. When Lu Hongji calls him senior, Lu Changong corrects him and tells him to say teacher instead, quietly fixing their relationship on the spot. The moment Lu Hongji grips the brush, his body sinks under its terrifying weight, and he realizes this ordinary-looking pen is actually like an immortal weapon. Lu Changong only sees a student who can barely hold a pen steady, and he frowns that Lu Hongji's basics are much worse than he expected. When Lu Changong says that anyone who cannot even hold a brush properly has no foundation, Lu Hongji hears it as a sharp warning that his sword basics are still unstable. Determined not to fail the test, Lu Hongji forces all his spiritual power into his hand and writes his own name with painful effort. By the time he finishes, Lu Hongji's face has gone purple, and the three characters on the page are so crooked and lifeless that he feels humiliated. Lu Hongji sneaks a look at Lu Changong's disappointed face and immediately fears that a master like this might decide he is not worth teaching at all. Lu Changong is honestly stunned by how awful the handwriting is, but since he already took the tuition, he forces himself to criticize gently instead of crushing Lu Hongji's pride. So he tells Lu Hongji that the foundation is bad but still salvageable, and that one careful sentence pulls Lu Hongji straight out of despair. Lu Hongji instantly reinterprets the crushing brush as another deliberate test and stares at Lu Changong with almost worshipful eagerness. That intense look only freaks Lu Changong out, and he hurriedly hardens his face to shut down what he worries might be the wrong kind of devotion. Lu Changong points out that Lu Hongji pressed so hard the ink bled through the paper onto the table, and says this is not what strength penetrating the back of the paper really means. He explains that true power should be strong enough to feel in the stroke but still light on the surface, like a dragonfly skimming water instead of brute force. Lu Hongji immediately turns that into sword insight, deciding Lu Changong is warning him that his sword path has been too rigid, too sharp, and wasteful. When Lu Changong adds that Lu Hongji's connected strokes are forceful but not rounded, with no hidden edge and too little basic practice, Lu Hongji hears yet another lesson about neglected details. That finally ties everything together for Lu Hongji, and he realizes the firewood chopping and the calligraphy were both part of Lu Changong's sword training from the start. While Lu Hongji grows more and more devout, Lu Changong just talks himself hoarse and quietly wonders whether this student truly understands anything at all. To keep things simple, Lu Changong writes a single word, 1, and tells Lu Hongji to start by copying that. To Lu Hongji, that plain horizontal line is no ordinary sample but a terrifying sword principle hidden inside the simplest possible form. The more he studies it, the more certain he becomes that even understanding a fraction of this one stroke could raise his sword Dao to a completely new level. In that moment, Lu Hongji makes a brutal decision to abandon his old sword path entirely, and rebuild himself from the foundation Senior Lu just showed him. He picks up the heavy brush again and copies the word with total concentration, and this time every exhausting stroke starts to awaken a trace of sword intent inside him. From the spring canal in the corner, Lu Changgong drinks water and watches from afar, admiring the enthusiasm but privately assuming this stubborn disciple will eventually give up on his own. Elsewhere, a luxurious flying ship descends toward Danxia Holy Land, and at the bow Yu Hongye looks down with quiet nostalgia for the last time she came here with Lu Changgong. She remembers that back then she was only Lu Changgong's fake maid, and now she thinks with private pride that she has become his true wife even if outsiders do not know it. As the ship nears Danxia Holy Land, Yu Hongye spots dazzling immortal light over the million-mile immortal mountains and is startled because she recognizes it immediately. Because she has stayed beside Lu Changgong and seen true immortal artifacts up close, Yu Hongye knows this glow is not ordinary at all. After thinking it through, she realizes the glow matches the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation, which should not even be possible without its original formation spirit. Then she remembers that Xia once said she stuffed a spirit body from one of Lu Changgong's paintings into the grand array to replace herself. That lets Yu Hongye reach the answer at last. Lu Changgong casually created a new array spirit, and even pushed a false immortal formation into a real immortal array. Proud of understanding another trace of Lu Changgong's depth, Yu Hongye smiles to herself at the sight of the Holy Land glowing under his handiwork. Yu Hongye suddenly points out that the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation around Danxia Holy Land has already become an immortal formation. Yu Mingji checks with the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets divination art, and is shaken when the result confirms a true immortal array with an immortal spirit. When he asks how she could recognize it so easily, Yu Hongye proudly says staying beside Senior Lu taught her to sense divination naturally and to recognize immortal artifact aura on sight. She lets slip that even the formation spirits of the Grand Array were created by Senior Lu, and that one line makes her uncle's expression collapse into disbelief. Yu Mingji demands to know how she learned something that confidential, and Yu Hongye hesitates before making him swear not to tell her father. After he agrees, Yu Hongye blurts out that she has already become Senior Lu's woman. Seeing his reaction, Yu Hongye rushes to explain that she chose it herself and that Lu Changgong even raised her cultivation with immortal qi. She then releases her full aura, and the pressure of her early tribulation transcension realm is strong enough to force back her second uncle, who has been in that realm for years. Yu Mingji rubs his eyes in disbelief, then admits he is not against it at all because marrying Senior Lu is a huge blessing for both Yu Hongye and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. His shock quickly turns shamelessly practical as he praises her for not missing the crucial moment, and jokes that the younger disciples should learn her method for securing a backer like Lu Changgong. Too embarrassed to continue that topic, Yu Hongye points out that the pavilion is already thriving off Senior Lu's influence, and no longer needs to beg other forces for support. Yu Mingji agrees and sighs that the last time he attended a treasure gathering with her was 1,000 years ago, which leads Yu Hongye to ask about the Myriad Treasures convention itself. He tells her the convention will soon be flooded with numinous treasures, profound treasures, and even immortal artifacts until the whole place looks like a heavenly realm. Yu Hongye asks for the actual rules, and Yu Mingji begins with the simplest one. Anyone from a chamber of commerce, sect, or independent background can bring rare treasures to compete. He says the first purpose is openly worldly. Everyone wants to show off their wealth and strength in front of the Southern Territory. The second purpose is much bigger, because the treasures are judged for a chance at immortal rewards and a threat of fate tied to the upper realm. When Yu Hongye asks if immortals really appear, Yu Mingji says they must, because only true immortals can judge whether immortal world treasures are genuine or fake. He adds that the better the immortal treasure, the richer the reward, and the top 10 may even receive direct blessing from an upper realm immortal. To show how valuable that is, he compares it to the Li family rising on a phoenix blessing and says even a little immortal blessing would be far greater. Yu Hongye immediately spots the problem and asks whether the ranking simply comes down to how valuable a treasure is, with the upper realm immortals acting as judges. Yu Mingji confirms the immortals decide the grades themselves, which means some worthless-looking object may rank high while an expensive pseudo-immortal artifact can be ignored completely. He ends that lesson with a bitter reminder that if price alone mattered, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets would never have failed to reach the top 10 before. Thinking it over, Yu Hongye admits that aside from Senior Lu's painting, she still cannot judge what the other 2 treasures they brought really are. Yu Mingji laughs and admits she guessed right. The pavilion only brought those other items to fill space, and all their real hope is pinned on Lu Changgong's painting. That answer only makes Yu Hongye more uneasy, because if using the painting angers Senior Lu and costs them their true backer, the gamble would be disastrous. Yu Mingji counters with a chillingly simple answer. Did she really think Senior Lu did not already know? He says the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has long been one of Senior Lu's chess pieces, and nothing they do is likely to escape his sight. He goes further and says even her obtaining the painting and bringing it here was probably arranged inside Senior Lu's plan from the start. His proof is blunt. Before she was even close to Lu Changgong, there was no way a few dozen ancient immortal jades could truly buy a treasure like that. Yu Hongye finally sees the logic, and the whole transaction starts to look less like a lucky purchase and more like a move she was meant to make. Yu Mingji says the painting is too dangerous for the pavilion to keep anyway, and their real role is just to carry Senior Lu's piece onto the Myriad Treasures convention board. He suspects Senior Lu's real target is the immortals attending the convention, which makes his plan feel vast enough to span both the mortal and immortal worlds. Then he adds the one move Senior Lu probably did not predict, Yu Hongye boldly delivering herself to him first, which leaves her shocked and burning with embarrassment all over again. Elsewhere outside the Danxia Holy Land formation, a flying boat arrives carrying a group of young disciples in matching sect robes. A group of same-sect young cultivators arrives outside the Danxia Holy Land, and while one disciple at the front looks handsome and exceptional, Wu Wu stands out for the opposite reason, dark-skinned, plain, stiff, and badly out of place among them. When no one is watching, Wu Wu's dull eyes suddenly flash with a crafty gleam that reveals the ugly ambition under his wooden face. A female disciple calls for Wu Wu to keep up, but the handsome young man beside her immediately mocks him as too ugly and disgraceful to be seen as part of their sect. The female disciple quietly defends Wu Wu's character, but the handsome disciple dismisses him as a lucky low-grade spirit root who will never belong in their world. He even twists Wu Wu's good reputation into proof that he was deliberately trying to get close to the junior sister, then smoothly changes the subject to her treasure instead. Watching the pair chat, Wu Wu's jealousy sharpens, and an old mocking voice in his mind needles him about the senior sister he likes standing with another man. Wu Wu's eyes turn murderous as he tells himself she is only fooled by appearances and swears that one day she will recognize him as the real genius. The old voice tempts him with a clearer path: hand over the ancient jade he was told to steal, break through after returning, and then become chief disciple with any senior or junior sister he wants. Even Wu Wu gets nervous at one part of the plan, asking whether demanding a specific reward from an upper realm immortal at the convention will get him slapped to death on the spot. The old voice scoffs that the Myriad Treasures convention is just a respectable front for upper realm people to gather resources, and insists those so-called immortals are beneath him. The voice keeps feeding his greed, promising that if Wu Wu helps restore his body after they reach the upper realm, he can have power, revenge, and even heavenly fairies. Wu Wu falls for it again, thrilled that the Myriad Treasures convention will be the beginning of his rise, and the moment, he shocks the whole southern territory. But inside that same body, the old monster coldly reveals his real view. Wu Wu is a greedy fool with terrible aptitude, useful only because he dares to do anything. The voice also reveals why it is stuck with him at all. Wu Wu carries an ancient immortal treasure that protected his soul and ruined the possession attempt. The monster quietly plans to use him until it can rebuild its body, reclaim that immortal treasure, and settle an old grudge with its own restored cultivation. Back inside Danxia Holy Land, Yu Hongye looks around with open curiosity and realizes the whole place has been arranged far more grandly for this Myriad Treasures convention than on her last visit. She remembers that on her previous visit she barely saw anything before being called straight to the Grand Array's core, so this is the first time she can really appreciate the Holy Land. As the Myriad Treasures convention drew near, Yu Hongye watched one high-grade flying ship after another descend on Danxia Holy Land and finally understood how shallow her old view had been. The grand scene even reminds Yu Hongye of Lu Changgong's painting, and she feels that only a true immortal world could look more majestic than this. For days the guests keep pouring in, and the million miles immortal mountains blaze with the mixed glow of countless rare treasures brought by sects and wandering cultivators alike. 7 days later, everyone leaves their residences and floods toward the central square, because the treasure gathering is finally starting. At the heart of the square, 10 towering stone pillars stand in a row, waiting for the treasures that can win a place in the top 10 and draw the notice of immortals. Standing with the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, Yu Hongye listens as Yu Mingji explains that only truly outstanding treasures will be chosen for those pillars. Before Yu Hongye can take in more of the square, a group of grandly dressed cultivators descends from the sky, led by an old man whose pressure makes the crowd instinctively tense. Yu Hongye is not impressed by Wan Xian's sharp, showy presence, because compared with Lu Changgong's hidden depth, this kind of pressure feels loud rather than truly profound. Yu Mingji quietly tells her that this is Reverend Wan Xian, a grand elder of Myriad Afterglow Holy Land and the man who speaks for the upper realm immortals at the convention. When Yu Mingji adds that even late tribulation transcension experts give Wan Xian face because of that backing, Yu Hongye is reminded just how overwhelming an immortal connection can be. That thought makes Yu Hongye quietly pleased, because serving Lu Changgong already pushed her into tribulation transcension at a young age and proved the value of standing near a true senior. At the center of the square, Reverend Wan Xian greets the crowd with an easy smile and promises to summon the exalted immortal without wasting time. He takes out formation discs and starts activating the 10 pillars, turning the whole square tense with expectation. Meanwhile, Wu Wu stands quietly in the crowd, but inside he is questioning the old man in his mind about why Danxia Holy Land seems so eager to profit from this exchange. The old man explains that Danxia Holy Land is not the strongest force in the upper realm, but it is rich and famous for treasure-seeking techniques tied to the item Wu Wu is supposed to offer. The old man assures him that once the upper realm disciples recognize that mystery, they will definitely pay enough to satisfy his request, and Wu Wu finally settles down. By then the 10 stone pillars are blazing, and their linked formations pull together into a mysterious power that feels like it is reaching all the way into the upper realm. Everyone looks up as a brilliant beam appears in the sky, and an overwhelming spiritual sense descends over the square. A slender immortal figure emerges within the light, its face hidden by secret arts, and the whole crowd bows at once to welcome the exalted immortal. Wu Wu bows with everyone else, but inside he burns with ambition and swears that one day he will stand in that same lofty position above the crowd. Yu Hongye also lowers her head, yet instead of reverence she feels disappointment, because this immortal's pressure seems weak, deliberate, and far flashier than Lu Chunggong's effortless power. That comparison kills her excitement for the convention's reward, and she even regrets coming until she remembers she is still carrying out Senior Lu's move. The immortal gives a slight nod, the crushing aura recedes, and the tense crowd finally breathes again. Reverend Wan Xian seizes the moment and formally declares that the Myriad Treasures convention has begun. At once the square erupts as cultivators pull out magic treasures, pills, spirit ores, beasts, jade slips, and every other odd treasure they dared bring. The combined treasure light swells into a dazzling sea above Danxia Holy Land, while the immortal's gaze begins to drift slowly across the countless offerings. The crowd falls almost painfully silent under that scrutiny, torn between excitement and fear of offending the being judging them from the sky. Then one cultivator's jade box suddenly rises into the air, and he nearly bursts with joy when he realizes the immortal has picked his treasure. But many experienced onlookers only sneer, because being noticed without making the treasure list means the item was merely useful, not truly exceptional. Inside Wu Wu's mind, the old man dismisses the reward as only 3 immortal stones and makes it clear that this kind of payment is not nearly as valuable as it sounds. When Wu Wu asks what immortal stones are, the old man explains that they sit between top-grade spirit stones and low-grade immortal jade, useful to cultivators but second-rate by upper realm standards. The old man warns Wu Wu that if his own treasure is chosen, he should ask for pills instead of stones, materials, or magic treasures he cannot safely use yet. He goes even further and tells Wu Wu to consume those pills on the spot, so nobody can kill him and rob him afterward. Wu Wu accepts the advice without argument, and quietly locks that survival plan into place. Elsewhere in the crowd, Yu Mingji also explains to Yu Hongye that a treasure rewarded with only 3 immortal stones was decent but nowhere near pillar-worthy. Even so, he tells her immortal stones are still more precious than ancient immortal jade in the lower realm, and Yu Hongye calmly accepts that judgment. The immortal keeps selecting treasures one by one from the sea of hundreds of thousands, and the chosen items gather in the center while white reward lights keep falling from the sky. Then a small purple cauldron suddenly shoots up from one cultivator's arms, and one of the 10 stone pillars lights up at once. A huge black tortoise phantom bursts from that pillar and circles the cauldron, telling the whole square that one of the top 10 spots has just been claimed. The black tortoise lifts the cauldron onto the pillar, and the stunned owner suddenly receives more than 100 immortal stones along with a glowing stalk of immortal grass. As the lucky cultivator hurriedly stores everything away, envy turns dangerous, and some people in the crowd already start memorizing his face for later. A little later, the immortal's attention sweeps toward Wu Wu's sect, and the disciples there immediately tense up and display the treasures they prepared in advance. The most eye-catching item is a red precious jade held by the handsome disciple who mocked Wu Wu before, and he is so confident that he openly glances over in contempt. What he sees only deepens his scorn, because Wu Wu is still standing there with a dull broken stone that looks worthless. For one brief instant the immortal's attention lands on the handsome disciple, but it moves away just as fast, leaving him baffled and deflated. The handsome disciple looks back expecting Wu Wu to fail too, and instead sees Wu Wu's broken stone shoot into the air with a bang. Before the stone even reaches the center, another pillar flares bright and a mighty white tiger phantom strides out from it. The square erupts in alarm, because this white tiger sign is even stronger than the earlier black tortoise and means Wu Wu's shabby stone is a far greater treasure than anyone guessed. More than 200 immortal stones and 6 colored reward lights start dropping from the sky, and the handsome disciple can only stare in disbelief at Wu Wu's impossible luck. In the middle of the treasure gathering, Wu Wu suddenly drops his useless act and stands there with a completely different, confident aura. After accepting the dare in his heart, Wu Wu steps forward and boldly shouts to the sky, asking the exalted immortal for a pill instead of more immortal stones or herbs. The whole square goes tense at once, because everyone thinks this plain young man just got greedy in front of a being he should never offend. When the falling immortal stones and colorful rewards suddenly stop and pull back, the onlookers are sure punishment is coming. Instead, a larger and brighter light descends straight to Wu Wu and reveals a small jade bottle in front of him. Wu Wu does not give anyone time to inspect it, and he immediately opens the bottle and swallows the pill in one move. Strange light bursts from Wu Wu's body, and his face twists in pain so badly that the crowd starts telling itself the exalted immortal poisoned him. Their smug relief dies fast when Wu Wu's cultivation starts surging upward in plain view. In just a few breaths, Wu Wu breaks through and stabilizes at the late nascent soul stage, leaving the square stunned. Then a dignified voice from the sky makes the rule clear: this favor happens only once, and will not be repeated. Wu Wu bows respectfully and slips back into the crowd, but now the same people who look down on him are staring with envy and admiration. Inside his mind, the old senior asks if he believes him now, and Wu Wu basks in the attention like he was born for it. Wu Wu tells himself this is just the first step, and he is going to make the whole southern territory remember his name. He looks over at the handsome disciple who mocked him before, and one cold smile from Wu Wu is enough to make that young man avert his eyes. Elsewhere in the square, Yu Hongye and her second uncle Yu Mingji admit that Wu Wu dared to ask for more when ordinary cultivators would never have taken that risk. Yu Mingji even assumes Wu Wu must be a prodigy from the Central Plains, and his words remind Yu Hongye of the two extraordinary men she met at startling Rainbow Valley. The Myriad Treasures convention rolls on, and one treasure after another rises into the sky while ancient beast phenomena flash above the square. A powerful sect from the Middle State steals attention for a moment when one of its offerings draws more than 400 immortal stones and makes the whole crowd jealous. Even with all that excitement, Wu Wu remains the convention's breakout name, because he is still the only person who managed to get an immortal pill. As most groups finish presenting, only the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets remains, and both Yu Hongye and Yu Mingji tense up because everything now depends on their turn. When their moment arrives, Yu Mingji quickly lays out his prepared treasures, and Yu Hongye adds the small sword she took from the ancient Sword Immortal's cave abode. The Immortal's divine sense sweeps over the table, and one of Yu Mingji's supporting treasures rises first, already giving him an unexpected shock of joy. Then Yu Hongye's small sword ignites with red light and shoots into the sky, instantly triggering a vermilion bird phenomenon across the square. The sight rattles even Wu Wu, because the old senior in his mind recognizes the sword intent at once as belonging to Sword Immortal Cheng He. When Wu Wu asks who Cheng He is, the old senior reluctantly admits that this Sword Immortal stands at the Immortal King level, and is a major figure even in the immortal world. Wu Wu immediately pushes his luck and asks how his senior compares, forcing the old man to bluff that Cheng He once had to read his mood. Pleased by that answer, Wu Wu starts dreaming bigger again and promises he will become a peerless genius under his senior's guidance. But behind the bluff, the old senior is secretly bitter, because at his peak he was only a true immortal and nowhere near someone like Cheng He. To hide that weakness, the old man quickly changes the subject and predicts that Cheng He's sword should win first place even if it is only an early magic treasure. The reward proves just how valuable it is, because 400 bright light orbs rain down, each carrying a piece of white jade more precious than ordinary immortal stones. The old senior identifies them as low-grade immortal jade, and Wu Wu can only stare upward in raw jealousy. Yu Hongye is thrilled when her second uncle confirms that this immortal jade is far better than ancient immortal jade, because she is already imagining how happy Senior Lu will be. Then the illusory immortal in the sky does something unprecedented and personally takes Yu Hongye's small sword into his own hand. That single gesture leaves the whole square speechless, because it means the immortal values this sword far beyond an ordinary accepted treasure. The divine sense sweeps past what seems to be the last item on their table, and everyone thinks the convention is finally over. But the immortal's attention snaps back, and the plain painting scroll in front of Yu Mingji suddenly rises into the air as one more chosen treasure. The crowd can barely believe it, because out of the few items the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets brought, 3 have now caught the immortal's eyes. As the scroll reaches the middle of the square, a huge spiritual sense circles it over and over, as if the immortals themselves are trying to confirm what they are seeing. Then the plain scroll slowly opens in front of the entire square, and the expressions of everyone present change at once. The painting suddenly erupts with overwhelming Tao rhythm, and the whole convention square is hit by a soul-shaking pressure before anyone can even react. In the next instant, everyone is dragged into the scroll's illusion and finds themselves standing in a foggy immortal realm of churning clouds and burning sky. A blinding pillar of light tears down through the clouds, colored immortal light washes over the crowd, and a solemn voice makes even seasoned cultivators shiver. One stunned cultivator blurts out the question on everyone's mind: is this really the immortal world? The vision shifts again and reveals endless jade palaces towering into the clouds, so grand that everyone feels tiny in front of them. Beneath those palaces, immortal beasts cry out and ranks of immortal soldiers and generals stand guard with an aura so terrifying it nearly crushes the crowd's Tao hearts. Then a majestic command rings through the void, and a colossal gate rises from the clouds between heaven-piercing pillars. When the crowd finally reads the words South Heaven Gate, the painting's secret stops feeling like fantasy and starts feeling like forbidden history. Before anyone can recover, one immortal shadow appears in the sky, then another, then dozens more until the heavens are crowded with terrifying immortal figures. Wu Wu freezes under the pressure of the vision, and the old voice in his mind suddenly starts piecing together what they are seeing. As the old voice blurts out the answer, Wu Wu realizes the vision is the legendary ancient immortal court above the 9 heavens. The old voice explains that this ancient court once stood in the immortal world before a great calamity destroyed it, leaving only scattered relics behind. Then the old voice turns practical and greedy, pushing Wu Wu to remember the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets because anyone tied to this painting must be hiding a huge opportunity. Wu Wu instantly convinces himself that this ancient fortune appeared for him, and his eyes lock onto the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets with naked ambition. Back in the square, the rain of rewards finally leaves a small mountain of immortal jade and assorted treasures piled in front of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Even the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is rattled, because they had seen Senior Lu's painting before and never guessed it hid something that could shock even immortals. As the immortal figures vanish and the crowd wakes up, jealousy replaces shock, because everyone now knows the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has touched an enormous secret. Then the convention ends in another strange twist as the treasures offered by every faction start flying back into the sky to be retrieved by the immortals. But the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets' mysterious painting is not taken away, and the little red sword that caused the vermilion bird phenomenon is actually sent back down. The answer comes a heartbeat later when an immortal in the sky turns toward the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets and bows slightly in respect. The clever spectators finally understand the truth. The immortal jade was never a payment for the painting, it was an offering made to the terrifying figure behind it. As the treasure meeting ends and the Holy Land's light fades, the cultivators leave in a daze, feeling like they just woke from a dream they will never forget. Not long after, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets races away on a flying ship, but the people aboard can already see hostile cultivators tailing them through the night sky. At the stern, the pavilion's leaders compare notes in rising anxiety. The pursuers mean trouble, and even a delayed departure through a secret route was not enough to shake them. The senior aboard can only swallow his bitterness, realizing Senior Lu's painting won them glory and painted a target on the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets at the same time. Yu Hongye tries to reassure him by bringing up her last escape, when Senior Lu's painting protected her automatically, and she hopes he left another backup this time too. That gives Yu Mingji a flash of hope, but he quickly tempers it, because he knows Senior Lu may value Yu Hongye far more than the pavilion itself. Yu Hongye insists Senior Lu would not casually discard his own arrangement, and she reminds her uncle that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is still his useful mouthpiece in the outside world. With no better option, Yu Mingji decides to pour everything into reaching the nearest teleportation point before the pursuers can catch them. He quietly tells Yu Hongye that if they are intercepted, she must take the painting and escape first, because her life matters most to the pavilion. Yu Hongye is left red-eyed, while Yu Mingji keeps the rest to himself. He plans to use the others to stall the enemy, and then escape with a secret technique if he has to. Elsewhere in the sky, Wu Wu follows on a miniature flying boat and checks the situation with his spiritual sense. The old man warns Wu Wu that they are far from alone, because many other cultivators are chasing the same prize. Wu Wu bears his ruthlessness and swears that the ancient immortal court opportunity must be his, no matter who dies for it. Then the old man reveals just how bad the chase is. Dozens of Dharma idols, soul formation experts, void interpretation cultivators, and even 3 tribulation transcension monsters are after the same ship. Even with that lineup, Wu Wu refuses to back off, and he pushes the old man to come up with a way to seize the chance anyway. The old man tells him not to fight for the treasure head-on, and instead proposes a colder strategy. Wait for the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets to be attacked, then show up as their savior, and earn their favor. He even promises that if things get desperate, he will burn his own primordial spirit to help Wu Wu make that move. Wu Wu eagerly agrees, and the old man tells him to hang back and let the rougher hunters strike first. On the pavilion ship, Yu Mingji orders everyone to burn whatever resources they must, even immortal jade, because the nearest teleportation point is only 1,000 miles away. The whole crew answers under heavy pressure, sweating as they realize this sprint may decide whether they live or die. A moment later, Yu Hongye rushes over with bad news. The pursuers have realized where they are heading and have stopped hiding to close the distance openly. When Yu Mingji looks back, the worst part becomes clear. Most of the hunters are still far off, but 7 or 8 of the strongest are already starting to catch the ship. As the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets flees, Yu Mingji orders the flying ship's spiritual cannons to fire backward, and Yu Hongye joins in with her own treasures to slow the pursuers. Yu Hongye stops holding back and joins the desperate defense with her own treasure, and the small sword she won from the ancient Sword Immortal's cave abode. Fueled by the immortal jade they just won, the ship's cannons hammer the chasers hard enough to force them to slow down. When the teleportation point finally comes into reach, Yu Mingji lets himself believe they might escape without losing anyone. That hope dies instantly when a terrifying aura locks onto the ship and freezes the whole top-grade vessel in midair. Yu Mingji realizes in horror that the attacker is an advanced tribulation transcension cultivator far beyond his level. A cold man steps out of the void above them and threatens to kill everyone unless they hand over the painting scroll. The people on the ship turn pale under his pressure, and Yu Hongye can only warn that the painting already belongs to a far stronger lord. The late-stage expert laughs off the warning and makes it clear he does not care who stands behind them. With one gesture, he presses everyone on the flying ship down so hard they can barely breathe. Yu Mingji falls into despair and bitterly regrets not sending Yu Hongye away earlier. Yu Hongye tries to pull out the scroll, but the enemy's suppression freezes her body and even her storage bracelet will not respond. Just as everyone accepts they are about to die, a second invisible power sweeps in and strips the pressure off the ship. Yu Mingji looks up and sees Reverend Wan Xian appear in front of the deck like a calm old savior. Wan Xian politely greets the attacker and asks him to spare the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, as honored guests of Danxia Holy Land. The old expert refuses, revealing he has been stuck for thousands of years and sees the painting as his last chance to ascend before his lifespan runs out. Wan Xian tries to save the situation by offering a longevity pill that could extend the man's life by 1,000 years. The desperate cultivator admits the pill is impressive, but says even that kind of medicine no longer matters to him. Wan Xian makes one last attempt to negotiate, promising Danxia Holy Land will discuss any condition. The man offers a false compromise, he will spare their lives if they lend him the painting for 100 years. When Wan Xian says there is nothing left but to fight, panic spreads through the pavilion ship again. Yu Mingji secretly tells Yu Hongye to run if battle breaks out, trying to save at least one key person in the chaos. Wan Xian calmly reminds the attacker that with Danxia treasures and the pavilion ship involved, he may not win even if he starts the fight. The old expert answers with a cruel laugh and reveals he never planned to fight alone. Dozens of hidden cultivators step out of the void, from Dharma idol to tribulation transcension, and admit they intend to share the painting among themselves. Even Wan Xian is shaken by how many respected southern region elites have chosen to rob and kill for this chance. Then Wan Xian exhales and says, with real regret, that the southern region is about to lose dozens of elite cultivators today. Before the ambushers can understand what he means, Wan Xian fires a spiritual flare straight into the sky. Lightning rips across the heavens, a door opens in the void, and an ethereal immortal shadow drifts out. The strongest ambushers recognize an immortal descent at once, and the whole group breaks in panic as they scream for everyone to run. But the moment they try to escape, every one of them is locked in place so completely they cannot even blink. The immortal shadow points once, and a single beam splits into dozens of lights aimed at every trapped target. In the next instant, the ambushers are erased so thoroughly that nothing remains except their storage bags. Yu Mingji and the others are left speechless, watching the kind of power that turns dozens of top experts into nothing. Then the immortal shadow turns toward the ship, bows politely, and asks them to pass along greetings to the Lord behind the pavilion of heavenly secrets. After the immortal leaves with Wan Xian, Yu Mingji finally puts it together, and grows excited instead of frightened. He tells Yu Hongye this had to be another backup plan from Senior Lu, because that mysterious senior always leaves a way out. Yu Hongye thinks it over and quietly accepts that Senior Lu may have planned this from the moment he gave her the painting. Far away in the clouds, Wu Wu has been secretly watching the whole disaster, originally hoping to fish in troubled waters before giving up on the chance. When the immortal appeared, even that one glance in his direction made Wu Wu feel like he had fallen into an ice pit. Only after the immortal spares him and wipes out the others does Wu Wu dare breathe again. Seeing dozens of Dharma idol and tribulation experts die like dust leaves Wu Wu stunned by how absolute the gap is between cultivator and immortal. He even thanks the old senior in his mind for warning him not to act rashly, because one wrong move would have gotten him killed on the spot. The elder in Wu Wu's mind warns that this ancient immortal court fortune has already drawn a true celestial immortal, so Wu Wu cannot touch it yet. Still, the old man tells him to keep waiting, avoid showing hostility, and follow the pavilion after they leave the Danxia Holy Land area. Wu Wu stays unwilling but not defeated, convincing himself there may still be another chance after the teleportation. Just as he is about to head for the teleportation point, Wu Wu senses someone behind him and sharply calls them out. Two soul formation cultivators step out, and one look at them tells Wu Wu he is in serious trouble. The pair openly discuss killing him, deciding the ancient immortal court fortune is too dangerous but any treasure Wu Wu carries is still worth taking. Trying to stay calm, Wu Wu claims he comes from a powerful Central Plains sect and warns that killing him will bring a sect-wide manhunt. Instead of backing down, the two mock his so-called Central Plains and reveal they specialize in robbing cultivators from there. Then they twist the knife and tell Wu Wu his sect people are already dead, even repeating how a little girl cried out for junior brother Wu to save her. The moment Wu Wu hears that his gentle senior sister died calling for him, he loses control completely. Wu Wu explodes in rage over a woman's death and charges in, swearing to fight his enemies to the bitter end. Far above in the upper realm, Yilin arrives at Danxia Sect's secret chamber looking every bit like a prized disciple with urgent business for his master. Inside, Yilin drops to both knees before immortal venerable Feichen, whose mysterious light and strange phenomena make the whole room feel untouchable. Feichen tells him to skip the ceremony, but Yilin insists that no matter what his master says, he will never relax proper respect. Yilin turns even his kowtow into a display of cultivation, pounding the floor with a Tao-filled rhythm like 10,000 immortals bowing at once. That little performance works, and Feichen smiles as he praises Yilin for pushing the technique he taught him to an impressive level. When Feichen asks about the mission, Yilin reports that he already wiped out the impatient lower realm cultivators who coveted the painting and warned the rest away. Feichen approves the result but coldly points out Yilin's flaw. For something this important, leaving witnesses alive was too soft. The lesson hits hard, and Yilin immediately concludes that even spectators should have been erased if they could become future trouble. Feichen stops him from rushing back out and reveals he already planned around this weakness with a backup trap hidden in the golden light finger. He explains that any lower realm enemy touched by Yilin's golden light finger has already had their fate damaged, so even spared enemies are doomed to die soon. Admiring his master's foresight, Yilin asks the bigger question at last: was there really a peerless expert hiding behind that ordinary-looking painting? Feichen says Yilin missed the crucial clue. The same aura from the painting also clung to the woman who carried it, proving she had already been accepted by that hidden expert. He adds that even Yilin could only move the scroll with immortal energy because either of them was actually allowed to get close to it. Feichen admits something terrifying even he cannot ignore. By his judgment, the owner of that painting stands far above an immortal emperor. In Feichen's view, only a towering figure from the ancient immortal court fits that level, which means some ancient giant is very likely hiding in the mortal world. He keeps following the logic and says that if such an expert sent paintings to Danxia Holy Land on purpose, there has to be a reason, and that alone is enough to make the whole sect cautious. Feichin reveals the first painting already altered the 9 heavens and 10 earths grand array, upgrading his old pseudo-immortal formation into a true immortal array in the mortal world. That impossible upgrade convinces Feichin the hidden expert was showing goodwill first and power second, because no ordinary immortal could create an immortal array that does not drain the mortal world dry. Yulin wonders if that means the expert is scheming against Danxia sect, but Feichin shuts that down immediately. Feichin says the sect simply is not worth plotting against, because one of that expert's paintings is already worth more than everything Danxia sect owns. At most, Feichin guesses, Danxia sect might only be a convenient source of resources or a pawn somewhere inside that peerless expert's larger game. Then Feichin gives the lesson he really wants carved into Yulin's bones. In chaotic times, the first rule is not to be useful, but to survive. His warning is brutally clear. If that hidden expert ever appears, Yulin must never defy him, because avoiding one fatal mistake matters more than winning favor. Feichin says Yulin still fell short of excellence, and if he had not personally stepped in, that one oversight might have dragged the whole sect into eternal disaster. As punishment and instruction, Feichin orders him to stay on his knees until he truly understands, then vanishes to handle matters himself. Left alone, Yulin is rattled that his invincible-seeming master treats this unseen figure with near-religious caution, even if part of him still resists it. But obedience wins out, and Yulin strips away his immortal power so he can kneel on the freezing floor with nothing but his mortal flesh. The chamber immediately starts tearing him apart, shredding his robes and skin under formation pressure, an immortal chi that his unprotected body cannot bear. Even after being reduced to a near-collapsing skeleton, Yulin keeps kneeling, proving exactly why Feichin chose him as his only personal disciple. At the edge of breaking, Yulin finally sees the point. Those lower realm people never needed his protection, and greed toward that painting would only have led him to the same death. He realizes Feichin was testing him twice over, and in a burst of fierce gratitude, he declares that he finally understands his master's life-saving lesson. That realization becomes a breakthrough, and Yulin surges from late human immortal all the way to late earth immortal in one leap. The moment his level rises, his immortal bones shatter apart and spin into a giant vortex of chi instead of simply collapsing. Then the impossible happens as bones, organs, flesh, and skin rebuild from the vortex, leaving Yulin reborn on the chamber floor. As Yulin hurriedly dresses and stares at his restored body in disbelief, Feichin suddenly appears again and tells him this is not the power of a true immortal at all. Feichin says Yulin's rebirth was a blessing from that same peerless expert, which means the breakthrough was tied directly to his realization about the painting. When Feichin presses him on what he was thinking before the advance, Yulin first answers with flattery and gets instantly scolded for missing the real point. Once Yulin admits he was really thinking about the ancient immortal court painting and its hidden master, Feichin cuts him off at once and orders him to close his eyes and focus on that scene. While Yulin keeps his eyes shut and concentrates, Feichin takes out a painting from the lower realm and slowly unfolds it so his disciple sees it the instant he opens his eyes. One look makes Yulin tremble, because he instantly recognizes this as another work from that same terrifying lord. Feichin confirms it is the very painting he secretly brought up from the lower realm, the foundation of the upgraded 9 heavens and 10 earths grand array. Feichin admits the price was much heavier than he first said, because hiding this painting's aura in the upper realm cost him a serious loss of vital energy. Realizing his master went through all that for his sake, Yulin is deeply moved and begins meditating on the painting with everything he has. The deeper Yulin looks, the more alarmed he becomes, because this painting carries even denser Dao charm than the ancient immortal court one. He understands at once that if this scroll had been opened outside the sealed room, the immortal world itself would have been shaken by the phenomenon. That makes Feichin's sacrifice look even bigger, and Yulin forces himself to set aside emotion so he can keep comprehending every scrap he can. A short while later, Yulin finishes his meditation, and Feichin immediately tells him to release his aura at full strength. The instant Yulin obeys, he freezes in shock, because the aura pouring out of him is no longer Earth Immortal at all but already late Celestial Immortal. In the Danxia sect secret room, Immortal Feichin confirms that Yulin really jumped all the way to late Celestial Immortal after studying the Cloud Afterglow Immortal Rhyme painting. Feichin explains that the painting was created from the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation and contains many great das, so how much someone gains depends entirely on comprehension. Feichin openly praises Yulin, saying he expected only an early breakthrough and did not expect this usually rigid disciple to surge so far in one step. Yulin admits he is baffled because this breakthrough felt completely natural, with no tribulation or struggle, after being stuck for tens of thousands of years. Feichin tells Yulin his foundation had been ready for a long time, and the painting only gave the last push his rigid temperament had been blocking. Then Feichin turns serious and says the painting is far too dangerous in the upper realm, because immortal chi there can awaken its true power and attract terrifying old monsters. He reveals he already placed a restriction on the painting to block immortal chi, but that seal will not last much longer. Feichin orders Yulin to return the painting to the lower realm immediately, warning that keeping it here any longer could bring disaster to the Danxia sect. When Yilin asks why the painting shows no aura in the lower realm, Feichen says the 9 heavens and 10 earths formation hides it and cuts off immortal probing. Feichen cuts off further questions, tells Yilin to disguise his celestial immortal aura as human immortal on the way back, and sends him out at once. Yilin respectfully obeys, stores the painting, and quickly leaves the secret room. As soon as Yilin is gone, Feichen's smile turns strange and the truth comes out. This delivery was never just an errand, but a final test of character. Feichen reveals the painting Yilin carried is only a projection from the formation spirit, because the real masterpiece already fused with Lord Formation Spirit and cannot be taken out. The trap is brutal. If Yilin gets greedy and opens the fake scroll in the way, the imprint inside will throw his formation Dao into chaos and blow him apart. Feichen hates using such a test on his own disciple, but he believes one mistake could get the entire Danxia sect burned to ashes, so caution wins over sentiment. Thinking back on the ancient Immortal Court painting, Feichen judges that the mysterious artist may have stood outside the southern heaven gate and been only a minor figure there. Even that possibility terrifies him, because a low-ranked immortal from the ancient Immortal Court would still dwarf a present-day immortal emperor. Feichen suddenly stops himself, nervous that saying too much about heavenly secrets could bring backlash even on him. After a bitter pause, he wonders if ancient monsters are waking up again, and whether the immortal world is heading toward another apocalypse. He steadies himself with one practical thought: if that peerless expert keeps backing them, the Danxia sect may at least survive the danger ahead. With that, Feichen decides the ancient Immortal Court matter must be reported to the Immortal Lord immediately and vanishes from the room. The story shifts to Jianglu, who stares at Lu Hongji in disbelief after hearing that Senior Lu really accepted him. Lu Hongji smugly downplays it, saying he is only Senior Lu's student for now and still has to pay tuition, but the pride in his voice is impossible to miss. Jianglu can barely hide his envy, thinking bitterly that his master was right about simple sword-brained fools like Lu Hongji stumbling into outrageous luck. He also keeps his real understanding to himself, because Lu Hongji still does not know Senior Lu is a monstrous figure even the Dao Constellation Palace must look up to. Thinking back to his sect leader's order to stay by Senior Lu's side and report anything important, Jianglu steels himself and decides he cannot fall behind Lu Hongji now. By chapter 180, Jianglu has talked himself into a new goal. If Lu Hongji can become a student, then he wants to become Senior Lu's student too and learn chess from him. He dreams that even a little of Senior Lu's chess Dao might turn him into another carefree patriarch, and the thought makes his heart race. So he quickly asks the practical question: what tuition fee did Lu Hongji pay to get accepted? Lu Hongji casually answers that he paid with ancient immortal jade. At first Jianglu is confused that a supreme expert like Senior Lu would even care about immortal jade at all. Then Jianglu flips the whole thing around and decides the fee must have been a hidden kindness, giving straightforward Lu Hongji a proper excuse to stay close to Senior Lu. When he asks how much jade it was, Lu Hongji says he only had around 300 pieces, and just handed them over without counting carefully. Jianglu suddenly has a revelation and insists the real number must have been exactly 365 pieces. Since 365 matches the heavenly cycle, Jianglu becomes even more convinced that Senior Lu checked the count on purpose and accepted Lu Hongji for a reason already written into the Dao. Lu Hongji is left oddly deflated, feeling like he was accepted less for himself than for some perfect coincidence Senior Lu had already calculated. Jianglu envies him anyway and grumbles that he does not have enough immortal jade on hand to copy the same path. Lu Hongji says he has no extra immortal jade left either, so Jianglu can only grit his teeth and decide to gather some later in the southern territory. Even without the tuition yet, Jianglu decides he cannot risk leaving, especially after noticing that Lu Hongji's cultivation and Dao aura have already grown stronger than his. With that settled, Jianglu and Lu Hongji head together to Senior Lu's familiar small courtyard, both carrying a tense kind of anticipation. At the gate, Jianglu stops at the words Immortal's Destiny's small shop and feels how much everything has changed since he last stood here. He calls out respectfully from outside, announcing that Junior Jianglu has come to visit. Lu Changgong's warm voice answers from inside, telling them there is no need for so many formalities and they can come straight in. Jianglu carefully pushes the door open and enters with Lu Hongji, still tense despite the easy welcome. The front yard is empty, so the two men head around to the backyard to find where Senior Lu is. In the backyard, they find Lu Changgong with his sleeves rolled up, using a sickle to loosen the soil around the old peach tree while Weiqi stands by with a wooden bucket. To Jianglu, the sight hits even harder because Senior Lu looks perfectly at home in that humble courtyard, so natural that he seems like a living figure inside a painting. Lu Changgong notices Jianglu and brightens right away, already treating him as another promising customer. He puts down the sickle, takes the towel Weiqi offers him, and politely tells Jianglu to sit. Jianglu refuses to sit, because seeing Lu Hongji standing behind Senior Lu makes him even more careful about his own place here. Lu Changgong notices Jiangliu's odd nervousness, and starts guessing that the calligraphy and paintings he gave him last time must have made a huge splash. With that thought, Lu Changgong finally asks the key question, wondering if Jianglu came because of the calligraphy and paintings from last time. In Lu Changgong's small courtyard, Jianglu respectfully explains that his family elders already saw Lu's calligraphy, understood its deeper meaning, and sent him here on purpose. Jianglu remembers just how serious that order was, because even the lofty carefree Grand Sage told them to keep Senior Lu happy at all costs, even if another chessboard had to be sacrificed. Lu Changong misunderstands the whole visit and concludes that Jianglu must be here to thank him for helping smooth over the lost treasure issue with his family. So Lu waves it off and tells Jianglu not to be so polite, just come support the shop more often in the future. Jianglu hears something completely different and goes bitter with disappointment, convinced Senior Lu already saw through the reason he came. Lu calmly nods, still thinking this is about gratitude, while Jianglu takes that as proof his little scheme has already been exposed. Desperate not to miss this chance, Jianglu suddenly drops to his knees and pours out all his ancient immortal jades in front of Lu Changgong. Jianglu admits the amount is not enough to become Lu's disciple, but he still begs to stay by Senior Lu's side and learn chess through his family's connection. To make it look even more sincere, Jianglu suppresses his spiritual power and starts smashing his head against the ground in a brutal imitation of Lu Hongji's earlier plea. Lu Changgong finally realizes this is not a thank you visit at all, and that Jianglu is trying to copy Lu Hongji by paying tuition to become another student. At that moment, Lu Hongji also drops to his knees and backs Jianglu up, swearing his trickster friend is genuinely sincere. Jianglu is so shaken by Lu Hongji's help that he lowers himself even further and blurts out that, if disciple is too much, he is willing to become Senior Lu's slave instead. Lu Changgong does not hesitate over accepting Jianglu himself, but over fairness, because Lu Hongji paid far more and he refuses to cheapen the first student's effort. To settle it like a careful shopkeeper, Lu points at the pile and asks Jianglu exactly how many immortal jades he has. Jianglu counts with a bitter face and reports the humiliating total: only 181 pieces, not even half of what Lu Hongji paid. Lu instantly solves the fairness problem by saying the rest can be made up later, accepting Jianglu on installments. Jianglu is overwhelmed with joy and immediately starts kowtowing again with spiritual power behind it, hard enough to draw blood. Lu Changgong hurriedly stops him, scolding that splashing blood around the courtyard will ruin business. While Lu privately decides these two strange rich cultivators are sincere enough to teach, Jianglu is busy convincing himself Senior Lu accepted him for a hidden cosmic reason. Jianglu suddenly realizes 181 matches the number of black stones on a standard chessboard, and he is stunned that Senior Lu had forced him to count before accepting him. The more Jianglu thinks about it, the more certain he becomes that every word from Senior Lu hides a lesson, and that this is exactly why his sect leader sent him here to serve. Then Lu suddenly remembers the prince's messenger talisman still sitting with him and decides to hand the errand off to his new disciples. Back outside, Lu gives Jianglu and Lu Hongji the talisman and tells them to go to the Grand Moon sect, find Old Zhu, and return it to its owner. Jianglu and Lu Hongji agree at once, while Lu mutters that the talisman has already been delayed too long and hopes it has not caused trouble. That worry leads straight to the Grand Moon sect, where 4 important figures are already gathered in the Supreme Elder's quiet room for an urgent meeting. Bai Zhe speaks first, ashamed that after breaking into the Dharma idol realm through one of Senior Lu's paintings, he still has not gone back to properly thank him. Lord Xinghe apologizes for dragging him here first, but Bai Zhe brushes that aside and asks the real question: why was this meeting urgent enough to interrupt that debt? Lord Xinghe's face hardens as he reveals why he called them. The matter may not look huge at first, but it could drag every cultivator in the southern region into danger. Lord Xinghe sees their confusion and reminds Wang Yuyan and the others about the earlier warning tied to the successor of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He explains that Sacred Lord Hongi has sent urgent news: more sects near Southern Gloom Mountain were wiped out, and the methods look just like the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lord Xinghe says Hongi suspects the successor has truly appeared, so he is returning to discuss it and warns them to prepare before the disaster spreads. The others immediately bow and thank Lord Xinghe, because if even 2 sacred lords are this cautious, the hidden enemy must be terrifying. Wang Yuyan quietly asks whether they should tell Senior Lu, but Lord Xinghe refuses because the truth is not fully confirmed yet, and he does not want to trouble Lu Changgong for a false alarm. He adds that if the crisis really grows into a Southern Territory catastrophe, they will not need to ask at all, because Senior Lu will solve it himself. When Wang Yuyan asks how cruel the Heavenly Demon Sect really was, Lord Xinghe answers with a chilling reminder: the southern region once had 4 holy lands, and now only 2 remain. His answer lands hard, and Wang Yuyan goes still as she realizes the vanished holy lands were most likely destroyed by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Before the room can recover, another message arrives, and Lord Xinghe checks the jade slip with a bitter expression. He reveals that the entire Billowing Sword sect, even with a late-stage Dharma idol expert, has just been exterminated, confirming the Heavenly Demon Sect successor has appeared for real. Lord Xinghe says surviving disciples reported 2 Heavenly Demon Sect disciples were involved, and they seem to be searching for some black pot. As Lord Xinghe warns that a great calamity is about to descend on the Southern Territory, Wang Yuyan instinctively thinks of Lu Changgong and feels sure he could handle it. The 2 elders exchange awkward looks, clearly thinking about the pot, but neither of them says a word yet. Lord Xinghe decides to leave for Hongi Holy Land at once and orders Wang Yuyan to stay behind, pass along anything from Senior Lu, and wait for further word. Just before Lord Xinghe leaves, One of the elders hurriedly stops him and says 2 people sent by Senior Lu are waiting outside. The moment Senior Lu's name comes up, Lord Xinghe agrees at once and waits to see the visitors. Soon Jiang Lu and Lu Hongji arrive, and their youth makes the room even more startling when everyone senses they are already early Dharma idol cultivators. Jiang Lu and Lu Hongji feel the terrifying pressure in the room too, and Jiang Lu immediately becomes extra careful when he realizes one of these seniors is near tribulation transcension. Jiang Lu respectfully asks which senior is surnamed Zhu as he and Lu Hongji face the hall's elders. Lu Hongji quickly corrects the misunderstanding and says they are only Senior Lu's students who still pay tuition. When Jiang Lu says they are too slow-witted to inherit Senior Lu's mantle, the 2 old venerables are completely shaken by how absurdly high Lu Changgong's standards must be. After calming himself, Zhu Zhao asks why Senior Lu sent them here, and Jiang Lu finally reveals the errand. Jiang Lu takes out a communication talisman and says Senior Lu told them to find its owner and return it. Wang Yuyan recognizes it first and says the talisman belongs to Li Xianmen, the 3rd prince of Dali, whom Senior Lu once guided through the carefree Grand Sage's chess game. Zhu Zhao remembers too, and they also identify the other prince tied to that old affair as Xia Wuji from Great Xia. With the owner identified, Jiang Lu prepares to leave and continue Senior Lu's errand. But Lord Xinghe stops them and asks whether Senior Lu said anything else, because everyone senses the old talisman may carry a deeper hint. Jiang Lu first introduces himself and Lu Hongji properly as Central Plains geniuses from the Dao Constellation Palace and the Limitless Sword Sect, and the room finally understands why they are so extraordinary. Lord Xinghe explains that they are facing a serious problem and urgently need any extra words Senior Lu may have left behind. Pressed by the whole room, Jiang Lu finally repeats Senior Lu's quiet last words. I've kept this messenger talisman for so long. I hope it's still in time. Don't cause any trouble. The room falls into deep thought, and Wang Yuyan is the first to say it feels like Senior Lu is using the return talisman to remind them of something important. That is when Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe speak up together and remind Lord Xinghe that he just said the heavenly demon sect successor was searching for a pot. Zhu Zhao admits they once saw a teapot at Senior Lu's residence called the Heaven Nurturing Pot, and the name hits Lord Xinghe like a flash of lightning. Lord Xinghe rapidly connects the clues and concludes that the black pot the demons want is probably the Heaven Nurturing Pot, an object likely tied to the old murders of the heavenly demon sect. He goes further and says Senior Lu must have foreseen the successor's appearance long ago, so this little errand was never about a talisman at all, but a warning delivered through Jiang Lu and Lu Hongji. The whole room is left staring at Lord Xinghe in admiration, especially Jiang Lu and Lu Hongji, who suddenly feel how far they still are from understanding Senior Lu. Now reassured, Lord Xinghe declares that since Senior Lu already predicted this, the heavenly demon sect is nothing more than ants trying to shake a great tree. With that confidence restored, Lord Xinghe leaves at last, and the fear in the room finally loosens. Once the tension clears, Wang Yuyan quietly admits she has not visited Senior Lu for a while and wonders, a little shyly, if he would still accept her as a maid. Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe instantly tease her that Senior Lu would definitely accept, and that they should all go pay their respects, leaving Wang Yuyan blushing as the room turns warm and light again. Jiang Lu and Lu Hongji can only take their leave first, slipping out while the Southern Territory seniors stay behind in that newly relaxed mood. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Li Xianmen gets surrounded by Imperial brothers who smugly bring up the old rumor that he beat the carefree Grand Sage's chess game and took the terrifying divination chessboard. The princes keep twisting the knife, demanding that Li Xianmen take the chessboard out and show everyone, clearly treating him like a fraud they can embarrass in front of the court. A white-robed Starlight Sect elder joins in and says his sect is tied to the carefree Grand Sage's legacy, so as a junior he has every reason to inspect the divination chessboard himself. A handsome young noble beside the elder pretends to be shocked, then openly threatens Li Xianmen with a report to the emperor if he dares act stingy and disrespectful to a guest. Li Xianmen burns with anger, but he knows every prince here has more backing than he does, so he has no room to lash out without making things worse. Forced to answer, Li Xianmen says the truth at last. He never solved that chess game himself, and the divination chessboard now belongs to the real expert who did. Instead of backing off, the white-robed elder smoothly presses harder and asks Li Xianmen to invite that expert over, saying he wants to consult the person who solved the exquisite chess game. The princes pile on immediately, laughing and telling Li Xianmen to go fetch the senior now if he really exists, until the whole hall turns into a public mockery. Li Xianmen grips his messenger talisman and thinks of Senior Lu, but shame stops him cold because he knows he already borrowed that senior's name once and has no face left to ask again. The white-robed elder scoffs that the carefree Grand Sage's exquisite chess game could trap and kill immortals, so no mortal could ever solve it, turning Li Xuanmen's story into a joke in front of the whole court. Li Xianmen finally decides he would rather endure all of it than hide behind Senior Lu's reputation again, so he stays silent and lets the insults keep landing. Then the talisman in Li Xuanmen's hand suddenly trembles, and his crushed mood flips into stunned hope. Barely believing it, Li Xianmen blurts out Senior Lu's name as he pulls out the talisman and stares at the flashing light. Before anyone can question him, a crushing aura slams down from the sky, and everyone in the palace realizes 2 Dharma idol experts have arrived above them. 2 figures finally appear above the palace, Jianlu and Lu Hongji, and the people below panic because only the white-robed elder has the realm to answer them. The white-robed elder tries to act confident, brings out a chessboard-shaped magic treasure, and flies up to stop what he thinks are just 2 younger troublemakers. He does not even finish introducing himself before Lu Hongji cuts loose a single strand of sword chi that flashes straight through the sky. That one strike slices the elder's natal chessboard treasure in half, and the backlash sends him vomiting blood and crashing backward in shock. Lu Hongji coldly says they are acting on Senior Lu's business, and delaying something important for that senior is enough to make the elder's life worthless to him. Everyone below is left staring in shock after one casual move wrecks the white-robed elder's treasure and body, and Li Xianmen can barely process the gap in power above him. Jianglu and Lu Hongji descend into the palace grounds with calm, noble bearing, making the great Xia princes feel even smaller in comparison. Still bleeding on the ground, the white-robed elder tries to lean on his sect's name and angrily demands to know who dared strike a Starlight sect elder in Great Xia territory. Jianglu laughs off the Starlight sect and casually reveals its founder was just an abandoned disciple of the Dao Constellation Palace, humiliating the wounded elder in front of everyone. The elder panics and tries to defend his ancestral master as some peerless genius, but Jianglu cuts him off and sneers that a refined scum like this only proves that abandoned disciple brought shame to the palace. To end the argument, Jianglu tosses out an azure token, and the elder freezes when he recognizes it as the Dao Constellation Palace Sect Master's token. The white-robed elder's Dao heart shatters on the spot, because that sect master's token in a young cultivator's hands overturns everything he believed about his own sect. In blind hysteria, he raises the token as if to smash it, but the token erupts first and countless blue spirit threads carve him apart where he stands. Jianglu takes the token back with open disdain, as the great Xia princes stare in cold sweat at the corpse of a Dharma idol elder who just died like an idiot. Li Xianmen is still trying to process the bloodbath when the 2 terrifying visitors walk straight up to him and ask one thing only: "Are you Li Xianmen?" Li Xianmen nearly thinks he is about to die for misusing Senior Lu's name, and he answers them in obvious fear. Instead of punishing him, Jianglu respectfully hands over a message talisman and says Senior Lu specially sent them here just to return it. That one line about Senior Lu shakes the whole hall, because every prince who mocked Li Xianmen now realizes the mysterious senior was real all along. Jianglu bluntly scolds the entire court, saying even the 2 of them would need to bow and kowtow just to seek an audience with Senior Lu, so this crowd of nobodies was never worthy of meeting him. Lu Hongji follows with one more contemptuous jab, saying the elder was so weak he could not even block a casual strike without sword intent, and then both men leave as abruptly as they came. As soon as Jianglu and Lu Hongji leave, the great Xia emperor steps into the wrecked courtyard with a dark face, showing he had been watching the whole disaster unfold. The first prince instantly tries to pin the disaster on Li Xianmen, claiming his 3rd brother lured those outsiders here and got a Starlight sect elder killed. The second prince rushes in after him and makes the accusation even uglier, crying that Li Xianmen nearly got them all massacred and begging the emperor to punish him. The emperor explodes, calls them unfilial fools, and slaps both princes so hard they spit blood on the spot. He says he knows exactly what kind of trouble they stirred up with their scoundrel friends, and he orders royal guards to drag both princes to the heavenly prison. After the troublemakers are dragged off, the emperor admits he misjudged his sons and names Li Xianmen crown prince, recognizing that the son he overlooked is the one tied to Senior Lu. Then the emperor makes the decision that changes everything. He names Li Xianmen crown prince, and says he will hand over the throne the very next day. Li Xianmen drops to his knees in gratitude, but he cannot help asking why his father is rushing the succession when he still seems strong and healthy. The emperor quietly reveals the reason. He is about to ascend to immortality, and with Great Xia's future at stake, he now needs Li Xianmen and his connection to Senior Lu to carry the dynasty forward. Peace breaks at Black Feather Sect when terrified screams rip through the mountain and the whole sect suddenly turns into a slaughterhouse. The Black Feather Sect patriarch rushes out of seclusion and freezes in shock as he sees corpses, broken walls, and a black-cloaked killer cutting through his people. A fleeing nascent soul elder begs for help, and the patriarch answers with pure fury at the demon massacring his sect. Realizing even the mountain's demons have been wiped out, the patriarch decides this monster cannot be allowed to live. He draws a sky-blue flying sword and unleashes a giant sword chi straight at the black figure below. The blast slams the target into the ground, and for one hopeful second the surviving elder thinks the patriarch won in a single move. When the dust clears, the demon is still standing there untouched, now fully visible as a giant white-haired young man with beast-like muscles and mismatched eyes. The patriarch meets that cold gaze and instantly understands he is looking at something that treats human lives like grass. The patriarch roars and tries to strike again before the monster can grow any stronger, but the white-haired demon only lifts one finger, and the air in front of it warps with invisible force. The next instant, the Black Feather Sect patriarch explodes in midair, killed before he can even finish his move. The demon spreads his arms like he is admiring fireworks, and the surviving elder's courage collapses on the spot. He points again and casually erases the nascent soul elder too. After that, he strolls through the Black Feather sect and kills the rest of its cultivators in only a few breaths. When no one is left alive, he stands among the corpses and inhales the blood-colored resentments rising from the dead. As his power climbs, a bent silver-haired old man in black robes steps out of the void and looks at him with pleased approval. The old man praises him and says a few more sect slaughters will meet the Darfiend demon god's requirement and earn him a third drop of demon essence blood. The youth obeys at once, letting the ghostly wails in his body fade as the black chi disappears and he returns to an ordinary cultivator's appearance. The disciple nervously asks if they should first recover the item their demon god wants before someone else senses it. His master is completely relaxed and says the heaven nurturing pot is already theirs, because only demon cultivators can actually use it. He boasts that after absorbing 6 drops of demon god's essence blood, he can even fight a descended human immortal, so stealing the heaven nurturing pot in the southern region will be easy. Then he reveals why he is rushing this campaign. Once he offers that treasure to the demon god and gains a 7th drop, he will have to ascend to the demon world and leave his disciple behind. He says he is slaughtering more sects now to raise his disciple's strength, so the boy can survive after his master is gone. The youth is sincerely grateful, and the old man, pleased with his choice of successor, tells him it is time for the next sect. So master and disciple leave the mountain side by side like harmless mortals, making the slaughter behind them feel even more grotesque. Some time later, 2 powerful figures tear into the air above Black Feather sect and arrive too late to stop the massacre. Sacred Lord Hongi curses their bad timing, furious that the killers slipped away yet again. Sacred Lord Brahma says the demons only just left, and both men hurry back into pursuit before more small sects are erased. At Mount Xinghong, the same white-haired pair walks up a narrow path with no spiritual aura showing at all, like 2 strange ordinary men. The old man senses only one mid-stage Dharma idol expert inside and calmly tells his disciple this sect is easy prey, so he should start at once. The disciple walks straight toward the gate, and the 2 gatekeepers stop him with a standard warning that trespassers will be killed without mercy. He mocks that threat, and black gas instantly tears through his clothes as his body swells back into demonic form. The guards slash at him in panic, but their swords cannot even cut his skin. Then he grabs the swords and chews them to pieces in front of them. One disciple finally recognizes them as the heavenly demon sect killers, and both men turn to run while crushing alarm jade slips. The alarm brings Xinghong's sect into the sky all at once, as countless disciples and elders rush out to face the threat at the mountain gate. The Xinghong sect master recognizes the white-haired intruder and immediately orders the mountain protecting array opened. He knows exactly who this is, because the southern region has already been terrified by reports of sect after sect being wiped out by the heavenly demon sect disciple. The barrier rises around the sect, and only then does the sect master breathe a little easier while everyone inside grips their dharma treasures in fear. The demon just smiles, lifts one finger again, and starts breaking the array piece by piece from outside. As he keeps walking and pointing, panicked reports come in that one formation core after another has been destroyed. That is what truly breaks morale, because this inherited grand array was supposed to withstand even a tribulation transcension strike. Meanwhile, the black aura around the demon stretches farther and farther, and everything it brushes dies. Watching from behind, the old master practically trembles with joy and shouts that fear makes the offering more delicious to the dark fiend demon god. At last the final finger strike lands, and Xinghong's sect's mountain protecting array shatters with a thunderous crash. The disciples stagger back in panic, and the demon stops strolling and launches into the air like a hunter diving on prey. Seeing no way out, the Xinghong sect master hardens himself to intercept the monster and buy time for his younger disciples to escape. Before he can make that sacrifice, 2 mountain-like figures appear overhead, and one casual wave slams the white-haired demon back to the ground like a broken dog. The sect master looks up in sudden relief and recognizes the reinforcements at last: Sacred Lord Brahma and Sacred Lord Hongi. At the Xinghong sect, Sacred Lord Brahma and Sacred Lord Hongi finally arrive, and the terrified disciples instantly think the crisis is over. But the 2 sacred lords do not look relaxed, because they already sense the demon in front of them is not an easy target. The white-haired demon youth bursts back out wrapped in thick black aura and charges the 2 sacred lords like a mad beast. Sacred Lord Brahma smashes him away again, but the demon youth just keeps coming back even more frenzied than before. As the demon youth is battered around over and over without dying, the Xinghong sect disciples realize they are watching something inhuman. Watching from afar, the silver-haired old demon decides his subordinate is still useful and that he has to step in personally against a late tribulation transcension enemy. Then black aura erupts from the old monster and swallows the sky, revealing a level of demonic power far beyond the younger successor. Even Sacred Lord Brahma and Sacred Lord Hongi are shaken, because only now do they understand the true terror of the heavenly demon sect. Back in Lu Changgong's courtyard, the mood could not be more different as he casually pours tea for Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe and tells them to make themselves at home. The 2 visitors secretly spot the heaven-nurturing pot on the table and relax, taking Lu Changgong's calm hospitality as proof that he fears no one coming to seize it. When Wan Yuyen stands and asks Lu Changgong to guide her zither skills, he agrees at once. Wan Yuyen begins to play, and the courtyard fills with zither music while Lu Changong enjoys the rare, peaceful company. Seeing Lu Changong so carefree while the heavenly demon sect is moving, Zhu Zhao and Huang Zhe become even more convinced they were worrying for nothing. Their eyes drift to the little white fox on Lu Changong's lap, and they are stunned by how much its bloodline has grown in his presence. After Wang Yuyan finishes, Lu Changong goes over to demonstrate the piece himself, and warns her to listen carefully because how much she grasps will depend on her luck. But Wang Yuyan is so flustered that she trips over herself and falls straight into Lu Changong's arms. Lu Changong simply tells her to focus, and Wang Yuyan, red-faced, hurriedly explains that she was only too anxious. Lu Changong quietly sends Weiqi inside to fetch a zither for him. Weiqi comes back carrying an oversized zither taller than she is, and even Lu Changong is surprised she brought this one out. Weiqi offers to switch it, but Lu Changong stops her and says this zither will do. When Lu Changong sets the massive zither down and prepares to play, Wang Yuyan notices it is no ordinary instrument. Then Wang Yuyan sees the ancient words carved on its back, and her whole body freezes when she realizes this is the immortal zither jade stream sound spring. The discovery hits her like thunder, because Senior Lu does not have one immortal zither after all, but two. Elsewhere in the sky, the badly injured Sacred Lord Brahma and Sacred Lord Hongi flee on the back of a huge colorful bird after barely escaping that old demon alive. Hongi bitterly admits that two late tribulation transcension experts have been reduced to fleeing on a bird, and Brahma says the enemy was hiding a terrifying cultivation level all along. As they continue toward Mount Taiyin, Hongi mourns the loss of the Xinghong sect and finally asks whether Lu Changong can really handle the heavenly demon sect's successor. Brahma cuts him off and says that with Hongi's temperament words are useless, because once he sees Senior Lu for himself he will understand. Near Mount Taiyin, the giant bird suddenly slows in panic and refuses to fly another step forward. No matter how Hongi urges it, the ancient bird only whimpers, as if some terrifying presence ahead is crushing its courage. Brahma tells Hongi to stop forcing it, and says they can walk the rest themselves, because the bird is terrified for a reason. Then Brahma reveals the truth. A phoenix is resting at Senior Lu's residence, and that single line leaves Hongi completely stunned. Back in the courtyard after the lesson, Lu Changong gently asks whether Wang Yuyan remembered the piece, and she hurriedly thanks him and says she gained a great deal. But Wang Yuyan is still so shaken by the fact that he owns two immortal zither that she barely absorbed the actual music at all. Her expression changes at once when a message arrives telling her that Sacred Lord Brahma and Sacred Lord Hongi were badly injured fighting the heavenly demon sect's successor, and are now heading for Mount Taiyin. She wants to warn Lu Changong, but remembers he already told them not to worry, so now she is trapped between urgency and fear of offending him. Lu Changong notices her flustered state, and kindly assumes she just has private business to handle, so he gives her permission to leave without pressure. When he adds that she should stay calm because there will be bright willows ahead, Wang Yuyan takes it as another hidden assurance that he already knows and will handle everything. She bows in gratitude and leaves convinced she has received Senior Lu's guidance, while Lu Changong only thinks he successfully comforted a panicked woman. After seeing everyone off, Lu Changong closes up the house and heads out with the little white fox to buy extra food, already resigned to Lu Hongji and maybe Jianglu freeloading at his place again. But as he follows the road deeper into the lunar market, Lu Changong slowly realizes the once lively area has turned strangely empty. As Lu Changong walks deeper into the lunar market to buy supplies, the lively district has turned eerie. Most shops are shuttered, only a few are still lit, and the few cultivators outside hurry past like trouble is coming. When Lu Changong goes out to buy roast chicken, he finds the area around Grand Moon Sect strangely deserted and tense. The shopkeeper quietly pulls him aside and says the real problem is not the sect itself, but a disaster spreading through the whole cultivation world. The shopkeeper tells him two demons are roaming the southern territory, searching for something and slaughtering sects so thoroughly that even mortals are not spared. Hearing that, Lu is hit again by how helpless an ordinary mortal is when cultivators start dying in batches. He figures Wang Yuyan's earlier anxiety was probably because of these demons, but he can only think about sending a painting to comfort people. Then the shopkeeper adds one chilling detail. The two demons are one old and one young, both white-haired, with black and white eyes and no visible pupils. That description instantly reminds Lu of cheer, and his bad feeling spikes hard enough to make his eyelids twitch. He hurriedly confirms the details one more time, thanks the shopkeeper, and rushes back home with his thoughts spiraling. Back at the small courtyard, Cheer greets him obediently as usual, which only makes the rumor feel more unreal to him. As he sits down and replays everything, Lu realizes all those powerful cultivators who reacted strangely to Cheer were probably recognizing her background, not just her looks. He asks as casually as he can whether she has ever seen someone who looks like her. After thinking for a moment, Cheer quietly says yes. Lu pushes further and asks if she has ever killed people together with them. Cheer drops her head and promises she will never kill randomly again, admitting the last time she killed was to protect the little fox from bad people. Even with his heart pounding, Lu strokes her head and tells her not to be afraid because he believes her. Once she steps aside, Lu pieces together a grim theory. Cheer and those two demons likely came from the same demonic training ground. He convinces himself Cheer was not a simple servant at all, but a pitiful child forced to cultivate demonic arts and kill for others. That also explains why Lord Xinghe, Yu Hongye, and the others kept sending things to nourish her body instead of exposing her. But understanding her past does not solve the real problem. If his guess is right, the demons will eventually come here and try to drag her back. He considers asking Lord Xinghe and the others for help, but if even strong cultivators might lose, that plan already feels painfully weak. His first instinct is to run, yet he immediately realizes fleeing with Chia would only make them easier to hunt. Before he can decide anything else, someone knocks at the door. Jianglu and Lu Hongji enter and report that they already returned the item Lu asked them to give back to Li Xianmen. Lu cuts straight to the real issue and asks whether the two of them are strong enough to get rid of the demons. Their bitter smiles say everything before the answer does. They are nowhere near strong enough. That shuts down Lu's last easy option, and he dismisses them with obvious disappointment. Outside the courtyard, Lu Hongji worries that Senior Lu was testing them. Jianglu agrees and thinks this was probably a rare chance to earn discipleship by solving the demon crisis for him. But the two of them can only admit the truth. Even Sacred Lord level experts were mauled by the demons, so they never had the strength to seize that chance. After they leave, Lu is forced to accept that even his stronger cultivator contacts cannot handle these demons. With outside help looking useless, Lu hardens his resolve and decides he will have to face this problem with his own methods. He knows a mortal fighting battle-hardened demons sounds absurd, but he refuses to believe he has no path at all. As a transmigrator with memories from another life, he starts searching those old stories for ways mortals could break a demon's momentum. Then his thoughts turn to the system skills he was given, and he suspects the answer may be hidden in zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting. By the end of that chain of thought, Lu has formed a bold plan and is ready to use any method that works. Elsewhere, Wan Yuyan confirms that Senior Lu already knew Sacred Lord Brahma and Sacred Lord Hongi had been defeated and told her to stay calm because the situation could still turn. Sacred Lord Brahma immediately hears the rebuke underneath those words and blames himself for ignoring Senior Lu's advice and getting injured for nothing. When Hongi asks what they should do now, Brahma says they can only wait for Senior Lu to move because the heavenly demon sect disciples will not stay arrogant for long. Chu Zhao backs that up by recalling how unbelievably calm Senior Lu looked while drinking tea beside the openly displayed heaven-nurturing pot. Brahma mocks himself for trying to hold up a sky that was never his to bear and says their reckless move only damaged their foundations and disturbed Senior Lu's plans. Hongi finally asks the obvious question outright. Who exactly is this Senior Lu that Brahma keeps praising so extravagantly? Instead of arguing, Brahma points upward and quietly implies that Senior Lu is an immortal who descended from above. Brahma goes further and says Senior Lu not only summoned an exalted phoenix, but also possesses multiple famous immortal artifacts from the upper realm rankings. That claim shakes Hongi so badly his body trembles, because anyone holding ranked immortal artifacts is a true figure of the immortal world. Wan Yuyan then admits she saw something even more shocking when she visited Senior Lu for zither guidance. She has to steady herself before saying it, because she knows they may not believe what she saw with her own eyes. Then she reveals that Senior Lu brought out another zither, one engraved with the name Jade Stream Sound Spring. Brahma blurts out the answer in shock. That is the number 1 zither among the ancient 10 great zither, which means Senior Lu holds 2 ranked immortal zither. The reveal leaves both Sacred Lords stunned speechless, as if their entire view of Senior Lu has been blown apart again. Far away in a hidden wilderness cave, the story cuts to the source of the terror. The white-haired demon youth kneels naked in fear before a dark ritual. Beside him, the silver-haired demon master waits quietly while rows of many-headed, many-armed statues stare forward with glowing red eyes. Endless dark red demonic chi pours out of the statues and into the kneeling youth's body during the ritual. As the demonic chi swells, a single drop of demonic god essence blood condenses in the air, larger than the old man expected. The old demon master privately thinks his disciple's aptitude is actually poor, and that he only chose the boy because he was obedient and easy to control. Even so, he puts on an excited face and praises the youth as a peerless genius favored by the demonic god. He urges his disciple to swallow the demonic god essence blood at once before the best chance is lost. In a hidden cave, the white-haired demon youth swallows the demon god's blood essence with desperate hope. The third drop hits brutally, and his whole body twists and writhes as if something evil is forcing its way through him. For a moment he stops looking human at all, and his demonic aura surges up like a monster dragged out of the underworld. Then the statue's red light goes out, his body snaps back to normal, and he rises with a vicious grin to report that he succeeded. Drunk on his new strength, the youth wants revenge on the 2 sacred lords and sneers that their righteous image is a joke. His master cools him down at once, warning that 3 drops only make his demon body barely successful and still not enough to beat late tribulation transcension enemies cleanly. Still boiling with violence, the youth blurts out that he can just massacre a few hundred sects instead. The old man shuts that down too and reminds him the real priority is finding the item their demon god wants before the blood in their bodies is taken back. He makes the cost clear. Their endless demonic power depends on that blood, and without it they would fall below even ordinary mortals. That warning wipes the killing intent off the youth's face, and he finally asks why his master chose such a cursed path in the first place. The old man answers bitterly that he hated the hypocrites of the righteous path, and demonic cultivation was the fastest way to seize power. With no patience left for regrets, he says he has already confirmed the target's location and orders them to move immediately. The youth suppresses his demonic body, returns to an ordinary cultivator's size, and helps the friendlier old man out of the cave. Only after the demons disappear does a scorched, ordinary-looking Wu Wu crawl out from the rubble where he had hidden in terror. Shaken, Wu Wu asks Elder Bai what kind of technique those two monsters were using. Elder Bai explains that they are heirs of a demon god from the heavenly demon sect, killing across the southern region to earn more demon blood and become less human each time. The description tempts Wu Wu badly, because power like that would make stealing treasures and crushing stronger enemies ridiculously easy. He even starts daydreaming that once he gets strong enough, he can return to his sect, marry his still-living senior sister, kill the sect master, and take everything for himself. Elder Bai instantly crushes that idea and warns him that taking a demon god's inheritance is just feeding himself to something worse. Bai says the so-called heirs are really disposable puppets, doomed to be discarded or sacrificed the moment the demon god no longer needs them. Wu Wu hurriedly backtracks, swearing he despises demon cultivators and would never touch that path as long as Bai is guiding him. Trying to sound useful instead, Wu Wu says the southern region's chaos is a perfect chance to dig out the secrets behind the mysterious painting and trace the ancient immortal court. Bai cuts him off again and warns that after helping him kill 2 soul formation cultivators, his damaged soul is in no shape to save Wu Wu a second time. Faced with the threat of being abandoned, Wu Wu quickly promises to be careful and stop borrowing Bai's power for now. With that warning hanging over him, Wu Wu flies off in a streak of light. Back in the Grand Moon Sect's secret room, Wang Yuyan happily reports that no sect has been attacked for 10 days and the 2 demons seem to have vanished. Sacred Lord Brahma credits Lu Changgong's warning for that calm and says the demons have clearly held back ever since Wang Yuyan went to see him. Hearing that only deepens Sacred Lord Hongyi's awe, and in his mind Lu Changgong becomes an even more untouchable hidden expert. Hongyi quietly vows that once this calamity ends, he has to visit Lu properly and build a connection before they ever reach the immortal world. Brahma tells everyone to keep cultivating and above all, not disturb Lu Changgong. That quiet breaks when Zhu Zhao rushes in with news that the 2 demons have been spotted in the market at the foot of the mountain. Zhu Zhao adds the part that really matters. Lu Changgong has already summoned them to come over at once. Hongyi jumps up first, and the whole room turns from alarm to excited anticipation because this may be the moment Lu Changgong finally acts in person. In another secret room, a bored Yu Hongya lights up the instant she receives Lu Changgong's message token. She calls her second uncle at once, and he does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. When she starts to mention checking with Brahma's side, Yu Mingji snaps that once Lu Changgong has spoken, nobody else's approval matters. At the same time in Grand Moon Market, Lu Changgong stands alone in the street and confirms at a glance that the 2 white-haired demons really came for cheer. The resemblance in bloodline and temperament makes it obvious to him, but their filthy eyes also tell him these 2 are nothing like the fox he is protecting. Lu Changgong is nervous, but he forces himself to breathe, strip away fear, and stand there like his mind has turned perfectly still. Without even noticing, he slips into a strange emotionless calm with a flash of Dao charm around him, while still looking like an ordinary mortal. After more than 10 days of preparation and burning through every reward he had, Lu Changgong steadies himself and commits to one plan: bluff the demons with an empty city stratagem. Across the street, the silver-haired old man shuffles forward like he is half dead, but the evil pressure around him quietly empties the whole road. Following the reaction of the demon blood in his body, the old man realizes the thing the demon god wants should be somewhere right here. Then he spots Lu Changgong calmly waiting at the far end of the street, and immediately feels that something about him is wrong. The younger demon sees only a mortal in the way and immediately wants to rush over and kill him. But his master stops him on the spot and admits he cannot tell whether Lu Changgong is a mortal or a cultivator, which makes him even more dangerous. What really unsettles the old man is the white fox beside Lu Changgong, because he recognizes it as a 7-tailed heavenly fox with a bloodline too noble to follow an ordinary master. That makes him suspect Lu Changgong is here waiting for them on purpose, and that the demon god's target may be on his body. Instead of attacking, the old man chooses to wait at a distance and see what Lu Changgong does first, confident that any ambush would still fail to stop them. Lu Changgong keeps up the silent stare so long that the younger demon starts to believe the whole thing is a bluff meant to buy time. He is just about to break ranks and charge when the old man tells him to look at the sky instead. A bright light flashes overhead, and 2 new figures descend straight to Lu Changgong's side. The 2 arrivals bow respectfully and address Lu Changgong as senior right in front of the demons. Watching a Dharma idol expert and a nascent soul expert bow to Lu Changgong, the silver-haired old man narrows his eyes and realizes this calm man in white is far more dangerous than he first looked. More top experts drop from the sky, and the silver-haired demon master instantly recognizes Sacred Lord Brahma and Sacred Lord Hongyi among them. He still treats them like prey at first, and thinks the white-haired youth can use them to test his strength. Then 2 more Tribulation Transcension experts land in front of Lu Changgong, and the white-haired youth quietly realizes this lineup is getting dangerous. The demon master freezes when the late-stage experts and the two sacred lords ignore him completely and bow to Lu Changgong as senior. Since he cannot read Lu Changgong's cultivation at all, the old demon starts wondering if this plain young man is actually an immortal-level monster in disguise. The white-haired youth points out that everyone has suddenly stopped fearing them, which makes the old demon even more uneasy. Watching those faces turn excited instead of terrified, the demon master realizes they are all waiting for Lu Changgong to crush him. Sacred Lord Hongi finally sees Lu Changgong in person and is so overwhelmed by that banished immortal presence that all his prepared words vanish. The more Hongi probes, the more certain he becomes that Lu Changgong is an unfathomable supreme expert. That faith hits so hard that Hongi even turns back and openly sneers at the old demon who used to terrify him. Wang Yuyen is stunned too, because today's Lu Changgong feels far colder and loftier than the easygoing senior she knows. Yu Hongye feels that same awe, but mixed with private pride because she now sees herself as Lu Changgong's woman. The whole group waits for a shocking attack, but Lu Changgong only says, "Little fox, the wind is strong here. Let's go home," and turns away. Hongye is baffled, but Brahma quickly decides that if Lu Changgong is walking away, it must be part of a deeper plan. The two demons choose not to interfere yet and decide to follow along to see what this suspicious move is hiding. After everyone leaves, Wu Wu finally shows himself in the air, shaken by what he just witnessed. Wu Wu asks Elder Bai how Lu Changgong could make even half-step tribulation experts bow and still stay impossible to read. Elder Bai admits even his immortal-level divine soul cannot see through Lu Changgong and warns that this is the kind of existence who might have noticed them already. That comparison to the hidden power behind the ancient immortal court leaves Wu Wu badly rattled, even if Elder Bai says Lu Changgong showed no malice. At his gate, Lu Changgong casually lets the little white fox slip inside first, while secretly watching the approaching demons from the corner of his eye. He steps through the gate, gives one meaningful look back, and slowly closes the door on the two demons. The moment the door shuts, Lu Changgong finally exhales and admits to himself that the first step of his bluff has worked. Instead of relaxing, he immediately starts arranging the next steps of the plan with cold, deliberate focus. He lays out a tea set piece by piece and starts boiling mountain spring water on a small red stove, building the scene like a host who fears nothing. Then he brings out a long black sword from the house and places it beside the tea set as the second layer of pressure. Finally, he takes up the immortal zither jade stream sound spring and sits on the bluestone under the peach tree for the real heart of the trap. As his fingers settle on the strings, his whole bearing changes and he suddenly looks like a true banished immortal. In his own heart, Lu Changgong knows the truth. As a mortal with no spiritual roots, he cannot beat a late-stage demon by force at all. So he bets everything on the one thing he truly does possess: unmatched worldly skill, elegance, and a presence strong enough to fool even cultivators. His plan is brutally simple. If everyone already treats him like a peerless senior, he will act like one until even the demons doubt their own judgment. He looks back on how he baited this moment by lingering in the market, summoning the cultivators he knew would sincerely call him senior, and turning their faith into momentum. The demons were shaken even harder than he expected, and now Lu Changgong readies himself to perform the rest of the trap like a seasoned actor. He keeps his gaze lowered to the instrument, but the corner of his eye never leaves the courtyard door because the moment those demons enter, the next move begins. Outside the courtyard, Sacred Lord Brahma and the others stop far back, sensing that Lu Changgong's plan has already started and daring not to interrupt. The silver-haired demon master and his disciple stroll up to the little shop with open contempt, acting as if the place already belongs to them. That arrogance cracks the instant the old demon reads the sign Immortal's Destiny's small shop and feels terrifying sword intent stabbing between his brows. After one shaken beat, the old demon throws off the hesitation, bares his true ruthless face, and orders them in. He pushes open the small wooden door and steps toward the courtyard anyway, choosing to test this mystery head-on. Before he can truly enter, one sharp zither note explodes out like swords, thunder, and rushing water all at once, freezing him where he stands. Outside, Sacred Lord Brahma hears that note and instantly recognizes the killing-focused jade stream sound spring. As the killing zither rings from inside the courtyard, the silver-haired demon master and everyone outside the gate are suddenly pulled into a battlefield illusion. In that illusion, they are no longer themselves but armored riders on roaring warhorses, wrapped in overwhelming blood chi and battle intent. Then monstrous demon soldiers with 3 heads and 6 arms appear ahead, and the illusion drives everyone to charge into slaughter as if they have returned to an immortal war. The killing field only grows harsher as immortals and demons die in waves, until black and red blood stains the whole sky. Outside Lu Changgong's small courtyard, every cultivator stands frozen in place, completely swallowed by the zither's battlefield vision. Inside the courtyard, Lu Changgong plays with both hands flying over the strings, pouring out the murderous rhythm of ambush from all sides. The 2 heavenly demon sect invaders are dragged deepest into the illusion, appearing as black-armored demon soldiers at the very front of the war line. For one breath, the silver-haired old demon is ecstatic because the illusion gives him the perfect demonic body he always wanted. That joy dies instantly when endless golden-armored warriors crash toward him with spears like a flood. Even with that dream body, he cannot stop the fear, and the illusion tears him apart again and again at the front line. Far away, Wu sneaks closer to the shop, only to find the gathered cultivators standing there like lost souls. Before he can ask what is happening, the old voice in his mind panics and orders him to retreat, block his ears, and shut down every sense. Wu obeys at once, backing away and sealing his ears with a magic tool before the music can catch him too. At the courtyard threshold, the two demons stagger backward as invisible wounds keep opening across their bodies. By the time they reach the outer road, both are shredded with injuries, and the white-haired youth is so drained he nearly collapses. Watching from safety, Wu is horrified that monsters as strong were crippled just by hearing one tune. The silver-haired old demon forces himself awake with a desperate prayer to the dark demon lord, pressing his hand onto his disciple's head to stabilize them both. Their wounds start closing under surging black chi, but the old demon looks even paler once he pays that price. Staring back at the door, the silver-haired demon finally admits the zither alone almost destroyed his demonic body. He realizes even stepping through that door again would mean instant death. When his gaze catches Lu Changong's sign painting inside, even his spiritual sense is stabbed with pain. Terrified that Lu Changgong might use even more treasures, the old demon orders an immediate retreat and vanishes with his disciple. Once the zither finally falls silent, the stunned crowd outside wakes up pale-faced but glowing with excitement. Sacred Lord Brahma bows deeply toward the courtyard and thanks Lu Changgong for saving them. The survivors realize the music did more than repel demons, because it pushed their understanding of the great Tao forward. Hong is nearly ecstatic when he realizes he and Brahma have both reached the peak of tribulation transcension and broken past their old bottlenecks. To them, one song from Lu Changgong was worth centuries of bitter cultivation, and Hong is completely convinced this quiet shopkeeper is a true peerless expert. Still reeling, Hong asks where Lu Changgong even got two immortals thither, and Brahma can only admit he has no idea. When they notice the two demons are already gone, Wang Yiyan asks what became of them. The group realizes Lu Changgong's melody was a blessing for them but a deadly calamity for the two demons, who likely will not live much longer. Brahma even guesses Lu Changgong spared them inside the courtyard only because he did not want demon blood dirtying such an elegant place. The others want to pay respects right away, but Brahma stops them and says they should wait a few days in case today's demon attack disturbed Lu Changgong's mood. So the whole group gives one last silent bow toward the small courtyard and leaves on foot. Only after they are gone does Wu crawl out of hiding, memorize the shop's location, and flee with fresh terror in his chest. Much later, Lu Changgong finally comes out and is baffled to find the whole place completely empty. After a moment, he proudly decides his bluff worked and the two demons really were scared away by his empty city act. Feeling safe again, Lu Changgong simply shuts the door and goes back inside. Elsewhere in a dark cave, the white-haired demon youth collapses as his body withers fast and leaks blood essence and demonic chi from every wound. Half a day later he is already dying, and he begs his master to save him by letting him slaughter more sects and feed his body again. His master looks stronger on the surface, having swelled into a huge demonic body, but he knows his own power is leaking away just as fatally. He explains that their demonic bodies are breaking down from the inside, and once the demonic chi runs out, they will die because they can no longer live like ordinary cultivators. The disciple trembles at Lu Changgong's name, admitting the battlefield melody killed him so many times that the fear still will not leave his heart. The silver-haired old demon cannot deny Lu Changgong is beyond them, but he still grins because he plans to send the grievance higher and let the demon god kill that enemy instead. He boasts that he has memorized Lu Changgong's name and face, and if the demon god descends, he can trade that information for another drop of demonic blood and a path to the demonic world. The disciple starts laughing along in ugly excitement, believing his master will still repair his body afterward. Then the master's laughter stops, and the way he looks at his disciple suddenly feels like a butcher eyeing livestock. When the youth nervously asks how he can help, the answer is simple and horrifying. His body will be the final offering. The disciple tries to run, but in his ruined state he never gets away. The silver-haired old demon catches him at once, snaps his neck, and tears his disciple apart without a shred of hesitation. With the corpse prepared, he pulls out a three-headed, six-armed demon god statue and two black altars to begin the Rio ritual. He calmly judges that this disciple's demon blood body, added to 1,000,000 resentful souls, is more than enough to buy one strike from the dark fiend demon god. Then he kneels in devotion, cuts open his own arms, and lets blood pour across the cave floor while he chants again and again. At last the cave answers him, and black chi from the deepest hell tears in from the void as a terrifying divine sense descends. Through the rolling darkness, the silver-haired old demon sees the towering body of the demon god taking shape behind the aura. Deep in the ritual cave, the silver-haired old man kneels before the altar and sends the demon god Lu Changgong's name and face, begging Dark Fiend to descend and kill him personally. He keeps rambling about spreading the heavenly demon sect and Dark Fiend's name across the southern territory, certain a reward is finally coming. Instead of calm acceptance, a wave of danger crashes over him, and the black void starts swelling far too fast. Even while his instincts scream that something is wrong, he still feels thrilled that he is finally about to meet the demon god he worships. But the demon god still does not appear, and the old man suddenly realizes the divine will above him seems to be hesitating. That hesitation ends brutally when the dark fiend statue explodes, and its fragments blast straight into him. A furious voice curses him as useless trash for failing a simple task and says Dark Fiend had to come out in person. Dark Fiend even mocks the statue's ugly carving, and the half-dead old man desperately begs for one chance to atone. Before he can explain anything, a pale woman's hand with sharp nails shoots out of the void and crushes into his epigastrium. The silver-haired old man dies without ever winning the demon god's favor, left hanging limp from that woman's unseen grip. Then his body rapidly withers dry as his demonic chi is drained away and condenses into 7 drops of demon blood. The same hand drains the white-haired young man next, leaving both demon followers as dried corpses on the cave floor. After feeding on both men, a delicate girl in a purple short skirt finally steps out of the black aura and coldly judges them as useless fools. She complains that she gave them blood essence and decades of support, yet they still failed to bring back the heaven-nurturing pot that matters so much to her. She sweeps up the cave's remaining demonic chi and even the resentful souls stored in the altar, turning their whole ritual into her own fuel. Even so, she decides their sacrifice was good enough, and this time she will personally go reclaim the heaven-nurturing pot. She also snorts at the dead old man's dirty thoughts, piecing together only one useful clue before leaving Mount Taiyin, Lu Changgong, and a so-called peerless expert. So she chooses the cautious route first and heads to Mount Taiyin to investigate the situation herself. Back in Lu Changgong's courtyard, Yu Hongye sits under the peach tree holding Wang Yuyen's hand and boldly points out that Wang Yuyen's visits were never really about Sitha lessons. Wang Yuyen blushes and scolds her for being shameless, but Hongye keeps pressing because she can already read Wang Yuyen's feelings on her face. To shake her hesitation, Yu Hongye reveals her early tribulation transcending cultivation and warns that if Wang Yuyen stays too reserved, she may be left behind when Senior Lu returns to the immortal world. That warning finally lands, and Wang Yuyen asks for a less blunt plan because she still cannot accept Hongye's first suggestion. In the next beat, Hongye is secretly pleased, because if she can pull another woman into this, she will feel far less embarrassed about what she already offered Lu Changgong herself. She also convinces herself that a peerless expert like Lu Changgong is too much for one woman alone, and Wang Yuyen is the perfect person to share the burden and keep in check. So Hongye whispers a compromise plan into Wang Yuyen's ear, and Wang Yuyen's face immediately burns red. Wang Yuyen blushes and worries Senior Lu might be angry, but Hongye calmly insists he will not be and tells her to trust him with the rest. At last Wang Yuyen agrees, and the two women walk out together hand in hand as if they have just sealed a secret pact. From the old peach tree, the little red bird watches them with jealousy, admiration, and a trace of regret before its eyes harden with resolve. That night the courtyard turns unnaturally still, and Lu Changgong sits outside under the peach tree with a grim premonition pressing on his chest. He tells himself the two demons should never come back, yet some bloody disaster still feels close enough to crush his chest. Since he cannot understand the omen, he gives up on it, and right then Yu Hongye steps in gently with a coat for him. Lu Changgong melts at her kindness, and Hongye softly urges him to go inside and rest early. Then Hongye proposes a new little game and tells him to extinguish the candles first because she will come in later. He agrees without suspicion and enters the room first, thinking only that Hongye has been especially thoughtful lately. The moment he is inside, Hongye runs to the peach tree and quietly calls Wang Yuyen out for her turn. Wang Yuyen steps out from behind the tree dressed almost exactly like Yu Hongye, right down to the makeup and hair ornaments. Even at the last second Wang Yuyen tries to back out, ashamed that this still feels like deceiving Senior Lu. Hongye brushes the guilt aside, insists no one is lying, and literally pushes Wang Yuyen toward the room before she can lose her nerve. Neither of them notices the little red bird turn into a streak of golden light and sink into Hongye's clothes as glowing patterns. Inside the dark room, Lu Changgong waits in confusion and wonders why Hongye is taking so long. When he calls out for Hongye, the door opens and a trembling woman in Hongye's clothes stumbles straight into his arms. Still mistaking her for Hongye in the darkness, he gently teases the trembling Wang Yuyen for being so nervous. Outside, Yu Hongye listens to the room settle and quietly signals that the next part of her huge surprise can begin. Cheer and the other maid come out nervously, now restored to solid physical bodies thanks to the treasures Hongye brought back. Hongye softly tells Cheer and the other maid that tonight she is giving Lu Changgong a huge surprise, and both of them eagerly agree. The door opens a crack, and Hongye slips inside with Cheer and the other maid right behind her. At the same moment, a small snow-white fox slips into the room too, with an unnoticed black shadow clinging to her back. The night turns completely chaotic, with the bed thundering, a flash of golden light, strange black aura, demonic chi, and formation ripples all tangling together inside the room. Lu Changgong sleeps until noon after fighting all night, still half wondering why it felt like more and more people kept appearing around him. When he finally opens his eyes, the room is full of women, and the sight leaves him utterly stunned. He can pick out Hongye, Cheer, and Wang Yuyen, but the remaining women still make no sense to him. 3 women stand out at once, one with a regal phoenix-like bearing, one pale and dangerously seductive, and one with fox ears on her head. Before he can make sense of anything, the pale-faced woman jolts awake, screams pervert, and lunges at him with clawed hands. The regal phoenix-like woman instantly throws herself in front of Lu Changong and takes the claw strike for him. Golden blood splashes across Lu Changong's face, and the shock hits him like a painful recognition. In that instant, an overwhelming aura erupts from him, buried memories flood back, and he finally understands that he is the peerless expert. A month later, Lu Changong sits in the small shop surrounded by the women who stayed with him, now fully aware of who they are to him. He gently tells the regal phoenix-like woman that her nirvana survival spared him a lasting regret. Then he turns to the pale woman and calmly asks whether the old resentment in her heart has finally faded now that the debt with the phoenix-like woman has been faced. The pale woman immediately turns meek, clutching the heaven-nurturing pot and insisting she would never dare hold resentment because everything she has came from him. Suyu smooths things over for Insha, explaining that the real problem was Lu Changong recovering his memories too late, after the heaven-nurturing pot had already been used in the courtyard formation. With the old grudges settled, Lu Changong tells the 7 women around him that he is done with the immortal world scheming and only wants a carefree life now. He then asks them plainly if they are willing to follow him to the ends of the earth and live that carefree mortal life at his side. The 7 women answer together that they are willing, sealing the hard-won peace around Lu Changong at last. Many years later, mighty immortals and mortal cultivators alike come to the Immortals' Destiny small shop just to pay their respects. When the visitors finally see the shop's shelves crammed with immortal artifacts, they can only reach one stunned conclusion: no wonder he is a peerless expert.